Long Live Summons Chapter 567 to Chapter 612. Empress Jellyfish was indifferent towards the death of the clown fishman. She turned her head and looked at everyone with a sharp gaze. When she was serious, Yu Yang felt as if he was looking at a female tyrant who killed people without batting an eyelid. This Empress Jellyfish was even more ruthless than the Black Hell King. Although the Black Hell King was sinister and always betrayed his allies, he treated his subordinates well. When War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North self-destructed, Yu Yang could see that the Black Hell King was heartbroken. In comparison, Empress Jellyfish, who was indifferent to the death of her subordinates, was indeed more of a ruler than the Black Hell King. Empress Jellyfish looked around and realized that no one dared to look at her. Her expression became gentle again. She purposely lowered her stance and explained to the silent leaders, "Blood sacrifice is a secret method passed down by our ancestors. It is the only way to enter the secret door. Although I am heartbroken over the loss of my clansmen, I have no choice but to use blood sacrifice." Elder Xingpan waited for her to express her stance and immediately waved his hand. He ordered the blood sacrifice to begin. Countless ocean knights carried huge buckets of fresh blood and poured the large amount of fresh blood onto the secret door that was made of meteorite iron. At this moment, the secret door looked like it could suck blood. Other than the sparks that splashed, it quickly absorbed all the fresh blood that was poured onto it. It slowly changed its color and became bright red, blazing like fire. The light of the 3 rune formations on the altar gradually turned from blood red to dark blue. A few elite ocean knights threw out the clown fishman slave for the second time. The poor fishman fell onto the snow with a paw sound. Although the strength of the throw was too great and his bones were fractured, he did not explode and die. He managed to escape from death and immediately cried bitterly. Even the clown fishmen who were waiting to be sacrificed outside the door sympathized with him and secretly shed tears. "Sirs, please follow me and restore the glory of the Sea Clan." Empress Jellyfish saw that the secret door was successfully opened and could not help but feel proud. She personally held on to the 2 important hostages, Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan, and led the way towards the secret door. Countess Jiawei turned around. She looked at Yu Yang uneasily. When she saw that Yu Yang and Impatience were still there, she immediately felt relieved. This action almost attracted Empress Jellyfish's attention. Countess Jiawei hurriedly lowered her head to prevent Empress Jellyfish from noticing. The inside and outside of the secret meteoric iron gate were 2 different worlds. It was a world of snowflakes and howling winds. The temperature was even colder than the Windroot mountain range that Yu Yang had been to before. The temperature was not the deadliest part. In less than 5 minutes since they set foot in this world of ice and snow, monsters had already arrived. They were all translucent wind demons, about 10 meters tall. Their upper bodies were faintly translucent, humanoid shapes, and their lower bodies were spiraling tornadoes. What was strange was that they did not touch the ground. They were completely floating in the void. More than a dozen wind demons appeared and surrounded them from afar. They did not immediately attack. These wind demons were not afraid of sword attacks and were extremely fast. If a martial artist below the lesser innate realm encountered them, it would be an arduous and thankless task to defeat them. These wind demons are only normal level 8, there is nothing to be afraid of. Elder Xingpan raised his right hand and a fish-shaped image appeared above his head. That giant fish head opened its mouth and spat out a water dragon, which quickly disappeared. Under Elder Xingpan's control, the water dragon swept through the wind demons' bodies. The water dragon was absorbed by the wind demons' tornadoes and disappeared. But because of the freezing temperature, the wind demons' bodies were filled with water. Their bodies quickly turned into ice pillars and could no longer rotate. One by one, they fell onto the snowy ground. Hundreds of elite ocean knights rushed forward and killed them easily. Yu Yang saw this and praised in his heart. This old octopus was indeed not bad. He was very good at using the power of water. Originally, Yu Yang thought that he would summon a chain lightning to shatter the core of these wind demons. He didn't expect that this old fellow would only take advantage of the terrain and freeze the wind demons with water, allowing his ocean knights to deal with them easily. This way, other than killing the enemies more efficiently, it could also boost the morale of his subordinates. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. We innates will move forward. Lesser innates will stay behind. Elder Xingpan, please lead the team and move forward slowly. Empress Jellyfish glanced at everyone. Yu Yang felt that she was looking at him. He quickly lowered his head and pretended that he was a lesser innate. The Countess did not dare to look at Yu Yang and impatience anymore. She respectfully followed Empress Jellyfish and moved forward. More than 20 innate rankers moved forward. Only Elder Xingpan was left to lead the team. Elder Xingpan led the elite Ocean Knights in front. More than 20 trusted subordinates of the clan leader followed behind. Behind them were the clown fishmen and other vassal races. This kind of arrangement, Yu Yang frowned slightly. It seemed that something was wrong. What is this Empress Jellyfish trying to do? Impatience was also a little suspicious, but she could not guess what it was. Let's take a look first. Yu Yang felt that the other party could not have seen through his identity. Otherwise, she would not have opened the secret door and let him in. Most importantly, Empress Jellyfish's lover, the nine-headed sea goblin king who was preparing to seize power and become the new ocean emperor, had not come in yet. The team moved forward for 10 minutes. Nine-headed sea goblin king finally appeared. He brought along 5 innate rankers and walked at the front of the team with his head held high and chest puffed out. Compared to the Ocean Emperor Guanlan, Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King was indeed slightly more handsome. He had the potential to be a pretty boy. This Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King was handsome. His eyes were like lightning. However, there was a hint of evil in between his eyebrows. One look and you could tell that he was not a good person. His hair was very unique. It hung down in strands and was meticulously combed into small braids. From Yu Yang's point of view, it looked like the braids of black celebrities. However, this guy's hair color was the same as Empress Jellyfish's, golden hair. Although it was not of the highest quality, Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King's body was covered with a high-quality sacred armor. Moreover, the design was rather unique. On the shoulders, there were 4 snake heads embedded. On the chest, there was also a sea snake head with a long horn. Maybe it was because of this sea snake sacred armor that this guy got the title of Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King. Yu Yang did not know much about Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King. He had only heard some rumors about Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King from Hai Ingwu and Shark King. This Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King was rumored to be Empress Jellyfish's lover. At the same time, he was also the overlord of the Dark Demon Sea in the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Previously, because of the Ocean Emperor's suppression, he did not do anything big in Tong Tian Tower. The only thing he did was kill his cousin Sea Demon Fish in front of everyone during the fight for the position of the 8 Great Sea Kings. Among the 8 Great Sea Kings, 4 of them were the Ocean Emperor's trusted aides. They were Shark King, Cuttlefish King, Jellyfish King, and Manta Ray King. Now, other than Shark King, the other 3 had all died in the graveyard of the sea. The remaining 4 kings were the internal royalty. These 4 kings were controlled by Empress Jellyfish. They were the strongest Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, Sea Snake King, Sea Turtle King, and the most mysterious and low-key Sea Dragon King. This old man greets Sea Goblin King. Elder Xingpan was very good at diplomacy. He personally welcomed Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King. Elder Xingpan, you don't have to be so courteous. Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King had the heart to fight for the Ocean Emperor's throne. Elders like Elder Xingpan would definitely want to rope him in, so he was especially cordial. However, seeing that Elder Xingpan was the only innate, he immediately frowned and asked, Sea Snake King, Sea Turtle King and Sea Dragon King are not here yet? They usually fight to be the first in everything, but now they are cowering. This is too much. Sea Dragon King has already personally explained to Empress Jellyfish that he will not participate in the matter of the secret door. Elder Xingpan laughed. He doesn't deserve the title of Sea Dragon King. He is actually just a useless coward. Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King laughed coldly. Who is a coward? At the sight of the secret door, another 2 groups of people came over. The leaders were a big fatty wearing a tortoise shell and a robust man with a snake's tail body holding a sea trident. Yu Yang used Heaven Eye's divine vision to take a look. He realized that although the big fatty wearing a tortoise shell was an innate level 8, he was not as strong as Shark King. He was the weakest. On the other hand, the robust man with a snake's body holding a platinum rank sea trident would probably be able to fight evenly with Shark King. Who is a coward? Who am I talking about? My two uncles. Could it be that you are too old to walk anymore? Why are you so slow? Nine-headed Sea Goblin King did not seem to have a good attitude towards these two elders. Luckily, I am not that old. Otherwise, how would I dare to come and join in the fun? The big fatty wearing a platinum-ranked tortoise shell laughed loudly. Don't talk nonsense with him, let's go. The relationship between the Sea Snake King with the platinum-ranked Sea Trident and Nine-headed Sea Goblin King was extremely bad. The two of them did not even look at each other. Yu Yang really wanted to attack immediately and kill the few fellows in front of him. Then he would chase up to Empress Jellyfish and eliminate her team. Finally, he would close the secret door and slowly search for treasures. Just as he was thinking about this, suddenly a strange noise came from the faraway secret door. The noise became louder and louder. Following that, a scene that made everyone dumbfounded appeared. The secret door that was opened suddenly closed quickly. When Nine-headed Sea Goblin King flew back angrily, the secret door had already closed completely. What was going on? Was there a rebellion within the Sea Clan, or was it a conspiracy? Yu Yang and Impatience looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they did not understand the situation at the moment. However, he had even experienced a terrifying place like the Death Arena. Yu Yang's mental state had already become as tough as steel. He did not care about this at all. At most, he could use the three-realm compass to return to the soaring dragon continent. How could a mere meteorite metal door trap him? What a joke. He was a little curious as to why Empress Jellyfish would make such a mistake when closing the secret door. Could it be that she did it on purpose? We need an explanation. Sea Snake King and Sea Turtle King looked at Nine-headed Sea Goblin King angrily. They suspected that it was their nephew's doing. Two uncles, are you guys muddle-headed? That's right, I want to be the Ocean Emperor, but I am not a fool. Being the Ocean Emperor requires the support of many people. It's fine if you don't support me, but you even suspect me, your nephew? If I did it, how would I benefit from doing this? I am sure that this is the doing of that Sea Dragon King. I have already told the Empress that he is very patient and has an affair with the Black Hell King. We have to be careful of his plots. However, the Empress said that he is so loyal and should not be easily suspected. Now we have been schemed against by him. Once the secret door closes, we are all trapped inside. Meanwhile, Sea Dragon King will seize power from outside. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King roared crazily. What? It's him? Sea Turtle King and Sea Snake King could not believe their ears. The most low-key Sea Dragon King would actually do this. Could it be that his usual low-key and leisurely attitude was all an act? At the moment when the secret door closed, I saw his unique shadow, an ugly face, a huge sturdy body, a comical pair of wings and his sacred shield. Could it be that there is another warrior in this world that looks exactly like him? It was him who incited the betrayal of the clown fishmen. I also saw the leader of the clown fishmen Xiao Diao killing the ocean knights. If not for the support of the Sea Dragon King, would the cowardly clown fishmen dare to betray us? Once Nine-headed Sea Goblin King said this, all the clown fishmen knelt down in fear, kowtowing and trembling. It was true that the leader Xiao Diao was guarding the door outside, but he was Empress Jellyfish's confidant. How could he betray them? Even if he betrayed them, it was impossible for him to ally with the Sea Dragon King. The Sea Dragon King was the clown fishmen's most feared predator. He ate both men and women. If they pledged their loyalty to him, they would definitely let him play with their male and female bodies. It was a double humiliation. However, now that Nine-headed Sea Goblin King had said it so firmly, the pitiful clown fishman slave naturally did not dare to refute. He could only kneel down and beg for mercy, hoping that the few furious royal innates would be magnanimous enough to spare his life. Yu Yang and Impatience looked at each other. Just now, this Nine-headed Sea Goblin King actually had the chance to rush out of the secret door, but he was worried that the Sea Dragon King would ambush him, so he pretended to be late. Just from this point, it could be confirmed that this Nine-headed Sea Goblin King was actually a coward who was unwilling to take risks. He was definitely not the kind of person who would achieve great things. Compared to the Ocean Emperor Guanlan, Nine-headed Sea Goblin King was simply not an opponent of the same level. What made people curious was why Empress Jellyfish would like Nine-headed Sea Goblin King. A woman like Empress Jellyfish would definitely not like a cowardly gigolo. Could it be that the abyss manatee did not die, but was sealed in the secret door by the Sea Clan? Empress Jellyfish's real motive was to find that abyss manatee. All kinds of mysteries made Yu Yang suspicious. Even Impatience was very interested. She felt that while searching for treasures in the secret door, she might be able to dig up some gossip within the Sea Clan. It was a woman's nature to like gossip. There's been a change in the marine race. The secret door has been closed. Yu Yang made use of the three-colored map's presentation ability to secretly send a message to Shark King while the crowd was in chaos. Although the secret door is closed, there's no need to write a will so soon, right? Seeing that Yu Yang was writing, the Starfish General came over with good intentions and comforted him softly. General Nig, even if we are in a difficult situation, we should still maintain our confidence. As a sea general, we should set an example and take the initiative to boost our subordinates' morale. Especially now that their soldiers are at their lowest point, they need our encouragement even more. With all the innate rankers around, there won't be any problems. We just have to persevere and find the treasure of the secret door. Finally, we can lead our subordinates back to our beautiful homeland in glory. Achoo, achoo. Sorry, I seem to have caught a cold. Oh right, where was I just now? Woof. Grey Wolf replied. Looks like you're very calm. Well done, as fellow echinoderms, I'm proud of you. It's a pity that you're a sea cucumber and a pet. If not, I believe that we will definitely become good friends. The Starfish General started chatting with Grey Wolf. Yu Yang was speechless. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King sent a subordinate to chase after Empress Jellyfish at top speed to report the news of the secret door being closed. 10 minutes later, Empress Jellyfish came back very calmly. Her expression did not change at all. Yu Yang could even feel that deep in her eyes, there was a kind of this is just right scary scheming. After checking the secret door, Empress Jellyfish comforted the crowd softly. She expressed that she had a way to leave and told them not to worry. At the same time, she magnanimously forgave the clown fishmen for their betrayal. This made the clown fishmen shed tears of gratitude, crying and kowtowing on the ground. Yu Yang could conclude that there was something wrong with this Empress Jellyfish, because she was too abnormal. Not only was she not worried about the secret door being closed, she even continued to unseal the Heaven Realm warriors. Could it be that she really had the confidence to reopen the secret door that required the blood sacrifice of 1,000 people? Or could it be that the Sea Dragon King was her true partner, and that nine-headed Sea Goblin King was just a cover? Just as Yu Yang was still thinking, another scream came from a faraway place in front of him. There were more than 20 Sea Clan innates gathered in front, and some of them were injured. Could it be that the Heaven Realm warriors were unsealed in advance? Empress Jellyfish, Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, Sea Turtle King, Sea Snake King and Elder Xingpan were in front, followed by a large group of elite ocean knights. Yu Yang and Impatience also blended into the crowd to watch the show. On the snowy ground, a large pool of fresh blood appeared in front of everyone. The innate that Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King sent to report died a horrible death. He didn't even have a complete corpse. His whole body exploded and became a pile of minced meat. The only thing that could be recognized was his right hand. Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King's expression changed. He threw his remaining right hand onto the snowy ground hatefully and roared towards the sky. He raised his power to innate level 8 and prepared to face the enemy. Sea Turtle King and Sea Snake King's expressions also changed. This innate was one of Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King's right-hand men. Although his innate level 3 strength wasn't high, to be able to kill him in an instant without making a sound, this meant that the attacker was at least an innate level 8 or above. It was highly possible that it was a Heaven Realm warrior that had broken free from the seal and attacked everyone. That's not it. Yu Yang secretly transmitted to Impatience, this is a self-destructing type of beast that exploded from this guy's body. Exploding demonic parasitic worm, I've heard of this type of beast before. Impatience was a little confused, although this type of beast is powerful, it needs the master to plant it into the enemy's body. It's not easy to achieve. Only an idiot would let someone plant the exploding demonic parasitic worm in their body. What if the person in the vegetative state is someone he doesn't put up any defenses against? Or, what if the person in the vegetative state possesses great strength and can suppress everything? Yu Yang smiled. He felt that he had somewhat guessed the truth. Of course, he was still a distance away from the whole truth. What he needed to do now was to watch the whole process quietly and then make his move when necessary. Under the atmosphere where everyone was on high alert, no one was willing to speak. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was carefully guarding against their surroundings. At the same time, they were trying their best to rely on their team's courage to move forward. When they found the innates in front of them, Yu Yang realized that they were standing in front of a gigantic fortress. This fortress was made from meteorites from Heaven Realm and was extremely tall. The pitch-black entrance of the fortress was like the mouth of a gigantic beast that could swallow everything. Because they were anxious to obtain the treasures that might be left behind in the fortress, the brave fur seal leader, lobster tribe leader and other innates had already entered. Only Jiawei, Yan, Walrus King, the spindle-like dugong elder and the other innates waited outside. The rest of the innates had already rushed in. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King was a little anxious, but when he looked at Empress Jellyfish and saw that she didn't say anything, he could only control his temper that was about to explode. Yu Yang especially used Heaven Eye's divine vision to look at Empress Jellyfish's current expression. He realized that she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she was sneering. It was as if she was silently saying, "Nothing can escape my calculations." Was this Empress Jellyfish really that arrogant? Was everything really under her control? Yu Yang couldn't understand no matter how he thought about it. Three Sea Kings, are you going to follow me to unlock the Heaven Realm warriors, or are you going to explore the fortress first? Empress Jellyfish affectionately held Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan's hands and laughed, "You two sisters must follow me. If not, if you are scared by some monster, it would be because I didn't take good care of you. Let's go." "Oh right, do you two sisters want to bring along your followers?" While Empress Jellyfish was speaking, she intentionally sized up Yu Yang and Impatience, then looked at Starfish General. Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan hurriedly expressed that they didn't need it. Especially Countess Jiawei, she was secretly crying in her heart. She was afraid that Empress Jellyfish would see through Yu Yang's identity. If she brought Yu Yang along, Empress Jellyfish would be suspicious. If she didn't bring him along, her own safety would be a problem. If the Heaven Realm warriors were to be unsealed and start a massacre, without Yu Clan's third young master and Sky Law, how could they resist? It's better to bring him along. If not, others will say bad things about me. Empress Jellyfish waved her hand at Yu Yang, Impatience, Starfish General, Beltfish General and the others and ordered, "Everyone bring 2 buckets of blood and follow behind us. Pay attention to the places we walk past and don't step on them. If not, you will trigger a trap and die a horrible death. Elder Xing Pan, lead the Ocean Knights and stay at the door. Pay attention to the monsters. If there is a strong enemy, immediately alert us. Clown Fishmen, set up camp. Follow the original plan and prepare a large amount of meat." Yes. Elder Xingpan seemed to be the one that Empress Jellyfish trusted the most. Stepping into the fort, they realized that it was very spacious inside. Other than a spiral staircase leading upwards and downwards, there were also various halls, side halls, corridors, and so on. There was also a special teleportation circle inside the fort. No one knew where it led to. Empress Jellyfish acted as if she had been here countless times. She led the way in front with ease, bypassing the long corridors and passing through the side halls. She arrived at a place that looked like a training hall. She personally moved a statue over and pushed open the painting wall behind, revealing a long and narrow passage. There was no light in the passage, but Countess Yan had already summoned the shining conch, which lit up the entire passage like a street lamp. After walking through the passage, there was a battle arena the size of a football field. What made Yu Yang and Impatience's eyes light up was that there really were Heaven Realm warriors sealed in the secret door, and there was more than one of them. On the left, there was a Heaven Realm warrior with both hands shackled. His body was hung upside down by a long silver chain. The silver chain that was tied to him was strangely tied to the moon in the sky. Of course, that moon was actually fake. It was just a holy moon-shaped treasure. Yu Yang had never seen such a special treasure before. Although it wasn't a divine equipment, it was very close to one. It was practically a semi-god equipment. This crescent-shaped holy-ranked artifact that could attack, defend, and cast a spell in one was an eye-opener for Yu Yang. Compared to the god-killing dagger that was purely used for attack, this crescent-shaped holy ranked artifact was obviously more outstanding. A holy item that even Heaven Realm warriors couldn't break free from. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, Yu Yang wouldn't dare to believe it. However, this was the truth. Not only was there one truth in front of him, there were two. On the right, there was also a Heaven Realm warrior. He was tied up by a pillar. This pillar was carved with dragon patterns and there were 3 golden halos on it. It was these 3 halos that firmly imprisoned the Heaven Realm ranker, whose strength had reached heaven-ranked level 2, in that pillar. Compared to the Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar, this pillar that was carved with dragon patterns was more like a beast. And not a treasure. It seemed to have a life of its own as it was connected to the Heaven Realm warrior on the left. The 3 golden halos would also expand and shrink as the enemy struggled. On one hand, it would eliminate the enemy's struggle, and on the other hand, it would tighten the enemy's body, causing them more pain. Similarly, the Moon Saint chain also belonged to the Heaven Realm ranker who was imprisoned on the pillar. It also followed its master's will and would occasionally pull up or put down the enemy who was hanging upside down. When the enemy wanted to rest, it would release an electric current to attack the enemy, using this to torture the enemy. Both of them were imprisoned under the enemy's treasure, yet neither of them was willing to release the other. Instead, they continued to torture the other. Beheading Moon Chain and Prison Dragon Pillar? The treasure is ruthless enough, but the master is even more ruthless. Yu Yang couldn't imagine it. Could it be that these two had been living like this for 6,000 years? How could they live like this? 2 seniors, this junior is here to listen to my ancestors' instructions. Empress Jellyfish bowed humbly and paid her respects to the 2 of them. You guys come here once every 1,000 years. The man who was bound by the prison dragon pillar's golden halo sighed. He completely ignored the gazes of the hundreds of people and closed his eyes as if there was no one else present. There's no need to persuade me. Unless the guy in front of me dies, I will not go out. Even if you die, I will not die. Beifeng Jia Sua, if you have the ability, then fight me for another 6,000 years. Let's see who dies first. I, Feng Zhu, am a glorious human warrior, one of the top 10 rankers in Tong Tian Tower. Do you think I can't take down an outer disciple from the Heaven Realm Central Palace? An outer disciple like you is not even a piece of trash. If you were not lucky enough to meet me, who is the weakest, would you be able to live till today? I dare say that if you met the Prison Emperor, you would be so scared that you would pee in your pants. Is Tong Tian Tower a place for you outer disciples to come to? This is the glorious home of our human life. The man hanging upside down on the beheading moonlock looked very young. If it wasn't for the slight beard that made him look slightly more mature, people would have mistaken him as a Shota. What? You xenophobic fellow, am I not a human? The man called Beifeng Jia Sua looked like he was going crazy when he heard this. That's different. You are a human living in the Heaven Realm. The man who called himself Feng Zhu shook his head seriously. His eyes were filled with pride towards his identity as a human. As if it was the most glorious thing in the world. As for Beifeng Jia Sua's doubts, he was against it. His face had an expression of "we are not the same kind of people." From the conversation between the 2 heaven-ranked rankers, Yu Yang immediately knew that this was a long battle between the Heaven Realm rankers and the human rankers. It had lasted for 6,000 years and until today, there was still no victor. As for how the 2 of them managed to imprison each other, it was still unknown at the moment. Their beasts, combat skills and treasures were probably similar, and their strengths were also about the same. If they attacked together, they would fall for the same trick at the same time. The chances of them being imprisoned together was very high. It was just that they were wasting each other's energy, refusing to let go of each other for 6,000 years. This was really not something a normal person could do. These 2 fellows, if they were not crazy, then they were paranoid. No matter how strong Prison Emperor is, he is still dead. In the end, our central palace is still stronger. Feng Zhu, it's not that I want to attack you, but Tong Tian Tower has indeed fallen. Look at these people, the strongest is only an innate, there is no heaven-ranked innate ranker. 1,000 years have passed and the humans of Tong Tian Tower have not even produced an innate elder. If it was in the past, would this be possible? Beifeng Jia Sua continued to ignore the surrounding crowd and laughed. I definitely don't believe that the prison emperor would die in battle. You don't understand him at all, he is invincible. Fengzhu wasn't affected at all. Could it be that all the people who came here were lying to you? Beifeng Jiasua asked back. Summer bugs can't talk about ice. You don't understand what invincible power is. Needless to say, I will never let you out. I will never forgive a thief like you who wants to sneak into the god's ruins and claims to be human. Fengzhu closed his eyes and decided not to quarrel. Damned pig head. I will not let you go either. Lightning God Claw. Beifeng Jiasua summoned a silver lightning eagle king that was formed from pure lightning. Blood Flower Whip. At the same time, Fengzhu summoned a suffering vengeful spirit that was holding a blood-red whip. Almost at the same time, the blood-red whip and the lightning claw attacked the opponent. Rumble, the wind created by the blood-red whip and the shockwave created by the lightning claw were enough to force a warrior below innate to retreat. Other than Empress Jellyfish and Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, the other innates could not help but retreat a step. Yu Yang and Impatience pretended to be weak and retreated 3 steps in order not to expose their abilities. As for the Starfish General, he was even worse. He retreated 7 to 8 steps and still could not stop. His ugly face was filled with fear. Just the wind created by the beast and the lightning explosion was enough to send an innate rancor flying. If the two of them regained their freedom, who would be their match in the current Tong Tian Tower, the Starfish General could not understand, but Empress Jellyfish was very clear. If the 2 heaven-ranked rankers could be used by the Sea Clan, they would definitely rise up. Other than Jizun and the Yu Clan's 3rd young master who subdued the Abyss Manatee, no one would be their match, not even the Black Hell King. After being imprisoned here for 6,000 years, they still had the power of heaven-ranked level 2. If they regained their freedom and returned to their peak condition, Empress Jellyfish believed that the 2 of them would definitely not be lower than heaven-ranked level 3. Damn it, you actually dared to let the beast whip me again. I will not let you go. Lightning Claw. Blood Flower Whip. Yu Yang stared dumbfoundedly. The 2 heaven-ranked rankers in front of him were like children fighting. They would definitely take revenge for every hit. After a fierce battle, the 2 of them were riddled with injuries. In the end, they were in so much pain that they gasped. Could this be the legendary masochist? Even if they really wanted to fight, they should wait until they regained their freedom. What they were doing now was simply masochistic torture. Yu Yang sweated profusely when he thought about it. Of course, he knew that this guess was not possible. A twisted masochist would definitely not be able to cultivate to heaven rank. There must be a reason why the 2 of them kept imprisoning each other here. And it was not simple at all. It could not be what it looked like on the surface. Yu Yang's heart moved. If things were not like what he thought, then there should be another truth. The truth should be related to this meteorite fort. Such a huge fort, yet not even half of it had been explored. Its true secret should be even deeper underground. 2 seniors, your interests are out of the ordinary. It is not something that a commoner like me can guess. However, if you have any instructions for me, please let me know. Empress Jellyfish's goal was not to release the 2 heaven-ranked rankers, Beifeng Jiasua and Fengzhu. Her goal was to release someone else. Yu Yang and Impatience looked at each other and nodded secretly. As expected, other than Fengzhu and Beifeng Jiasua, there was a 3rd warrior sealed here. Rather than saying that Beifeng Jiasua and Fengzhu were imprisoning each other, it would be more accurate to say that they were watching over each other. The 2 of them had been guarding this place for 6,000 years. It was believed that they were guarding the seal. From this, wouldn't the person who was really sealed here be very scary, to need 2 heaven-ranked level 2 rankers to guard it, and to not leave it for 6,000 years? Could it be the rancor that was sealed by the prison emperor? Or was there another reason? When Yu Yang thought about this, he immediately became interested. I know, you are still like your ancestors. You want to release that guy and borrow his power. Beifeng Jiasua looked at Empress Jellyfish, who was respectfully bowing and listening. His face became a little mocking, but let's not talk about the fact that you are unable to release that guy. Even if you can, do you think you can borrow that power? That is a terrifying power that even us heaven-ranked rankers have a headache over. Once it is released, I dare say that your entire Sea Clan will become food, and not what you are hoping for. go back. The more power you obtain from the falling stars, the easier it is for you to lose yourselves. Fengzhu closed his eyes and did not speak anymore. As long as the two seniors do not object, I, your junior, overestimate myself, would like to go and take a look. Empress Jellyfish bowed slightly and slowly retreated. When she returned to the front of the crowd, she glanced at her subordinates. Yu Yang sharply caught it. It was that everything is within my calculations expression again. Under the silent consent of Bei Fengjia Sua and Fengzhu, the two heaven-ranked rankers, Empress Jellyfish used her finger as a sword and drew a huge arc on the ground. What made Yu Yang surprised was that Empress Jellyfish actually knew a heaven realm runic circle that even he had never seen before. After drawing the runic circle, Empress Jellyfish took out the weapon left behind by the Abyss Manatee, Sea God's beheading blade, and exploded with the power of an innate level 8. On the surface, it looked as if she had used all her strength to attack with all her might. Only Yu Yang, who had Heaven Eye's divine vision and the more powerful impatience, knew that Empress Jellyfish did not use all her strength at all. When Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King saw that Sea God's beheading blade, his eyes flickered. Yu Yang sharply caught it. His lips instantly curled up and he secretly laughed. After the heavy attack, the Heaven Realm runic circle on the ground was not destroyed. Instead, it exploded with a dazzling light. A ray of white light rose from the runic circle and went straight to the dome of space. Finally, a strange sound came from the starry sky dome. All of the starry sky were extinguished like lights. Only Bei Fengjia Sua's beheading moon was still faintly emitting light. On the dome of the sky, there were several pitch-black light pillars that shone down. At this moment, the ground also rumbled. The ground split open, revealing a stone staircase that extended deep into the ground. Yu Yang was very observant. He immediately noticed that this stone was black obsidian, which was completely different from the meteorites in the fort outside. Did this mean that the third person who was sealed was even before the fort was built? Could it be that the third person who was sealed was too strong, so the later generations had no choice but to build a fort made of meteorites in his sealed area? If Bei Fengjia Sua and Fengzhu, the two heaven-ranked rankers, did not guard the place for 6,000 years, Yu Yang would not have such suspicions. But now, Yu Yang was 90% sure that this was the case. The last question in Yu Yang's mind was, what kind of person was worth two heaven-ranked level 2 rankers guarding the place at the same time? This matter seemed to be related to the Heaven Realm Central Palace Hall and the Prison Emperor. At least the Central Palace Hall and the Prison Emperor knew the truth. This sealed person who did not leave his name in history, who was he? Impatience also had this question, but Yu Yang did not answer. He only smiled at her to comfort her. Yu Yang thought, luckily, according to the sealed obsidian prison, the seal was still a physical space, which proved that it was not too serious. If it was a ranker like Queen Vivian Li who had to be sealed in a black hole, that would be a real headache. Although it was different from the Blood Lake torture chamber, Yu Yang had reason to believe that the person who was sealed in this obsidian prison was probably the same kind of person. At the very least, it would definitely be a heaven-ranked ranker. Oh my god. Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, who was the first to enter, let out a cry of surprise, as if he could not believe the scene in front of him. Yu Yang and Impatience looked at each other and prepared to go down. They wanted to see what kind of divine being could actually scare the innate level 9 Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King so much that he was screaming. However, just as Yu Yang and Impatience were preparing to go down to the obsidian prison, Fengzhu, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and greeted Yu Yang. Can you come over and have a chat? You are very strange, I can't tell if you are a human or a fishman. And your dog, it seems quite interesting. Its real identity is actually a sea cucumber, but it looks a little like a dog. Yu Yang replied. Meow meow. Hui Tai Lang immediately nodded, indicating that he was an authentic sea cucumber. Outside the secret door. Hand over the silver key. The giant shadow threatened the clown fishmen who were cowering in fear. Very regretful. Only the man in bloody clothes who was standing in front of the clown fishmen slaves dared to stand proudly. He looked at his opponent, who was much bigger and stronger than him. He shook his head calmly and firmly. Before you unify the Sea Clan and become the Ocean Emperor, I will not hand over the silver key to you. You are looking for death. The giant shadow stretched out a hand and easily grabbed the man in bloody clothes. The man in bloody clothes did not resist. In the suffocating strangulation, his eyes were filled with determination. There was no fear at all. The giant shadow pressed the man in bloody clothes to the ground. The incomparably hard meteorite ground shook violently. The man in bloody clothes fell heavily to the ground. His arms were broken and his head was bleeding. However, he still struggled to stand up. He puffed out his chest and stood in front of the giant shadow like a spear. He did not speak, but from his clear eyes, one could tell that the pain that ordinary people could not endure and the fear of death that everyone feared were not enough to scare him. When a person was not afraid of death, it was impossible to make him surrender. The giant shadow looked at the man in bloody clothes in front of him and could not help but feel powerless and defeated. At that moment, his heart was filled with shame and anger. The giant shadow roared. The sound was earth-shattering. In the hand of the shadow, there was a shield with a lion pattern. When he raised it up, it immediately flashed with a cold light. A golden lion jumped out from the light and directly pounced towards the man in bloody clothes. As if it had a life of its own, it opened its mouth to bite. The man in bloody clothes slowly closed his eyes and did not dodge. He knew that with his own strength, any struggle would be futile. However, no matter how strong the opponent was, he could only destroy his own body. He could not subdue his own will. Hiss, a big splash of blood and a bloody arm flew into the air after being bitten by the golden lion. The man in bloody clothes stood still and did not move. Because of the pain, cold sweat the size of beans seeped through his forehead. Diao Diao, are you an idiot? How many years has the royal family of the Sea clan enslaved your clown fishman clan? Ever since the death of your Aishur elder, your clown fishman clan has become the slaves and playthings of the underwater royalty. The huge shadow roared thunderously at the man in the blood-red shirt. Now that your clown fishman race has the chance to obtain freedom, you insist on being loyal to Empress Jellyfish, that damned whore. Did you lick her toes too much that your brain has become stupid? What's the point of being loyal to her? Will she give you freedom? You will always be slaves. Hand over the silver key, and I will grant you freedom in the name of the new Ocean Emperor. I will also grant you the territory where the clown fishmen will live in the future. I will give you the Fire Island and the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower and the surrounding seas. Didn't you clown fishmen always wish to have your own territory? Now, your chance is here. As long as you hand over the silver key, your 1,000 years of slavery and your lowly status will be gone with the wind. Hand over the silver key, immediately. Sea Dragon King, you will never understand the Empress. Before the blood-red clothed man Xiao could finish his words, the golden lion pounced over again. This time, it swallowed the other arm of the man in the blood-red shirt. The huge shadow of the Sea Dragon King raised its right hand, and one by one, the corpse-eating demon insects were summoned. They crawled quickly, and while the clown fishmen slaves were screaming in fear and crying in despair, they burrowed into their bodies. Starting from their internal organs, they started to swallow their bodies bit by bit. The Sea Dragon King lowered its head, and its ferocious and violent eyes stared at the blood-red clothed Xiao. Is this what you want? If you go against me, the entire clown fishman race will be exterminated. Xiao's eyes were as determined as before. All the sacrifices are worth it. You will never understand the meaning of our sacrifices. The Sea Dragon King did not wait for Xiao to finish speaking, and angrily extended its hand to grab him. He fell heavily onto the ground. Then, with a heavy stomp, it broke Xiao's tendons and bones into 2 halves. This is the glory of our race. The road to the new Ocean Emperor needs to be paved with fresh blood. Before Xiao died, he muttered to himself. Although he was in extreme pain, he did not seem to feel it, and even mysteriously revealed a comfortable smile. Go and die. The Sea Dragon King crazily stomped on Xiao's head, and then killed all the clown fishmen. In the end, it was still angry, and roared towards the sky. The roar reverberated in the Ocean God Palace. It lasted for a long time. At this moment, a trembling clown fishman who had just walked into the warrior guild of Tong Tian Tower level, bowed to the receptionist of Tong Tian Tower habitually like a slave, and asked respectfully, "May I know if you can send me a top-secret letter? The kind that other than the recipient, no one else can accept or read." The receptionist of the warrior guild nodded his head solemnly. "A top-secret letter requires 1,000 gold coins. May I know who you want to send it to?" The clownfishman shook his head timidly. I don't have money, but can you ask for it from the recipient? The recipient will definitely pay. The receptionist shook his head. There is no such precedent in the warrior guild. Can you tell me, who is the recipient? The clownfishman didn't reply, and only respectfully took out a sealed letter that he had written long ago from his bosom. He raised it high above his head, and habitually presented it to the receptionist like a slave presenting a report to his master. When the receptionist saw the name of the recipient, his expression immediately changed. Without any hesitation, he knelt down and received the letter. There is no precedent in the warrior guild for receiving money after sending a letter, but if you want to send this letter to this recipient, I can help you pay in advance. May I know if you have any words to pass on to the recipient? I, the lowly me, am only conveying the wishes of my master. I did not say anything myself to pass on to the recipient. The clownfishman took out a shining silver key from his bosom, and passed it to the receptionist, who was still in awe of the recipient. My master's second wish, may the recipient temporarily keep this silver key. When the receptionist received the silver key, the clownfishman bowed again and again. The clownfishman walked out of the entrance of the warrior guild and slowly knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 3 times towards the direction of the boundless ocean. Then, he pulled out a short dagger from his waist and pierced it through his heart. Before he died, the clownfishman's lips curved into a smile. It was exactly the same smile as Diao Diao's before he died. Inside the secret door, meteorite fort, battle arena. Feng Zhu laughed out loud. Very interesting, I have not seen such an interesting person and beast in a long time. Yu Yang replied in a deadpan manner, same here. Beifeng Jiasua also became interested and asked, what's the situation outside now? Is the prison emperor really dead? Prison emperor? Maybe, almost. Maybe he's already dead. Yu Yang's reply made Beifeng Jiasua and Feng Zhu feel dizzy. The Heaven Realm gate is really closed? Have you heard the news about the Central Hall of Heaven Realm? Do you know who are the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm fighting against the prison emperor? Are they the 4 hall masters of the Central Hall? Beifeng Jiasua asked again. I have never been to the Heaven Realm gate before, so I don't know. I heard that there are a lot of town security guarding there, so I don't dare to go. I don't know any hall masters, but I do know a few people from the Central Hall of Heaven Realm. He Hu, Song Yan, Yan Zun and Yan Zong. I have seen them all when I was eating supper. All of them look like they deserve a beating and are very arrogant. Oh right, I heard that He Hu was arrested by the police when he went to the celestial world for a bath and a massage. You should know that it's the crackdown period now, it would be weird if he wasn't arrested. I even saw his nude photo in the newspaper. Yu Yang exaggerated. He Hu? Who is He Hu? Beifeng Jiasua completely did not remember that there was such a person in the Central Hall. I heard that he is the water eldership of the Central Hall. Sigh, as a government official, he actually went to the celestial world for a bath and a massage at public expense. How can we peasants endure this? Yu Yang's tone changed as he clapped his hands in celebration. Luckily, He Hu got depression and committed suicide. Depression? Committed suicide? Beifeng Jiasua realized that after staying here for 6,000 years, his thoughts could not keep up with the changes outside. That's the official explanation. Yu Yang expressed that the commoners would not know the truth. Then who are the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm who fought against the prison emperor? Feng Zhu was also puzzled. I think they are called Ming Yu Guang, Jiao Shao, and Void. Why? Are they your friends? Yu Yang's half-truths made Feng Zhu and Beifeng Jiasua's head swell. However, impatience was secretly laughing at the side. How is that possible? The 3 great leaders of Western Heaven Realm fought against the prison emperor. They are the 3 great guides for our Tong Tian Tower warriors to ascend to the Western Heaven Realm. Feng Zhu's face revealed an expression of disbelief. Not only him, even Beifeng Jiasua, who came from the Central Hall of Heaven Realm, had a face full of astonishment. He could not believe that this was the truth. When Yu Yang saw their expressions, he knew that there was another truth in history. However, to him, the truth of the history from 6,000 years ago was not important anymore. We're almost done talking, we should enter the obsidian prison. Impatience pulled Yu Yang. If they continued to talk nonsense, Countess Jiawei might lose her life. That's right, if you don't work hard, your wages will be deducted. You guys can slowly guard the place. When there's time in the future, I'll introduce the guardian to you guys. Her name is Ma Wei. She looks pretty good, but her temper is a little, as stubborn as you guys. You guys should have a common language. Yu Yang waved his hands, looking extremely confident and at ease. Together with Phoenix Fairy Beauty, he flew into Obsidian Prison. Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua were left in a daze as they looked at each other. Hey, who was the water elder of the Central Hall's outer court, but who was this beautiful guardian Ma Wei? The more they thought about it, the more confused they became. When they looked at the stars in the dome above them, they saw that they were shining one by one. The two closed their eyes again. The obsidian prison also had 2 floors. The upper floor had many strange demon statues that faintly formed a spell, arranged in an orderly manner. On top of every demon statue, there was a paragraph of text. Yu Yang, who had inherited the tragic guy's mother's knowledge, could also recognize a part of it. These demon statues all recorded a certain demon. According to some of the same text, Yu Yang deduced that they were once rankers from the demon abyss. When Yu Yang reached the lower floor of the prison, he found that Empress Jellyfish had already fallen on the ground. She didn't look like she was injured. Instead, she was affected by some kind of beast's special skill. This Sea clan's strongest female warrior was currently in a deep sleep. Jia Wei and the others were so scared that they huddled together. As for Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, he knelt down in front of a 50 meters tall ancient demon and sincerely swore his loyalty. Yao Feng solemnly swears with my life that if Master bestows me with power and makes me the new Ocean Emperor, Yao Feng will forever be loyal to Master. How did Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King become loyal to the sealed ancient demon in the blink of an eye? Even with Yu Yang's brain, he could not understand it. Seeing Yu Yang and Impatience come in, Countess Jia Wei's eyes flashed with joy and secretly nodded towards them. On the contrary, Countess Yan's face was pale. She was a little afraid, but due to the situation, she could not escape and could only endure silently. The previously arrogant Starfish General was now withered. In front of the 50-meter-tall ancient demon, he was simply an ant. If the other party did not attack, he would probably die with just a breath. As for the other ocean generals and ocean knights, there was no need to mention them. They all curled up into a ball and shivered like typhoid patients soaked in cold water. Yu Yang raised his head. He looked at the 50-meter-tall ancient demon. He recognized it as one of the demon statues outside. Moreover, it was the one on the left of the 4 demon statues beside the ancient demon king statue. This ancient demon's strength was only heaven-ranked level 1. It was about the same as Wang Jin in the death arena. Compared to Cang Yan's 4 generals, it was actually slightly weaker. Of course, in Tong Tian Tower, heaven-ranked level 1's strength could completely sweep everyone except for a few people. If this ancient demon ran out, he would definitely be invincible. What happened? How did Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King become a kowtowing insect? Yu Yang expressed his confusion. It's because of this. This demon wanted to make a demon contract with Empress Jellyfish to help her become the new Ocean Emperor. Empress Jellyfish said that as a female, it would be difficult for her to become the female Ocean Emperor. Thus, she recommended Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King. This demon used a secret technique to hypnotize Empress Jellyfish. Then, he asked Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King if he was willing to sign a demon contract. If he was willing, then he would be bestowed with power and help him become the new Ocean Emperor. Countess Jia Wei explained quietly. Countess Yan was confused and dissatisfied. Why did Jia Wei explain to her subordinate? Now was not the time to talk. Countess Yan wanted to stop her a few times. In the end, seeing that Jia Wei did not stop and instead whispered to her subordinate, she could only sigh in her heart. Hopefully Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King did not hear her. Otherwise, Jia Wei would definitely get into big trouble. The 50-meter-tall ancient demon laughed loudly as he drank the fresh blood offered by Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King's subordinates. Trust me, MOG. 1,000 years ago, I also bestowed demon blood to your Sea clan's Ocean Emperor. At that time, it was also Empress Jellyfish who brought him here. Even though the ancient demon was not fluent in the common language of the continent and had a strong accent of the demon abyss language, everyone could still understand it. It turned out that 1,000 years ago, Empress Jellyfish had brought the Ocean Emperor Guanlan here. No wonder a human warrior like Guanlan could become the Ocean Emperor. It turned out that he had also obtained the power of the ancient demon. Devil contract, forever falling into the path of the devil, taking the devil as master, becoming the devil's slave. The ancient demon pierced its 5 claws deep into its heart. Then, with its sharp claws dripping with blood, it slowly drew a huge demon contract circle beside the 9-headed sea goblin king. A terrifying red light burst out from the huge diagram. An extremely sinister demon head appeared above the 9-headed sea goblin king's head. The ancient demon placed his hand on the blood-red hideous demon head and poured all of his energy into it. An evil and huge magic ball of energy appeared in the mouth of the devil's head. The red light flickered. 9-headed sea goblin king stood up and continuously absorbed the evil magic ball of energy in the mouth of the devil's head. Its body gradually demonized and grew twisted demon horns, bat-like demon wings and a long spiked tail. 9-headed sea goblin king's originally handsome appearance disappeared. His mouth was filled with terrifying sharp teeth, his 10 fingers were as sharp as daggers and his body started to burn with raging flames. He roared towards the sky and absorbed the devil's head into his body. In an instant, his power rose from innate level 9 to the peak of innate level 10, your potential is not bad. Turns out that the Ocean Emperor who accepted the demon contract did not have the same potential as you. The ancient demon sighed tiredly. It waved its sharp claws and instructed 9-headed sea goblin king, listen, my slave. You must prepare more fresh blood for me. In order to grant you power, I have used up all of my energy. I need at least a few years to fully recover. Of course I will give you fresh blood, and a lot of it. 9-headed sea goblin king laughed towards the sky. He waved his hand. The 4 innates behind him immediately took out 4 different types of weapons. There was a battle axe, a battle halberd and a longbow with light attribute. The last one was a holy sword. The weakest innate tore off his cloak and revealed his real body. He was an innate level 10 winged clan ranker who looked very similar to the Sky Emperor. The only difference was the armors on their bodies. The Sky Emperor had a radiant sacred armor, while this man didn't. He only had a holy sword. Radiant sacred armor, it was now Yu Yang's collection. Although this holy armor was damaged in the death arena, Yu Yang used Nirvana Flame to repair it successfully. He even used Heaven Runes to raise its level to a middle-grade radiant sacred armor. It was much more powerful than the one worn by the Sky Emperor. The ancient demon was extremely furious at 9-headed sea goblin king's betrayal. However, he was very sensible and did not recklessly settle the score with 9-headed sea goblin king while he was still weak. He only pointed at 9-headed sea goblin king and scolded, traitorous slave who deceived master. When I recover my strength, it will be your death. The punishment for betraying the contract will forever be your nightmare. Don't think that you can be proud for long. 9-headed sea goblin king laughed, fool, you will be sealed in this obsidian prison forever. How can you use the demon contract to punish me? If you have the ability, punish me now. I'll wait. Aren't you very angry? Come. I, the Ocean Emperor, will wait here. Let's see if you will punish me in the end or if I will suck all the remaining energy in your body. I am very grateful for the demon energy that you have bestowed upon me. However, don't think that just because you gave something to others, they will be loyal to you. What loyalty? That's bullshit. In this world, only strength is truly useful. Damn traitorous slave, I will not let you go. That ancient demon was fuming with anger. However, when he saw 9-headed sea goblin king attacking him, he immediately roared like thunder and waved his claws to release an energy shockwave, forcing 9-headed sea goblin king to retreat. At the same time, without waiting for the other party to attack, his body had already turned into a ball of blood-red smoke and quickly entered the obsidian wall behind him. On top of it, there was a seal circle that was almost broken. 9-headed sea goblin king was preparing to attack the wall and continue to chase after the ancient demon. However, the man who looked like the Sky Emperor immediately waved his holy sword to stop him. Ya Feng, don't be rash. If the seal circle is completely broken and the demon regains its true freedom, it will be very bad. Although it is still in its weak state, it can still fight against the two of us. Now, the important matter is more important. We should not be entangled with the demon for too long. Well said, my brother. When I successfully become the Ocean Emperor, I will definitely support you in becoming the new Sky Emperor. Xianxia, we have always been the best of brothers. When the older generation of the 5 emperors fall, it will be the time for us to dominate Tongtian Tower. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King used his demon claws and intimately patted the 8-winged man's shoulder. On the surface, both of them laughed and were extremely happy. However, both of them were secretly on guard against each other. If it was before he accepted the demon contract and swallowed the demon's power, Nine-headed Sea Goblin King would definitely not be 8-winged Xianxu's opponent. But now, the situation was reversed. 8-winged Xianxia lowered his head vigilantly and continuously congratulated Nine-headed Sea Goblin King for becoming the Ocean Emperor. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King also distanced himself from Xianxu's holy sword with some fear. After obtaining the demon's power, he now hated this kind of light power. Maybe you all need some time to adapt. Don't worry, as the new Ocean Emperor, I will kindly give you all this time. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King grabbed the sleeping Empress Jellyfish and threw it to Countess Jiawei. Then, he pointed at the ocean knights who were huddled together and laughed maniacally. When I return, if any of you do not kneel on the ground to welcome me, then, it's very simple. You will all become the new emperor's sacrifice for ascending the throne. Let's go, there are still many elders and leaders that have not been dealt with. Xianxia advised and quickly flew out of the 2nd floor of the obsidian prison. That's right, they will all be the stepping stones for me to ascend the throne. Under my rule, there is no need for any elders. Only the Ocean Emperor is the one and only ruler. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King laughed loudly. He brought his 3 innate subordinates and left the prison proudly. When Nine-headed Sea Goblin King left, Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan looked at each other, not knowing what to do. A lump of blood-red smoke spurted out from the obsidian wall. It turned back into the ancient demon. The tired and weak demeanor from before had completely disappeared. It had recovered to its original state. It could also be that it was just pretending, and everything was part of its plan. The 50-meter-tall ancient demon rushed towards the sleeping Empress Jellyfish and said, "Beautiful Empress, I have already completed your agreement. As you wished, that greedy fellow has obtained the power of the demon. And you, when will you complete your agreement with me?" Empress Jellyfish, who had been sleeping all this while, suddenly opened her eyes. She, who had returned to her arrogant self, looked as if she had never been hypnotized to sleep. Seeing her cold eyes that looked down on the world, Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. It was not that they did not know Empress Jellyfish's schemes, but only now did they realize that this woman was not someone they could challenge. It was really too scary. This woman was more like a demon than a demon. Everything in the world seemed to be within her calculations. The timing is just right. Empress Jellyfish muttered to herself. Then, she turned her face and said to the ancient demon, "Demon G, do you know why I made an agreement with you 1,000 years ago? The reason is that you are too stupid. Don't think that I can't see that you have 2 brothers that take turns to enter and exit the obsidian wall seal. Also, don't think that your laughable tricks can deceive people. I only cooperated with you on purpose. If not, you are not even comparable to 2 clowns performing on stage. Beautiful Empress Jellyfish, could it be that you found a strong helper? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" The ancient demon was a little curious. Helper? Empress Jellyfish suddenly turned her face and looked at Jiawei. "Even if I don't have an expert by my side, the kind and understanding Sister Jiawei will definitely find a good helper for me." "What?" Countess Jiawei was shocked. "Don't be afraid, my sister. I have already forgiven you for your betrayal. In reality, I was the one who personally sent your invitation to the Warriors Guild. Sister Jiawei and Sister Yan, if I wanted to kill the 2 of you, would the 2 of you still be alive today? To me, in the entire Sea clan, the only loyal and useful people are the 3 guardian clans." That year, after Elder Aishur, Elder Tai Bing and Elder Gu Shi heard of my plan, they all agreed to use your clansman's sacrifice to cooperate with my plan. Compared to the 2 of you, Xiao Diao is more loyal and full of sacrificial spirit. He is more willing to believe that I can revive the Sea clan, but the 2 of you are worried that I will kill you. Sisters, actually there is no need for you to do that. The people I really want to kill are the same as Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King and a group of clan elders. Even if they die, they will not understand what is going on. They are completely stupid chess pieces. When Empress Jellyfish said this, Countess Jiawei and Countess Yen were sweating profusely. I thought I hid it well. Yu Yang sighed. Third young master, you did hide it well. I could not sense that you are an innate rancor at all. If I did not know the inside story, I would not have suspected you. However, everything was within my plan. So regretfully, I knew that you were the Yu clan's third young master and Lanban was Sky Law at first glance. When Empress Jellyfish said this, Yu Yang sweated slightly. No wonder Empress Jellyfish always had ulterior motives in probing him. She had suspected him a long time ago. We can kill you now. Is this also your plan? Impatience giggled and asked. You will not kill me because I know a secret that you need urgently. It is a secret regarding the revival of the ancient demon king. The demon brothers had always wanted to use me to revive the ancient demon king. Moreover, there are 2 heaven-ranked rankers outside who have been guarding the seal for 6,000 years, Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua. I believe that you have already talked to them before entering the dungeon. Empress Jellyfish looked straight at Yu Yang. Third young master, maybe you do not believe me. However, I want to say that it is impossible to guard the ancient demon king with just Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua. The ancient demon king's soul has already escaped. Only his body is sealed in the dome above the battle arena. The demon brothers have always wanted me to secretly bring the ancient demon king in. As long as the ancient demon king obtains his body and recovers his strength, the whole Tong Tian Tower and all the living beings inside will be destroyed. Third young master, as the new prison. Emperor, you can't just watch the ancient demon king revive, right? If you want to protect your hometown, the soaring dragon continent, if you want to see the Tong Tian Tower prosper under your rule, then do as I say for the time being. The thing I hate the most is when other people ask me to do things. Yu Yang spread his hands. What if I reject? You won't reject. Third young master, you're just a male chauvinist. You think that I'm very smart and that I've schemed against you. For this plan, I've been planning for 1,000 years. Although I didn't predict your appearance perfectly complemented my plan. So, I can't deny that I still managed to predict your appearance even though I wasn't expecting it. Third young master, don't be angry. After the plan is completed, I will die here. As for you, you can go out and be the prison emperor. You can continue to live happily with the woman you like. You are a smart person, why would you fight with a woman who will definitely die? I won this time, but I lost my life. You lost to me once, but you won your entire life. Isn't this compensation enough? Empress Jellyfish walked past Yu Yang, therefore, listen to me for the time being. Kill the demon brothers and I will wait for you outside. What's in it for you if you do this? Phoenix Fairy Beauty asked confusedly. You'll understand after I die, and you might even admire everything I've done today. Tian Fa, I can't deny that in terms of cultivation, you're more talented than me. But in terms of scheming, I'm still better than you. Empress Jellyfish waved her hand. Clown Fishmen and my ocean knights, now is the time for you to pledge your loyalty to me. Stick out your chests and die like a man. Empress, as you wish. In an instant, the originally trembling ocean knights and clown fishmen were no longer afraid. All the expressions they had previously were actually fake. At this moment, their faces were filled with glory and pride, as if death to them was the highest honor in the world. They retreated out of the second floor of the obsidian prison like a tide and returned to the first floor. They knelt down and bid farewell to Empress Jellyfish. They stood up like fanatical believers. One by one, they pulled out their weapons and pierced their hearts. Their fresh blood splattered on the demon statues. The runes on the base of the demon statues were originally dim, but because of the blood sacrifice, they shone with a star-like brilliance. The rune circle shone brightly, and those sinister demon statues became dim under the blood sacrifice. Tens of clown fishmen surrounded the ancient demon king's statue. One by one, they committed suicide in front of the ancient demon king's base. Every one of them, before they died, would say the road to the ocean emperor is paved with blood. Although they died, they still maintained a smile on their faces. Yu Yang and Impatience saw. In their hearts, they were shocked, In terms of power level, Empress Jellyfish was not even in the top 10 of Tongtian Tower. But in terms of scheming, this woman was definitely a top-notch schemer. Yu Yang had never seen such a terrifying woman before. Just by looking at the hundreds of people calmly dying for her without any complaints, it could be seen that she had great control over the situation. Yu Yang thought that he had seen the truth, but he did not expect that what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. The real truth was hidden by this Empress Jellyfish. Incomparably huge. Let's try what she said. My intuition tells me that she has no evil intentions towards us. Impatience looked at Yu Yang, hoping that he would make the final decision. A very interesting schemer. It's a pity that she is dying of sickness. Yu Yang sighed slightly. Obsidian Dungeon, 2nd floor. The ancient demon looked at Yu Yang and Impatience with disdain. One seemed to be an innate, and the other didn't seem to be an innate. With such strength, they wanted to kill him and his 2 brothers? Wasn't this a little too much of a joke? The ancient demon decided to tease the enemy. Against such an enemy, it really couldn't get excited. If it was bored, it would be too weak to play with it. Maybe you have some treasures, like the radiant holy sword or something like that. Take them all out. The ancient demon believed that these 2 people had some treasures in their hands. You want treasures after beating you? Yu Yang used his pinky to pick his ear. He wasn't very enthusiastic, mainly because he had killed the heaven-ranked level 5 Hey Hu. Now, heaven-ranked level 1 monsters were a little unremarkable. Scoundrel, hurry up and kill it. Let's go back to our world. Impatience felt that they shouldn't waste any more time. Yes. Yu Yang stood at attention, indicating that the policy of listening to his wife and following the party would not change for 100 years. As for Grey Wolf, it directly pounced forward in its sea cucumber form. It wanted to perform meritorious deeds in front of its master and strive for a chance to perform. One must know that even if it wanted to show off, it wouldn't have many chances. It would have to wait for Little Winley, the Bloody Queen and the barbarian Cow Shadow to come out. You are courting death. The ancient demon was so angry that his nose became crooked. A mere sea cucumber dared to challenge him, in another place, inside the fortress, in the treasure room of the side hall. Refined gold, falling star meteorites, and other secret treasures were piled up inside the fortress. The first Seal Overlord, Sea Lion King, and the other overlords and elders were all overjoyed and prepared to split the treasures evenly. According to the customs of the Sea Clan, they only needed to give a portion of these things to Empress Jellyfish. The rest would belong to the Elder Guild, and the person who discovered it would get the biggest share. Did you find something good? Xianxia, who was holding the holy sword, and 9-headed Sea Goblin King, who was completely demonized, barged in. It's Yao Feng? Lobster Chief, Elder Ru Zhen and the others turned pale with fright. How did 9-headed Sea Goblin King become like this? Could this be the true power of the 9-headed Sea Goblin King? The Ribbonfish Lord was the closest to the door. It could not dodge in time and was caught by the 9-headed Sea Goblin King. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 9-headed Sea Goblin King tore the Ribbonfish leader in half cruelly and poured the fresh blood into its mouth full of sharp teeth. After sucking the delicious fresh blood, the 9-headed Sea Goblin King let out a maniacal laughter that made everyone's teeth ache and body go soft. He's gone mad. Seeing that the situation was far from good, the first Seal Lord immediately summoned his beast and prepared to flee. A holy sword slashed down. The first Seal Overlord's enormous body was cleaved in two. It was Xianxia from the Guangming continent who was preparing to seize the position of the new Sky Emperor. In order to find a capable helper, he did not hesitate to support 9-headed Sea Goblin King to ascend to the position of Ocean Emperor. The Lobster Chief, the Dugong Elder, the Sea Lion King and many other lords and nobles helplessly realized that even if they had the advantage in numbers, it was useless against 2 innate level 10 rankers. Just as the Sea Flea Lord drilled into the solid meteorite ground, the 9-headed Sea Goblin King stomped down heavily. Rumble, the meteorite ground cracked. Countless amounts of blood seeped out from the cracks. The innate level 5 Sea Flea Lord was directly stomped to death by the demonized 9-headed Sea Goblin King. You have 2 choices. One is to hand over all your treasures and commit suicide. The other is to charge forward and be killed. The first choice, you will die more comfortably. As for the second choice, I guarantee that you will die in extreme pain and miserably. Nine-headed sea goblin king laughed crazily and unscrupulously. Let us go, we can worship you as the ocean emperor. Elder Dugong still wanted to stall for time. I'm sorry, I will definitely be the ocean emperor, but I want to be a dictator. The entire Tong Tian Tower's ocean belongs to me, Yao Feng alone. I, Yao Feng, will definitely not share my power with you old fools. I'm not an idiot like Guan Lan. You old fools have lived enough, all of you can die. Nine-headed sea goblin king waved his demonic claws and easily captured another seahorse lord. He did not care about the seahorse lord's pleas for mercy, and directly strangled the seahorse lord's hard shell to death, then forcefully twisted its neck. In the end, he even crazily bit off the seahorse lord's head. He started to chew. Empress Jellyfish, who was sitting quietly in the battle arena, snorted expressionlessly. If the heavens want to destroy someone, they will first make him crazy. Standing beside her, Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan trembled when they heard this, unable to control themselves. They were extremely afraid of Empress Jellyfish. But now they finally understood that Empress Jellyfish did not even care to kill them. The two of them were afraid because Empress Jellyfish had planned everything, including Nine-headed sea goblin king accepting the demonic power, killing people in a frenzy, and even borrowing the Yu clan's third young master and Sky Law to fight against the ancient demons. Everything was in the hands of Empress Jellyfish. Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan knew Empress Jellyfish since they were young, but they only realized today that they had never seen through Empress Jellyfish clearly. My two sisters, sit down. With third young master and Sky Law's power, it would not take more than 2 hours to kill the two ancient demons. Empress Jellyfish closed her eyes and sat quietly. She waved her hand to signal Jiawei and Yan to sit down. Don't you two have a lot to ask me? Yes. Jiawei felt that Empress Jellyfish did not kill her even if she rebelled, so she might as well throw caution to the wind. Why did you kill the elders and clan leaders? The new Ocean Emperor is about to ascend the throne. Do you think it is a good thing to leave behind the conservative elders and the aristocrats? To the Sea Clan, our biggest enemy has always been ourselves. Our Sea Clan does not lack resources, nor do we lack descendants. We are born with many advantages. For example, the environment is comfortable, we have few natural enemies, the survival rate of young children is very high, and the growth of young men is smooth. Also, we have excellent physical conditions, we are born with great strength, and we have all kinds of secret treasures left by heaven-ranked rankers in the sea. These conditions allow the Sea Clan's descendants to grow up quickly. However, why did you clan's third young master, Shui Tan Lang, Yi Kong, Hai De Fu and other dazzling new stars appear in the soaring dragon continent? Shui Tan Lang, Yi Kong and Hai De Fu. Jiawei, your future son-in-law Yu Ting is not famous in the soaring dragon continent. No one in Tong Tian Tower knows about him. However, you should know how much potential he has. How many Sea Clan youths do you think have the potential to reach innate level 7 like him? Empress Jellyfish asked. Jiawei thought about it and felt that it was true. Although there were many innates in the Sea Clan, the younger generations were all trash, including many princes and princesses of the royal family. Don't even mention comparing them to the abnormal genius Yu Clan third young master. Compared to Shui Tan Lang, Yi Kong, Hai De Fu and the other young warriors, the younger generation of the Sea Clan would also be ashamed. They had only trained for 20 years, and they were even training on their own. All of them were preparing to become innates. Compared to the Sea Clan youths who could only become innates after training for 300 to 500 years, this kind of difference was like heaven and earth. The most important point was that the Sea Clan lived in the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower. They were at least in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. They were born with great strength. For example, the royal family born in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower had the strength of a normal level 6 when they were born. This was a realm that the human warriors of the soaring dragon continent could never reach in their lifetime. However, in a short span of 20 years, the human youths had caught up and easily surpassed the Sea Clan youths. When the human youths started to become innates, they would leave all their opponents far behind, not giving the Sea Clan youths any chance to catch up. The innates of the Sea Clan are almost all old fellows. If they did not obtain the energy or treasures of the fallen heaven-ranked innates, they would not have the strength they have today. They are still alive and have become an obstacle to the future of the Sea clan. If I don't kill them, should I let them continue to destroy the future of the Sea clan? Empress Jellyfish raised her eyelids. Her gaze was as sharp as a sword as she stared at Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan. When I married Guanlan, I had the intention to change the future of the Sea clan. If I was really like what you are worried about, would I let you have sons and daughters with him? My two sisters, I don't need anyone to understand what I am doing. However, I hope that you don't think that I have done a lot of things to let you down. On the contrary, for the future of the Sea clan, I can completely tolerate all these. This is because the children that Guanlan and you gave birth to are indeed outstanding descendants. For example, your daughter Yuan, Jiawei. Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan could not help but tremble slightly. So this sister knew about the matter between them and Guanlan. I don't blame you. Because in my early years, I could not bear children. Although Guanlan did not know about it, it was actually me who arranged for him to meet with you secretly. When Empress Jellyfish said this, Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan sweated even more. You don't blame third young master? Countess Yan gathered her courage and asked. Empress Jellyfish could forgive her Jiawei because they were sisters. However, this did not mean that she would forgive Yu clan's third young master. After all, Yu clan's third young master had killed Sea Dragon Crown Prince, Sea Anemone Crown Princess and other princes and princesses. These were all Empress Jellyfish's flesh and blood. Towards this question, Empress Jellyfish's face revealed a mocking expression. What a joke. Could it be that until now, you still think that Sea Dragon and Sea Anemone are my children? They are my mates, princesses and princes born from clownfish that swallowed the transformation pearl. Do you really think that I would have a son with Sea Dragon and Yao Feng, those two idiots? In my eyes, they are not even comparable to the rubbish floating on the surface of the sea. Jiawei was a little confused. Then, why did you put a bounty of 10 million on third young master? After asking this question, she immediately understood. Creating momentum, Empress Jellyfish was actually creating momentum for Yu clan's third young master. She was using this to publicize his strength and push him into the eyes of Tong Tian Tower's warriors. After Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan understood this point, they could not understand the motive of creating momentum. Why did she want to create momentum for Yu clan's third young master? Empress Jellyfish would never marry third young master. Towards the Sea clan, third young master only had hatred and killing, he did not help them. Why would Empress Jellyfish want to publicize for the enemy? Ocean Emperor Guanlan is an outstanding man. You know this as well. But in my eyes, he is not outstanding enough. Guanlan has ambition, but his ambition is only limited to Tong Tian Tower Sea region. No matter how big he is only an innate elder. Strictly speaking, Guanlan is just a man who defends his achievements but does not advance. If I was a man, I would definitely do better than him. Unfortunately, I am not. Empress Jellyfish slowly closed her eyes, hiding her sharp gaze. That day, when he went to Fire Island, I knew that he would definitely die. A normal genius, meeting an exceptional genius that only appears once in 10,000 years, he would definitely not be able to come back alive. Could it be that Guanlan's death will help the Sea clan in the future? Jiawei was furious. Guanlan had always been the man she loved deeply. Empress Jellyfish knew that he would be killed by Yu clan's third young master, yet she did not stop him. You? Countess Yan was also very angry. Although it is fated, we are still husband and wife. At that time, I tried to persuade him, but he was deeply afraid of me and was extremely guarded against me. He did not listen to my persuasion at all. Once Empress Jellyfish said this, Jiawei and Yan were immediately discouraged. They could not get angry even if they wanted to. Indeed, with Guanlan's attitude towards Empress Jellyfish, it would be weird if he listened to her. Then and she was sent by you? Jiawei asked unwillingly. No, I have never talked to Anshi before. I have no need to get to know a person with hatred and paranoia. Empress Jellyfish looked proud. Actually, my real target is Yu clan's third young master. I have been preparing for this since 1,000 years ago. Yu clan's third young master is the most important person in my revival plan. 1,000 years ago, Yu clan's third young master was not even born. Countess Yan felt that Empress Jellyfish had gone crazy from scheming. In this world, there is a 5,000-year-old meteor shower pearl. Empress Jellyfish smiled indifferently. I picked it up in Meteor Shower Sea's death abyss. Its use is to predict. Through the meteor shower pearl, I saw that after 1,000 years, an exceptional genius would appear in the soaring dragon continent. Hence, I prepared a 1,000-year revival plan. Maybe because of my 1,000-year revival plan, the history that happened was slightly different from what I saw in the prophecy. However, my 1,000-year revival plan was not affected at all. Instead, it became even more perfect. You guys will never be able to feel that when everything is in your hands, you are like a mother incubating an egg, quietly waiting for the egg to give birth to a new life. That kind of satisfaction, that kind of accomplishment, you guys will never be able to feel. Now I understand a little why the 3 great elders would support your plan. It is because you are too scary. Jiawei was completely speechless. One last question. You can convince the 3 great elders, and also order the clown fishmen and ocean knights to sacrifice themselves for you. But what do you have to convince Third Young Master to help you revive the Sea Clan? He will definitely not listen to you. This was what Countess Yan wanted to know the most. Third Young Master, I don't need him to do anything for me. Although the curse of the death abyss and the backlash from the prophecy almost killed me, Empress Jellyfish opened her eyes. Her eyes that were as sharp as swords became as gentle as water. At this moment, she was like a kind mother. When Jiawei and Countess Yan were stunned, Empress Jellyfish's lips revealed a mysterious smile. I worked hard for 1,000 years. Not only did I not die, I even gave birth to a very smart daughter who is very similar to me. You guys will never understand, and she will never know, what I, as a mother, have done for her. Boundless Ocean, Meteor Shower Palace. Sea Dragon King was crazily massacring members of the royal family, elders, lords, clan leaders and other factions. Other than the slaves and servants, all of the royal family and nobles were wiped out, not a single one was left. On the ground, blood flowed like a river. The sea surrounding the meteor shower islands was already dyed red. Hundreds of thousands of Sea Clan corpses floated up and down, filling the entire meteor shower bay. It was a tragic sight. Shouts of killing, wails, screams, wild laughter. At Stargazing Cliff, groups of Sea Clan nobles were captured by the rebel army, killed and thrown into the sea. The noble women who had maintained themselves well as the beautiful female slaves, were raped by the beastly soldiers. There were too many of them to count. Kill, other than my Sea Dragon clan, the entire Tong Tian Tower Sea region does not need any other ruler. Sea Dragon King was covered in blood. All the sea generals, priests, and guards who were left to guard the meteor shower palace were killed by him. Other than the women who had become captives, none of the personal guards brought by the elders and lords survived. Almost 100 Meteor Shower Island, other than a few guards who were still defending in some natural strongholds or some hidden rooms, there were no longer any resistance in the open space. The rebel army quickly lost control and spread the flames of war to the innate rankers' houses. Kill them all, rob them all, burn them all. There were many rebels and they rushed forward. Most of the innate rankers who resided here were not on the Meteor Shower Island. A few innate rankers sensed the rebellion. However, they could not contact each other and could only fight on their own. Although the innate rankers tried their best to defend their homes, they could only hold on under the powerful attack of the Sea Dragon rebel army. Especially the 4 sea marshals and 10 sea generals under Sea Dragon King, all of them had innate strength. Once there was resistance, they would swarm forward and kill their opponents. Merciful Sea God, please open your eyes, we need an ocean emperor, but not a tyrant like Sea Dragon King. Sea God, is this heaven's punishment for us? Our Sea Clan has shed enough blood. Every Sea Clan citizen who had become captives were crying bitterly. Although the Sea race had secretly resisted Guanlan becoming their Sea Emperor, the reason being that he was a human and not a true Sea race. Today, the people of the Sea race discovered that the Sea Dragon King, who called himself the new Ocean Emperor, could not even be compared to the previous Ocean Emperor, Guanlan. The Ocean Emperor, Guanlan, was both dignified and benevolent. He loved his people as if they were his own children. He was never a dictator. In addition to accepting the supervision of the Elders Guild, he was also very compassionate to the poor vassal races. Every year, he would recruit outstanding youths from the vassal races to become the Ocean Emperor's knights. He gave the descendants of the poorest races a chance to stand out. The Sea Dragon King was completely a tyrant. Before he even officially became the new Ocean Emperor, he had already purged the entire noble class and killed all the outstanding descendants of the races. This kind of tyrannical ruler that angered the heavens and the people was always suppressed by the Ocean Emperor Guanlan and Empress Jellyfish. Only today did he bare his bloodthirsty fangs. It was only today that the people of the various races in the ocean finally saw clearly what kind of person the Sea Dragon King that they secretly supported was. Demon, he was even scarier than the Demon King of the Demon Abyss. If he had known this would happen, he would have continued to support the Sea Emperor, Guanlan. Even if he was a different race, a human, and not a pure-blood sea clan, he was still better than the pure-blood Sea Dragon King. The Ocean Emperor Guanlan, but after the Sea Clan lost him, they realized that they had missed out on an outstanding emperor. When the Sea Dragon King's rebel army that they secretly supported attacked the Meteor Shower Palace, they finally realized what kind of tyrant they had welcomed. Let the Ocean Emperor come back to life, we need him, we repent. Heavy rain poured down from the sky, just like the repentant tears of the Sea Clan. But everything was already too late. Other than the Meteor Shower Palace that the Sea Dragon King occupied, all the houses and shops were robbed clean. Many of the soldiers went berserk and started a fire, burning the buildings. Even the heavy rain was unable to extinguish the raging fire. Looking at the thick pillar of smoke that was twisting like a python, looking at the monstrous flame that engulfed the buildings, the people powerlessly sat on the ground. The legendary heaven's wrath might be like this. The heartless betrayal had incited the wrath of the heavens. The heavens had punished all the traitors and made them suffer in the abyss of suffering, painfully repenting. Hundreds of thousands of men who were escorted by the rebel army, waiting to be sent to the Meteor Shower Cliff to be beheaded, looked at the old and young, women and children who were locked up on the other side. But now, it was too late for regrets. After the nobles were killed, it was the vassal clan's turn. The freedom that the Sea Dragon King promised the vassal clans in the past had already become bubbles on the surface of the sea under the bloody butcher's knife. Compared to these so-called free citizens, the people suddenly felt that the vassal clans of the Ocean Emperor's era were the truest life for everyone. Without power and without hard work, how could they dream of true freedom? Wasn't this a fool's dream? One of the 4 kings under the old Ocean Emperor Guanlan, Shark King, has received the Ocean Emperor's orders to return and pacify the rebel army. Any subordinates of the Sea Dragon King, immediately surrender and kneel down to admit your crimes. If not, you will be killed. On the Meteor Shower Sea, a tall man came through the waves, waving a silver tiger shark blade in his hand. He stood at the bottom of the Meteor Shower Cliff and let out an earth-shattering shout. Behind him, hundreds of thousands of Sea Clan's elites that were sent to the Soaring Dragon continent had all returned. The entire Meteor Shower Sea sounded the horn of war. First, a black line appeared on the horizon, then it quickly became bigger. Silhouettes gradually appeared. Countless Sea Clan's war beasts were riding on Sea Clan's elite knights, majestically heading towards the Meteor Shower Islands. Is this real? The Ocean God did not abandon us. It's the Ocean Emperor's Shark King. The expeditionary force has returned to save us. Long live the Ocean Emperor. Hundreds of thousands of vassal clans were overwhelmed with excitement. Every one of them could not control themselves as they shouted, screamed, cried and laughed. With regards to the return of the Sea Clan expeditionary force, the faces of the Sea Dragon King's rebel army changed. Although the Ocean Emperor Guanlan was already dead, the accumulated power still made them feel intimidated. Once Shark King appeared, if not for the Sea Dragon King watching from the top of the Meteor Shower Cliff, the rebel soldiers would have fled. The hundreds of thousands of expeditionary force behind him shouted loudly, adding to Shark King's might. The Sea Dragon King looked at Shark King disdainfully. What a laughable illegitimate child. With your innate level 8 strength, you want to challenge me? Even Guanlan had to give way to me. Who do you think you are? Shark King raised his hand and the hundreds of thousands of troops stopped. They were as neat as one. When the hundreds of thousands of expeditionary force shouted, the entire Meteor Shower Cliff seemed to shake. The rebel soldiers saw this and their hearts trembled. Immediately, their morale dropped. I am only a general leading an army, serving the Ocean Emperor. The battle between kings does not belong to me. There will naturally be a battle between kings. Shark King's expression was abnormally stern as he knelt down on the surface of the sea. As he knelt down, all the ocean knights knelt down on the surface of the sea. This ceremony was the highest ceremony to welcome the Ocean Emperor. Could it be that the Ocean Emperor Guanlan was not dead? The Sea Dragon King was shocked. Just when the Sea Dragon King and all the rebel soldiers thought that the Ocean Emperor Guanlan had reappeared in the meteor shower ocean, a golden chariot pulled by 18 gold-ranked dolphin beasts appeared on the distant surface of the sea. On the chariot, there was a girl wearing the Ocean Emperor's battle armor and holding the Ocean Emperor's halberd. She was incomparably majestic. So it's a fledgling. The Sea Dragon King realized that it was not Empress Jellyfish, but an unfamiliar innate level 1 girl. He was relieved and immediately sneered. I, Hai Yingguo, am the daughter of the Ocean Emperor Guanlan, and also the heir of his bloodline and throne. Those who worship me, Hai Yingguo, as the emperor, are my subjects. Those who are loyal to me, Hai Yingguo, are my soldiers. Today, the Sea Clan is in trouble. The Sea Clan welcomed the rebel army to cause chaos in the royal family. The ocean god is furious, and heaven's punishment has descended. If you do not repent, you will become food for the fishes and prawns in the sea. Hai Yingguo waved the Ocean Emperor's halberd. On top of her head, a 3-headed young golden dragon was summoned and roared. Although the young golden dragon was still small, all the Sea Clan could clearly feel that it had the same kind of dragon aura as the Ocean Emperor Guanlan's guardian beast, the golden 3-headed dragon king. Innate level 1, you are simply looking for death. The Sea Dragon King felt that he could kill this Hai Yingguo with one slap. Would having a golden 3-headed dragon mean that she was strong? That was only a young dragon. Seeing that Hai Yingguo was only a level 1 innate, the rebel army soldiers were relieved. Luckily it was not the real Ocean Emperor Guanlan. Luckily it was not the real golden 3-headed dragon king, otherwise they would be dead. Men, capture her for me. I want to turn her into a female slave for my ascension to the throne. The Sea Dragon King waved his hand and 4 innate level 7 ocean marshals appeared. Although their levels were slightly lower than the Shark King, among the 4 of them, only 2 of them could hold the Shark King back. One of them would cover and the other would attack. They believed that they would be able to capture Hai Yingguo easily. Jumping clown, I really wanted to play some high intelligence tricks. Who would have known that there was no need to do so? Hai Yingguo turned around gracefully. In front of the 18 golden dolphins, Octopus Man Boss, Swordfish Man Ji Feng, Whale Zhang, Mudskipper Man Sui Zue, Crab Man Ao and the others came out of the water. Hai Yingguo raised her jade-like hand and stopped the Ocean Emperor's halberd. Third young master is still trapped in the secret door. Everyone, move faster. There is no need to capture that Sea Dragon King alive, just kill him. When the Sea Dragon King heard this, he was so angry that his eyes turned black. I have the power of an evil demon and am an innate level 10. Which one of you can kill me? He roared crazily and transformed into a monster that looked like an evil demon. All the Sea Clan turned pale with fright when they saw this. It's over. The Sea Dragon King that they supported was actually a terrifying evil demon that deceived everyone, not to mention the vassal clans. Even the rebel army soldiers were frightened. If the situation did not become like this, the Sea Dragon King really did not want to transform into a terrifying evil demon. However, the other party had a few innate level 8 and over 100,000 expeditionary troops. If he did not transform into an evil demon, he would be surrounded and killed by the enemy sooner or later. Although transforming into an innate level 10 evil demon was scary, as long as he killed Hai Yingguo, Shark King and a few other helpers, who would dare to defy him under his high-pressure rule. In Tong Tian Tower, power was number 1. As long as he had power, he would not be afraid of criticism. After the Sea Dragon King transformed, he immediately exploded with the power of an innate level 10. A ruthless aura exploded. Bloodthirst and massacre dominated the desires of the Sea Dragon King. With a wave of his claws, thousands of vassal Sea Clan men were swept into the sea. The number of casualties was uncountable. You clowns dare to challenge me, the Sea Dragon King? The Sea Dragon King laughed loudly. He flew up high and prepared to kill Hai Yingguo, who was wearing the Ocean Emperor's armor and holding the Ocean Emperor's halberd. Damn it, even the third young master's watchdog is more powerful than you. why are you so arrogant? Beside Hai Yingguo, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the Li brothers appeared in front of the golden horse carriage. Among them, the Li brothers were holding on to two tall slave beasts, heaven-ranked level 2 abyss manatees. If not for Yu Yang's appearance, the heaven-ranked level 2 abyss manatee would be the guardian of the Sea clan. Now? The two abyss manatees were just slave beasts. The two intelligent abyss manatees were a little helpless. After all, it hurt their pride to be led by the Li brothers like watchdogs. However, they were already aware of their fate. Who asked them to be born at the wrong time? If they were born 6,000 years earlier and came to Tongtian Tower, they would be the guardian of the Sea clan. Now, there was no hope of becoming a guardian. It was already good enough to be a slave beast. Thinking back to that day, their companions all died under Third Young Master's God-killing dagger, Jizun's Hazy and Night Empress Meteor. It was better to live a bad life than to die a good death. They were already very lucky to be alive. The stronger heaven-ranked level 5 ancient slaughterer beast king was not even comparable to Third Young Master's slave. What was worse was that the heaven-ranked level 5 Hei Hu, the Central Palace's outer water elder, died just like that. The Yu clan's Third Young Master killed heaven-ranked innates as if they were cabbages. He did not care about your status in the heaven realm, nor did he care about your reputation. In front of the power of the ancient code, Nirvana flames, world exterminating wheel, heaven-ranked innates would all stand aside. Moreover, it was not bad to be a slave beast of a strong rancor. At least there would be a perverted master protecting it. Anyone's slave would still be a slave. Hei Hu was not strong enough, so of course he would follow Third Young Master to conquer the world. A master like Yu clan's Third Young Master could not be found even in heaven realm. Therefore, it was also a kind of luck to be his slave beast. The two abyss manatees saw that the Sea Dragon King was about to charge down and immediately adopted the attitude of a slave beast. They waved the long blades in their hands and welcomed the Sea Dragon King. This was the best opportunity for them who were eager to gain merit. It was very difficult for the two abyss manatees to gain merit. Whatever they did, there would always be Hui Tai Lang who would fight for it. This dog was a world-exterminating demon wolf and was naturally compatible with its master. Furthermore, it was good at bootlicking and was extremely pampered in front of its master. Even if the two of them wanted to perform, it was impossible. Tongtian Tower finally had a big battle. If their master knew that they did not perform, the fate of the ancient slaughterer beast king would probably befall them. When the Sea Dragon King saw the two abyss manatees coming towards him, he was immediately scared half to death. He knew very well what kind of existence these abyss manatees were. This was the Sea clan's guardian god. Just one of them was enough to wipe out the entire Sea clan. Although innate level 10 was strong, he could not even fight against one of his hands. Fishing net capture. Suddenly, several fishing nets flew out of the sea. It was the net of the Heaven Realm amphibious fish demon. This fish net was very special. It could cause heaven rankers Wing Jin, Three-Eyed Tiger Man and the others to suffer. The Sea Dragon King who was not a level 10 peak innate was far weaker than Wing Jin and the rest. Even if he used all his strength to break free from the net, it would not be effective immediately. Furthermore, when the Sea Dragon King was just caught in the net, the long blades of the two abyss manatees had already arrived. Rumble, rumble, the Sea Dragon King's body was hit by two heavy slashes and was immediately heavily injured. However, his life force was surprisingly tenacious, and he actually didn't die. Fresh magma-like blood flowed out of the demon's body. The Sea Dragon King fell towards the sea in pain. His two demon arms were broken and his body was distorted. He still wanted to escape, but the two abyss manatees who were eager to gain merit would not let him escape. They immediately unleashed their heaven-ranked level 2 powers and chased after him. One on the left and one on the right, they forcefully tore the demonized Sea Dragon King into two. The Sea Dragon King held in pain. His eyes flashed with hatred. The demon head that was still alive suddenly turned around and opened its demon mouth, spitting out a destructive shockwave towards Hai Yingguo who was watching the battle below. Roar! The two abyss manatees were furious. They swung out their blades and deflected the shockwave. They then stretched out their two huge palms and pressed towards the remaining demon head of the Sea Dragon King. One at the front and one at the back. They directly crushed the demon head and turned it into a paste. Seeing this scene, all the Sea clan were shocked. They were dumbfounded and could not wake up for a long time. The innate level 10 Sea Dragon King was killed just like that. He was killed in an instant on the spot without any chance to resist. Moreover, the ones who killed him were the two abyss manatees that were like the Sea clan's guardian gods. The rebel army soldiers were all dumbstruck. Start a war with the guardian gods, wasn't that courting death? Moreover, the Sea Dragon King was dead, who would they fight for? Even if they won, who would be their emperor? Sea Clan Rebel Army, this Ocean Emperor has ordered you to immediately surrender. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Hai Ingwu waved the Ocean Emperor's halberd and her stern voice resounded through the skies. Her shout completely crushed the will of the rebel army. The entire rebel army on Meteor Shower Cliff no longer dared to make an enemy out of this newly ascended female Ocean Empress. One after another, they scattered and fled. Even the 4 great sea marshals under the Sea Dragon King were so scared that they fled. Even more rebel army soldiers, under the pressure of the 2 abyss manatees, knelt down and surrendered. Octopus Man Boss, Swordfish Man Blast, Mudskipper Man Sui Zue and the others immediately chased after them. This was the best time to get rid of the enemy. If they did not take this opportunity to get rid of the enemy, it would leave a threat in the future. The 4 sea marshals under the Sea Dragon King must be eliminated as soon as possible no matter what. Not only them, the 10 sea generals under the Sea Dragon King must also be eliminated. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others did not want to be left behind and chased after them. To them, this was the best chance to train. The Demon Abyss was afraid of the rise of Yu Yang and had already stopped fighting. Moreover, the great demon King Baruth and the other rulers of the Demon Abyss had a secret agreement with Yu Yang and were temporarily allies. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others did not even have the chance to train in the Demon Abyss. The battle at the Meteor Shower Island was the best stage for them to display their skills. Welcome, Your Majesty, long live. As for the Sea Clan citizens, they were already kneeling with tears streaming down their faces, welcoming the newly crowned Ocean Emperor, Hai Ingwu. No one knew who Hai Ingwu was at the moment, but this was no longer important. The important thing was that she was the daughter of the Ocean Emperor, Guanlan. She had inherited his bloodline, power and imperial authority. Furthermore, she had quelled the rebellion of the Sea Dragon King the moment she returned. She even had the support of 2 abyss manatees. Who else could she be if she was not the Ocean Emperor? Although this new Ocean Emperor was a woman, this did not matter. No matter what, she was still 10,000 times stronger than the Sea Dragon King. For the first time, the Sea Clan citizens were sincerely kneeling on the ground, welcoming their Ocean Emperor. In the sky, the rain had stopped without anyone noticing. A hole suddenly appeared in the sky that was filled with dark clouds. The 2 abyss manatees deflected the last shockwave that the Sea Dragon King spat out, creating a hole in the dark clouds in the sky. Bright sunlight shone down like a huge pillar of light, shining on the new female Ocean Emperor, Hai Ingwu. Long live! When the Sea Clan citizens saw this, they thought that it was the will of the heavens and kowtowed to Hai Ingwu with even more reverence. Hai Ingwu did not care about the citizens worshipping her, but hurriedly flew towards the Meteor Shower Palace. Her target was the secret door. In front of the secret door, an old man was already waiting there quietly. The new female Ocean Emperor, Nangong greets you. This old man was Elder Nangong. His face revealed a benevolent smile. He first slightly bowed to Hai Ingwu, then slowly extended his right hand towards Hai Ingwu. When he opened his palm, on it, there was a shiny silver key. Hai Ingwu thanks Mr. Nangong. Hai Ingwu also respectfully bowed to Elder Nangong. She nodded her head and extended her lily-white hand to pick up the silver key. Behind them, 4 expeditionary army sea marshals who only listened to Empress Jellyfish flew over at high speed. They kneeled on the ground, and the 2 people in the lead presented the keys with both hands. The Sun Key and Meteor Shower Key that were found in the Sea Dragon King's body that were still stained with blood were presented in front of Hai Ingwu. Hai Ingwu did not look at them, and only lightly waved her hand. The 4 sea marshals stood up in unison. One of them went forward and bowed respectfully. He raised his hand above his head and took the silver key from Hai Ingwu's hand. Then, together with his companions, they once again opened the sealed secret door. Inside the secret door, the snowy white world reappeared. Hai Yingwu glanced at Elder Nangong. Go, Nangong will be waiting outside the secret door for you and third young master to return. Elder Nangong gave Hai Yingwu an encouraging smile. Hai Yingwu nodded silently. She bowed slightly to Elder Nangong, then strode into the snowy white world inside the secret door. The 4 sea marshals were like bronze cast iron statues, guarding outside the door, waiting for the new female ocean emperor to return. To them, this order had already been given a few hundred years ago, or even 1,000 years ago, during their father's generation. It was only until today that they started to carry it out. Meteorite Fort, Battle Arena. Empress Jellyfish was nowhere to be found, but the 2 Countess Jiawei and Countess Yen were still there. As for Starfish General and the other sea generals, they had already gathered their courage and went out to look for Elder Xingpan to lead the large army that was stationed outside. Yu Yang came out of the obsidian prison alone, but impatience was not with him. He killed the ancient demons so quickly? Countess Jiawei and Countess Yen were shocked. That was a heaven-ranked level 1 ancient demon with a body that was 50 meters tall. It had only been half an hour and Yu Clan's third young master and Sky Law had already killed them? One must know that according to Empress Jellyfish, there were 2 ancient demons sealed inside, not 1. It is quite fast. Feng Zhu, who was hanging upside down, also felt very surprised. What treasure do you have on you? A divine equipment? Beifeng Jiasua felt that without a divine equipment, this Yu Clan's third young master would not be able to kill the ancient demons so quickly. Do you need a divine equipment to kill them? Yu Yang shook his head. Without a divine equipment, you killed them so quickly? Feng Zhu and Beifeng Jiasua did not believe it at all. Actually, I was already considered slow this time. Yu Yang adjusted his collar and coughed. I just took a bath and changed my clothes before coming out, so I was a little slower. Took a bath? Feng Zhu and Beifeng Jiasua could not understand at all. Countess Jiawei and Countess Yen blushed. Actually, when they saw that Sky Law did not follow them out, they guessed that Countess Jiawei and third young master had gone to do that. When they heard what Yu Yang said, they immediately confirmed that after Sky Law and him killed the ancient demons, it was still early and they went back to take a bath together. If this was the case, then how long did this brat take to kill the heaven-ranked level 1 ancient demons? How is that possible? You guys went in for less than an hour and a half. Feng Zhu and Beifeng Jiasua felt that killing 2 ancient demons in an hour and a half, then taking the time to take a bath and change his clothes, and then walking out confidently, was a little too exaggerated. Actually, the fastest time I took to kill a heaven-ranked level 1 ancient demon was 1 minute. This time it took me 10 minutes to kill 2 of them. It was really considered slow. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders modestly. When he said this, Feng Zhu, who was hanging upside down, immediately fell down. With a paw sound, he fell to the ground. Beifeng Jiasua also fell out of the prison dragon pillar and fell to the ground. The 2 of them were completely unaware. They looked at this harmless man who was smiling brightly like the sun, as if they had seen a ghost. Shock. Is this guy really human? Feng Zhu and Beifeng Jiasua did not believe that Yu Yang could kill a heaven-ranked level 1 in a minute. They could not imagine it. Even if they went all out and used treasures like Prison Dragon Pillar or Beheading Moon Chain, they would still need more than an hour to kill a heaven-ranked level 1. This also depended on the size and race of the opponent. For those that were especially huge, like the ancient demons that would not die unless their heads were chopped off and crushed, the battle time would be even longer. Feng Zhu and Beifeng Jiasua had to kill the 2 ancient demons. Without a day's time, it was impossible to complete it. One must know that fighting with 1 enemy or 2 enemies was not as simple as just increasing the time. 1 against 2, the battle effort would increase by at least 10 times. What level are you now? Feng Zhu really could not see through Yu Yang's real level. He thought that Yu Yang was a heaven-ranked ranker that was higher than him. Innate level 6, innate level 7. After killing the demon brothers, I leveled up again. Yu Yang answered. How is this possible? Forget about Feng Zhu and Beifeng Jiasua, even Countess Jiawei and Countess Yen felt that it was unbelievable. It was not that there was no precedent of a lower level killing a higher level, but for an innate level 7 to kill a heaven-ranked level 1, this was even more exaggerated than an ant biting an elephant to death. If there was a difference of one level, due to the suppression of attributes or skills, it was reasonable for the higher level to lose. The problem was, how much difference was there between a heaven-ranked level 1 and an innate level 7? Forget about an innate level 7, even an innate level 8 or innate level 9 could be killed instantly by a heaven-ranked level 1. Forget it, let's not discuss this problem. Yu Yang felt lucky that he did not tell them that he had killed the heaven-ranked level 5 He Hu, otherwise they would go crazy. Of course, there were many reasons for killing He Hu. Firstly, Jizun and Night Empress had already heavily injured the careless He Hu. Secondly, there were many divine equipment and beasts surrounding him. In addition, Song Yan was selfish and did not want to save him. He Hu was isolated and helpless. The third and most important reason was that Yu Yang had used the nomological power bestowed by the Card of Destiny. He Hu was unable to resist it. Hui Tai Lang's world-exterminating demon wolf almost succeeded in devouring He Hu, forcing him to exhaust his life. Due to the prison emperor's 7 stars pillars restriction, when He Hu's teleportation failed, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai used their divine weapons to attack him. While he was in excruciating pain, He Hu also suffered a fatal blow from Yu Yang. That was the newly mastered innate invisible sword Qi Shuanghua sword. With so many heavy injuries, even if He Hu had an immortal body, he wouldn't be able to survive. The reason why Yu Yang was able to kill He Hu was because of a successful plan. Without Jizun and Night Empress, it would be hard for him to kill He Hu. Even according to Yu Yang's own estimation, he would be close to his limit if he could kill heaven-ranked level 3 Central Palace Hall's 4 generals alone. If it was an ancient slaughterer beast king that did not have enough intelligence, Yu Yang could use the power of the ancient code and Nirvana flame to threaten it, but it would still be difficult to kill it. After all, heaven-ranked level 5 was not a pushover. Heaven-ranked level 5 was hard to kill. Heaven-ranked level 1 was no longer a problem for the current Yu Yang. The battle with the ancient titan after the Blood Lake torture chamber was the most difficult battle. Because he had not mastered the nomological power, he had not received the heavenly sword goddess's guidance on his innate sword qi, he had not formed He Guai Tsung and Bai Shuanghua. Not only was the ancient titan Wusu extremely strong, his heart also contained a drop of God's blood. He was basically immortal. If it wasn't for Yu Yang possessing Nirvana flame, he wouldn't have been able to kill Wusu. The ancient demon's demon brothers were not on the same level as the ancient titan Wusu, who was also heaven-ranked level 1. The ancient titan Wusu was not only heaven-ranked level 1. It was just that he had been tortured in the Blood Lake torture chamber and had fallen to heaven-ranked level 1. If the demon brothers met the ancient titan Wusu, even if it was 2 against 1, they would still die a horrible death. Disregarding everything else, just the Titan Thunderbolt alone was enough to make the demon brothers suffer the consequences. Among the heaven-ranked level 1, the demon brothers were the weakest existences. Even the ancient slaughterer's body was much stronger than theirs, although their intelligence was slightly inferior. I still can't believe it. Beifeng Jia Sua made a request, can you take out the ancient demon's demon heart for us to see? Don't tell me you didn't even take the demon heart, that's a good thing. The demon heart was eaten by my dog. When Yu Yang said this, Beifeng Jia Sua and Feng Zhu fell to the ground with a thud and almost fainted. Ugh. Hui Tai Lang cooperated and burped. Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan almost fainted. Yu Yang thought for a while, took out a rune crystal bottle and passed it to Countess Jiawei. This was the demon blood that he had refined with Nirvana flame. It was a thank you gift for Jiawei bringing it into the secret door. Originally, the demon blood was like magma that burned at a high temperature and had a dark red color. Now that it had been purified by Nirvana flame, a large amount of demon blood was condensed into 3 bottles. The color was bright gold and the energy was overflowing. It was already very generous of Yu Yang to be willing to give Jiawei a bottle of such a good thing. Jiawei did not accept it at first, but then she nodded and smiled, thank you for the betrothal gift from the Yu clan. She was referring to the marriage between her daughter Yu Wen and Yu Ting. Although Yu Yang did not make the decision, he was very supportive. This way, the marriage between the 2 clans would not be far from success. Countess Yan was also not a person who would suffer losses. She immediately suggested to Yu Yang, 3rd young master, I also have a little mischievous child at home. He is only 9 years old. I heard that your brother Yu Feng is extremely intelligent and has great potential. How about our two clans get married? What the heck? Yu Yang felt dizzy listening to this. He was not a matchmaker who arranged marriages. He could not help with this kind of thing even if he wanted to. Third young master, when the matter of the secret door is over, I will personally go to the Soaring Dragon continent to pay a visit to the Yu clan master and discuss the marriage in detail. Countess Yan seemed to be very enthusiastic about this matter. Yu Yang secretly thought that it was a close shave. Luckily she did not give him a daughter. Otherwise, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai would definitely think that he was here for the marriage. Actually, no matter if it was Countess Jiawei or Countess Yan, they both knew that it was impossible for their daughter to marry the Yu clan third young master. Skylaw was by his side. If Skylaw knew about this, it would be strange if this female Jizun, who had just become an innate elder, did not explode on the spot. Rather than provoking Skylaw's anger, it would be better to marry the Yu clan third young master's brother. Anyways, it would be fine as long as they had a good relationship. The Yu clan third young master's future was limitless. Her daughter's aptitude was limited and she was not good enough for him. With regards to Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan's good intentions, Yu Yang did not oppose nor support it. Anyway, these matters were decided by Yu Hai, he did not care. Moreover, he was already busy chasing after girls, how could he have the time to care about others? Cough, third young master. Beifeng Jiasua opened his mouth. You also have a daughter? Yu Yang felt that the sky was dark and the earth was dark. It seemed that being famous was not a good thing. There were people getting married everywhere. What are you thinking? I am not married yet. Beifeng Jiasua was extremely frustrated. How could he have a daughter to marry this brat? Moreover, even if he had a precious daughter, she would not marry this brat. What he meant was, he wanted to ask you if you want to join forces with us. There is a very powerful fellow in the Icewind Valley that would drill out of the ground every 1,000 years. We have to expend a lot of effort to beat it back into the ground. If you come, we might have an easier time. When Fengzhu said this, Yu Yang understood. It turned out that they saw that his strength was not bad and wanted to hire a helper. How much is the commission? Yu Yang first acted like a villain before acting like a gentleman, he asked clearly before speaking. Commission? Beifeng Jiasua was dumbfounded. If I don't have money, who would work? I would not help you guys fight some underground worm for no reason. Yu Yang rejected immediately. Serving the people had long been outdated. Now, even the officials were serving the RMB. In one sentence, if there was no profit, there was no motivation without money. There's no need for you to do anything. Just stay here and help us keep an eye on the sky. As soon as you see the stars dim, increase your power and let out light. That way, the sealing spell formation will absorb the energy and activate again. Fengzhu felt that this job was quite simple. Not to mention that Yu Yang could do it well, even an innate ranker could do it well. If they were not worried that the ancient demon king substitute would sneak in, they would not even need to ask Yu Yang to stay and watch. Sorry, I have an appointment with a little beauty, I can't be late. Yu Yang expressed that it was more important to solve the problem of a single man. Don't you have any sense of justice? The ancient demon king is a big demon that everyone wants to kill. Beifeng Jiasua felt that there was something wrong with Yu Yang. This brat matured too early. A normal human youth was at the age where they had too much of a sense of justice. Yawn. Yu Yang casually stretched and yawned. He seemed to be a little sleepy. Looks like Tong Tian Tower is really going to be destroyed. Fengzhu fainted. Tong Tian Tower finally gave birth to a genius, but he was actually like this. It would be hard for them not to be destroyed. Your prison dragon pillar and beheading moon chains seem to be not bad. Yu Yang's gaze swept across the other party's treasures. Fengzhu and Beifeng Jiasua turned pale with fright when they heard this. They hurriedly shook their heads and waved their hands. No, these are holy items that are connected to our lives. Our will and the treasures are one. No matter what, we cannot give them to you. As for money, we have stayed here for 6,000 years, how would we have any money? Moreover, people like you should not lack money. I don't lack money, but the problem is that without money, I don't have the energy to work. Yu Yang expressed that he only had slogans to learn from Lei Feng. If he really wanted to learn from Lei Feng, he would become a silly child. How about this, you go to the frozen wind valley to take a look first. If that fellow comes out from the ground, you come back and inform us. We will go and kill it, and all the loot will belong to you. Is that okay? If it was in the past, Bei Feng Jia Sua would have despised Yu Yang. But now that he was asking him, even if he despised him in his heart, he did not dare to show it on his face. So troublesome. If I saw it and killed it, wouldn't everything belong to me? Yu Yang retorted. That's fine too. If you kill it, everything will belong to you. Feng Zhu expressed that he did not want anything. No way. Yu Yang shook his head. Why not? Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua felt a little dizzy. Everything would belong to him, why not? If I kill the fellow that comes out from the ground, everything will belong to me, just like how I just killed the ancient demon's demon brothers. But since you are asking me to kill it, there is no reason not to pay me a bit of commission. If this is the case, you are just ordering me to work and not giving me a salary. Big brother, no one can do this kind of work. If you don't give me a salary, who would do this kind of work? Unless you are an idiot. Yu Yang felt that it was unfair. When Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua heard this, they immediately cried, according to what you said, we have not received a salary for 6,000 years, and we are still guarding here. This boss is too black-hearted, not giving us a salary for 6,000 years? Who asked you to guard here? Yu Yang asked. Prison Emperor. Feng Zhu said this name gloomily. We can't do anything about it, Prison Emperor is already dead. Yu Yang wanted to help but could not. At the same time, he was very curious, Prison Emperor asked you to guard here for a lifetime? Originally he said to guard for 100 years. Who knew that after the secret door closed, there was no news of him? We can't leave on our own accord, so we can only guard here. It has already been 6,000 years, if the ancient demon king is not killed, we will have to guard here forever. What a bitter life. Feng Zhu really wanted to cry. Who knew that the one who cried was Bei Feng Jia Sua? Zhu Zi, you're fine. You're from the Soaring Dragon continent, it's natural for you to protect your home. I'm only here from the Heaven Realm to play, why should I guard this place for 6,000 years? You guys are too much. Alright, don't pretend to cry. Let me think about the ancient demon king. Yu Yang felt that as the new prison emperor, he should have some responsibility. Thus, he asked, what level is this fellow? Ancient demon king? Heaven ranked level 8. When Feng Zhu said this, Yu Yang immediately turned around and left, pretend I never asked. Inside the secret door, Obsidian Castle. Yu Yang did not have the leisure to help Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua fight against the ancient devil king. Firstly, the ancient devil king had already escaped from the secret door. Trying to find this guy would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Secondly, the ancient devil king's body was still sealed in the vault of heaven. Not only was it sealed by the vault of heaven star formation, it was also guarded by Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua. Even a heaven-ranked ranker would not be able to forcefully snatch it away. Forget about the vault of heaven seal, even the prison dragon pillar and the beheading moon chain were not to be trifled with. Thirdly, the ancient devil king was paranoid and would definitely not step into the secret door again. Compared to the danger after danger, the freedom he obtained only after escaping death. He believed that the ancient demon king would rather lose his original body than enter the secret door world again. If you're not willing to help us, why did you kill the devil brothers? Feng Zhu was a little curious. Killing the devil brothers, Yu Yang did not receive a single cent of the commission. Because I was the one who asked him to kill them. The things he obtained will be the entire sea region of Tong Tian Tower, or even more. Empress Jellyfish returned. Her gaze was as sharp as a sword, looking straight at Yu Yang. You have wasted too much time. Luckily, I still made it in time. Cough. Yu Yang knew what she was criticizing. It seemed like Empress Jellyfish had already guessed that after he killed the demon brothers, he would return to the grimoire world and have fun with the Impatiens. Perhaps it was because he had spent too much time with the Impatiens. It seemed to have affected her plans. Yu Yang was a little embarrassed, but he was thick-skinned and pretended not to hear it. Countess Jiawei and Countess Yen still wanted to defend Yu Yang, but Empress Jellyfish waved her hand lightly. Forget it, it won't affect the integrity of the plan. Actually, this is also good. After the last-minute changes, the enemy's suspicions will be smaller. My plan will also be more likely to succeed and be more perfect. Beifeng Jiasua looked at her strangely. You let third young master kill the demon brothers, was it part of the plan? What kind of plan is that? Jiawei and Yan were also puzzled. There was only Yu Yang. Only then could he guess part of it. He could even guess what Empress Jellyfish was going to say next, but he did not rush to expose her. He only smiled and waited for Empress Jellyfish to speak. Although Empress Jellyfish was an enemy, she was extremely intelligent and full of schemes. This kind of person would be a headache as an enemy, but if they worked together, it would be interesting to be an ally. If she wasn't cursed and on the verge of death, Yu Yang would really be looking forward to fighting her. Unfortunately, Yu Yang could tell. This 1,000-year plan would be Empress Jellyfish's masterpiece. Empress Jellyfish slowly closed her eyes. This is a plan that was formulated 1,000 years ago. You might have forgotten, but at that time, there was a little girl who suggested to Aisha, Tai Bing, and Gushi that you should not kill the demon brothers and keep them alive. From then on, everything was for today's plan. You're that mischievous little girl from back then? Fengzhu was shocked. There's no need to mention the past. Now, let me tell you my plan. Actually, no matter if it's you, the two sisters, me or even third young master, we are all in the plan. Empress Jellyfish sat on the ground and gave a mission to Yu Yang, Jiawei, Yan, and even Fengzhu and Beifeng Jiasua. After everyone heard Empress Jellyfish's plan, including Yu Yang, they were all completely shocked. A word appeared in Yu Yang's mind. If there was one word to describe Empress Jellyfish's schemes, it would be terrifying. Luckily she is not a man, otherwise she would be even more troublesome than the Scarlet Emperor. Yu Yang secretly sighed. Alright, even though we swore that only Prison Emperor can order us, we will make an exception for you today. Fengzhu and Beifeng Jiasua muttered to themselves for a long time and finally made a decision. We will listen to you this once, but only this once. Inside the secret door, Snow Realm World. Icy Wind Valley. Endless snowy mountains rose and fell continuously. This was a world of ice and snow. An ancient demon was buried at the top of every mountain. These ancient demons were killed and sealed by Prison Emperor personally. Unless a deity descended, they would not be able to revive. They were once very strong, but now they had completely become the dust of history. They were no longer important and were only a part of Prison Emperor's glorious achievements. In the middle of the countless snowy mountains, there was a huge valley with icy wind cutting the surface. Here, every drop of water would turn into ice and the cold wind was like a blade. The only thing that did not match the surrounding snowy mountains was that at the bottom of Icy Wind Valley, there was an extremely hot lava lake with boiling lava. Inside, there was a strong demon sealed. One of the 4 great ancient demon marshals under the ancient demon king. This demon lord of the demonic demon clan was famous for its cunning. It was the only ancient demon that had successfully faked its death and used its temporary death to deceive Prison Emperor. This demon lord called Yan Shua had gradually broken free from the seal 3,000 years ago. Almost every 1,000 years, it would drill out from the ground and try to break the demon cemetery where all the ancient demons were buried. Icy Wind Valley's seal, if it wasn't for Fengzhu and Beifeng Jiasua, the 2 heaven-ranked rankers, suppressing it, it would have successfully escaped 2,000 years ago. Today, when it sensed the death of the demon brothers, this demon lord that had been waiting for 1,000 years immediately awoke from the bottom of the magma lake. After suppressing the excitement in its heart, it slowly swam in the magma and floated up. When its head emerged from the surface of the lava lake, it immediately showed a disgusted expression. It saw the 2 people that it did not want to see the most. They were the 2 heaven-ranked rankers that had been guarding the ancient demon king in front of the vault of Heaven Star Seal, Fengzhu and Beifeng Jiasua. Bullshit, why haven't you guys died? It has already been 6,000 years, why are you guys still alive? This is really too unfair. We, the ancient demons, enjoy a long life. You guys are just lowly humans with a short life. Just like bean sprouts, it will sprout and grow leaves, but very quickly, summer will pass and autumn will come. The leaves will immediately wither and turn into mud. I really don't understand how such a lowly race could actually defeat the noble ancient demons. We are the descendants of the gods, but you guys are a complete failure, a puppet made from mud. Demon Lord Xianxia looked at Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua and started to curse them with deep hatred. So much nonsense. Feng Zhu snorted coldly. He and Bei Feng Jia Sua exploded and reached the extreme realm of heaven ranked level 2. They fiercely attacked Xianxia. The current demon Lord Xianxia, after 1,000 years of accumulation, had already surpassed Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua. He had reached the beginning of heaven ranked level 3. However, below his knees, he was still sealed in the icy Wind Valley seal and was unable to leave the lava lake. Otherwise, with Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua, they would not be able to easily suppress him. Demon Marshal Xianxia also increased his strength and released all the power and fire energy that he had accumulated for 1,000 years. In an instant, a pillar of fire soared into the sky like a volcano eruption. The blood-red lava in the magma lake shot towards the sky and gave out a deafening sound. Thick smoke billowed and filled the entire lava lake. Inside, the three people were fighting to the death. Boom 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 boom, a battle that was similar to the one that happened 1,000 years ago was repeated. Half an hour later, Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua, who were bathed in blood, landed on a snowy mountain. Demon Lord Xianxia was crazily roaring at them. He was still unable to leave the surface of the lava lake. Otherwise, the two of them would not be able to escape from the battle so easily. Come out, prison dragon pillar. Feng Zhu raised his prison dragon pillar high up. 3 gigantic golden rings spread above his head. As long as it reached its limit, it could bind the enemy. Then, even the ancient dragon would not be able to escape. Among the many holy ranked treasures, Prison Dragon Pillar was a top-quality holy ranked weapon. Its use was completely related to the master's willpower. The stronger the master's willpower, the more power it could display. Beheading Moon Chain. If there was a binding-type treasure that could be compared to Prison Dragon Pillar, it would be the Beheading Moon Chain. When these two treasures were used together, their power was comparable to a divine weapon. Damned humans. You guys always use such despicable tricks. Demon Lord Xianxia sank into the lava lake like a madman. In front of treasures, he knew his own limits. If he did not continue to sink, then his ending would be the same as the demon brothers. He would be captured and sealed in the obsidian fort. Over there, the power of the seal would be even stronger and it would be even more impossible to escape. Demon Lord Xianxia cursed and sank back to the bottom of the lava lake to continue his slumber. His power was still not enough to break the seal. Otherwise, he would not need to fear these two damned humans. 10 minutes passed. Demon Lord Xianxia suddenly floated up. After the ugly head drilled out of the churning magma lake, it suddenly revealed a cunning and strange smile. Go back? It's already too late. Demon Lord Xianxia let out a weird laugh that made people's ears ache. He seemed to be very pleased with himself. At this moment, in the battle arena, under the vault of Heaven's star seal, 9-headed Sea Goblin King was arrogantly criticizing. Empress Jellyfish, did Benwang hear wrongly just now? You said you don't agree? Did you let Benwang play too much until his brain became damaged? You actually dared to say you don't agree? Do you have the power to say no? Do you have the power to stop me? You are like a pig. Benwang used you in the past and forced himself to sleep with you. Otherwise, Benwang would not even look at you. You don't know how disgusting you are. You always act like a cheap queen. It's so disgusting. Do you think that by acting like this, you are not a cheap whore? Benwang really feels sad for that fool Guanlan. How could he be willing to marry a trash like you? God knows how many times you have made him wear green hats. Damn it, to this day, this king is still unable to confirm if that idiot sea dragon is this king's son. If he really is my son, there is no reason for him to be so idiotic. Empress Jellyfish did not say a word. Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan were also hiding in a corner. As for Yu Yang, who was disguised as General Nig, he was bored to death and yawned. Xianxia, who was holding the holy sword, did not even look at Yu Yang and the other ocean generals. He only stared at Empress Jellyfish. He coughed slightly and reminded the fanatical nine-headed sea goblin king, Yao Feng, this woman is not simple. I have a bad feeling. She seems to be hiding her strength. She doesn't seem to be a level 8 innate. Nine-headed sea goblin king roared unhappily, if she still thinks that Benwang is the me from back then she is gravely mistaken. Benwang has now obtained demonic powers and reached the peak of innate level 10. Not to mention that this whore is only a level 8 innate, even if she was hiding her strength as a level 9 or level 10 innate, this whore will definitely die today. Idiot. Even if I did not hide my strength, you are just a small fry. You don't have the qualifications to be my opponent. An idiot like you who has no strength and thinks that you are infallible will forever be the same as before, kneeling in front of me, licking my toes and fawning on me like a dog. When Empress Jellyfish said this, everyone immediately looked at Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King. Who would have thought that Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King would actually lick Empress Jellyfish's toes in order to fawn on her? Yu Yang almost gave Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King a thumbs up. Such a strong person. Blarg. Hui Tai Lang almost vomited. When he showed his loyalty to his master, the most he could do was to rub his pants and wag his tail. But this fellow actually licked his toes. This was too heavy. Damn whore. When Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King was exposed by Empress Jellyfish, he immediately felt ashamed and trembled in anger. Cough cough cough. His ally Xianxia pretended not to hear, but he was actually secretly happy. Alright, don't talk nonsense with them. While Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua are away, you guys immediately kill these people. As long as the Vault of Stars formation is broken, the Demon Brothers will come out. According to the agreement, we will support you guys to become the Ocean Emperor and Sky Emperor. A man dressed as an ocean priest followed behind silently. He sensed that there was indeed no ambush in the surroundings. Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua had also gone to Icy Wind Valley to suppress Demon Marshal Yan Shua. They would not be able to rush back in a short while, so he spoke slowly. The moment he opened his mouth, he immediately ordered Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King Xianxia to take action. His identity seemed to be very noble. The Sky Emperor has nothing to do with me, but the Sea clan already has the most suitable successor for the Ocean Emperor. Suddenly, a person flew in from the outside passage. She was holding on to the Ocean Emperor's halberd. It was Hai Yingguo. Her gaze ignored Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King and swept past Empress Jellyfish. She directly looked at Yu Yang, who was hiding in a corner and drawing small circles in boredom. Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King was stunned. Why would someone come to mess with him at this time? Moreover, it was a level 1 innate girl. Seeing Hai Yingguo wearing the Ocean Emperor's armor and holding the Ocean Emperor's halberd, Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan's eyes immediately widened. This girl indeed looked like a person. Empress Jellyfish raised her eyes and looked at Hai Yingguo. Then, she slowly lowered her eyes, as if she did not see this person. The man dressed as an ocean priest saw Hai Yingguo coming in and his expression changed. He immediately waved his hand and shouted, "Kill her, kill everyone, our time is limited. Don't worry, this is only a level 1 innate girl. I can kill her with one finger." Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King did not care. In comparison, he was more vigilant towards Empress Jellyfish. After all, Empress Jellyfish was a strong woman who had controlled the Sea clan for thousands of years. If he did not obtain the power of a demon and had strong support behind him, he would not dare to challenge Empress Jellyfish. Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King flew towards Hai Yingguo like lightning. His right hand grabbed onto the Ocean Emperor's halberd and his left hand grabbed onto Hai Yingguo's neck. He wanted to kill his opponent in one hit and snatch the Ocean Emperor's halberd to become the new Ocean Emperor. Not right. The man dressed as an ocean priest suddenly shouted and reminded Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King to be careful. But, it was already too late. Two huge arms stretched out from the left and right, easily blocking Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King's attack. Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King's arms were bounced off by two irresistible huge forces, exposing his chest. Hai Yingguo confidently waved the Ocean Emperor's halberd and used her greatest strength. Adding on the Ocean Emperor's halberd's original power, she directly sent Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King flying. If she was not only innate level 1 and could only use the Ocean Emperor's halberd's power, Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King would have been heavily injured. Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King angrily shot down from the sky and prepared to counterattack. Who knew that when he saw the two guards behind Hai Ingwu, he was immediately stunned. The legendary Sea Clan's guardian god, Abyss Manatee, actually had two of them. They appeared behind the unfamiliar girl and became her guards. No wonder she could easily send him flying even though he used the power of a level 9 and 8. The reason was because she had two heaven-ranked level 2 guards. Isn't the Sea Clan's guardian god already dead? Xianxia also felt bitter in his throat. It's over, he had killed too much and provoked the Sea Clan's guardian god. Immediately kill Empress Jellyfish and her followers and open the Vault of Heaven Star Seal. The man dressed as an ocean priest suddenly took a deep breath and looked back at Hai Ingwu. He calmly snorted, "Leave her to me." The man disguised as the ocean priest rushed towards Hai Ingwu like lightning. Hai Ingwu did not retreat a single step. Behind her, two abyss manatees wielding long blades swam out at high speed and guarded in front of her. When they waved their long blades to attack, the man dressed as the ocean priest slowly extended his left hand and pressed it to the ground. A special domain power was emitted from his left hand. It didn't cover a large area, but it still covered a radius of 20 meters. The two abyss manatees, including himself, fell into a state of stillness at the same time. It was as if time and space had stopped within the range of that domain power. One man and two beasts stayed motionless within the domain. The man disguised as the ocean priest floated in the air, while the two abyss manatees maintained their attacking posture. The two strongest abyss manatees were already suppressed. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King and Xianxia, the two great experts, were relieved. Although the appearance of the abyss manatees was an accident, with that person around, everything would not be a problem. That person was originally here to deal with the two guards, Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua. But because of Empress Jellyfish's appearance, the plan changed. No one knew what Empress Jellyfish said, but she actually persuaded Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua to kill the demon brothers. On the surface, killing the demon brothers was a loss of 2 soldiers. But in reality, if the Firmament Constellation seal did not have the Dungeon Obsidian seal to balance it, the balance would easily be broken. Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua killing the demon brothers would definitely consume a lot of energy. If they were to go to Icy Wind Valley to suppress Demon Marshal Yan Shua, they would definitely lose a lot of energy. Even if they returned, they would not be able to stop that person from opening the Firmament Constellation seal and taking out the ancient Demon King's perfect demon body. Bitch, die. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King raised his power to innate level 9. He felt that even if he did not transform into a demon, it was enough to take down Empress Jellyfish. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King made a feint with his hand and kicked out. He fiercely kicked Empress Jellyfish's lower abdomen. Empress Jellyfish was sent flying 10 meters away. Blood flowed from her mouth, but her sharp gaze was still there. Her back was as straight as a spear and her feet were firmly planted on the ground. Empress Jellyfish's expression was as if her body was not injured at all. She looked at the proud Nine-headed Sea Goblin King with disdain. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King was most displeased to see her expression. Xianxia was preparing to rush towards Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan, but when he saw Empress Jellyfish's expression, he was instantly shocked. There was an inexplicable chill in his heart. There was no anger, no hatred, no loser or weakling in that gaze. Instead, it was more like a victor or a powerhouse in control of the situation. Xianxia felt that if he saw a few ants baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in front of him, his expression would be as disdainful and contemptuous as Empress Jellyfish. That's right, it was contempt. Xianxia could clearly see the ridicule and disdain in Empress Jellyfish's eyes. What I hate the most in my life is your cheap look. Die. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King pounced forward fiercely like a lunatic. Trash. Empress Jellyfish spat out coldly. Her hands did not resist at all. She slowly went around Nine-headed Sea Goblin King's deadly fist. When the opponent was about to hit her, she grabbed Nine-headed Sea Goblin King's throat with one hand and fiercely smashed him onto the ground. Rumble, a huge tremor shook the entire battle arena. The stars in the sky were also affected and gradually dimmed. Other than Yu Yan, who took the time to look at the sky, no one else had the time to look above their heads. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King wanted to struggle. But Empress Jellyfish stepped on his head and shamefully stomped him back to the ground. A trash like you will forever be a dog in front of this Empress. If you wagged your tail well, this empress will reward you with a bone. But you can't recognize your own master and bark randomly. That will be your death. Damn bitch, Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He never thought that he, who had obtained demon power, would let Empress Jellyfish step on his head. This was the biggest humiliation. The demon power that he had just obtained exploded and his body continued to demonize. High-temperature demon power erupted from all parts of his body and burned fiercely. A power that could shake the earth exploded. Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, who had instantly reached innate level 10, raised his head angrily. He lifted Empress Jellyfish, who was stepping on his head, off the ground bit by bit. His neck bones were cracking and it was so painful that it felt like it was going to break. But he felt that if he could not raise his head in front of Empress Jellyfish this time, he would never be able to raise his head in this lifetime. Idiot! Empress Jellyfish's strength suddenly increased by 10 times and directly stomped Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King back to the ground. Roar, ah ah ah. Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King struggled again and again. But every time he raised his head with difficulty, Empress Jellyfish would use an even faster speed and greater strength to stomp his head back to the ground. Until now, Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King then realized that Empress Jellyfish's strength was not any weaker than him who had obtained demon power. It was even slightly stronger. If there was only Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, then this battle could be declared over. But there was still a strong helper, the Winged Clan's expert with the holy sword, Xianxia. Xianxia originally wanted to escape. The situation was not good for him. Empress Jellyfish's strength was beyond his imagination. But that person was still here. Without that person's support, and having failed to gain an ally like Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, and having already offended Empress Jellyfish, the future Sky Emperor position was almost impossible. Xianxia, who was holding the holy sword, thought about it again and again. In the end, he clenched his teeth and decided to risk it all. If he succeeded, then the Sky Emperor position would be easily obtained. Kill! Xianxia raised his strength to the maximum and used all the strength in his body. With the holy sword as the tip of the blade, he became one with the sword and shot towards Empress Jellyfish. He did not hope to kill the enemy, but only hoped to save his ally Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King. As long as the two of them worked together to fight against Empress Jellyfish, they still had a chance to win. As long as Empress Jellyfish was defeated, Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan would no longer be fearless. Once the ancient demon king's perfect body was released from the vault of Heaven Star Seal, then the Guangming continent's chief consul and the Sky Emperor position of Tong Tian Tower would definitely belong to him. The holy sword was as fast as lightning. With Xiangyu's full strength attack, he actually succeeded in stabbing Empress Jellyfish. What made Xiangyu feel strange was that Empress Jellyfish did not dodge at all, as if she did not see the attack of the holy sword. The incomparably sharp holy sword pierced deeply into Empress Jellyfish's back and came out from her chest. Xiangyu was stunned, he did not dare to believe it. He could kill Empress Jellyfish with one strike? Why did she not dodge? Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan cried out in shock. They were also unwilling to believe it. Empress Jellyfish died just like that. Only Yu Yang knew the real reason and sighed slightly. He could have stopped her from doing this, but he respected her last wish and watched quietly. He left this place to her because this battle arena would be the last stage of Empress Jellyfish's life. The last performance should be left to her. At the entrance of the passage, Hai Yingguo also saw the scene. Hai Yingguo felt that it was strange. She obviously hated this woman because she was the one who caused the death of her mother and also the one who caused the death of her father. Previously, she wanted to kill her personally, but when she saw that her heart was pierced by a sword, she could not bear to do so. Ah, hell. Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King was still being stepped on by Empress Jellyfish. He took the opportunity to struggle and escape from being stepped on by her. Worm, you are only fit to eat the mud under my feet. Empress Jellyfish stepped on Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King again. It was as if she did not see the holy sword in front of her chest. Her expression was still arrogant, as if she had the whole situation is under my control. Why? Xiangyu trembled. He did not understand. Empress Jellyfish could obviously dodge it, so why did she not dodge this fatal strike? In my body, because I used a forbidden power that I should not have used, an incurable curse was formed. This curse, even if I die, will be passed on to my descendants. Of course, I will not let this curse pass on to my descendants. So, I chose you. Whoever kills me will have to bear the curse for me. When Empress Jellyfish said this, Xiangyu's face became green and blue. He was so scared that his body turned soft. He also gave up on his holy sword and staggered a few steps back. He raised both of his hands. He suddenly realized that there was a strange black spot between his hands. It was like some kind of rune pattern, deeply burning into his skin, muscles, bone marrow, and even his soul. Xiangyu painfully knelt on the ground and wailed in despair, "No, you can't do this to me, there are many choices in life. Once you make the wrong choice, you will be consigned to eternal damnation." Empress Jellyfish flicked the bloody sword tip protruding from her chest. The holy sword fell out of her body and fell in front of Xiangyu. "To me, you are just a chess piece. Ever since you impersonated the Sea General and stepped into the secret door, you were destined to be like this. No, I should not end up like this. I should be the chief consul of the Guanming continent. I should be one of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower." Xiangyu picked up the holy light sword in grief and indignation. When he held the holy light sword in his hand, the shining holy light sword seemed to have been contaminated by demonic energy. It became dim and the sword body quickly transformed into a demonic skeleton sword in the shape of a demon's fangs. When Xiangyu raised the sword, tears of despair flowed out from his eyes. Now, he understood that his dream of becoming the Sky Emperor had been shattered. A person can be ignorant, but if he treats ignorance as the truth, and misty and laughable fantasy as the power to control everything, then he is an idiot. Empress Jellyfish snorted, "Do you know what is the scariest thing in life? That is not knowing your own position and thinking that you are infallible. Bitch, Xiangyu, kill this damned bitch. Becoming a demon or becoming a human is the same. As long as we have power, we are gods." Nine-headed Sea Goblin King struggled with all his might, but he was unable to break free from Empress Jellyfish's feet. Even now, he was unable to do it. Xiangyu raised his sword in despair. He prepared to commit suicide. He felt that in front of this Empress Jellyfish, his scheming was simply a retard. If you commit suicide, not only will you not die, the curse will also spread to your entire tribe. You have 1,000 years' time, enough for you to reflect on yourself in the pain and torment of the curse. When Empress Jellyfish said this, Xiangyu knelt down on the ground powerlessly. It was as if his soul was sucked out of his body, and he became a living dead. "Let me go. Damned bitch, I want to kill you." Nine-headed Sea Goblin King was still struggling under Empress Jellyfish's feet, and could not break free no matter how hard he tried. "You, come here." Empress Jellyfish suddenly pointed at Hai Ingwu, who was watching the battle from afar. "Me?" Hai Ingwu was stunned, her expression was startled. How to be a leader. Empress Jellyfish's foot exploded with power and broke Nine-headed Sea Goblin King's neck with a crack. "First, you have to be ruthless." Nine-headed Sea Goblin King was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His cries were extremely tragic. Empress Jellyfish turned a deaf ear to him and pointed her finger casually. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King's voice stopped abruptly, as if something sealed his mouth. Hai Ingwu looked at Yu Yang and waited for his silent approval before walking towards Empress Jellyfish with shock and astonishment. Hai Ingwu was completely on guard against this scary woman, afraid that she would be tricked if she wasn't careful. If not for Yu Yang being present, she would definitely not walk in front of Empress Jellyfish. This woman was too scary. As a ruler, you have to be ruthless. Only a ruthless person can make everyone fear your authority. Empress Jellyfish looked at Hai Ingwu with sharp eyes. "Little girl, if you want to be the Ocean Emperor, please remember this, never let anyone from the Sea Clan have the chance to challenge your authority. If there is, then kill them." When Empress Jellyfish said this, she only looked at Hai Ingwu and did not look at Countess Jiawei and Countess Yin. But the two of them were horrified as they felt that Empress Jellyfish was talking about them. "Why are you telling me this?" Hai Ingwu did not understand. According to reason, shouldn't she be their enemy? "Guanlan's daughter, do you know the identity of the person standing in front of you? I am the Sea Clan's Empress Jellyfish, Guanlan's first wife. According to the rules, you should call me Empress Mother." Empress Jellyfish's voice was as cold as ice. "No, I will definitely not call you Empress Mother. Hai Yingwu puffed out her chest and her eyes were filled with hatred. My mother is a female slave, not an empress. Moreover, she died long ago. My father also caused your children to rebel and commit suicide. I have nothing to do with you. Furthermore, Empress Jellyfish, please look carefully. I, Hai Yingwu, am already the new generation Ocean Emperor. The previous generation Ocean Emperor Guanlan has already become history. Now, there is only Ocean Emperor Hai Yingwu, there is no Empress Jellyfish. Very good, you are starting to look like the Ocean Emperor. Empress Jellyfish laughed coldly. I learned this from you. You said, don't let anyone from the Sea clan challenge my authority. If there is, then kill him. Hai Yingwu raised the Ocean Emperor's halberd in her hands and pointed it at Empress Jellyfish. She hated this terrible woman very much. If Hai Yingwu wasn't worried that she would be cursed if she killed her, Hai Yingwu would really want to give her a ruthless blow with her halberd. His mother died tragically. His father died tragically. He had almost missed happiness by a hair's breadth. Fortunately, he had met Yu Yang, and it was he who had brought him to meet his father. In the end, he had inherited his father's power and bloodline. Previously, he had been living in misery and had always been cautious. There were several times when he was almost killed by the princes and princesses that this woman had given birth to. Towards this Empress Jellyfish, Hai Yingwu's biggest memory was that this woman often killed female slaves and the illegitimate children of the Ocean Emperor Guanlan. Fortunately, he was smart and vigilant enough to hide his strength and pretend to be a weakling. Of course, there was also the cover of his mother's sisters. If it wasn't for them, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to meet Yu Yang and would have died early. If Xianxia didn't stab Empress Jellyfish, Hai Yingwu really wanted to kill this woman personally. Only this woman was the biggest obstacle for him to become the Ocean Emperor. However, now that her heart was pierced, she was dead for sure. Moreover, she had a curse on her body, so she couldn't make a move. The new female Ocean Emperor, you learn very fast. However, have you really learned it? Do you dare to kill me? Empress Jellyfish released her leg and walked down from Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King's head. She walked in front of Hai Yingwu and stared at her. I don't need to kill you, you are dead for sure. Hai Yingwu retorted without showing any weakness. Coward. Empress Jellyfish suddenly slapped Hai Yingwu's face. She glared at her angrily and stared at Hai Yingwu coldly. The distance between their faces was less than 3 inches. Hai Yingwu was shocked, but she clenched her fists tightly. She wasn't willing to show weakness to this woman in front of Yu Yang. She knew that he was looking at her. Whether or not she was a qualified female Ocean Emperor would depend on today. Hai Yingwu used all her strength to not retreat. She stared angrily at Empress Jellyfish's sharp gaze. Even though her body was slightly trembling, she did not cower. From an outsider's point of view, one would be surprised to find out. Although these two women did not look exactly alike, their aura and character were surprisingly similar. Seeing the two of them looking at each other, Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan suddenly felt dispirited. Disparity, what was disparity? This was the disparity. If it was them, Jiawei and Yan would not have the guts to do this. Empress Jellyfish kept staring at Hai Yingwu. My body no longer has the power of the curse. Moreover, my heart is broken and I am in my weakest state. I even have to use a portion of my power to control and suppress that trash Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King. Facing such a person, as the Ocean Emperor, you don't even dare to wave your halberd? What kind of Ocean Emperor are you? You don't even dare to kill an obstacle in your path. You are simply a weak and useless wretch. You hope to use other people's power to obtain the position of Ocean Emperor? You hope to use other people's power to obtain your own happiness? Think about it, you cowardly woman. How did your mother die? How did your companions die? How did your father die? Don't say any more. Otherwise, I will really kill you. Hai Yingwu felt that her chest was about to explode from anger. Being looked down upon by Empress Jellyfish was the biggest failure of her life. Moreover, Yu Yang was still watching from the side. Let me tell you, I was the one who ordered your mother to be killed. I was also the one who ordered your companions to be killed. Even your father, that useless bastard, was like a coward all his life. He thought he was smart and always did things behind my back, but he didn't know that I was always by his side. He even thought that he could escape from my control. The battle at the graveyard of the sea was actually instigated by me. Your father was also killed by me. What can you do? Continue to use Guanlan's power and bloodline. So what if you have the golden dragon that he gave you? A coward will always be a coward. Even if you inherit his power and bloodline, you will never become a true expert. Empress Jellyfish mocked and ridiculed Hai Ingwu. Go and die, you evil woman. Hai Ingwu raised the Ocean Emperor halberd and fiercely slashed down. Humph. Empress Jellyfish closed her eyes and did not dodge at all. However, something unexpected happened. The furious Hai Ingwu did not slash the Ocean Emperor halberd on Empress Jellyfish's body. The extremely sharp and powerful Ocean Emperor halberd stopped when it reached the side of Empress Jellyfish's neck. Because she did not control the power well, it even drew a red line on her neck. Hai Ingwu took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions. Empress Jellyfish, although you tried your best to provoke me to kill you, I did not want to do that. I am the Ocean Emperor and I have my own will. I will not do whatever you want me to do. Indeed, I hate you very much. However, don't think of using this hatred to destroy my rationality. I want to kill you with one strike of the halberd, but there is no need for that now, because you are already a dead person. I, Hai Ingwu, am the new female Ocean Emperor. I have my own will and dignity, and will not be affected by the previous generation's past empress. Although I do not know why you want to provoke me to kill you, I will not let you do as you wish. My decision is the true will of the Ocean Emperor. When Empress Jellyfish heard this, she was silent. For a long time, she did not say anything. Just as Hai Ingwu was about to turn and leave, Empress Jellyfish suddenly laughed out loud. When she laughed, blood immediately spurted out from her chest. Her injuries were like a mountain torrent that could not be stopped. However, Empress Jellyfish did not seem to see the blood spurting out from her chest. She continued to laugh until she bent forward and backward, and even laughed until tears came out. Ha 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 ha. Guanlan, you never believed me in your entire life, but now, let me tell you, you are wrong. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Hai Ingwu looked at Empress Jellyfish and thought to herself, is this woman crazy? Empress Jellyfish's body swayed. She immediately steadied herself. She walked towards Hai Ingwu. Hai Ingwu was a little afraid and could not help but retreat 3 steps. Empress Jellyfish continued to walk towards her. With every step she took, a large amount of blood dripped down, forming bloody footprints one after another. What do you want to do? Hai Ingwu tried her best to suppress the fear in her heart and stared at the crazy Empress Jellyfish. Guanlan, you have not done anything great in your life. Luckily you left behind a good daughter. Guanlan, you did not lose, but I won. Empress Jellyfish walked in front of Hai Ingwu. Her mouth was full of blood, but she still wanted to laugh. Just as Hai Ingwu was about to retreat in fear, Empress Jellyfish suddenly took off the meteor shower pearl necklace on her neck. She gently hung the meteor shower pearl necklace that was covered in blood on Hai Ingwu's stiff neck. She smiled while bleeding. I will teach you one last trick. Find a man who is smarter than you. Do not ever find a guy like your father who is only a little smart. That kind of guy would not be able to tell that his wife and female slave are the same person. Eh? Hai Ingwu felt that something was wrong, but she could not understand why. Empress Jellyfish fell down softly. Hai Ingwu instinctively stretched out her hand and hugged Empress Jellyfish's weak body. She asked anxiously, what do you mean by that? Who exactly are you? Empress Jellyfish used her hands that were covered in blood to caress Hai Ingwu's face. She slowly closed her eyes and smiled proudly. Why don't you guess? After saying that, her hands fell down powerlessly. Empress Jellyfish laid in Hai Ingwu's embrace as if she was sleeping soundly. Her eyes were closed and her curved lips were still smiling. She smiled. She smiled very proudly. Hai Ingwu realized that her tears were flowing down mysteriously. Drop by drop, they dripped onto Empress Jellyfish's proud and pleased smiling face. She raised her head and looked at Yu Yang, who had suddenly appeared beside her. She hoarsely asked him for confirmation. Who is she? Tell me, who exactly is she? Why? Why is that? Yu Yang nodded towards Hai Ingwu. She is a very important person in my life. This world has become interesting because of her. Hai Ingwu was dumbfounded. Big drops of tears rolled down her face. Drip. The tears splashed onto Empress Jellyfish's sleeping face. Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan knelt down and kowtowed to bid farewell to Empress Jellyfish. At the last moment, they were completely subdued. They were completely convinced. They were all women, but compared to Empress Jellyfish, they felt inferior. Inside the secret door, Snow Shadow World, Icy Wind Valley. A figure appeared in front of the lava lake calmly. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a meteor shower. When Demon Marshal Xianxia saw this person, he was overjoyed. He immediately floated to the surface of the lake. He bowed and saluted. Inside the meteorite fort, the strange man who was impersonating Ocean Priest Qing suddenly dispersed his domain power and slid past the two abyss manatees like a fish. Even Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua, who rushed back from outside, could not stop him. "Where are you going?" Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua immediately chased after him. Yu Yan did not care at all. He stayed behind and quietly accompanied Hai Ingwu, who was crying silently. Hai Ingwu was a smart girl and had a natural woman's intuition. She was not sure before because the rumors about Empress Jellyfish affected her judgment. When Empress Jellyfish died in her arms, Hai Ingwu realized that her heart ached terribly. Although she did not know what Empress Jellyfish had done for her, she only needed to see the proud and pleased smile on Empress Jellyfish's face to know that everything Empress Jellyfish had done was for her. No, no. Hai Ingwu's tears flowed down as she muttered to herself, "Being an ocean empress who rules over the ocean is not what I want the most. Actually, what I want the most is a warm home, with parents who love me dearly. I don't want to be so strong, and I don't want to be a pitiful orphan. I don't want to have a vast ocean but no family. Why must it be like this? I would rather be the daughter of a normal family. Why? There are many things in this world that we cannot choose." Yu Yang hugged her and comforted her gently. Around 5 kilometers away from the meteorite fort, Feng Zhu, Bei Feng Jia Sua and the two abyss manatees finally caught up to this man who was impersonating Ocean Priest Qing. However, this man did not panic. Instead, he was very calm. From afar, two shadows came with the wind. These two men's appearance, clothing, temperament and strength were exactly the same. It was as if they were duplicates of each other. They had the same slightly long and narrow face, the same tall nose, the same blade-like lips, and the same soul-deep eyes that could look straight into one's heart. They were like 4 demonic artifacts that could directly capture one's heart when they looked at them. His expressionless face had a particularly arrogant and ruthless expression. This kind of expression was not faked, but innate. From their natural arrogance and ruthlessness, one could tell that these two people were used to being superior to others. Furthermore, he must be vicious and merciless, treating human lives as worthless. Speaking of differences, the only difference between the two of them was the saint-grade orb floating in front of them. The pearl in front of the man on the left was a blood-red burning scarlet flame spirit pearl, while the man on the right had a green flame spirit pearl burning with green phosphorescent flames floating in front of him. These two spirit pearls were the only difference between the two. The man on the left politely bowed towards Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua. "I am Thousand Goblin King's first clone, Qi Yan." The man on the right also bowed. "I am Thousand Goblin King's second clone, Qing Yan." The strange man who was pretending to be the ocean priest suddenly changed his appearance and became the same as the two people who claimed to be the Thousand Goblin King's first clone and second clone. A purple Mock Sebastian spirit pearl with purple demon fire also floated in front of his chest. The man who was pretending to be Ocean Priest smiled. "I am Thousand Goblin King's third clone, Zijiu." Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua's expression instantly changed. 4 against 3, this was not good. Because they had just fought with Demon Marshal Xianxia, they had used up a lot of energy. If they were to fight again, the result would not be good. Most importantly, although the two abyss manatees were both heaven-ranked level 2, their intelligence was not high and their battle power was limited. It would be good if they could fight against one of them together. Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua did not have the confidence to win against each other. On the opposite side, there were 3 men who claimed to be Thousand Goblin King's clones. They all had the power of heaven-ranked level 3. "We are not willing to fight with you. After all, getting the ancient demon king's body is the most important. But you are very troublesome. If we do not kill you, you will always be a hindrance. The first clone Qian said. If you think you can defeat us, then you are wrong. Fengzhu and Beifengjia Sua looked at each other and stood side by side. Of course we will not just defeat you. We also want to kill you. Zijiu, who was pretending to be Ocean Priest's third clone, flew over. He raised his hand and a strange domain power spread out. Immediately, Fengzhu and Beifengjia Sua were frozen. In his domain, time and space seemed to have stopped. Even Zijiu himself was floating in the sky without moving. The first clone Qi Yan and the second clone Qin Yan immediately attacked the two abyss manatees. Fengzhu and Beifengjia Sua could not move their bodies, but their minds were still there. They knew that the two abyss manatees would definitely lose. But they were trapped in this mysterious domain and could not escape. They could only worry. Elder Xing Pan, the ocean knights and the clown fishmen fell at the entrance of the fort. All of them were lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. Senior demon Yan Shua, who had just escaped from the seal, was taking huge strides and following another man in a cloak. Step by step, he walked into the fortress and even squeezed his way into the battle arena. In the center of the battle arena, Jia Wei, Yan and Starfish General were nowhere to be seen. Hai Yingguo, who was hugging Empress Jellyfish and crying, also disappeared. There were only 3 people left in the entire arena. One was the 9-headed sea goblin King Yao Feng, who had not fully recovered from his broken neck. The second was the winged clan Xianxia, who tried to kill Empress Jellyfish and took the curse for her. The third person was naturally Yu Yang, who was sitting leisurely on the ground, eating a golden apple while waiting for his enemies to arrive. He looked at the cloaked man in front of him and smiled. It was as if he saw an old classmate that he had not seen for a long time. The cloaked man kept his cloak and also had a bright smile on his face. He also smiled amiably. This man looked exactly the same as Qi Yan, Qing Yan, and Zijiu on the outside. On his face, other than arrogance and emotionlessness, there were 2 other things that were naturally formed. That was self-confidence and individuality. This kind of self-confidence was not because of his power or identity. It was completely due to his personality. It was something that was formed naturally. And that even weirder individuality was a very special expression that no one else had. It only appeared on this man's face. That was a unique sign of I am myself, not the rest of the world. It was as if he had to show that he was different from everyone else. When he saw Yu Yang, he smiled. It was not close. It was not out of politeness, but a special kind of joy. This kind of joyful smile would only appear when a farmer sees a harvest in his field, or when a fisherman sees his fishing line being pulled, or when a hunter sees a beast falling into his trap. This person did not have eyes for 9-headed sea goblin king, nor did he have eyes for the grieving winged clan Xianxia. He only had eyes for Yu Yang. He smiled at Yu Yang and asked, "Are you the genius Yu clan third young master who is said to be 1 in 10,000 years?" When Yu Yang heard this, his smile became even brighter. "Are you the genius 1,000 goblin king who is said to not die in 3,000 years?" The person did not deny it. Instead, he clapped his hands and laughed. "That's right, I am 1,000 goblin king. I thought you would not recognize me and wanted to introduce myself. I did not expect you clan third young master to have such good eyesight. Forget about 1,000 goblin king, even Magneto king, 1,000 beast king, 1,000 slave king, 1,000 sword king, 1,000 snake king. I know all of them. 1,000 goblin king is not one of them." Yu Yang laughed. His expression seemed to say that he met the 1,000 vegetable king who was selling cabbages on the street a few days ago. When 1,000 goblin king heard this, his smile disappeared and his face darkened. "Young man, you seem to be hostile towards me?" 1,000 goblin king asked. "If I remember correctly, a year ago, some men and women who claimed to be your followers kidnapped my relatives." Yu Yang was still smiling. "I am not saying that I am hostile, I just don't have a good impression of you. You clan third young master, you and I are both from the Soaring Dragon continent. I do not wish to fight with you. If you leave this place, I will give Tong Tian Tower to you. You can do whatever you want in Tong Tian Tower. I have no objections. My future lies in the heaven realm." 1,000 goblin king tried to persuade Yu Yang, "Young man, as a senior, what I do is very different from what you think. Maybe you have heard a lot of rumors about me, but have you ever thought that in the past, you and I, the Yu clan third young master, were actually two very similar people? You were trash when you first started your cultivation. Because you did not have a breakthrough in your cultivation, you were looked down upon by others. After that, you had a fortuitous encounter and quickly improved. I was also in the same situation. I also had a failed start. After that, I had a fortuitous encounter and quickly improved, becoming an unprecedented genius. Between me and you, there is nothing to fight about. What I have experienced, you will also experience in the future. What I have done, is what you want to do now. The current me only wants to take away the ancient demon king's body and leave Tong Tian Tower to the heaven realm. This way, Tong Tian Tower will no longer be threatened by the ancient demon king, and you can continue to live the life you want in Tong Tian Tower. Good, well said. Yu Yang clapped his hands vigorously, then patted his chest. He laughed a little mischievously. Thousand Goblin King, you have the potential to be a lobbyist, do you know that? I was almost convinced by you just now, just a little bit more. Yu Yang even used the end of his finger to make it just a little bit more gesture, indicating that he was not exaggerating. Thousand Goblin King's face immediately darkened even more. As if he did not see it, Yu Yang laughed. Old senior, as a junior, the things I do and the things you think are really very different. Maybe you have heard a lot of rumors about me, but have you ever thought that the current me and you, the genius Thousand Goblin King from 3,000 years ago, are actually two completely different people? Why should I repeat the things you have done before? Why should I let you have the things you want? Your future is in the heaven realm. Could it be that my future is limited to this Tong Tian Tower? Don't think that I am a 3-year-old child. Thousand Goblin King, I want to say that no matter what you persuade me, I will treat it as bullshit. Would you be so kind as to let me have Tong Tian Tower? If you are really so kind, why don't you let me have the ancient demon king's body? Alright, let's fight and talk with our fists. Thousand Goblin King sighed helplessly. You clan's third young master, you are really like me in the past. The same stubbornness, the same stubbornness. Even if you know that it is not the best choice, you will still persevere to the end. Is this considered a compliment? Yu Yang used his leg to kick Hui Tai Lang, who was still lying on the ground and sleeping. Quickly go and drag Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua back. I think they are already beaten to death. Don't worry, they should not die. Thousand Goblin King revealed a confident smile. My first goal is to kill you first. What a coincidence, my thoughts are exactly the same as yours. Yu Yang clapped his hands in agreement. Thousand Goblin King raised his hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a loud sound, an ancient demon whose body was even taller than the 80 meters tall demon Marshal Yan Shua appeared on the battle arena. Its strength was as high as heaven ranked level 3. When it appeared, it immediately knelt in front of Thousand Goblin King. Following the Thousand Goblin King's finger, the ancient demon that was more than 150 meters tall took a big step forward. With one big step, it arrived in front of Yu Yang. It stretched out a huge demon claw, ready to crush Yu Yang like a flea. Yu Yang yawned, I am so scared. Behind him, a giant loli wearing Titan armor appeared in a flash. You dare to touch my brother? The enraged giant loli roared. Her voice was earth-shattering and deafening. She grabbed the ancient demon's giant horn, and with a burst of strength, she flipped the ancient demon over to the ground. Then, she kicked the ancient demon several hundred meters away, causing it to crash heavily into the other side of the arena and sink deep into the meteorite wall. When Thousand Goblin King saw the giant loli appear, his expression changed slightly. He did not say anything and only took out a magic ball. He threw it onto the giant loli who was charging towards the ancient demon. A teleportation light flashed. The giant loli and the ancient demon disappeared from the battle arena at the same time and appeared in the battlefield of certain death in another space. Even if two heaven-ranked level 3 opponents entered the battlefield of certain death, they would still be restricted by the laws. One must die before the other could come out. I still have heaven-ranked beasts. What about you, third young master? Thousand Goblin King summoned a heaven-ranked level 2 snow mountain giant. It was 100 meters tall and wore a unique frost-heavy armor. It had one eye and a huge mouth. Its 4 arms were extremely strong and it was decorated with heaven rune circles that could increase one's strength. On the head of this snow mountain giant, there were two black horns that were even bigger than the demon's. They were curved like a cow and protected the snow mountain giant's only weakness, the top of its head. I don't have any more. Yu Yang expressed that he was not a country bumpkin. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen flew out from behind him. This duo who had just woken up from a deep sleep bit her finger. Master, this guy doesn't seem to be delicious. Before she finished speaking, a thorny flower wrapped around the snow mountain giant's ankle. Without waiting for the snow mountain giant to react, another thorny flower bit through the battlefield of certain death magic ball that Yu Yang threw out. The teleportation light flashed. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and the heaven-ranked level 2 snow mountain giant teleported away at the same time. When Thousand Goblin King saw Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, he was surprised, as if he did not understand why he could still see this extinct beast. However, Yu Yang's expression was not bad. He laughed and said, "Actually, I also have this kind of battlefield of certain death magic ball. I don't have to trouble you to take out all of them. Senior Thousand Goblin King, what other heaven-ranked beasts do you have? Please summon them all and let me, a junior, have a look." Heaven Realm Demon Dragon. Thousand Goblin King summoned a magnificent holy grimoire and placed his palm on it. A golden light flashed and a gigantic demon dragon appeared on top of his head. This demon dragon was not a holy beast, but its strength was at the peak of heaven ranked level 1. Because it was a flying-type beast, its battle power was not inferior to the heaven-ranked level 2 snow mountain giant. Its whole body was burning with black flames, its scales were like obsidian, its horn was like a demon spear, its wings were almost 100 meters long, its head was ferocious and its eyes were as black as a hole. Yu Yang was expressionless. Thousand Goblin King was indeed awesome. He actually had a holy grimoire. This was the first time Yu Yang saw a human warrior possessing a holy grimoire. The Heaven Realm Demon Dragon roared towards the sky and spat out a long tongue of fire. It actually used its special ability and summoning crystal to summon 3 raging inferno dragons that were half the size of the Heaven Realm Demon Dragons appeared on the battlefield in the light of summoning. They were also not holy beasts. Although they were only platinum ranked level 10, their battle power was not inferior to human warriors. They were at least equivalent to innate level 8. A peak of heaven ranked level 1 Heaven Realm Demon Dragon and 3 blazing giant dragons that were equivalent to innate level 8. How should he deal with this battle? Although the Reaper Mantis was born to restrain dragons and liked to eat them, the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon was not something that the Reaper Mantis could bite. Bloody Queen Red was also good at flying, but how could she fight against 3,000-year-old dragons and a 5,000-year-old dragon? When Yu Yang thought about this, he frowned slightly. How could he defeat these 4 old dragons? My Boan is a good warrior, I hope third young master will like his arrival. Thousand Goblin King's eyes had a hint of pride. Seeing his enemy helpless was his life's greatest joy. Master, a man requests to fight. Barbarian Cow Shadow A Man came out from the grimoire world and stood in front of Yu Yang with her head held high. When Thousand Goblin King saw this, he laughed out loud. A female barbarian cow wanted to fight against 4 giant dragons? What a huge joke. Not to mention the strongest Heaven Realm Demon Dragon, any one of the raging flame dragons could easily tear her apart. Yu Yang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then summoned his grimoire and superimposed the giant shadows on A Man's body one by one. Wild possessed the great earth heart, as well as the ancient titan's power. She was a battle goddess who would never tire. As long as she stood on the ground, no one could defeat her. She was indeed not a match for the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon, but if she were to exhaust it bit by bit, no matter how strong the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon was, there would come a time when it would run out of energy. The barbarian Cow Shadow A Man threw out the god-binding chains. An explosion of power. He directly dragged the arrogant Heaven Realm Demon Dragon to the ground. She took out the magic ball of duel and crushed it. Then, she grabbed the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon and disappeared with the enemy. Yu Yang didn't know how long it would take for A Man to defeat the powerful Heaven Realm Demon Dragon. He hoped that Doom's eyes could be activated. That way, it would save a lot of time. The 4 giant dragons and the barbarian Cow Shadow disappeared at the same time. Thousand Goblin King was a little annoyed. As an exceptional genius, no one could surpass him in the past 3,000 years. He didn't expect that even with so many heaven-ranked beasts, he still couldn't take down a 20-year-old brat. Fallen angel, descend. Thousand Goblin King intentionally wanted to compete with Yu Yang in beasts. He was a dignified Thousand Goblin King with countless beasts, yet he couldn't even suppress a brat. Where would he put his face? As long as he saw Yu Yang calmly facing his own beast and countering its attacks, he would be extremely unhappy. Competing beasts? Then let's see who has more beasts and who is stronger. Thousand Goblin King raised his hand and the grimoire released thousands of dazzling lights. In the sun-like light, a black shadow walked out, admiring himself. His appearance caused the whole place to lose its color. Even the light lost its power. An angel whose wingspan was not more than 10 meters, but whose energy and aura could make light lose its color, appeared in front of Yu Yang. On his body, there was a pair of pitch-black wings. Every feather was like a black arrow. Or a black dagger, filled with killing intent. A dark golden armor, and a pitch-black devilish angel demon sword. Compared to the cursed holy light sword in Xianxia's hand, this angel demon sword was even more evil and strange. A bloodthirsty desire was emitted from the blade, as if this angel demon sword couldn't wait to be unsheathed and drink human blood. Although this fallen angel had the power of heaven-ranked level 1, he wasn't at the peak of heaven-ranked level 1. However, from his intelligent eyes, one could tell that he was extremely difficult to deal with. A fallen angel with intelligence was more terrifying than two ancient slaughterers without intelligence. Aya, what kind of enemy is this? Even I have to be awakened? The fallen angel slowly descended to the ground and pointed at Yu Yang. His pitch-black eyes were only looking at Thousand Goblin King. King, is it this snot-nosed brat who angered you? Please don't be angry, wait for Amofei to kill him for you. Do you still remember? 3,000 years ago, wasn't there also an arrogant brat who wanted to challenge your majesty? What a laughable flea. My king, please don't mind him. Amofei will use his sword to chop off his head to appease the anger in your heart. So it's a damn ladyboy. Yu Yang couldn't stand the fallen angel's tone and vomited. It couldn't be helped, this was the legendary authentic submissive tone. Yu Yang couldn't stand an otaku who was a mortal enemy of a fujoshi. Of course, nothing was impossible in this world. It was reasonable for it to exist. Yu Yang could only pretend not to hear it. He was really afraid that if he heard too much, he would be infected. Damn Tai Lang wasn't here, Reaper Mantis's level wasn't high enough, Bloody Queen Red and Hornless Dragon Jiangying were much weaker too. Who should fight next? Yu Yang had a headache. He realized that Thousand Goblin King who had lived for thousands of years was indeed abnormal. Heaven-ranked beasts, other people were already very powerful if they had one, but he had a group of them, and each one was more abnormal than the other. Just as Impatience sighed and prepared to fight, two shadows rushed over from the other side of the passage. Demon Marshal Yan Shua swept his claws, wanting to kill the two people at the entrance of the passage. However, a giant blizzard lady rose up. Her form was not much shorter than the 80 meters tall Demon Marshal Yan Shua. The most terrifying thing was that she opened her mouth and spat out a breath of cold air. The whole battle arena immediately turned into a world of ice and snow. Snowflakes danced in the air and a cold wind was bone-chilling. The ice on the ground quickly spread and in a blink of an eye, the ground was frozen into a pure white snow. Demon Marshal Yan Shua looked in shock at the palm that was burning with flames. That palm was actually frozen by frost. Even the burning flames had turned into frost. A divine sword slashed down from the top of his head. Although the sword chi was slightly lacking, the power of the divine sword that could kill everything in a second still scared Demon Marshal Yan Shua so much that he immediately dodged. He was not an idiot, he would definitely not go head-to-head with a divine weapon. Not only him, even Thousand Goblin King's expression changed when he saw this divine weapon. The legendary Prison Emperor Divine Sword? Thousand Goblin King sighed slightly. Although the divine weapon was in front of him, he knew that the divine weapon was not fated with him. It belonged to the heroic swordswoman in his hand. I'm late, are you all right? The valiant Princess Sisai did not look at Thousand Goblin King, nor did she look at the fallen angel who was preparing to attack Yu Yang. After she forced Demon Marshal Yan Shua to retreat, she kept the divine sword on her back and walked towards Yu Yang in big strides. In her eyes, there was only this baddie that she would always love and hate. Maybe it was because of her competitive spirit that refused to admit defeat, or maybe it was because she was unwilling to admit that she fell in love at first sight, or maybe it was because she was gradually attracted to him. Anyway, she did not know when she had fallen in love with this man who smiled evilly. If he was not Shui Wuxia's fiancé, would she still like him? If he did not peek at her one day, if he did not touch her one day, would she still like him? Princess Sisai could not explain these questions, so she decided not to think about it. Anyway, it was happier to be simple than complicated. She only needed to know that in the depths of her heart, he was the only one that she missed. Princess, your subordinate was bullied badly. Yu Yang quickly pretended to be pitiful. It's okay, I will kill him to take revenge for you. Princess Sisai would definitely not speak like this normally. In front of the enemy, she would always be his most capable swordswoman and not the arrogant rouge tigress. Although that damn transvestite looks like he needs a beating, his abilities are not bad. Can you handle him alone? Yu Yang was a little worried for her. Don't we still have Xuanyo? As Princess Sisai spoke, Shui Wuxia also fluttered over. She was different from Princess Sisai, who used her fist to punch Yu Yang's chest. She changed her usual reserved manner, opened her arms and gave him a deep hug. Then, she used her warm cherry lips and kissed his cheek lightly. Thousand Goblin King is not that strong, you can definitely defeat him, I believe in you. Remember, you are the man that I like, and also the most outstanding man in the world. This is such a joke, do you think that just by saying a few disgusting words of love, you can scare me away? When the fallen angel heard this, he sneered, my king is the most outstanding person in the world. All of you are trash. Only my king is worthy of this Tong Tian tower. He is the man who can truly conquer the heaven realm. We will help you kill this guy. Our strength is limited, we can only help you this much. Shui Wuxia kissed the corner of Yu Yang's lips lightly. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Under the encouragement of her kiss, Yu Yang's blood boiled and his morale soared. Hai Yinggu looked at this scene enviously. She also wanted to throw herself into his arms and kiss him. But she knew that in his arms, there were two girls that were even more outstanding than her. If she wanted to have a place in front of them, she had to be outstanding enough. Princess Sisai also gave Yu Yang a hug, but towards Yu Yang, who took the opportunity to chase after her with a wolfish kiss. She turned her head to avoid it, only letting him kiss her cheek. On the other side, Shui Wuxia, who had thunder in her left hand and frost in her right, had already flown towards Fallen Angel. Princess Sisai, who broke free from Yu Yang's embrace, held a decisive battle scroll in her hand. This kind of decisive battle scroll brought people to a different space than the magic ball of certain death. They were his fiancés. Even if they had the confidence to kill the enemy, they had to be wary of the enemy's schemes. They were definitely not willing to fall into the battlefield of certain death, but to enter a place where they had a chance to leave. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai fought against the fallen angel. When the decisive battle scroll opened, the three figures disappeared at the same time. Be careful. Thousand Goblin King suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness. In the end, he hurriedly reminded Fallen Angel, hoping that the proud Mo Fei would fight carefully, because these two girls gave him a very bad feeling. They did not seem to be very strong, but a warrior's intuition told Thousand Goblin King that they were very dangerous, far more dangerous than what he could see with his eyes. Senior Thousand Goblin King, do you still have heaven-ranked beasts? Yu Yang asked with a smile. Thousand Goblin King did not answer, but Yu Yang's face turned serious. If you don't, then it's my turn. Wait. Demon Marshal Yan Shua suddenly took a big step forward, his huge body causing the ground to rumble. Your opponent is me. Yu Yang looked at Thousand Goblin King. He is not going to fight. Thousand Goblin King did not look at Yu Yang, he only cared about himself and walked in front of Xianxia, who was in despair. He used the gaze of a strong warrior and looked down at him. I can remove this curse. Xianxia seemed to have revived from the dead, his eyes immediately regained their spirit. He looked at Thousand Goblin King excitedly. Really? Thousand Goblin King nodded his head. Fallen Angel Mo Fei, I am actually the same as you, under an irreversible curse. But do you know what my inherent skill is? Separation inherent skill. Not only can my inherent skill separate any negative state from my body, I can also separate myself into two people. Do you understand what I mean? In my hands, you do not even need to suffer for a minute. As long as you are loyal to me, I can grant you a second life, a perfect and healthy body. Without waiting for Xianxia to react, Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King suddenly knelt down. He knelt down in front of Thousand Goblin King with a face full of excitement and sincerity. The powerful you are the master that I have been looking for. Evil Wind is willing to be under your command. Evil Wind swears to the heavens that in the future, Thousand Goblin King will be my master and I will be at your beck and call. If I have any thoughts of betrayal, may the heavens and earth destroy me. A strange light flashed past Thousand Goblin King's eyes. Other than Yu Yang, no one could understand what that light meant. He personally helped Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King up and said with a pleasant expression, I understand your intentions, there is no need to be so courteous. Get up. Actually, my goal is Heaven Realm. I need more strong warriors to help me manage Tong Tian Tower. I can hand over Guang continent to you who is cursed, as for the vast ocean I will hand it to you, loyal and devoted Evil Wind. You will all become the new generation of powerful rulers of Tong Tian Tower. Although your current strength is not enough to suppress Dragon Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld, I will grant you power. You will definitely become heaven-ranked warriors in the future. Yes, Master. Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King was a typical person who took advantage of the situation. Once he saw that Thousand Goblin King accepted him, he immediately called him Lord. Xianxia shuddered when he heard this. But as a curse, he had no choice but to kneel down as well, hoping that Thousand Goblin King would use his separation inherent skill to separate the curse from his body. Yu Yang watched quietly. He did not stop them. Hai Yingguo took the opportunity to rush to his side and secretly stretched out her small hand to hold his big hand. Yu Yang felt that her jade-white hands were slightly cold. Only then did he react. He immediately waved his hand and asked her to leave the arena. Let's go. It's very dangerous here. Quickly take the Sea clan who fainted outside and leave. If they really fight, the entire snow world might collapse. I am gone. You'll be alone. Hai Yingguo hoped that she could be by his side. This battle was going to be difficult and his life might be in danger. She didn't care about the Sea Empress position at all. As long as she could stay and accompany him, everything else didn't matter. If he died in battle, he would accompany him. If he lost, he could stay behind to comfort him. Silly woman, haven't you heard that women should shut up when men do things? I'm not discussing with you, do you understand? This is an order. Yu Yang was furious. I'll listen to you, don't be so fierce. Hai Yingguo felt wronged and begged weakly. I'll listen to you, but you have to come back. No matter what happens, you can't go all out. Everyone and I are waiting for you. You should know that if you leave, we won't be able to live. Promise me, don't be like my father. You are the most outstanding, nothing can happen to you. I was very angry at you in the past, it was my fault. After you return from the battle, I will be the best woman and serve you with all my heart. Remember, you must remember, we are all waiting for you. Hai Yingguo became more emotional as she spoke. She hugged Yu Yang and kissed him fiercely with her fiery lips. Tears flowed down again and into their mouths. She resisted the reluctance in her heart, raised the Ocean Emperor's halberd in her hands and left without looking back. She was not heartless, but she was afraid that her heart would soften. If she looked back at him, she might not be strong enough to leave. She was smart and knew what kind of enemy he was facing. One was a heaven-ranked level 3 ancient demon, the other was even scarier than a heaven-ranked level 3 ancient demon. It was the Thousand Goblin King who dominated Tong Tian Tower 3,000 years ago. If Yu Yang was confident, he would not have delayed his attack. Hai Yingguo knew that this battle was no less dangerous than the Death Arena and the Heaven Realm battle. At that time, Ji Zun and Night Empress were beside him. Now, he could only fight alone. Hai Yingguo hated herself. Why did she not have enough power? If she had, she would be able to share some of his pressure. Demon Marshal Yan Shua had no intention of stopping Hai Yingguo from leaving. In the eyes of an ancient demon, an innate level 1 was as insignificant as an insect. Moreover, the enemy in front of them was the Shu clan third young master. As long as they killed this man, no one in Tong Tian Tower would be able to stop Thousand Goblin King. Magma Dragon, Blazing Queen Bee and my Demon Bat, come out. Demon Marshal Xianxia did not summon these beasts even when he was facing Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua. If the enemy in front of him was Yu Yang, Demon Marshal Xianxia would not dare to be careless. After all, this was a super genius who was said to be able to capture an abyss manatee from Heaven Realm. Among the people that Demon Marshal Xianxia knew, only 2 people could do this. One was Thousand Goblin King and the other was the Shu Clan third young master. Before this human genius who was similar to Thousand Goblin King grew up, he must be killed. Otherwise, he would grow up quickly and reach the same realm as Thousand Goblin King. Although Demon Marshal Xianxia was willing to accept Thousand Goblin King, it did not mean that he was willing to accept another human genius like Thousand Goblin King. If it was a human genius, only one would be enough. This was what Demon Marshal Xianxia thought. On the other side, Thousand Goblin King's body shone with a dazzling golden light. It immediately enveloped the heavily injured 9-headed Sea Goblin King and the cursed Xianyu. Yu Yang smiled and did not stop him. Forget about 9-headed Sea Goblin King, Xianyu was also not a good person. Yu Yang would not care about their life and death. Anyway, there was no lack of fools in this world. If they were tricked by Thousand Goblin King, it was because they were stupid. Who would care about a fool's business? A volcano quickly rose from the ground of the battle arena. Blood-red magma spurted out and formed a magma fire dragon in midair. It was platinum ranked level 10, but its power was equivalent to innate level 9. It was slightly stronger than the 3 giant blazing dragons summoned by the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon. Of course, Demon Marshal Xianxia did not summon the magma fire dragon to fight, but to create a magma terrain that was beneficial to him. Only in a high-temperature environment, Demon Marshal Xianxia could use 100% of his power. The higher the temperature, the better. Just now, the blizzard water had spat out a mouthful of frost-cold air, causing the temperature to plummet. This made Demon Marshal Xianxia uncomfortable all over his body. Thus, he summoned a magma fire dragon to change the terrain, creating an advantageous terrain for him. Blazing Queen Bee was also platinum-ranked level 10. Its purpose was not to attack the enemy, but to continuously lay eggs. As long as it was in the magma of the volcano, it could lay endless eggs. Every Blazing Bee warrior that hatched had the power of an innate level 1. Although this kind of Blazing Bee warrior's attack power was useless against a Heaven rank innate, they still had a terrifying self-destruct skill. Even a Heaven rank innate would be greatly injured when facing the endless number of Blazing Bee warriors' self-destruct skill. If it was combined with Demon Marshal Xianxia's grave, inherent skill, this kind of self-destruct skill was simply an abnormal existence. Because of the grave, inherent skill, every time a summoned beast dies, the grave, inherent skill would accumulate a tenth of the summoned beast's power. If the enemy suffered the self-destruct of thousands of Blazing Bee warriors, even a strong Heaven rank innate would be heavily injured. The only weakness of this skill was that it was unable to lock the enemy down. The enemy could easily escape and retreat. Previously, Demon Marshal Xianxia did not summon Blazing Queen Bee to lay eggs to deal with Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua. That was because he did not have any helpers to restrict the enemy. Moreover, the enemy had Prison Dragon Pillar and Beheading Moon Chains. These were the treasures that Blazing Queen Bee was most afraid of. If Barbarian Cow Shadow did not take away the God-binding chains just now, Demon Marshal Xianxia would not have taken the initiative to attack. Now, he was relieved, with Thousand Goblin King by his side, and the enemy did not have any treasures that could restrict Blazing Queen Bee from laying eggs. This battle could be said to be a sure win. Furthermore, he still had Heaven rank level 1 Demon Bat. This was his guardian beast. With its blood-sucking and soundwave skills, even if the enemy was the legendary Yu Clan third young master who could defeat Heaven rank innates, he would definitely lose. Third young master, give your body to me. I have been longing to become a human for a long time. Your excellent body is a treasure that I have been looking forward to for a long time. I promise to use it well. Demon Marshal Xianxia was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Although he was an ancient demon, ever since he was stuck at Heaven rank level 3 and could never level up, he understood that the best life form in the world was the extremely fragile human. Only humans had the best body and the body with the most potential. I am very easy to talk to, but please ask my beasts if they agree. Yu Yang also kept on summoning. He did not use Battle Angel Ka as his secret weapon. He wanted to keep her to deal with the confident Thousand Goblin King. Bloody Queen Red, Hornless Dragon Jiang, Reaper Mantis, and Spirit of Heaven Fire were summoned one by one. Finally, the most capable Little Winley was summoned. Little Winley had already summoned Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon in the Grimoire world. The Stone Element Medusa and the Storm Mermaid hated high-temperature environments the most. They preferred to fight in the water. The Storm Mermaid blew the storm horn almost as soon as they came out. Thus, a miracle was born. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless raindrops fell down like a torrential downpour. Behind Storm Mermaid, there were raging waves that rushed towards the volcano that was spewing magma like a tsunami. Magma Dragon and Blazing Queen Bee were extremely angry as they released heat to resist. Waves of heat waves evaporated the water droplets. Lumps of magma were like a dam, blocking the waves. Water and fire collided violently. Immediately, there was an incomparably terrifying strange sound. The whole battle arena immediately became a miraculous scene of water and fire fighting. Heaven-ranked level 1 demon bat flapped its wings and swooped down towards Yang. However, before it could release its sound wave, a little serpent demon lowly appeared in front of it. She glared angrily at the demon bat and froze it in midair. Bloody Queen Red appeared in a flash and rushed towards the demon bat's huge ears and let out an incomparably mournful and soul-shattering banshee scream. Just as Demon Marshal Xianxia was about to wave his claws to help, there was already another person in front of him. Yu Yang. Yu Yang did not make a move because he was scheming against the enemy. Ever since he transmigrated to this world, Yu Yang had faced strong enemies one after another. What was there to be afraid of? Countless rocks flew towards Demon Marshal Xianxia under Yu Yang's control, imitating the Night Empress falling meteor. Demon Marshal Xianxia laughed coldly in his heart. He thought that Yu Yang had some powerful moves, but it was just rocks. If it was really the falling meteor from the Night Empress Starry Sky Domain, Demon Marshal Xianxia would naturally not dare to take it head-on. However, Yu Yang was just imitating it with normal rocks. The difference in power was like heaven and earth, it was not a threat at all. Boom 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 boom. Demon Marshal Xianxia waved his fist disdainfully, smashing the raindrop-like rocks into pieces. Trying to use rocks to defeat an ancient demon, it was simply a dream. On the other side, the demon bat's battle was not as optimistic as its master. Its body was frozen by Little Winley. Its ears, which were originally extremely sensitive and could receive ultrasonic waves, immediately exploded under Bloody Queen Red's banshee scream. Blood splattered out from its eardrums. Its consciousness went blank, and its body fell from the sky like a piece of leather. At the same time, Little Winley's dual icicle blades cut into its heart. Although it only broke through the skin and was unable to directly penetrate the heart, the extremely cold ice energy still easily entered its internal organs, forming a layer of ice. Hornless Dragon Jiang, who was wielding Yu Yang's crescent moon, fiercely slashed at the demon bat's left wing. On the other side, its right wing was heavily hit by Bloody Queen Red's whip of agony. Although its level was higher and it was stronger, under the combined attacks of Little Winley and the other's powerful inherent skills, the demon bat, whose strength was as high as heaven rank level 1, could not handle it and was heavily injured. Without any warning, the demon bat, which had escaped from the binding inherent skills and banshee scream, immediately turned into a ball of golden light. It changed its form in an attempt to reduce the injuries on its body and avoid being pursued. If it did not turn into a ball of light, it would continue to be frozen in ice. As for the demon bat's escape, Little Winley raised her right hand. That small hand was pink and as white as jade. An infinite amount of purifying light was released from Little Winley's hand. This kind of purifying light that could dispel negative effects was not very effective in healing wounds. Its main purpose was not to heal, nor was it to dispel the negative effects on one's body, but to attack the enemy. Little Winley rarely used this skill unless she was facing a demon abyss powerhouse or an enemy who was good at using negative energy. As soon as the golden light of the demonic bat came into contact with the pure white purifying light, it immediately produced a burst of thick smoke. The two types of energy were quickly neutralizing and melting each other. In the thick smoke, the demon bat rolled a few times in pain before quickly transforming into hundreds of small golden bats that scattered in all directions. Chi. The stone element Medusa, who had a head full of fiery snake hair, suddenly showed her might. Her beautiful eyes, which could frighten people's souls, flashed with a bright light. The energy in her body quickly gathered in her hands and flowed into the dark golden serpent bow in her hands. As she stretched out her arms, the bow became a full moon. Dozens of fire energy arrows were densely lined up on the dark golden serpent bow. With a whoosh, they shot out furiously. A row of fan-shaped fire arrows scattered out and strangely automatically tracked down every target in the sky. Coincidentally, every arrow accurately hit a small golden bat. All of the small golden bats that were hit by the fire arrows rolled around in pain and fell from the sky one by one. Although this kind of flame was not Nirvana flame, it was the fake Nirvana flame that the Gemini temple copied from Yu Yang's body using the replication law. This kind of fake Nirvana flame was perfectly combined with the stone element Medusa's snake hair. Its power was not something a normal flame could compare to. In addition, after Yu Yang mastered the Yang ability and understood the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, he helped the stone element Medusa refine and upgrade her snake hair flames many times. Especially after defeating Heaven Realm's Yan Zong and Yan Zun and obtaining the powerful pure blue fire form's energy, Yu Yang specially merged it with stone element Medusa. Although it was not yet, her snake hair flames were already very close to the pure blue fire form. Furthermore, she could completely control it, making it one of the secret skills that the stone element Medusa had just mastered. The demon bat realized that after transforming into a small bat, it was defeated even faster and died even more miserably. It hurriedly gathered together and formed its huge form again. The stone element Medusa's golden arrow arrived and fiercely pierced into the demon bat's lips. Very slowly, the demon bat's lips were petrified. Its originally dark golden skin continuously seeped out the grayish-black color of a stone and continuously deteriorated. From the sky, a purple lightning struck down at an extremely fast speed, blasting a huge hole in the demon bat's huge wings. The supporting wing bones were only left with a pitch-black bone. Its hair was burnt and its skin and flesh were completely destroyed. The demon bat in pain summoned a huge wild bull, bronze ranked level 10. The appearance of this wild bull did not seem to be a qualified helper, but more like food. The demon bat pounced on the back of the huge wild bull and ferociously sucked its blood. The injuries on its body quickly recovered. As for the bronze-ranked level 10 wild bull, it whimpered twice and weakly knelt on the ground. Go and die. The ice serpent demon that had not attacked all this while directly chopped off the wild bull's head. At the same time, the Reaper Mantis descended from the sky and pounced on the demon bat's back. Using the same posture, it started to bite and suck the demon bat's blood from its neck. Little Wen Li's dual blades, Jiang Ying's crescent moon and Bloody Queen Red's whip of agony all struck the demon bat's body at the same time. The demon bat that had just recovered did not even last for 10 seconds before its body was riddled with wounds again. Aho! The demon bat immediately transformed and demonized, turning into a 10 meters tall monster that was almost as tall as a demon king. A golden light flashed in the sky, like a small dragon emerging from the sea. The dragon-shaped golden beast glided down from the sky in an extremely beautiful posture. It opened its small mouth and bit the demon bat's head. It was different from a real demon king. The demonized demon bat did not have a huge horn like a demon king, instead, it had 2 huge ears on its head. Without the protection of the demon horn, to the golden beast that could easily bite through a giant dragon's skull, it was like opening the city gates to a castle. There was no difficulty at all in attacking it. It quickly bit open the demon bat's head. It immediately drilled in. Demon Marshal Yan Shua, who was so pleased with himself, realized that he had fallen into a trap. Yu Clan's third young master was only harassing him and not really fighting him. Demon Marshal Yan Shua saw his guardian beast holding its head in pain and continuously hitting the ground with its head. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Even if the guardian beast would not really die, this kind of humiliating defeat would greatly reduce its strength. It might even lose a part of its intelligence and growth potential. Scram! Demon Marshal Yan Shua wanted to slap Yu Yang away and save his beloved beast. Don't be anxious, let's have a good chat. Yu Yang looked at Thousand Goblin King's side. The silver light on his hands filled the sky, forming a rune circle. The most special one was the one and only eternal wheel that Yang possessed. The tragic demon Marshal Xianxia's hand was stopped in midair by the eternal wheel. Unless he cut off that demon arm, he could only wait for Yu Yang's eternal wheel to disappear. Only then would he be able to regain control of his demon arm. Just as Yu Yang and demon Marshal Xianxia were fighting, Thousand Goblin King, who was at the other corner of the battle arena, came out from the light barrier. He had a smile on his face and his hands were holding a ball of light. His left hand was white and had the shape of an angel. His right hand was green and had the shape of a nine-headed monster. When the light barrier completely disappeared, two extremely tired and limp crabs appeared. It was Xianxia, who was cursed, and nine-headed sea goblin king, who had yet to recover from his injuries. The two of them were even more tired and unbearable than a normal man who went to a brothel to call for prostitutes for 10 days and 10 nights. In just over a minute, their appearances had undergone a drastic change. Xianxia, who had turned into a demon, the smooth wings on his back had deteriorated to the point that he looked like a vulture. The ground was covered with dried gray feathers. His bright eyes had also become lifeless and dull. There was even a pair of dark circles under his eyes due to lack of sleep. Looking closely, that young face had also aged. Faint wrinkles could be seen on his forehead. The most obvious thing was that Xianxu's strength had dropped drastically. Now that it had dropped, he was only a level 6 and 8, nine-headed sea goblin king who was lying on the right side of Xianxia was in an even worse state. He had already dropped from level 6 and 8 and was only a level 5 and 8. He had aged so much that his hair had turned white and his face was as dry as a sick person. Why? Xianxia realized that the curse in his body had not decreased at all. Instead, he had lost an immeasurable amount of pure energy. You guys are really fools. That's right, you guys did not hear wrongly. You guys are really fools, born fools. Other than Yu Clan's third young master, you guys are not even worth mentioning in my eyes. Your intelligence is too low. You guys actually believed what I said? Haha, I really don't understand. You guys are so stupid, how did you guys survive until now? Thousand Goblin King happily sucked the 2 balls of pure energy into his mouth. His expression was as if he had eaten the most delicious food in the world. Separation inherent skill. Xianxia now knew that he was wrong. There was definitely a problem with Thousand Goblin King's separation inherent skill. You guessed it right. Separation inherent skill, as long as the target is willing, it can separate almost anything. For example, the energy in your body, the treasured sword in your hand, the holy armor you are wearing, even your internal organs, blood, bone marrow, and brain matter. My separation inherent skill can successfully separate and take them away. You guys are already useless. Instead of wasting the pure energy that has not been contaminated, why not give it to me? After I control Tong Tian Tower and conquer Heaven Realm, I will occasionally miss you guys who have contributed a little. Thousand Goblin King did not look at Xianxia and nine-headed sea goblin king again and turned to leave. Damn Thousand Goblin King, I have already pledged my loyalty to you. Nine-headed sea goblin king panted heavily. He gathered his last bit of energy and roared unwillingly. Actually, you guys should be ashamed. Why did I lie to you guys? It's not that I'm especially smart or that my separation inherent skill is powerful, it's that you guys are especially stupid. Secondly, you guys claim to be a top-notch warrior and dream of becoming one of the 5 emperors of Tong Tian Tower. You guys actually only have this little bit of pure energy. You guys are the trash among trash. Even a dog under Yu Clan's third young master's feet is better than you guys. Speaking of which, I feel a little angry. I wasted the number of times I used separation inherent skill and you guys only contributed this little bit of energy. Thousand Goblin King seemed to be suppressing his anger. He took a deep breath and regained his original arrogance. If I did not kill you guys personally, the energy I extracted would have scattered. You two trash, I would have chopped you into pieces and fed you to the dogs long ago. Take care of yourselves. It's impossible for retarded clowns like you to become one of the 5 emperors of Tong Tian Tower. Living, to you guys, is already the biggest luxury in the world. Pooh. Xianxia vomited blood, his eyes darkened and he fainted. Kill you, I will definitely kill you. Nine-headed sea goblin king waved his fists crazily, but he did not even have the strength to struggle to stand up. Talking to you guys is simply an insult to my intelligence. Thousand Goblin King curled his lips in disdain and flew up to the sky in an instant. His hand started to slowly draw a star pattern, as if he wanted to unseal the Sky Vault star seal. He suddenly thought of something and stopped. He looked at Yu Yang, who was fighting below. "You clan's third young master, aren't you going to stop me?" Yu Yang had just pushed Demon Marshal Xianxia back with a punch and laughed. "I don't know how to unseal the Sky Vault star seal." "Just nice, you can do it. When you take out the ancient Demon King's perfect body, I will get a share." Thousand Goblin King's gaze turned cold. "Young man, don't be too confident." Pointing a finger at the sky, Yu Yang replied, "Let me tell you, robbing is my inherent skill." "Really?" Thousand Goblin King snorted coldly and looked at Demon Marshal Xianxia. "If you can't even kill Yu Clan's third young master, don't even dream about Heaven Realm." "I will kill him immediately," Demon Marshal Xianxia hurriedly declared. In front of Thousand Goblin King, Demon Marshal Xianxia was very respectful and did not dare to put on airs as an ancient demon. Xianxia, who was cursed, suddenly woke up. He used the last bit of his strength to struggle up and staggered towards the exit. Demon Marshal Xianxia was prepared to fight to the death with Yu Yang. His heaven-ranked power exploded. If it was in the past, he would still be able to hold on. But now that Thousand Goblin King had taken away his pure energy, he was only left with the power of innate level 6. If he stayed in this battle arena, he would definitely die. Nine-headed Sea Goblin King quickly got up and followed closely behind. Senior Demon Xianxia and Thousand Goblin King did not stop these two people from leaving. In their eyes, these two people were like ants, insignificant. Thousand Goblin King needed to focus on unsealing the firmament constellation seal formation, while Demon Marshal Xianxia needed to use 100% of his concentration to fight against Yu Yang. It was not a joke to let Yu Yang launch a sneak attack. No matter if it was the World Exterminating Wheel or the Nirvana Flame, once they hit their target, they would definitely die a horrible death. Second form of demon. Demon Marshal Xianxia's roar was like thunder as his body ignited with a black hellfire. The horns on its head twisted and extended. In his mouth, his demonic teeth were glistening. The bone spikes on his back protruded from his spine, forming a row of strange thorns on his back. The scales became even darker and glossier. Hellfire was attached to them, transforming into a double layer of demonic fire scales. A huge ball of hell flame, in the form of the demon head, transformed into an incomparably hot raging fire demon shield on its left arm. On the other hand, more hellfire appeared in his right hand, transforming into an evil fire scythe. Demon Marshal Xianxia, whose body had grown to more than 90 meters, had a very special halo under his feet. It was like countless flames were burning on the ground in the shape of a picture. It continuously increased the temperature of Demon Marshal Xianxia's body and also continuously expelled the points on the ground. A huge domain power rose up. It was fiery red and looked like a semicircle. In his own domain, Demon Marshal Xianxia's power increased by a few times. He had completely unsealed his heaven-ranked level 3 power. His every movement carried the might of a heaven-ranked ranker. Other than Yu Yang, who was unaffected, even Xianxia and Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, who had already escaped to the outside of the passage, felt like their necks were being strangled and they almost fell to the ground. Yu Yang slowly closed his eyes and stretched his arms. The two sides of his body, the left and right sides, became completely different worlds. On one side, snowflakes danced in the air, and the air was cold. On the other side, the temperature was incomparably high, and it was comparable to hell. Other than Thousand Goblin King and Demon Marshal Xianxia's domain, which were not affected, the rest of the space was controlled by Yu Yang's yin and yang energy. It turned out that the very arrogant magma dragon had now withered. Apart from the torrential rain falling from the sky, it was in great pain. The bigger impact was because of the frost-cold chi condensed by Yu Yang's yin energy. If it was not for the high temperature of its body, it would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. The magma dragon wailed and wanted to fly towards its master. Storm Mermaid would definitely not let it go. She controlled the water on the ground and like a tsunami, it swept towards the enemy. The magma dragon spat out hot magma and formed a protective layer around its body, trying to defend against Storm Mermaid's suppression. An ice blade pierced deep into its throat. The magma that was spat out halfway was forced to stop. The skill that the magma dragon was using was instantly interrupted. The recoil of the energy caused the magma dragon's body to tremble. Furthermore, the fatal frost that invaded its body caused it to be even more afraid. Trying to escape? The ice serpent demon abandoned her blade and placed her palms together in front of her chest. She condensed a ball of extremely cold chi, and when the magma dragon opened its mouth to bite her, she stuffed it deep into its throat. In an instant, the whole magma dragon turned into an ice sculpture. Then, the ice slowly melted into water and the magma dragon's body was restored. The blazing queen bee in the sky was not willing to lose a helper like the magma dragon. It was forced to stop laying eggs and leave the crater of the volcano. It flew high up into the sky. It tried to save its teammates. The ice serpent demon raised both of her hands towards the sky and shouted, "Ice mist." Thousands of icicles shot out from the ground around her like thousands of sharp ice spears, piercing into the sky. When they hit the magma dragon and the blazing queen bee, they quickly turned into balls of ice flowers. They were like lotuses that continuously rotated and twisted, firmly freezing the blazing queen bee and the magma dragon within. The demon bat, whose brain was being bitten by the golden beast, was in extreme pain. It screamed continuously. It turned into a ball of golden light. It hoped to escape from the terrifying bite of the golden beast. Little Winley, who was in the sky, had been waiting for a long time. Her small hands released a purifying white light for the second time. The demon bat was unable to resist the destructive purifying white light and had no choice but to return to its original body in the thick smoke. Thunder Naga's lightning, Bloody Queen Red's whip of agony and hornless dragon Xianxia's crescent moon all hit its body at the same time. The heavily injured demon bat howled, hoping that its master could summon it back, if not it would definitely die. At this moment, Demon Marshal Xianxia was strangely sleeping while standing. Sleeping Dragon Dreamland. This was hornless dragon Xianxia's special skill. It was a dragon race ability that could forcefully drag people into a dreamland. The weaker the enemy's mental strength, the higher the success rate and the longer the time of sleep. She was just trying it out initially, but she did not expect that she could really make the heaven-ranked level 3 demon Marshal Xianxia sleep. Although it only slept for 10 seconds, it was enough for little Winley and the others to surround and kill the demon bat. Having lost the support of its master's strength and willpower, the demon bat's demon core was bitten off by the golden beast. It was shattered and its body was heavily injured. Under little Winley's binding chain's inherent skill, it could only watch as its enemies dismembered it. When Demon Marshal Xianxia woke up, he realized that his guardian beast demon bat had already turned into a ball of golden light and returned to the grimoire world. Dead in battle, although this was not an eternal death, the demon bat could not be summoned again today. Moreover, it would definitely be heavily injured and lose its rank. Demon Marshal Xianxia's gaze swept towards Jiangying, who was holding the crescent blade, and roared angrily, "It's you? You're the one who made me sleep? Damned Eastern Goblin tribe, I will tear you apart. Continue sleeping." Jiangying snorted coldly. Another ray of colorful light appeared on her body and formed a beautiful sleeping dragon pattern in front of her. Before Demon Marshal Xianxia could even curse, he was forced to sleep again. He fainted. The magma dragon below had just struggled free from the ice mist flower. Before it could fly up, Little Winley, Bloody Queen Red and Ice Serpent Demon arrived and attacked together. The magma dragon's head was chopped off and its body was torn apart. The golden beast even managed to snatch the magma dragon's hot heart. It held the hot heart in its mouth and shot it out like an arrow. The magma dragon's huge body crashed onto the ground. The storm mermaid's wave instantly drowned the magma dragon's body. When the wave subsided, what was revealed was a broken body that had already turned into black stone. Two beasts had died consecutively and they were even in their sleep. Even if Demon Marshal Xianxia was a heaven-ranked ranker, he could not bear it and had a splitting headache. What angered Demon Marshal Xianxia the most was Blazing Queen Bee. The blazing queen bee that he had painstakingly nurtured actually betrayed him on the spot. The spirit of heaven fire that was made up of thick smoke, flames, lightning, spirits, and storms was chasing after it. Spirit of heaven fire did not participate in the battle at first. She burrowed into the bottom of Blazing Queen Bee's volcano. At first, Blazing Queen Bee thought that she was not used to the storm outside and ran into its own volcano to seek refuge. Who would have thought that spirit of heaven fire, who had gradually awakened her consciousness, would learn to endure and wait? When Blazing Queen Bee went out to save the magma dragon, she immediately burrowed out and continuously devoured the eggs laid by Blazing Queen Bee. One by one, the Blazing Bee warriors that were about to hatch were absorbed by her without any struggle and turned into corpses. Without any effort, she killed all the Blazing Bee warriors that Blazing Queen Bee had painstakingly produced. Moreover, she had absorbed a large amount of fire energy. Blazing Queen Bee was unable to attack her who was purely in an elemental state. Instead, it ran for its life frantically under Spirit of Heaven Fire's pursuit. To Spirit of Heaven Fire, Blazing Queen Bee was a tool that continuously produced energy and food. Spirit of Heaven Fire was not in a hurry to kill it. She continuously used her own heaven fire to burn Blazing Queen Bee. In the end, under Demon Marshal Xianxia's dumbfounded gaze, Blazing Queen Bee surrendered to Spirit of Heaven Fire and took the initiative to contract with her, becoming her contracted beast. Demon Marshal Xianxia almost vomited blood from internal injuries. The Blazing Queen Bee that he had painstakingly obtained became the enemy's spoils of war. It was fine if it was contracted with Yu Clan's third young master, but the person it surrendered to was a beast. All of you deserve to die. Demon Marshal Xianxia waved his hand and released a flaming storm, intending to burn the entire battle arena into ashes. Ridiculous. In the half a minute that Demon Marshal Xianxia was unconscious, Yu Yang did not attack. Instead, he carefully set up a star rune battle formation that imitated Night Empress' starry sky domain. Using the runes as starlight, they interweaved to form a heaven rune circle and then densely gathered to form a starry sky. This kind of star rune battle formation was definitely not as good as Night Empress' starry sky domain. However, to the current Yu Yang, he had already succeeded halfway. Thousand Goblin King saw the star rune battle formation that Yu Yang set up and frowned. He felt that it was a little troublesome. He knew that even though Yu Yang was fighting with Demon Marshal Xianxia, the main person he was guarding against was still him. Thousand Goblin King did not expect Demon Marshal Xianxia, who was as fast as a snail, to be able to defeat Yu Yang. He only needed to delay for a while. When he undid the Sky Vault Starry Sky Seal, Demon Marshal Xianxia would have completed his mission. The flaming storm was extremely powerful. It was originally enough to burn the entire battle arena into ashes. However, when Yu Yang clenched his right hand, the flaming storm instantly disappeared without a sound. It was as if there was a black hole inside the star rune battle formation that swallowed all the flaming storm. Break. Thousand Goblin King stopped the seal-breaking gesture on his hand and stared. The star rune battle formation changed its shape strangely. The sky full of stars trembled, as if it was about to fall. Yu Yang's body that was floating in the air also fell by 3 meters. Demon Marshal Xianxia was overjoyed. He waved his fire scythe and slashed towards Yu Yang. His hands were still moving, but he was affected by Jiang Ying's sleeping dragon's dream realm and fell into a deep sleep again. Thousand Goblin King almost scolded him on the spot. Wasn't this guy's willpower too weak? He couldn't even withstand a beast's skill. Even if it was a divine beast, it shouldn't be able to fall into a deep sleep 3 times consecutively, right? An ancient demon with such weak willpower, it would be a joke if it was told to others. I wanted to set up the formation just now and let you go. Now, it's finally my turn to attack. Yu Yang rolled up his sleeves and pounced forward. Once he attacked like a madman 108 times. His moves were as if they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, unceasing. The first thing Demon Marshal Xianxia felt when he woke up was that his head was smashed in half by someone. Thousand Goblin King frowned. Yu Clan's third young master was not willing to use his world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame. It was obvious that he was saving them to deal with him. This brat was really troublesome. Could it be that even heaven-ranked level 3 Demon Marshal Xianxia could not force him to use his ultimate skill? If Demon Marshal Xianxia was dragged into a deep sleep by the sleeping dragon Dreamland, he would only need 10 seconds to break free and regain consciousness. Then the Snow Mountain Giant would be in trouble. The heaven-ranked level 2 Snow Mountain Giant was very strong. Not only was its body over 100 meters tall, it was also protected by a frost-heavy armor. Along with its strong life force, other heaven-ranked level 2 creatures would find it hard to fight against it. Although the Thousand Goblin King was a little afraid of the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, he still believed in his Snow Mountain Giant, who had not fully matured yet. After all, the Snow Mountain Giant was a terrifying heaven rank level 2 creature. Even the ancient dragon would retreat if it saw it. However, what Thousand Goblin King could not imagine was that the Snow Mountain Giant was dying. To be more accurate, ever since it entered the battlefield of death, it had never been awake. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen had covered the entire battlefield of death with the pollen of the sleeping flower. When the Snow Mountain Giant was teleported in, it fell into an endless sleep before it could stand still. Of course, the sleeping flower hypnosis was only one of its methods. The other reason was because of the flower poison. If there was only one thorny flower, then the poison on the thorns would be negligible to the Snow Mountain Giant. However, when the Snow Mountain Giant entered the battlefield of certain death, what welcomed it was a sea of thorny flowers. Hundreds of thousands of thorns pierced its body. When these flower thorns pierced people, not only did it not hurt, it was also very comfortable. It felt as wonderful as a dream. When people fell into a deep sleep, it would also gradually melt their flesh and bones. Compared to the spider poison that could melt a creature's internal organs, this soul-eroding flower poison was 10,000 times more terrifying. Countless soul-eroding flower poison exploded when the spores were injected. It melted the enemy's flesh and became nutrients for the spores. At the same time, it absorbed the enemy's energy and turned it into new flower poison. If the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's flower poison was not so terrifying, why would the Hell Black Dragon be afraid of her? Tens of thousands of thorny flower stalks weaved together, forming a thorny flower tree, slowly devouring the Snow Mountain Giant. Slowly, it digested it bit by bit. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen was extremely bored as she laid on a flower bed. In her hands was a book. It was a beast's diary written by Yu Yang. It recorded a part of the knowledge that the tragic guy's mother had passed on to her. The book in Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo's hands was a note about cultivating ancient plant-type beasts. There are so many words that I don't recognize. I'll ask him when I get back. Duo tilted her head and looked at it for a while. She closed the notebook and rested her chin on her hand. In the dimension of Duel, as long as the enemy did not die, she would not be able to leave. Although the Snow Mountain Giant didn't have the ability to resist, it was still a second-rank heaven life form. Therefore, she could only continue to wait. Perfect digestion was not guaranteed. At the very least, she had to wait until the snow giant breathed its last before she could return to Yu Yang's side. Compared to the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo who was so relaxed that she could read a book, the barbarian Cow Shadow Man fell into a bitter battle. No matter if it was the peak of heaven-ranked level 1 Heaven Realm Demon Dragon or the 3,000-year-old Raging Flame Giant Dragons that were equivalent to innate level 8, they were not enemies that she could easily defeat. In order to share the burden on Yu Yang, the barbaric Cow Shadow did not hesitate to step forward bravely. As his guardian beast, he would never give up on fighting. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they would fight to the bitter end. No regrets, the barbaric Cow Shadow tied one end of the god-binding chain to the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon's body and the other end to herself. As long as she stood on the ground, the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon would never be able to return to the sky, unless it could pull the entire earth. A man, who had the heart of earth, was a goddess of war who would never tire. The 3,000-year-old Raging Flame Giant Dragons dove down from the sky hundreds of times and spat flames at her. A man did not dodge at all. She only raised her fists and rained down on the strongest enemy in front of her, the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon. The Heaven Realm Demon Dragon was extremely angry. This kind of undying and tireless enemy was the creature that it hated the most in its life. It opened its huge mouth, crazily devouring. It intended to swallow the barbaric Cow Shadow into its stomach. A man continuously rolled and dodged. The mysterious movement and battle skills that Yu Yang had taught her appeared on her body one by one. In terms of learning battle skills, she was the best among all the beasts. She was even better than Little Wenli and Bloody Queen Red. Only she would meticulously learn Yu Yang's battle skills and engrave them in her mind. Then, she would temper them in battle. For example, Little Wenli and the others would add in the battle skills of their race. However, a man did not do so at all. She believed that the battle skills that he had taught her were the best in the world. She learned them completely and never added in any impurities. Therefore, in terms of battle skills, a man was the best at close combat and battle skills among all the beasts. The Heaven Realm Demon Dragon's attacks towards her were simple bites and claws. It was unable to harm a man's body at all. Its speed was too slow. It was the best at flying in the sky. For example, swooping down and wing attacks, dragon claw attacks and flame breath attacks. The existence of the God-binding chain caused the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon to lose its ability to fly. It lost most of its battle power and could not even transform into a dragon. Stupid Heaven Realm reptile, you actually dared to challenge my master's dignity. Today will be the day you die. A man flipped in the sky and skillfully used the God-binding chain to wrap around the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon's mouth. She made it look like a horse's mouth, locking its mouth. This made the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon extremely angry, but it could not break free. 1,000-year-old raging inferno dragon swooped down, trying to catch a man who was flipping in the sky. They already knew. On the ground, this female barbarian cow was invincible. But as long as she was in the sky, she would lose the support of the heart of earth. Then, she would not be able to withstand a single blow and would be killed on the spot. A man saw a shadow pouncing down from the sky and shouted angrily. She pulled out a gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear from the platinum storage ring that Yang gave her. When the 1,000-year-old raging inferno dragon's claws were about to grab it, the spear pierced deeply into the raging inferno dragon's throat. The huge dragon's attack hit its mark. There was no possibility of dodging. An unstoppable waterfall of blood spurted out from its throat. It wanted to flap its wings and fly away in pain, but its body lost control and fell forward. It slid down and at the same time, a long trail of blood was spilled out. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear's damage to the dragon race was something that even the Dragon King could not withstand, let alone a 1,000-year-old dragon. The two companions of the raging inferno dragon immediately flew up in fright and shouted in panic. They did not dare to land anymore. As for the raging inferno dragon that had its throat pierced, it let out a painful cry. Its throat was hoarse, as if it wanted to ask for help from its companions. Then, before it could even raise its head, it had already uncontrollably fell to the ground. The second time, it struggled to get up. It stumbled. It seemed as if it wanted to ask for help from its master, the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon. But before it could even walk halfway, it was already heavily injured and fell to the ground. A man did not hold back at all. She leaped over and spun the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear like the wind. She raised it again and firmly nailed the raging inferno dragon to the ground before the Heaven Realm Demon Abyss could summon it back. The head of the raging inferno dragon was pierced by the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear. It was completely dead. There was absolutely no hope. The Heaven Realm Demon Dragon panicked. The female barbarian cow in front of him had this kind of dragon-slaying spear and was also bound by the god-binding chains. This battle was very dangerous. With a roar, the two giant blazing dragons recovered from their panic. They dived down and used their dragon breath to attack Aman, intending to force her to retreat in front of the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon. Although they were instinctively afraid, they didn't dare to disobey their master's orders. All of you, die. Aman, who was bathed in blood, was like a war goddess as she threw the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear with all her might. The Heaven Realm Demon Dragon was very cunning. Although it was unable to completely drag Aman with the god-binding chains, it was successful in dragging her body. With a slight deviation in his movements, the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear missed its target and brushed past the neck of a raging inferno dragon, scaring the 1,000-year-old dragon out of its wits. The other dragon regained its confidence when it saw that Aman didn't have a weapon. It swooped down again and spat out a long column of flames. Aman stamped his foot, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. He soared into the sky. The second treasure appeared in her hands. It was the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger. It shone brightly in Aman's hands. Aman flew up and rode on the head of the 1,000-year-old dragon. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger pierced deeply into its left eye. At this time, the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon, who had quickly seized the opportunity, swung its tail and sent Aman flying. Rumble, Aman's body smashed into the ground. For a long time, she was unable to get up. she, who was heavily injured, stood up. Again with the help of the Heart of Earth. She didn't know how many times the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon had sent her flying, but every time, she would quickly stand up and continue to fight. Each time, she would become braver than the last. The 1,000-year-old dragon that had lost one eye let out a wail. It flapped its wings, dripping blood as it flew away from this female barbarian cow with endless battle intent. The Heaven Realm Demon Dragon couldn't help but tremble in front of a man who was holding the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger that was dripping with blood. Kill! A man's battle-intent soared as she shouted. She took a big step forward. Her powerful footsteps pressed towards the enemy step by step. No matter what kind of strong enemy she faced, she believed that she would obtain the final victory. Because she was protecting him. As long as she fought for him in her heart, she would be invincible. While a man was still fighting a bloody battle, a figure appeared in the battle arena. It was the yawning golden-crowned thorny flower queen Duo. After waiting for around half an hour, the snow mountain giant finally stopped breathing and the golden-crowned thorny flower queen finally returned to Yu Yang's side. This result not only made Demon Marshal Xianxia, even Thousand Goblin King who was preparing to release the last seal felt the backlash of his beast's death. He still couldn't believe it. His heaven-ranked level 2 snow mountain giant really died. Even if it died, with the snow mountain giant's strength and physique, it wouldn't die without a few days. Why? Thousand Goblin King looked at the yawning golden-crowned thorny flower queen. He never thought that his snow mountain giant would actually die in her hands. If the snow mountain giant fought against the heaven-ranked level 3 demon Marshal Xianxia, without 3 days and 3 nights, demon Marshal Xianxia wouldn't be able to defeat the snow mountain giant. Now, only half an hour had passed and this golden-crowned thorny flower queen had already killed his snow mountain giant. Could it be that she was stronger than demon Marshal Xianxia? I'm so sleepy. I still don't recognize a lot of words in the book you gave me. Golden-crowned thorny flower queen yawned again. Wait for me to go back and take a nap. I'll come out later to help you fight that bad guy. You get sleepy every time you read. How can you do this? Yu Yang felt a little dizzy. Duo did not like to study and would often slack off and sleep. Otherwise, she would be even stronger. You can teach me next time. Duo acted coquettishly and hugged Yu Yang. She quickly went back to rest. Although she did not need to attack the snow mountain giant, the thorny flower's attacks would still consume her energy and spirit. This was also the reason why she needed to sleep after every big battle. Actually, it was not only her. Little Wenli, Bloody Queen Red and Hornless Dragon Jiangying were also like this. Just like humans, they would also get tired. It was just that they could quickly recover after they were tired. At the entrance of the passage, Hui Tai Lang had already rushed back. He barked at Yu Yang, indicating that he did not complete his mission. Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jiasua were still fighting outside. They had not been crippled, or maybe they had already been crippled, but they were still fighting and could not be dragged back. Thousand Goblin King's face darkened. Yu Yang smiled slightly and waved his hand. All of you go out and help. Only little Wenli will stay. Now, the battle is getting more and more interesting. Thousand Goblin King snorted coldly. Yu Clan's third young master is really good at scheming. Yu Yang waved his hand. I don't dare. Actually, most of this battle was planned by Empress Jellyfish. This young master is just a patch. I forgot to tell you, this young master also has a patch inherent skill. Boundless Ocean, Meteor Shower Islands. Although the battle in Meteor Shower Palace had ended, the battles in other islands were still going on. Originally, this was a war of rebellion within the Sea Clan. Because of Empress Jellyfish's plan and Yu Yang's appearance, it attracted the attention of many powers. In the end, many powers that shouldn't have appeared were also involved. Some were trying to fish in troubled waters, some were trying to support their allies, some were trying to quell the rebellion, some were trying to sabotage, and some were trying to harm others without benefiting themselves. Outside the Meteor Shower Islands, 2 figures appeared on the blue waves. Quietly, they observed the battle from afar. Let's kill that Yu Clan's third young master while they are fighting. He is a threat, we must get rid of him. Although the female figure was translucent, it could still be seen that she was the scarlet concubine who was injured by Yu Yang's sneak attack. Let's look again, something seems wrong. The other figure was naturally the Scarlet Emperor, who had not appeared for a long time. Thousand Goblin King is very cunning and cherishes his life. He probably won't kill you clan's third young master, but use him to suppress the Black Hell King. Now that the Black Hell King is here, he has attracted the attention of the Dragon Emperor, Sky Execution, Emperor of the Underworld, and the others. Even if we can't kill him, we can chop off one of his arms or leg. The human body is very weak and cannot be regenerated. As long as you clan's third young master loses an arm, his power will be greatly reduced. Scarlet Concubine was very clear about the human body's weakness. If there is no that woman, we can consider it. Scarlet Emperor hesitated. Which woman? Scarlet Concubine asked with jealousy. The woman called Jizun. After Scarlet Emperor finished, he suddenly looked around, as if he felt that something was wrong. Jizun, no matter how strong she is still a woman. If I recover my full power, I will definitely kill her and get rid of this annoying hidden danger. Scarlet Concubine harumphed unhappily. She was extremely jealous of Jizun, because she had always thought that she was the most outstanding woman in the world. Who would have thought that what she had seen and heard in Tongtian Tower was that Jizun's power was comparable to the Prison Emperor's? With just you? A disdainful voice came from behind Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine. The Scarlet Emperor's expression changed drastically. Although he hadn't recovered his full strength, he didn't even notice that someone was behind him. What kind of concept was this? He had always thought that Jizun was below his imagination. He never thought that her true strength was many times stronger than what he had imagined. Other than the Prison Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor couldn't remember anyone else who could hide from his observation and sneak up behind him without him noticing. It should be that moment when he felt that something was wrong. This supreme martial artist had snuck up behind him. Moreover, it had successfully deceived his mental search. Jizun stood in the air with her back facing the Scarlet Emperor. The strong sea breeze blew over, but it became incomparably gentle around her, as if even the sea breeze had to lower its head to pay respect to her. The waves under her feet would also turn into beautiful ripples when they passed by her feet, as if they were afraid that if they rolled too violently, they would be disrespectful to her. Beside Jizun, the invisible Night Empress was also present. The Scarlet Emperor was also unable to see the true body of the mysterious Night Empress. He could only sense her presence in the quiet and lonely starry sky domain. The Scarlet Emperor from 6,000 years ago? Her strength is even stronger than those fellows from the Heaven Realm. No wonder she could scare that brat Yu Yang. I respect you as a senior, so I'll let it go this time. But if you appear in Tongtian Tower again, I'll kill you. Jizun said coldly. The Scarlet Emperor's body shook slightly. His anger erupted like a volcano, but he quickly suppressed it and returned to his original calm and arrogant demeanor. Is that so? What? Bitch, how dare you speak such arrogant words and humiliate me, the Emperor? The Scarlet Concubine was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. In her heart, the Scarlet Emperor would always be the supreme existence. Any enemy who humiliated him, no matter if they were male or female, deserved to die. Anger exploded and filled her heart. She couldn't bear it anymore. The Scarlet Lotus fire danced in the sky. Along with the Scarlet Concubine's uncontrollable attack, it formed a destructive flaming storm. The Scarlet Concubine stretched out her sharp claws, intending to tear Jizun into pieces. At the very least, she wanted to press her down and make this enemy who humiliated the Emperor kneel down and admit her mistake. Overestimating yourself. Jizun didn't even turn around, she only stretched out her hand casually. The Scarlet Concubine's sharp claws that were burning with the Scarlet Lotus fire were easily caught by Jizun. With a wave of her hand, the Scarlet Concubine flew out of the coral reef island that was 10,000 meters away like a meteor. With a rumble, the entire coral reef island was smashed into pieces by the shockwave caused by the impact of the Scarlet Concubine's body. The Scarlet Emperor looked. His expression changed slightly. He wanted to stop her, but realized that it was too late. Not only did Jizun's strength exceed his imagination, it was even stronger than what his eyes could observe and judge just now. Even the Scarlet Emperor, who had no enemies other than the Prison Emperor 6,000 years ago, could feel the strength of this woman. She had completely exceeded all his previous estimations. She was simply unfathomable, making people unable to see her true strength. Formidable enemy, other than the prison emperor 6,000 years ago, the Scarlet Emperor realized that there were already two formidable enemies in his life. One was the young lad whose potential made him jealous, the Yu clan's third young master, Yu Yang. The other was this Jizun whose strength even he couldn't see through. There is only one Jizun in Tongtian Tower. If Senior Scarlet Emperor is not willing to go to Heaven Realm and still stay in Tongtian Tower to scare little kids, it is really not something a senior should do. The Night Empress's heavenly voice resounded, "We have already chosen Yu Yang as the new prison emperor's successor. Scarlet Emperor, Tongtian Tower belongs to the new prison emperor. The vast Heaven Realm is yours to roam. As seniors, why do you still need to stay in Tongtian Tower, this small place to fight for resources with the younger generation? If seniors become an obstacle to the younger generation's growth, then there is no need for them to exist anymore. Seniors, please behave yourselves. Damn it." The Scarlet Concubine crawled up from the broken rocks, trembling in anger. But she was very clear that she was not Jizun's opponent. She had not recovered her full strength yet. If she continued to fight, she would only suffer more humiliation. The Scarlet Emperor waved his hand lightly, and the Scarlet Concubine flew into his arms. Golden light exploded from the Scarlet Emperor's body, blazing like the sun. In an instant, the injuries on the Scarlet Concubine's body recovered, and she no longer looked battered and exhausted. The Scarlet Emperor stopped the Scarlet Concubine's anger. He waved his hand lightly, "When my strength is fully recovered, there will definitely be a battle between us. The winner will get Tongtian Tower." He brought the Scarlet Concubine and disappeared from the sea surface like smoke. After the two of them went far away, the Night Empress who was hiding in the Starry Sky domain sighed, "Ever since Yu Yang completely opened the 12 zodiac temples, the ancient seals lost their effectiveness one by one. In the future, there might be even more undying old men appearing. This is really a headache. Luckily Yu Yang that brat improved very fast, otherwise we wouldn't be able to handle it." Jizun did not answer. But from the endless battle intent that was emitted from her body, the Night Empress knew what Jizun's answer was. The Night Empress sighed slightly, and said gently, "Compared to a vigorous battle, I actually prefer a quiet life. One day, there will be a quiet life." Jizun's words paused, and added, "When we stand at the peak of the world and look down on all living beings." "That's right, I'm really looking forward to it." The Night Empress in the Starry Sky domain and Jizun turned into a gentle breeze at the same time, and disappeared from the blue aquamarine meteor islands. It was as if they had never appeared before. Only the coral reef island that was smashed and half sunk by the Scarlet Concubine could silently prove that there was a battle between rankers here. Meteorite Fort, Battle Arena. Yu Yang's movements were very smooth, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. With the help of the Starlight Rune battle formation, Yu Yang dodged Demon Marshal Xianxia's attacks with his extremely fast speed, causing the ancient demon to stomp his feet in anger. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to this slippery human brat. However, Demon Marshal Xianxia still felt satisfied, because delaying time was more beneficial to him. Thousand Goblin King would soon release the Sky Dome constellation seal. When he takes out the ancient Demon King's perfect body, then his mission to stop the enemy would be completed. With the ancient Demon King's perfect body, Thousand Goblin King would definitely be able to kill this slippery Yu clan third young master in one fell swoop. As for himself, he could easily leave this snow world that had been sealed for thousands of years and regain his freedom. The Sky Dome constellation seal was released, and a wave of extremely strong sealing power filled the entire battle arena. Even the heaven-ranked level 3 demon Marshal Xianxia felt suffocated. Thousand Goblin King was overjoyed, his eyes flashed with excitement. Finally, the ancient Demon King's perfect body belonged to him. With the separation inherent skill, the ancient Demon King's bloodline, treasures, power, potential and might, everything would belong to him. As for the remaining perfect body, he could use it to make a fourth clone, becoming a fifth him. Revive the ancient Demon King, that was the most idiotic idea. Thousand Goblin King would definitely not revive someone who was stronger than him. The reason why he snatched the body before ancient Demon King's soul was to prevent ancient Demon King from reviving. Without this perfect body, ancient Demon King would definitely not be his opponent. Thousand Goblin King was very clear, because before he reincarnated as a human, he was the strongest general under Ancient Demon King. He was also Ancient Demon King's son. Because his potential could not surpass his father, he could only choose to reincarnate as a useless human with the most potential. He succeeded. Thus, Demon Abyss lost a strong ancient demon prince, but gained a 1,000 goblin king who looked down on Tong Tian Tower. As long as he continued to grow, 1,000 goblin king had the confidence to surpass his father, Ancient Demon King. Of course, the fastest way to grow was to snatch the Ancient Demon King's perfect body. Under the heavens and under the earth, I am the only one. 1,000 goblin king suppressed the excitement in his heart, used his energy to forcefully dispel the seal's energy, and searched for the crystal coffin that sealed Ancient Demon King. As long as he obtained the energy of Ancient Demon King's body, not only could he surpass his father, Ancient Demon King, he could also surpass the prison emperor who was invincible in Tong Tian Tower. Congratulations, congratulations. Yu Yang cupped his hands, expressing his congratulations. 1,000 goblin king's face changed. It first became as pale as paper, then ashen green, then dark red, and finally black-purple. He used all his strength to suppress his anger, and said to Yu Yang, "You clan's third young master, I know, just now, you must have stolen the Ancient Demon King's crystal coffin. Hand it over, not only will I not kill you, I will even give you a holy ranked equipment. Please hand over the crystal coffin before I can control the anger in my heart. Otherwise, I promise to destroy the entire Tong Tian Tower, I promise to do so. You clan's third young master, immediately hand over the crystal coffin." What? I stole the crystal coffin? Yu Yang's face was filled with an expression of I feel wronged. He asked little Wenli who was beside him, "Little baby, tell me, would I steal that broken crystal coffin?" Little Wenli immediately shook her head. You didn't steal it? 1,000 goblin king's eyes were filled with anger, as if he wanted to burn Yu Yang into ashes. Because of his anger, his face was distorted. Of course, I definitely didn't steal it, I took it. Yu Yang replied proudly. Little Wenli also nodded cutely, indicating that he did take it. No one knew what was happening in the meteorite fort. Feng Zhu and Bei Fengjia Sua, who were engaged in a bitter battle outside, suddenly realized that the entire ground was shaking. Following that, the extremely sturdy meteorite fort started to shake, crack and finally break into pieces. 2 shadows flew out from the fort that was like a monster's mouth. They were 100 times faster than lightning and fought crazily in the sky. The shockwave emitted from their bodies was even more terrifying than Feng Zhu and Bei Fengjia Sua's shockwave, even though they were separated by 10,000 meters. It was obvious that one of the shadows was like a madman, chasing the other shadow. The shadow that was being chased was fleeing all the way, constantly flying and dodging in the sky. Sometimes it soared high into the sky, sometimes it fell to the ground, sometimes it flew forward, and time reversed. In short, it was extremely cunning in its dodging, and occasionally it would find the time to blast back a shockwave. I want to kill you. The shadow that was chasing was burning with anger. His fists rained down. The energy from every punch was enough to instantly kill a heaven-ranked level 1 ranker. On the ground, countless deep energy craters were formed. However, in the midst of the rain-like attacks, the escaping shadow was still calm and unruffled. He even had a little bit of time to counterattack. Feng Zhu and Bei Fengjia Sua did not care about fighting the enemy and quickly ran away. This was no joke. If they were hit by the rain-like shockwave, even if they did not die on the spot, they would be heavily injured. Hui Tai-Lang bit a dying abyss manatee and grabbed another one with his left claw. He quickly caught up to Feng Zhu and Bei Fengjia Sua. Bloody Queen Red and Hornless Dragon Jiangying cheered because they saw that the shadow that was constantly dodging and running away was Yu Yang. If it was someone else who did not want to fight, they would definitely look down on them. However, for the current Yu Yang, they felt that even if he ran away, he was still very cool. His opponent was the 1,000 Goblin King from 300 years ago. Others could not even take one punch from the 1,000 Goblin King. Who could make the 1,000 Goblin King flustered and exasperated? Only him, only he could do this. Be careful, you must be careful. Hai Yingguo, who had already retreated more than 10 kilometers away, could still feel the power of the battle between heaven-ranked rankers. Let's go. Master will be fine. We have to leave this place. Storm Mermaid advised Hai Ingwu to leave. She, Stone Element Medusa, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon would cover Hai Ingwu's escape. Behind Hai Ingwu were the most loyal ocean knights and clown fishmen that Empress Jellyfish had left for her, as well as Elder Xingpan who would lead them to be loyal to the new Ocean Empress. Yes. Hai Ingwu raised the Ocean Emperor's halberd in her hands and raised an energy barrier, protecting the last of the Sea Clan's loyal forces as they retreated from the secret door. Thousand Goblin King's 3 clones, Qi Yan, Qing Yan and Zi Shua. The 3 of them did not understand why Thousand Goblin King's main body would be so angry. Their temperament was exactly the same as Thousand Goblin King's original body. They thought that nothing in the world could make them angry. How could the original body, who was better at controlling himself, lose control like this? What happened in the meteorite fort? Could it be that the Yu clan's 3rd young master had destroyed the Sky Vault Star's seal? Could it be that the Yu clan's 3rd young master destroyed the ancient demon king's body? The 3 clones immediately acted as one. Help Thousand Goblin King's main body. The 4 of them surrounded and attacked Yu Yang. With their participation, Yu Yang immediately became overwhelmed. He was surrounded by danger, and almost fell to the ground from their attacks. Do you guys know what I hate the most in Demon Beast? That is the Sword Saint. I hate clones the most. What main body, what clones, all of you can go and die. Yu Yang was also angry. After being hit by the clones a few times, he frantically opened his Nirvana fire wings. While flying and dodging, he waved the extremely long Nirvana blade in his hands and cut the enemies in front of him. Too slow. Thousand Goblin King's main body was the strongest and had the fastest reaction. He easily dodged the attacks and could even counterattack. The other 3 clones were a little afraid. They first dodged the Nirvana blade and then joined hands to counterattack. They all knew that Yu Yang would not be able to continue attacking like this. Moreover, Yu Yang would not continue attacking if it was ineffective. As expected, Yu Yang retracted his Nirvana fire wings. When Thousand Goblin King's main body attacked, with a flap, he escaped a kilometer away with a speed that was 1,000 times faster than lightning. The 3rd clone, Zijiao, who was closest to Yu Yang, immediately opened his arms and condensed an energy ball that was as bright as the sun and threw it towards Yu Yang. Actually, he wanted to use his special ability to freeze Yu Yang and then kill him with his main body. But that ability was not perfect and had a huge weakness. He did not know if Yu Yang could break it, so he did not dare to use it. Compared to Feng Zhu and Bei Fengjia Sua, this Yu clan 3rd young master, no matter if it was potential or killing power, was simply abnormal. The rancors that died in his hands previously. Too many to count. Forget about the 3 clones, even Thousand Goblin King's main body who was losing control of his anger also maintained his rationality and did not dare to fight with Yu Yang to the end. After all, this brat had Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel at the same time. This is too abnormal. Feng Zhu and Bei Fengjia Sua almost cried when they saw this. Yu Yang is obviously not very strong, how can he fight against 4 people alone? Xianxia, whose strength had dropped to innate level 6, muttered in a daze. Forget it, if I die then I die. Fight, fight. Feng Zhu roared like thunder. He carried the prison dragon pillar and rushed towards the center of the battlefield. He was prepared to block one enemy for Yu Yang, even if it was just for a minute. Yu clan 3rd young master could fight until this point and still not escape, he definitely had a way to win. Feng Zhu's confidence exploded and he decided to go all out. Zhu Zi, this is too risky. Hey, this is too risky. You are from the Soaring Dragon continent, you can sacrifice your life for the people, but I am not. If I die, I will die for nothing. I only came to Tongtian Tower to play. Damn it, not only did you make me guard the seal for thousands of years, you even want me to risk my life for you, this is too much. You people from the Soaring Dragon continent are too much, you didn't even give me a salary, you still want me to risk my life? Although Bei Fengjia Sua scolded loudly, his actions were not slower than Feng Zhu. His body was riddled with injuries, but he waved the beheading moon chain in his hands and rushed forward. Don't care about those 2 idiots. Thousand Goblin King did not care about Feng Zhu and Bei Fengjia Sua's obstruction. Not to mention that the two of them were already heavily injured. Even if they were not injured, they would not be able to catch up to his speed. You dare to call me an idiot? I will kill you. Beifeng Jiasua was furious, but he could not catch up to Thousand Goblin King's main body. He could only join hands with Feng Zhu to attack the first clone Qian. Rumble. Over at the meteorite fort, a deafening sound could be heard. From the crack, an ancient demon that was close to 100 meters tall walked out. It was Demon Marshal Yan Shua. Demon Marshal Yan Shua's body had already transformed into the third demon form. As he breathed, his nose and mouth were spewing out black hell flames. He seemed to have suffered a blow. One of his legs was slightly limping. Looking at Yu Yang in the sky, he immediately roared in anger, "Damned human, Yu Clan's third young master, you dared to break my leg, this humiliation, I will return it to you 10,000 times. Yu Yang did not have the time to reply at this time. He was surrounded by danger. A few times, he was almost hit by Thousand Goblin King's main body. Taking advantage of a good opportunity to attack, the third clone Zijiao caught Yu Yang's dodging trajectory. In advance, he laid an ambush halfway. He activated his special ability. In his prediction, Yu Yang would freeze him and float in the air. Maybe he could break free, but he would need at least a few seconds. With these few seconds, his strong main body would be able to kill the Shu clan's third young master who had super speed. The best opportunity appeared. Be careful. Feng Zhu and Beifeng Jiasua had experienced this before. Seeing the light emitted from Zijiao's body, they hurriedly warned. However, when the sound reached Yu Yang's ears, it was already too late. Yu Yang's whole body was floating in the air. He stood still in front of the third clone Zijiao, not moving at all. His body was still maintaining a flying posture. As long as the third clone Zijiao did not move, he would not be able to break free from this freeze inherent skill, at least not in an instant. Heaven-ranked level 3 Zijiao, as long as he succeeded, he was confident that he could freeze Yu Yang in the air for a minute. Even if Yu Yang's willpower was especially strong, he would still be frozen for a few seconds. Even Thousand Goblin King's main body would be frozen for more than 5 seconds. From this, it could be seen that once Yu Yang was hit, he would definitely not be able to escape. Thousand Goblin King tore with his hands, a destructive energy exploded between his hands. One-hit kill. He did not care about the consequences, he only wanted to kill the Shu clan third young master in one hit. This young man, not only was he a formidable opponent, he was also extremely intelligent. He had always been fooled by him. The Skyvault constellation seal had already been broken by this brat, but he did not expect him to remain calm and let him break the seal on purpose, causing him to rejoice for nothing. As long as he thought about this humiliating trick, Thousand Goblin King would gnash his teeth in hatred. In the Soaring Dragon continent, he was the most outstanding human. If this Yu clan third young master was more outstanding than him, then he could only die. Thousand Goblin King could not deny the jealousy in his heart, because this Yu Yang was too smart, too cunning. No matter if it was the Nirvana flame and world exterminating wheel, or the unlimited potential of his body, they all made Thousand Goblin King jealous. Scram. The first clone Qi Yan and the second clone Qin Yan attacked Feng Zhu and Beifeng Jiasua, defeating them and not letting them affect the main body's attack. Let me do it. Demon Marshal Yan Shua hated Yu Yang to the extreme. He rushed forward and wanted to tear him into pieces. Line up one by one, take your time. I welcome you to kill. Yu Yang, who was in the air, suddenly spoke. The third clone Zijiao was stunned. How was this possible? Could it be that his stagnation, inherent skill did not work? Why was Yu Yang still able to speak when he was in a stagnation? Could it be that he saw through the weakness of his inherent skill? The third clone Zijiao knew something was wrong and wanted to escape. However, a cute little lamia lowly appeared and stared at him with both eyes. Zijiao, who was heaven-ranked level 3, could not struggle at all. An irresistible binding force locked his whole body. He could not fly, teleport, or use any treasures. What was even scarier was that behind the little lamia, an angel-like shadow appeared. Her body was covered with a strange armor. She raised her hand, and there were several black metal pipes on her arm, aimed at Zijiao's forehead. Terrifying energy. They gathered in the pitch-black pipes. Every pipe was as powerful as the ball of destructive energy in Thousand Goblin King's hands. Thousand Goblin King flew down quickly and used the destructive energy in his hands to attack Yu Yang. Now, he no longer hoped that his attack could kill Yu Yang. He only hoped that he could successfully force Yu Yang to retreat and save the third clone that he had painstakingly created. If he did not have the third clone's stagnation inherent skill, then his overall strength would drop by a lot. The third clone Zijiu could not be lost. Too late. Yu Yang sneered as his eyes flashed brilliantly. A vast amount of energy exploded from his body. Countless nirvana flames formed into a nirvana flame pillar and rose up as if it could break through the sky. A fire phoenix with a wingspan of 100 meters rose from Yu Yang's head and pounced towards the ball of destructive energy that Thousand Goblin King shot out. It swallowed the ball of energy. Thousand Goblin King saw this and pounced down even more desperately, preparing to save the third clone at all costs. It was a trap, Thousand Goblin King now understood. So this was Yu Yang's plan. He had always wanted to kill his third clone. The Hui Tai Lang that he sent out just now was a kind of reconnaissance. As Yu Yang stretched out his hands, an irresistible power of the ancient law was released from his body. Thousand Goblin King's speed gradually slowed down until he was like a snail. Hui Tai Lang instantly turned into a world-exterminating demon wolf. When Thousand Goblin King reached out to save the third clone, he fiercely knocked Thousand Goblin King away. Battle Angel Ika shot out a cannon. The target was the third clone that was unable to struggle, Zijiu's forehead. If Zijiu maintained his heaven-ranked level 3 power, then it was possible for him to block the cannon. But under Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill, he was unable to block or dodge. He could only watch as the destructive energy hit his head. Thousand Goblin King's arms suddenly extended infinitely and pulled Zijiu's body away, but still stopped Ika from shooting. A direct hit, not a miss. The heavily injured Zijiu, under Thousand Goblin King's pull, did not even retreat 10 meters before Yu Yang caught up. His left hand was holding the world-exterminating wheel, and his right hand, when extended, was the eternal wheel. Thousand Goblin King angrily watched as the third clone Zijiu froze in mid-air again, and his arm was knocked away by that damned world-exterminating demon wolf once again. He roared in despair and quickly returned to help. However, even if he came back to save Zijiu, he knew that he was too late. The world-exterminating wheel that Yu Yang hadn't used for a long time had already cut into Zijiu's chest. Under the protection of the armor and the heaven-ranked energy, the world-exterminating wheel was slightly sluggish, but it was unstoppable as it cut into Zijiu's chest. Blood splattered. When Thousand Goblin King arrived, Yu Yang had already stabbed a Guade Song sword into the third clone Zijiu's forehead. And the heart, which was the source of the power, was stabbed with a Xuanhua sword. World-exterminating wheel directly pierced through Zijiu's chest and came out from his back. Zijiu's originally shocked expression froze. Thousand Goblin King rushed over. Hui Tai Lang, who was in his world-exterminating demon wolf form, waved his sharp claws and drew a long trail of blood on Thousand Goblin King's back. No. Thousand Goblin King pushed back Yu Yang, snatched Zijiu's body and roared in grief and anger. To Thousand Goblin King, although Yu Yang killed his third clone, it was still him. It was no different from his own death. The only exception was that his original body was still alive. The first clone Qi Yan and the second clone Qing Yan also wanted to come over, but Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua kept them busy. Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua were not Qi Yan and Qing Yan's opponents, but they fought with all they had. Prison Dragon Pillar flashed with a strange golden light. It directly imprisoned the two who were entangled together on the pillar, binding Qing Yan and Bei Feng Jia Sua together. At the same time, Bei Feng Jia Sua's beheading moon chain also released a glorious silver light, binding Qi Yan and Feng Zhu together. Qing Yan and Qi Yan continued to struggle, occasionally using energy explosions, hoping to kill their bound opponents. Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua endured bitterly. As long as their willpower remained, and their consciousness did not faint, then the enemy could not escape. For 6,000 years, they had always been in a special state of cultivation, adapting to the power of their opponent's holy weapons. This kind of fighting method was something they thought of when they were bored guarding, it was not self-torture. To Bei Feng Jia Sua and Feng Zhu, they had already adapted to the binding power of Prison Dragon Pillar and Beheading Moon Chain. As for Qing Yan and Qi Yan, not only did they have to resist the binding power of the holy weapons, they also had to defend against Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jiasua's counterattack. They had already fallen into the quagmire of war, and it was impossible to escape in a short period of time. Even if outsiders came to rescue them, they would not be of much help. Prison Dragon Pillar and Beheading Moon Chain were two holy weapons, they could not be released unless the owner was killed. Demon Marshal Yan Shua rushed forward with a rumbling sound. He wanted to fish in troubled waters. But when he saw that Zijiu was killed by Yu Yang in a blink of an eye, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He immediately retreated and did not dare to go forward, afraid that he would be implicated. The Guizong sword gradually dissipated, and the Shuanghua sword also quickly disappeared. But, these two godly swords gave the third clone Zijiu a fatal wound, which could never be healed or recovered. Yu Yang's heaven-eyes divine vision saw through Zijiu's stagnation inherent skill and the energy-gathering area in his body. Zijiu could no longer recover. Even if Thousand Goblin King used everything he had to save him, he would only be able to survive for a while. The world exterminating wheel had already cut open the energy core in his body. Even if Yu Yang didn't use Guizong and Shuanghua, Zijiu wouldn't be able to revive. No, no. Thousand Goblin King roared in despair. It doesn't matter, main body. Even without me, the third clone, you can still defeat all your enemies. You can also conquer the entire Tong Tian Tower and the entire Heaven Realm. Even if I leave my main body, you will have a new third clone in the future. I'm already satisfied that I've existed. Energy continuously disappeared from Zijiu's head. Even more energy shot out like a fountain from the huge holes in his chest and back. He was originally heaven-ranked level 3, but after his body's life force was completely extinguished, he quickly dropped to heaven-ranked level 1 in less than a minute. Zijiu, I will never have a third clone. The third clone will always belong to you. You are the most perfect person in the world. Thousand Goblin King's eyes were filled with tears. I really couldn't tell that you were so narcissistic. Yu Yang coughed a few times and gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. Don't worry, I will send you to accompany the most perfect third clone in the world soon. Thousand Goblin King, today will be the day of your death. You clan third young master, I swear that I will return it to you 10,000 times. Thousand Goblin King stared at Yu Yang with hatred. That day when your followers killed my servants and kidnapped my family, I also swore the same thing. Compared to the Black Hell King, I hate you more. Yu Yang's expression became serious. Your subordinates, Thousand Goblin sect leader and a large group of fanatical followers, for the sake of the ascending heaven art, to enter the heaven stairway, first plotted to poison fourth uncle and Miss Feng, then kidnapped fourth mother and Shuang Er, almost killing my entire family. You entered the heaven stairway, wantonly destroyed, attempted to destroy the foundation of Tong Tian Tower, caused the space of Tong Tian Tower to collapse, and monopolized the secret of God's ruins. I won't talk about those trivial matters. But you harmed my family, you deserve to die. Thousand Goblin King, don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. You kill people like flies, you are the main culprit of the fall of Tong Tian Tower. How many heaven-ranked rankers and juniors with potential were slaughtered by you? You are simply trash. You relied on separation, inherent skill to steal other people's hard-earned energy to grow, and you still have the face to call yourself a genius. Today, either you die, or I die. Thousand Goblin King regained his calmness. No, my main body, leave quickly. This is a conspiracy, an ambush, don't stay here anymore. Zijiu, who was on the verge of death, struggled, and fiercely pounced towards Yu Yang. While I still have the strength to attack, leave quickly. Zijiu, who was on the verge of death, attempted to use the last of his strength to stall Yu Yang, to let Thousand Goblin King's main body escape from the secret door. Using the last of his strength, Zijiu threw a heavy punch, and with the last of his strength, fiercely struck towards Yu Yang. Battle Angel Ika stretched out her right arm, and at the same time, a heavy punch landed on Zijiu's broken head. The moment Zijiu was sent flying, she immediately changed her move, and pressed her hand on Zijiu's face, and directly pressed Zijiu's broken skull onto the ground. Rumble. There was a deafening sound. The ground sunk into a huge crater. From the explosion, with Battle Angel Ika's arm as the center, it extended in all directions, 10 meters deep and tens of meters wide. Killed in one hit. Zijiao couldn't even self-destruct at the end, and let Ika kill him in one hit. Yu Yang didn't care about all this, and only quietly looked at Thousand Goblin King, paying attention to his actions. The summoning grimoire beside him was shining, like a halo of world. It was crazily absorbing the ownerless energy after Zijiao's death. All the energy that could be absorbed and used were all converted into his own energy to level up. Thousand Goblin King was now very regretful. He knew that he was too impatient this time. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just left the Heaven Stairway seal, and had not recovered to his peak, he definitely wouldn't have watched the third clone die in front of him. Yu Clan third young master had many beasts, many treasures, and extraordinary potential, but this brat was too young. With his peak condition, he definitely couldn't fight against him. It was just that his heart longed for the ancient demon king's perfect body, and in the end when he schemed against the Sea clan, he was instead schemed against by Empress Jellyfish and Yu Clan third young master. Thousand Goblin King was filled with hatred. He hated both Yu Yang and himself. The third clone was the best clone. It was supposed to be his most capable assistant in conquering Tongtian Tower. Unfortunately, because he coveted the ancient demon king's body, he killed him instead, and lost a great general. It was too late for regrets. This was the true reflection of Thousand Goblin King's current state of mind. Rumble, rumble. Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua, who were riddled with injuries, couldn't hold on any longer, and both fainted. Their prison dragon pillar and beheading moon chain, because they lost their master's consciousness, loosened the binding of Qing Yan and Qi Yan, and fell to the ground weakly. Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua had already used up their last bit of energy, but the enemy was too strong. After fighting continuously, because of their heavy injuries and energy exhaustion, they couldn't hold on any longer, and fainted. Yu Yang looked at the two of them. He respected these two protectors who insisted on the prison emperor's orders. No one could endure 6,000 years of loneliness and persevere in guarding the seal. Especially since the prison emperor had already died, the order was no longer effective. They still guarded the Sky Vault constellation seal for 6,000 years. Even when the new prison emperor, Yu Yang, appeared, they still did not stop guarding the seal. Who was the most respectable person? People like Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua, who kept a promise for thousands of years, were the most respectable, as Yu Yang and Thousand Goblin King continued to confront each other, preparing to find the enemy's weakness to attack. In the battlefield of death, barbarian Cow Shadow Ah Man was chasing after the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon and the remaining giant blazing dragon. Ah Man, who had the god-binding chains, the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and had the advantage. However, when the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon saw death approaching, it used an extremely cunning skill. It escaped from the god-binding chains. It was a very special Dragon Clan skill, death substitution. The Heaven Realm Demon Dragon swallowed the heavily injured giant blazing dragon into its stomach. Then, it used the death substitution method. First, it faked its own death, then it sacrificed its contracted thousand-year dragon. The moment the thousand-year dragon sacrificed itself, it successfully deceived the god-binding chains. The god-binding chains immediately passed through the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon's body, passed through its ribs and moved to the thousand-year dragon's body in its stomach, binding it tightly. In extreme pain, the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon did not have the time to spit out the thousand-year dragon's corpse. Ah Man, who saw that the situation was not good, directly pulled it out from its waist. The left side of its abdomen had a huge bloody hole and its ribs were broken. When the thousand-year dragon's corpse was pulled out of its body, the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon was in so much pain that it wanted to die. Fortunately, this painful price was exchanged for its precious freedom. The Heaven Realm Demon Dragon did not care about its internal organs, broken ribs, and pierced abdomen. It hurriedly flew to the sky and wailed while using its energy to heal its serious injuries. Sly insect, you won't be able to escape. Ah Man was very angry. The god-binding chains had not been completely refined by Yu Yang. If she could merge with Yu Yang's mind, then Ah Man, as a guardian beast, would also be able to use it. As long as she could merge with the god-binding chains, this Heaven Realm Demon Dragon would not be able to escape from her. Ah Man would not be deceived by its death substitution skill. Now that the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon had regained its freedom and flew into the sky, it would be difficult to kill it. In order to give the Heaven Realm demon dragon some time to recover from its injuries, the remaining giant blazing dragon swooped down without a care for its own safety. It spat out a long pillar of flames towards a man. Its purpose was not to kill the enemy, but to attract the enemy's attention. Die. A man was extremely angry. She felt that her body was about to explode. A kind of anger that she had never felt before rose in her chest. She had a premonition that the skill that she could not control but would occasionally appear on its own was successfully triggered this time. A man's eyes became blood red and flames spewed out from her nose and mouth. Her whole body flashed. Doom's eyes, which was not under a man's control, was triggered. What was even more terrifying was that after Doom's eyes, the second skill that was even harder to trigger, Blood Pupil Double Kill, was released at the same time. In the sky, the giant blazing dragon that was spitting out a pillar of flames towards a man and the Heaven Realm demon dragon that was lucky enough to escape let out a scream at the same time. In the dimension of decisive battle that was created by the old fox and perfected by Yu Yang, the three of them fought fiercely. Princess Sisai, who was holding the prison emperor divine sword, clenched her teeth. She couldn't stop herself from falling down. Her entire body was bathed in blood. The gold-ranked white tiger armor that Yu Yang personally gave her was almost shattered. All the damaged areas were covered in wounds that were so deep that bones could be seen. Other than her stubborn and handsome face, there was not a single part of her body that was not injured. Her arms, shoulders, chest, back, lower abdomen, legs, ankles. Fresh blood had dyed her white tiger battle armor, dripping onto the ground. If it wasn't for the prison emperor divine sword supporting her body and her determination to fight to the death, she would have collapsed long ago. Compared to Princess Sisai, Xue Wuxia's injuries were more serious. Surprisingly, Xue Wuxia didn't have any external injuries at all. They were all internal injuries. Different from Princess Sisai, who stood as straight as a spear, Xue Wuxia couldn't even stand. She looked very calm as she sat on the ice pillar behind Princess Sisai, closing her eyes and resting. Because of the frost-cold chi that she emitted during the battle, the entire dimension of decisive battle had become a world of frost. The beasts that the fallen angel summoned were either killed on the spot by Princess Sisai or frozen in the ice pillars. Xue Wuxia's face was even whiter than the frost. Not a single trace of blood could be seen on her face. Other than her cherry lips, there was a trace of blood flowing out, showing that she was still a living person. Fallen angel Mo Fei, who was able to severely injure Princess Sisai and Xue Wuxia, did not come without paying a price. Fallen angel Mo Fei was cut in half at the waist by Princess Sisai. Everything below the waist had already been cut off, and he was also shattered by Xue Wuxia's lightning. The fallen angel Murphy, who had lost half of his body, was only the beginning. On his face, his eyes were also frozen by Xue Wuxia's cold air, which Yu Yang called absolute zero. He completely lost his sight. If Xue Wuxia hadn't destroyed Mo Fei's eyes, the two girls would have been in danger. Now, the heavily injured Mo Fei was still being chased by Xue Wuxia's guardian beast, Blizzard Lady. He knew that as long as the two women recovered their strength, he, a fallen angel with the power of heaven rank level 1, would die. Fallen angel Murphy tried his best to bypass Blizzard Lady and attack the two girls who were recovering. He believed that as long as he waved his sword, he would be able to kill them. Unfortunately, Blizzard Lady was blocking in front of him. No matter how hard fallen angel Murphy tried, he could not get past her. The most terrifying thing was that even if he came into contact with a little bit of Blizzard Lady's aura, he, a heaven rank level 1 ranker, would immediately freeze and slow down by 10 times, turning into an existence like a snail. With such serious injuries, you want to recover on the battlefield? Dream on. Although fallen angel Murphy had lost his sight and his body was cut in half, he was confident that he could kill the other party. This was because the other party's injuries were too serious. It was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. As long as he found a small opportunity and waved his sword, he would be able to kill the other party. Murphy circled around very patiently, trying to break out of the encirclement under the obstruction of Blizzard Lady. The most important thing was that he was adapting to his blindness. As long as he adapted, he would be able to fly freely in this blind state, and the other party would definitely die. If not for the fact that he had lost his eyes and was not used to flying in this blind state, Murphy believed that he could have killed the two cunning human girls long ago. They were very smart, very cunning, good at planning and seizing opportunities. They did not care about their own safety and dared to fight with their lives on the line. They could be said to be very outstanding. However, they had one biggest weakness. That was, they were not strong enough. Their levels were really too low. Even with a divine weapon like the Prison Emperor divine sword in their hands, they were still unable to fully unleash the power of the divine weapon. Sword Chi Cross Slash. Fallen Angel Murphy felt that he had adapted to it more or less. He thought of a plan. First, he waved his sword chi from afar and slashed towards Princess Sisai. He knew that this kind of attack would not be able to hurt the enemy at all, because that damned blizzard lady could absorb all long-range attacks. Sword chi and energy shockwaves were completely ineffective. She could use her blizzard body to swallow all of them. Blizzard. Shui Wuxia's guardian beast, Blizzard Lady, instantly blocked in front of Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia. She absorbed the sword chi cross slash into her body and used her blizzard body to swallow and freeze the sword chi. As soon as she changed from a moving state to a stationary state, she was immediately caught by Murphy. The fighter was coming. Fallen Angel Murphy teleported in front of Princess Sisai in an instant. His prediction was very accurate. First, he used his breath to determine Princess Sisai's position, then firmly locked onto her with his spirit. Finally, he teleported and launched a thunderous fatal attack. In order to ensure the success rate, Murphy did not use teleportation. He pretended that he was not good at teleportation and also pretended to be affected by blindness. All his pretense was for this slash. Princess Sisai waved the Prison Emperor divine sword and parried. As long as the divine sword was in her hands, even if Fallen Angel Murphy appeared, he would not be able to defeat Princess Sisai. The power of a divine weapon was not something that a heaven-ranked level 1 fallen angel like Murphy could eliminate. Of course, this parry was still within Murphy's expectations. It was impossible for the enemy to just stand there and not move. Murphy had calculated that Princess Sisai would parry and even counterattack. He had already calculated everything. Therefore, when the angel demon sword in his hand slashed out, his other hand pulled out a small and exquisite angel short blade from the hilt of the angel demon's sword and stabbed it towards the space between Princess Sisai's eyebrows as fast as lightning. He believed that Princess Sisai would definitely not be able to parry this attack. As for Shui Wuxia, Murphy would not let her succeed in saving Princess Sisai. The angel demon wings on his back flapped and dozens of black feathers that were as sharp as blades shot towards Shui Wuxia. This human girl who was good at lightning and ice would find it very difficult to protect herself, let alone save Princess Sisai. Transforming his wings into arrows was Murphy's ultimate move. This was not something that an ordinary angel or fallen angel could perform. In order to learn this move, Murphy had killed and devoured hundreds of golden king beasts of the porcupine tribe. There were even rumors of Murphy killing porcupines in the entire heaven realm. Go and die. I hate women who are prettier than me the most. Although Murphy was born in the heaven realm, he was not a pure-blooded angel. He was closer to the winged clan and did not have a gender. He was neither male nor female and his appearance was more masculine. In the past, he did not have any feelings towards men and women. However, ever since he met Pangolin King, he realized that being a woman was far more interesting than being a man. Since then, the fallen angel Murphy had an inexplicable feeling of jealousy and hatred towards all beautiful women. Beauties like Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia, of course he hated them to the core. The one who will die is you idiot who is neither male nor female. Shui Wuxia's closed eyes suddenly opened wide. She jumped up from the ice platform and flew. Her speed was 100 times faster than lightning. It was as if she had never been injured. She pounced down. Murphy did not care at all. This woman was facing his arrows. She was not attacking, she was courting death. Who would have thought that the thing that scared him to death would happen? Shui Wuxia waved her jade-like hand and a shining divine weapon appeared in her hand. It brought with it an unparalleled pressure. Once it appeared, all the objects in the space of decisive battle stopped moving. Everything was under its pressure. It was even more powerful and majestic than the Prison Emperor divine sword. The fallen angel Murphy wanted to escape, but he could not do so. He had lost his eyes, so he could not see the god artifact. However, he could clearly sense a god artifact that possessed the power to suppress and seal was smashing straight towards his head from its aura. Boom, the fallen angel Murphy felt as if his head was broken into pieces. The pain was indescribable. His soul also felt as if it was dragged out of his body and bitten by a prehistoric monster. It was broken into pieces and could not return to his body. He could not wake up completely. His head was exploding, as if there were tens of thousands of people practicing walking inside, or thousands of mammoths running inside. I was hit by the divine equipment. After a long time, Murphy finally remembered that he was hit by the divine equipment that Shui Wuxiu threw out. However, his mind was strangely slow. He did not know how to react at all. It was only until Shui Wuxia's continuous attack landed on both of his ears that Murphy woke up from the intense pain. Shui Wuxia used lightning on her left hand and ice on her right. She fiercely struck both sides of fallen angel Murphy's ears. Escape, or else you will die. The fallen angel Murphy woke up. He flapped his wings with all his might, preparing to escape. Where are you going? Princess Sisai's prison Emperor Excalibur had arrived. She leaped, raised the prison Emperor Excalibur high up and slashed down heavily. Ah! The fallen angel Murphy was indeed a heaven-ranked level 1 ranker. He dodged the prison Emperor Excalibur's attack at the last moment. His dizzy head moved as far as possible to avoid the fatal attack. The moment the prison Emperor Excalibur slashed his shoulder, he did not even care about his left arm and wing anymore. He escaped into the sky with his life on the line. With only one arm and one wing left, the fallen angel Murphy still had the ability to fly. However, not only did the operation to assassinate Princess Xianxia not succeed, he fell into the two women's trap and suffered another heavy injury. Moreover, he was surrounded by danger and was almost chopped into two, dying on the spot. Murphy was in the sky, whimpering. He had never suffered such heavy injuries before. He had never been humiliated like this by his enemies. No matter if it was fighting or strategy, he was completely defeated by the two girls. This heavy injury was not the first time he suffered a loss. At the beginning of the battle, he had fallen into a trap. Shui Wuxia used her extreme cold qi to freeze his legs and almost got beheaded by Princess Sisai. At that time, Murphy used the angel Excalibur to cut off his body below his knees. He thought that he could escape by paying the price of his legs, but who knew that he would be cut in half by Princess Sisai's heavy slash. Fortunately, he was saved by his beasts who sacrificed themselves to save him. That was how he managed to escape. When he was escaping, he was caught by the girl who was good at ice and lightning. He even lost a pair of eyes. He originally thought that this terrifying woman had exhausted all her attacks. Who knew that she was hiding an even more powerful divine weapon, waiting for him to fall for it? Who was this woman who was not even famous in the world? Murphy was puzzled. He could not imagine that such a terrifying woman was not famous in Tongtian Tower. Of course, if Murphy knew that Shui Wuxia's intelligence was not inferior to Yu Clan's third young master who was known for his cunning and had always been his best support, he would not dare to be so careless. Don't be too happy. I will return the humiliation of losing my limbs and wings tenfold to you. Fallen angel Mo Fei spat out a mouthful of black blood and looked at the two girls with hatred. Since the battle had reached this stage, it was impossible to continue. The enemy had two divine equipment in their hands. Even if fallen angel Mo Fei was not injured, he would not continue to fight. He decided to leave immediately. Anyway, this was only a decisive battle space and not a death battle space. The rules would not restrict one side to death. In the decisive battle space, as long as the time limit of the battle was up and one side admitted defeat, he could escape from the decisive battle space. The rules here were not strict. Fallen angel Mo Fei took out a teleportation crystal and prepared to escape. When he crushed the teleportation crystal, fallen angel Mo Fei looked at the two girls with hatred. The two girls' eyes were calm, as if they did not see him escape, outside the fort. Thousand Goblin King, who was crazily chasing after Yu Yang, suddenly stopped. He once again stopped in the sky and coughed painfully. Blood dripped down from his nose. He cried out in fear, "What? My Boen!" Thousand Goblin King sensed that the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon had died. The Heaven Realm Demon Dragon Mai Boen, who was a peak heaven realm level 1 with the help of 3 blazing giant dragons, actually died. The 4 of them fought against a female barbarian cow and died in just an hour. Thousand Goblin King could not believe it. Although that female barbarian cow had the god-binding chains, she was not a match for the heaven realm demon dragon. How could she kill 4 giant dragons? Previously, when Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen killed the Snow Mountain Giant, Thousand Goblin King could not understand why. It was obvious that his Snow Mountain Giant was stronger. Similarly, the stronger and more numerous Heaven Realm Demon Dragon and 3 blazing giant dragons were defeated by the female barbarian cow. This was simply an impossible fact. What kind of battle could turn out to be this bad? A teleportation light pillar appeared at the place where fallen angel Mofe disappeared. Thousand Goblin King saw it and felt relieved. Luckily, his fallen angel was strong enough. When the Snow Mountain Giant and Heaven Realm Demon Dragon died, only he defeated the enemy and returned to his side with victory. The golden light dispersed. Pa! A one-winged fallen angel shadow appeared in front of Thousand Goblin King. Under Thousand Goblin King's excited gaze, it slowly fell. Before he died, he stretched out his remaining arm towards Thousand Goblin King. He seemed to want to say something. However, blood had already sealed his throat. Thousand Goblin King's originally happy smile froze like a volcano that had cooled down. His face was deathly pale. Because his beasts had died one after another, the backlash from losing control of the contract had almost caused his head to explode. Blood gushed out of his mouth and nose like a fountain. Murphy, even you, the most intelligent person, will die in battle? What kind of enemy did you fight? The Thousand Goblin King could not imagine it. He watched helplessly as fallen angel Mofe, who was teleported back, became a corpse. Murphy, the fallen angel that he trusted the most, had teleported back not to bring back victory but to see him before he died. You're back? You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. You guys rest well. On the other side, Yu Yang acted as if he was welcoming a great hero. He tightly hugged Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia who had teleported back. He kissed them passionately to show the joy in his heart. At the same time, barbarian cow Shadow Aman who was wrapped in god-binding chains also returned. Aman was bathed in blood. She carried the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear on her back and the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger on her waist. Her aura was unparalleled, as if she was a tireless goddess of war. She opened her arms from behind Yu Yang and hugged Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai to show her protective heart. The long god-binding chains on her body was actually stained with fallen angel Mofei's blood. Thousand Goblin King instantly understood. This female barbarian cow who killed the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon not only defeated her opponent. She even took the initiative to teleport to the dimension of decisive battle and helped the 2 girls to kill Mofei. That dimension of decisive battle must have been tampered with by Yu Clan's 3rd young master. There must be a problem. However, it was too late to understand now. Thousand Goblin King's nightmare was not over yet. In the dimension of decisive battle, another battle was also nearing its end. The ancient demon who was as high as heaven-ranked level 3 fell to the ground. Although it was the strongest war beast under Thousand Goblin King, it was destined to fail. Because its opponent was the giant Loli who was also as high as heaven-ranked level 3. Even if the giant Loli who had the bloodline of the ancient Titan King had not fully grown up, even if she had not recovered her memories and could not display her full power, as the Western Heaven Realm's guardian war god, she had supreme power that an ancient demon could not match up to. The giant Loli who was covered in Titan armor shouted like an army of millions roaring in unison. The ancient demon who could not struggle to get up trembled in pain under her arms. In the end, the neck of the ancient demon that could no longer resist the Titan's divine power let out a bone-cracking sound that made one's teeth go soft. The heavily injured ancient demon's entire head was forcefully twisted off by the giant Loli, and it was directly twisted off. There was no suspense in the battle between it and the giant Loli. The giant Loli had not even used 80% of her power when she killed the ancient demon. If not for the fact that the ancient demon was good at flying and dodged her attacks continuously, delaying for time, she would have ended the battle even faster than the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen who was fighting the Snow Mountain Giant. After breaking the ancient demon's head, the giant Loli prepared to leave. After thinking for a while, she frowned and brought the ancient demon's body that was cut into two. After a few seconds, the giant lowly returned to Yu Yang's side with the ancient demon's head in one hand and the ancient demon's right leg in the other. Thousand Goblin King's face was ashen. The first clone Qi Yan, second clone Qing Yan and demon marshal Yan Shua who rushed behind Thousand Goblin King could not help but tremble. They started to regret. If they knew it would turn out like this, they would definitely not have fought with this terrifying Yu Clan third young master. They originally thought that this was the easiest enemy to deal with. Who would have known that this Yu Clan third young master was the real nightmare? Compared to the ancient demon king's soul that they had no information about, the Scarlet Emperor who was hiding and had terrifying power, the Black Hell King who was cunning and not to be underestimated, the Zhizun who was ranked number 1 in Tong Tian Tower. Thousand Goblin King and the others had always thought that the new prison emperor Yu Yang who was extremely talented and had limitless potential was the easiest to deal with. After all, Yu Yang was too young, so young that it was shocking. What kind of cultivation could a 20-year-old brat have? 2 years ago, this brat had just stepped into the innate realm. Even if he could fly, he would not be his opponent. This was what Thousand Goblin King thought. Hence, defeating a young brat like Yu Yang who had the potential to grow quickly was his first choice. It was also the easiest goal to achieve. No one would have expected that even if Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, Xianxia and the other rebels had left their sights, even if the demon brothers had already exhausted the enemy's strength, even if he had released the sealed demon marshal Yan Shua to become his powerful helper, even if he had powerful heaven-ranked beasts, each of which was enough to sweep Tong Tian Tower. Even so, he was still defeated badly in the battle with this Yu Clan third young master. Now, Thousand Goblin King understood a little why Yu Yang would become the new prison emperor's successor, why this young man could come back alive from the death arena, why he could kill Heaven Realm's rankers and capture Heaven Realm's beasts, why he could defeat the Black Hell King who had awakened earlier and plotted for a long time. The reason was that this brat had something that no one else could have. Holy ranked equipment, divine ranked equipment, battle angel, nirvana flame, world exterminating wheel, barbarian cow lady, ancient titan, golden crown thorny flower queen. Anyone who had any of these could be ranked as a super ranker. And this Yu Clan third young master had all of them. No, no. My holy grimoire, please don't be like this, don't abandon me. Thousand Goblin King's grimoire automatically floated out. The grimoire that had reached the level of a holy grimoire suddenly emitted a bright light and scattered into countless stars, disappearing into the sky. The holy grimoire continued to shrink and turn its pages. Some abilities and law rewards that could only be obtained by a holy grimoire all disappeared. Because of the death of his beasts and the loss of his third clone, Thousand Goblin King's grimoire could no longer maintain its holy grimoire state. It dropped to Diamond Grimoire high level under Thousand Goblin King's desperate gaze. It dropped to intermediate level. In the end, a holy grimoire with unlimited potential actually dropped to Diamond Grimoire beginner level. Thousand Goblin King used his separation, inherent skill to create 3 clones. Each of them was a special existence like a beast. Because of Qi Yan, Qing Yan, and Zijiu, these 3 special clones, in addition to the ancient demon, Snow Mountain Giant, Heaven Realm Demon Dragon and Fallen Angel, Thousand Goblin King's grimoire evolved and became the legendary Holy Grimoire. Because of this, his ambition expanded rapidly, reaching the unparalleled ambition of conquering Heaven Realm in the future. Today, after losing the battle, he immediately returned to his original state. He used 1,000 years to upgrade his grimoire to a Holy Grimoire. In just 1 hour, his 1,000 years of hard work went down the drain. Thousand Goblin King wanted to cry but no tears came out. His third clone Zijiu could not be revived and could not be created again. The dead ancient demon was his loyal subordinate. Even though it had reincarnated into a human, it did not hesitate to form a contract with him and continue to assist him. It, the Heaven Realm Demon Dragon, the Snow Mountain Giant and the Fallen Angel Mo Fei were not guardian beasts. Death meant farewell. Yu Clan's third young master, this hatred is worse than killing your father and stealing your wife. It is worse than destroying your country. Thousand Goblin King kept his grimoire and clenched his trembling hands. He took a deep breath and regained his calmness. I admit that I lost this battle. I underestimated you before, but I won't do it again in the future. In the future, I will repay you 10,000 times. I will definitely make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. What a joke. Do you think you still have a future? Yu Yang kept the heavily injured Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai and let them return to the grimoire world to rest. Little Wenli, Ah Man, Battle Angel Yi Ka and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo stood behind him. Ever since Black Hell King used betrayal, inherent skill to escape from the death arena, Yu Yang had learned his lesson. Once he attacked, he would not let his enemy escape easily. Either he did not attack, or once he attacked, he would completely defeat his enemy. Far away at the secret door, Bloody Queen Red, Hornless Dragon Jiangying, Hai Yingguo, Elder Xingpan, Elder Nangong and the two Abyss Manatees were all quietly waiting for Yu Yang. Once he came out, he would immediately close the secret door and seal the enemies inside forever. Even if he could not kill the enemies, he would not let them leave. This was Yu Yang's initial plan. Hui Tai Lang flew back and then flew out again, dragging Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua who were on the verge of death. Prison Dragon Pillar bound Bei Feng Jia Sua, while beheading Moon Chain bound Feng Zhu. They were not fighting. They were protecting each other. Both of them used their own treasures to protect each other. Prison Dragon Pillar and beheading Moon Chain were unable to protect their masters, but if they were used with tacit understanding, they could protect the enemy from external attacks. If they did not use the defensive properties of Prison Dragon Pillar and beheading Moon Chain, they would have died in the battle between Thousand Goblin King and Yu Yang. The shockwave from the battle was not something that flesh and blood could withstand. Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua had used up all their strength. Hui Tai Lang brought the two of them out of the secret door and immediately flew back to continue helping Yu Yang. Although Thousand Goblin King suffered a huge blow, he was extremely strong. Even if Yu Yang had Battle Angel Yi Ka, Ah Man, Duo, and Little Wenli to fight together, it would still be difficult for him to gain the upper hand. So after Hui Tai Lang escorted everyone out of the secret door, he immediately rushed back to join the battle. In the beginning, the angry Thousand Goblin King released a terrifying power and chased after Yu Yang. Yu Yang did not even have time to breathe as he dodged all the attacks. There were a few times when Little Wenli had to use her binding chain's inherent skill to escape Thousand Goblin King's fatal attacks. With the addition of Hui Tai Lang, the battle slowly turned towards Yu Yang's side. Although Ah Man was obviously not a match for the first clone Qi Yan, she was never tired. No matter how many times Qi Yan knocked her down, Ah Man could always stand up quickly. The battle between the second clone Qi Yan and the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen was also in a deadlock. The only one who had the upper hand was the giant Loli. She made Demon Marshal Yan Shua very depressed. Even now, Demon Marshal Yan Shua still had the power of Heaven ranked level 3. Once he recovers his full power, he would reach the peak of Heaven realm level 4. However, it was beaten up by the giant Loli until it lost its temper. If an ancient demon of the same level met an ancient titan, it was destined to be a tragedy. Moreover, this ancient titan was the Titan royalty, the guardian war god of the ancient Titan race. Luckily the giant Loli had not grown up yet, otherwise Demon Marshal Yan Shua would have been beaten up badly by her. Charge! The giant Loli's shout was like thunder, shaking the heaven and earth. Every time she charged, she would send Demon Marshal Yan Shua flying. On the contrary, Demon Marshal Yan Shua used all his evil energy, demonic thoughts and hellfire, but he was unable to hurt her. This was because she was completely immune to negative mental states. Even the hellfire that the ancient demon was born with was unable to hurt her, who had the Titan armor to protect her. The battle was still going on. After an hour, the passive Yu Yang gradually turned the situation around. Thousand Goblin King was very strong, but he was not indefatigable. He could not be like Ah Man who had the heart of earth and absorb energy from the ground to replenish herself. Under Yu Yang's harassment, his exhaustion was decreasing. When he wanted to attack Yu Yang, this sly Yu clan's third young master would quickly escape. On the contrary, when Thousand Goblin King wanted to leave, this Yu clan's third young master would immediately fight back with his life on the line. As for Yu Yang's motive, Thousand Goblin King was very clear. Yu Yang wanted to tire him to death. A battle of endurance. A battle of endurance. If it was in the past, Thousand Goblin King was very confident that he could win against Yu Yang. But now, he no longer had the Holy Grimoire. He had also lost his Heaven Realm Demon Dragon Mo Fei, Heaven Realm Demon Dragon Mai Bo En, Snow Mountain Giant and Ancient Demon. Most importantly, he had lost his third clone, Zijiao. If he fought with Yu Yang again, Thousand Goblin King believed that even if he escaped from the secret door, even if Dragon Emperor, Sky Execution, Night Empress, and Jizun did not attack, Black Hell King and Scarlet Emperor would not let him go. Thousand Goblin King could not go all out. He had to have a last resort. Hence, he was angry at Yu Yang's harassment. On the surface, he was attacking, but he was always thinking of a way to escape. If there was only Yu Yang, Thousand Goblin King would be better off. The problem was, beside Yu Yang, there was still the Lamia demon Loli who had a terrifying binding inherent skill, the dog that could transform into a world-exterminating demon wolf and the ancient divine weapon Battle Angel. The battle continued. 2 hours passed. Yu Yang had already recovered from his initial disadvantage. With the support of Little Wenli and the others, he was barely on par with Thousand Goblin King. Thousand Goblin King tried to escape many times, but he failed. He was intercepted by Yu Yang halfway. Moreover, once he had the intention to escape, Battle Angel Yi Ka and Hui Tai Lang would attack the first and second clone. If he lost the two of them, Thousand Goblin King felt that he could not even be compared to Black Hell King. Forget about the Scarlet Emperor and his dream of controlling Tong Tian Tower and conquering Heaven Realm. Without the clones, it was impossible to achieve those. From then on, he could only be a mediocre person. Boom. Demon Marshal Xianxia tried everything, but in the end, he still could not win against the giant Loli. He could not remember how many times he was beaten to the ground by this female titan. But this time, Demon Marshal Xianxia did not jump up immediately like before. Instead, he roared at Thousand Goblin King, "I have tried my best. The enemy is too strong. Your Highness, let's go. We really can't fight anymore." Not to mention it, even the first doppelganger, Crimson Flame, and the second doppelganger, Green Flame, were exhausted. They also hoped that Thousand Goblin King would make a decision and leave this place. Of course, if Thousand Goblin King decided to fight till the end, then they would definitely obey. Giant Loli's chest heaved up and down as she gasped for breath. She also felt tired, but her high fighting spirit allowed her to persevere and continue to charge towards the enemy. "All of you leave immediately, I will bring up the rear." Thousand Goblin King suddenly gave up on Yu Yang and appeared in front of Demon Marshal Xianxia, forcing the giant Loli to retreat. At the same time, he created an energy shield. It refracted the rhombus light shockwave shot by Battle Angel Yi Ka and bounced it off, causing it to fly towards the sky. Thousand Goblin King was extremely pained. Because he missed the chance to kill Yu Yang today, he would not have such a good chance in the future. With Yu Yang's growth, after not seeing him for a few months, he might have already caught up to him. In a few years, this brat might surpass him. No matter how tired he was, Thousand Goblin King wanted to persevere until he killed Yu Yang. This Yu clan's third young master was also very tired, but he could only grit his teeth and persevere. As long as this brat had any flaws that he could catch, he would definitely die. Regrettably, Demon Marshal Xianxia, the first clone Qi Yan and the second clone Qing Yan could no longer persevere. If not for the fallen angel, Heaven Realm Demon Dragon and Snow Mountain Giant dying in battle, how would he be in such a difficult situation? Thousand Goblin King knew that under this situation where he could no longer persevere, forcefully fighting with Yu Yang was not only meaningless, it was also very dangerous. Let's not talk about when he could take down Yu Yang. Even if he could take him down and escape from the secret door, he might be attacked by Scarlet Emperor, Black Hell King, Ancient Demon King's new soul carrier, Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld, Night Empress, or even Jizun. The first doppelganger Qi Yan, the second doppelganger Qing Yan and Demon Elder Xianxia, who had yet to recover his peak strength, were his last helpers. If one of them died, it would be a huge loss to his overall strength. He who had lost his holy grimoire could not afford to lose any more. Let's go. Thousand Goblin King used his own power to take on all the attacks, resisting all the attacks. Understood. Demon Marshal Xianxia, Qi Yan and Qing Yan did not hesitate. They immediately ran for their lives towards the secret door. "Leave Thousand Goblin King to me, I alone am enough. You guys kill him." Take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Today is the best chance to kill Thousand Goblin King. Yu Yang's killing intent soared. He stabbed the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar into the ground and summoned his grimoire at the same time. The elemental domain of world gave his side the biggest boost. On the other hand, Thousand Goblin King's world was in a chaotic state, continuously absorbing the energy from the surrounding space. Yu Yang, who had reached a berserk state, waved his fists and fought against Thousand Goblin King. Both of them did not defend themselves, purely relying on treasures or beasts to protect themselves. They waved their fists and attacked each other. Both of them were extremely ruthless to themselves. Facing the fists of death, they did not retreat. Until now, Thousand Goblin King was truly shocked at Yu Clan's third young master's hidden strength. After fighting for so long, this brat actually still had such a strong hidden strength. If he did not want to escape from the secret door, he believed that this brat would continue to hide his strength and pretend that he could not win against him to deceive him. Hit 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 hit. Yu Yang waved his fists like a storm. At first, he was evenly matched with Thousand Goblin King, but very quickly, the speed of his fists increased, gradually suppressing Thousand Goblin King's attacks. In the end, Thousand Goblin King was forced into a defensive position. Damn it! Thousand Goblin King had an illusion of death. Damn Yu Clan's third young master, he did not expect him to be so strong. Could it be that he would really die here today? Thousand Goblin King was shocked and his energy exploded. Sending Yu Yang flying, he quickly retreated in the opposite direction of the secret door. Yu Yang chased after him relentlessly. He would definitely not let Thousand Goblin King be more than a kilometer away from him. This was because this distance was controlled by Yu Yang's spirit and energy. Once Thousand Goblin King was more than a kilometer away, he could easily use his teleportation skill or teleportation crystal to escape to the secret door and escape from this snow world. As long as Yu Yang was still within a kilometer, Thousand Goblin King would not be able to escape. Thousand Goblin King escaped in the opposite direction of the secret door. He did not want to escape immediately. He had to create an opportunity for Demon Elder Yan Shua, the first clone Qi Yan and the second clone Qing Yan to escape first. Qi Yan, Qing Yan and Demon Elder Yan Shua escaped to the secret door. They were shocked to find that the secret door was closing. From the small gap in the middle, they could see that the 2 girls who had entered Yu Clan's third young master's grimoire world were actually standing outside the secret door, staring coldly at them. They had divine equipment in their hands. As long as any of them tried to enter the secret door, they believed that the divine equipment would overwhelm them. The person who tried to enter the secret door would be caught by the secret door and die without a burial. They were desperate. Even if one of the 3 of them could escape, the other 2 would not be able to leave. Moreover, their boss Thousand Goblin King was still inside. Qi Yan and the others stopped in their tracks and watched the secret door close. The control of the secret door was already in the enemy's hands. There was no way to escape. There was nothing they could do. Hui Tai Lang was the fastest. Ah man, Duo, Battle Angel Yi Ka and the giant Loli also caught up. At this moment, Thousand Goblin King who saw the secret door close suddenly stopped and sighed. Surprisingly, he pleaded to Yu Yang, Yu Clan's third young master, I hate you and you hate me. However, there is no need for us to fight to the death today. If we do that, it would be too easy for the Black Hell King and the Scarlet Emperor. Don't forget, there is still the ancient Demon King Soul Carrier in Tong Tian Tower. That guy is eyeing you covetously. Maybe he has already snuck into your side and become a member of your clan. It won't be easy for you to kill me. Even if you kill me, I will perish together with you. You will definitely be heavily injured. Maybe after this battle, you won't have the spirit and potential you had before. Yu Clan's third young master, let's find another time to fight to the death. You can go and kill the Black Hell King and the Scarlet Emperor first. I am no longer the biggest threat to your life. If you are willing to stop, then I will give you the method to identify the ancient Demon King Soul Carrier in exchange. Don't you want to know who the ancient Demon King Soul Carrier has become? I was almost convinced by you again. Yu Yang nodded and said seriously, what you said makes sense. However, I want to tell you that I will never trust my enemies. Forget about living enemies, even if they are dead, I will not trust them. Thousand Goblin King, repent. You should not have made me your enemy. As my enemy, there is only one result, and that is death. 6 hours later, the battle was still ongoing. Thousand Goblin King was the most resilient opponent that Yu Yang had ever met in his life. He was cunning and had a strong will. Even if he was in an extremely dangerous situation, he could still persevere and fight on. He would not be discouraged like other warriors. Little Wenli, Ah Man, Duo, Battle Angel and Hui Tai Lang had just defeated the first doppelganger Qi Yan and the second doppelganger Qing Yin. They were rushing over to help Yu Yang to attack Thousand Goblin King together. As for Demon Marshal Yan Shua, he could not hold on any longer. 3 hours ago, Demon Marshal Yan Shua had already asked Thousand Goblin King for help. When he escaped into Thousand Goblin King's grimoire world, Yu Yang successfully killed him and split his body into two. If it was not for the ancient demon's special body that allowed him to not really die as long as his demon heart was not destroyed, and if Demon Marshal Yan Shua was a human, he would definitely be dead. Of course, after losing half of his body, even if Demon Marshal Yan Shua could recover, his power would be greatly reduced. It was unlikely that he would have the power of a heaven-ranked level 3. In the end, Demon Marshal Yan Shua was lucky to be able to maintain his heaven-ranked level 2. Qi Yan and Qing Yan also escaped into Thousand Goblin King's grimoire world. They were already completely crippled. Qi Yan was almost swallowed by Hui Tai Lang, but he still spat him out in the end. Hui Tai Lang's level and power were still not enough. The time that he could maintain the world-exterminating demon wolf was too short. Otherwise, Qi Yan would definitely be dead. Does God really want me to die? Thousand Goblin King was also injured all over. Facing Hui Tai Lang and Little Wenli who were slowly surrounding him, he muttered to himself. You should think about how many good things you have done. When you exterminated someone else's family, when you exterminated someone else's country, when you exterminated someone else's entire continent, did you ever think that you would have such a day? Do you remember? You commanded your fanatical believers to cleanse the valley of butterflies and flowers, causing blood to flow like a river. Just the number of women who died numbered in the tens of thousands. Before that, you ordered the army to destroy the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers' predecessor, the Kingdom of Dawn. You killed millions of people, creating a tragic scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Furthermore, in order to obtain the secret of the gods' ruins, you instigated the ancient demon king to invade the heaven stairway. Then, you colluded with the Black Hell King to betray the prison emperor, causing the two supreme rankers to suffer great losses, and even attracted the attention of the Heaven Realm rankers. If it wasn't for you, how could the Heaven Stairway be closed? How did Tong Tian Tower end up in such a pathetic state? People always thought that the Black Hell King was a traitor, but the biggest traitor of Tong Tian Tower is you, Thousand Goblin King. Yu Yang shouted angrily as he slowly increased his power. Did the Black Hell tell you? Thousand Goblin King thought that it was the Black Hell King who told Yu Yang. For the past 3,000 years, you have used countless of incarnations to sow discord, causing the various forces in Tong Tian Tower to fall into a chaotic war. You must think that others can't see through you. But, it's a pity, the first time I saw you, I knew that you were an old acquaintance. Yu Yang snorted coldly. At that time, your subordinates purposely lied to the world, saying that you were sealed in the heaven stairway. Actually, there was no such thing. You had always been sowing discord in Tong Tian Tower, so every time you came out, you used a different identity. Is that so? Thousand Goblin King's body trembled slightly, but he immediately calmed down and asked, Where did Third Young Master see me before? I have never seen you before. Yu Yang said a name that caused Thousand Goblin King's expression to change, but, after I saw you, I immediately knew that person was one of your incarnations. Your eyesight is really not bad. Thousand Goblin King swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and asked calmly, Then, what else did you see? Thousand Goblin King, you don't even have a guardian beast. When Yu Yang said this, Thousand Goblin King was immediately stunned. Shock appeared in the depths of his eyes. He could no longer hide it. Yu Yang used his finger like a gun and pointed at Thousand Goblin King. You are an ancient demon, not a human. You used a shameless method to take over the body of a genius young man. As punishment, the ancient code took away that genius young man's inherent skill and guardian beast. You are an ancient demon who took over a body, so it is impossible for you to have other people's inherent skill and guardian beast. Even your original guardian beast was taken away by the ancient code forever, never to exist. You, who intended to use this method to obtain 2 inherent skills and 2 guardian beasts, in the end, even your own guardian beast was taken away. Thousand Goblin King's hands trembled a little. He felt that he had been seen through by Yu Yang, as if all his secrets no longer existed. He felt a wave of fear. Could it be that this brat could even see through his weakness, or was he guessing that he did not summon his guardian beast to fight, which aroused his suspicions? Thousand Goblin King took a deep breath and sneered at Yu Yang. So what? Even if I don't have a guardian beast, I still have the unique separation inherent skill. As long as I have it, I can have countless clones. Every clone, as long as there is enough energy, can grow to heaven rank and above. How many heaven rankers can you kill? Yu Yang clapped his hands, as if he wanted to praise him. Countless clones? What a beautiful dream. Unfortunately, every time you create a clone, your original body's strength will be reduced by 1/5. Your original body has almost no potential to grow, and can only rely on deceiving others and stealing pure energy to level up. If not for the original ancient demon's energy, you are not even as good as that idiot Black Hell King. You used 6,000 years to hide in a dark corner and steal other people's energy to create clones. You are just like a pitiful mouse. Do you think that by stealing some cheese, you can become a human? No, you will always be a mouse that everyone wants to kill. I know what you want to obtain in God's ruins, and that is God's blood. You want to use God's blood to cleanse your body and change your bones. Do you want to hear my truest and cruelest answer? Thousand Goblin King, a monster like you who stole other people's body is neither human nor demon. You will never be recognized by God's blood. Because, in your body, there is not only the ancient demon king's curse seal, there is also the prison emperor's power seal. They did not lock you in a space, but completely destroyed your future. No matter what you do, you are destined to be a tragedy. What you get, is destined to be in vain. This is the punishment that you, the traitor, deserve. No, impossible. Thousand Goblin King was sweating profusely. His determination was shaken. Yu Yang's words were more powerful than world-exterminating wheel, sharper than innate sword chi and more scorching than nirvana flame. Thousand Goblin King had always dreamed of occupying Tong Tian Tower and conquering Heaven Realm. Today, Yu Yang mercilessly removed the mask that he had been hiding for a long time, and told him a cruel truth that he could not accept. If not for his strong willpower, Thousand Goblin King would have collapsed long ago. He never thought that ancient demon king and prison emperor, who had let him off that year, would actually tamper with his body and destroy his future. Thinking back to that year, ancient demon king's mocking eyes. Thinking back to that year, prison emperor's disdainful eyes. Now, Thousand Goblin King understood that he had never escaped from the palms of ancient demon king and prison emperor. He had always been shrouded in their shadows. He believed that it was impossible for Black Hell King to tell Yu Yang. Black Hell King did not know so many of his secrets. It must be Prison Emperor who left a secret message for the next generation Prison Emperor. Or the crystal coffin that contained ancient demon king's perfect body, which recorded his information. This Yu Yang saw it in the crystal coffin of ancient demon king. No, even if the whole world becomes my enemy, I am not afraid. I have the separation inherent skill. This is an invincible inherent skill. No matter if it is ancient demon king, prison emperor, or even you clan's third young master, no one can be my opponent. Even if I lose now, it is only temporary. I will definitely win it back in the end. Ancient demon king is dead, he can't even get his body back. Who killed him? It's me. Prison emperor is also dead. He fought with the Heaven Realm Rankers, who killed him. It's also me. It's the same now, Yu Clan's third young master. Today's failure does not mean anything. As long as I am alive, I will have a chance to win it back. Thousand Goblin King roared crazily. He pointed at Yu Yang and shouted angrily, "You are only proud for a moment, but I will definitely live longer than you, longer than you. No matter what inherent skill you have, no matter how much potential you have, you are destined to die in the future. As for me, who has at least 100,000 years of life, I will continue to live." The Tongtian Tower and the soaring dragon continent that you protect, after you die, I will destroy them all, just like how I bathed the Heaven Stairway and Ming Kingdom in blood. Yes, that was done. By me, what can you do to me? You clan's third young master, with your current strength, can you kill me? Even if you destroy this body of mine, I can still continue to live on my clone. As long as my demon heart, which is stored in the safest place in the world, is not destroyed, you will never be able to kill me. Is that so? Yu Yang stared at Thousand Goblin King and slowly raised his hand. Do you know why I said those words? The reason was to test your trump card. No matter what, I will laugh until the end. Thousand Goblin King realized that he had been tricked. Because of Yu Yang's attack, he had lost his rationality. Thousand Goblin King regretted saying some things that he should not have said. But he still had some wishful thinking. Even if this brat Yu Yang knew, it would be fine, he would not know where his demon heart was. Yu Yang, Little Wen Li and the battle angel slowly surrounded him. Thousand Goblin King pretended to be calm and sneered, "You clan's third young master, you will never know what my trump card is." Hearing this, Hui Tailang barked. What did this lowly dog mean? Thousand Goblin King did not understand. What was this lowly dog trying to say? Yu Yang explained. Hui Tailang said that if others cannot guess what your trump card is, then it means that you do not have a trump card. Even my watchdog knows about it. Who do you think you can fool? Thousand Goblin King, I have finished testing you. I am very sorry to tell you, if you did not expose the secret that you do not have a trump card, I would not have used my secret power to kill you. Now, you're dead for sure. Use that devil heart of yours to find a doppelganger. Do you think I did not send people to deal with that clone that only has innate strength? 3 hours ago, I sent 2 of my most trusted people to kill him. Now, I can guarantee that as soon as you die, your clone will immediately be beheaded. You, who was tortured and killed by Prison Emperor once, used thousands of years to recover. Thousand Goblin King, this time I will never let you rise again. Are you trying to scare me? You are still too inexperienced. Thousand Goblin King actually had 2 clones outside. When he heard that he would only kill one, he was very calm. Old man, you are already too late. Yu Yang's expression was cold as he opened his arms. Countless energy gathered in his hands. Thousand Goblin King instantly created a few hundred slaves, which shook. All of the slaves' bodies exploded. Fresh blood. Splashing all over the sky, Thousand Goblin King, who had obtained the blood energy from hundreds of slaves, condensed all the blood energy into a ball and made it into the most terrifying blood grudge demon ball. He attacked Yu Yang. He did not hope to kill Yu Yang with this attack. He only wanted the blood grudge demon ball to delay him for a second so that he could escape. However, what Thousand Goblin King did not expect was that an irresistible power of the ancient code instantly exploded from Yu Yang's body. Thousand Goblin King was pressed to the ground, unable to move. Yu Yang's body grew into an immeasurably tall golden giant. Under the golden giant's feet, Hui Tailang, Xiao Wenli, A Man, Duo, and the others all grew into golden giant statues that were more than 100 meters tall. Each of them possessed the power of the ancient code, enough to instantly kill a heaven ranker. The first clone Qi Yan and the second clone Qing Yan rushed out to help, but were instantly pressed to the ground. With just one step, the golden giant that was at least 1,000 meters tall used its toes to flatten Thousand Goblin King and the 2 clones. Qi Yan and Qing Yan's 2 clones exploded. After Thousand Goblin King's body exploded, a wave of energy tried to escape from the golden giant's toes. Yu Yang stretched out his hand. The golden giant emitted an unparalleled power of the ancient code. It easily caught that wave of energy in Yu Yang's hand, along with the blood grudge demon ball. It instantly compressed and formed a blood-red pearl. It was similar to the black pearl left behind by the dark golden spectre that was invisible to the white jade beetle and the silver pearl left behind by the golden spectre that was sealed in the 5 Elements Palace. The golden giant formed by the power of the ancient code quickly disappeared. Little Wen Li and the others also quickly returned to their original state. It was as if nothing had happened in the entire snow world. Only the deep footprints on the ground, 3 exploded corpses, and a dim grimoire were left behind. Hui Tailang did not hold back and started eating on the spot. He did not care about Thousand Goblin King's clones. As long as it could absorb energy, it was food. It would be a waste not to eat it. Thousand Goblin King, farewell. Yu Yang held the blood pearl and a wave of nirvana flame burned in his hand. The blood pearl seemed to produce a strange fluctuation, as if it was struggling. It also seemed to be begging for mercy. In the nirvana flame, the blood pearl's strange movements gradually calmed down. After being refined by the nirvana flame, the blood pearl became even redder and more enchanting. It showed a very strange hue. At this time, the battle was finally over. On Yu Yang's body, Hui Tai Lang's body, Little Wen Li's body, all the war beasts that participated in the battle had a burst of golden light of leveling up. Outside the secret door, when Bloody Queen Red and Hornless Dragon Jiangying's bodies glowed with the golden light of leveling up, everyone cheered. Everyone knew what this meant. This meant that Yu Yang had won. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, who were holding a man kneeling outside the secret door, disregarded the man's loud begging for mercy. They cut off his head. There's one more. After leveling up, Princess Sisai opened her tightly closed eyes and snorted coldly. If that person stays. Shui Wuxia nodded. He can't escape. When the secret door opened again, Yu Yang walked out slowly. Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia welcomed him and hugged him tightly. This battle was very difficult and the process was very dangerous. If they had made even a slight mistake, they would have fallen into a perilous situation. Luckily, with Empress Jellyfish's strategy and Yu Yang's strategy, the two generations of wisdom combined and they managed to turn the tide of the battle. Although Thousand Goblin King was killed, the enemies were not completely wiped out. The ancient Demon King's soul carrier did not appear and was still hiding in the dark. As for the Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine, if not for Jizun and Night Empress, they would have already killed their way into the secret door. The last villain, the Black Hell King, fought with Sky Execution in the Soaring Dragon continent. It was because the Dragon Emperor, the Emperor of the Underworld and Sky Execution had joined hands to defeat the Black Hell King, forcing the Black Hell King to be powerless to cause trouble in the Soaring Dragon continent. This allowed Yu Yang to fight Thousand Goblin King without any worries. He only needed to focus on fighting, which was why he could successfully kill the cunning Thousand Goblin King. How did you guys catch Prince of Zijin? Yu Yang looked at the head in Yi Kong's hand. It was one of Thousand Goblin King's doppelgangers, Prince of Zijin. We didn't go to catch him, we only went to tell the heavenly imperial guardians of Zijin. Although Zijin Kingdom is hostile towards us, they can't protect us from this. The two heavenly imperial guardians should have heard about the matter of Prince of Zijin becoming a Thousand Goblin King's clone. When we arrived at the Innate Alliance, they seemed to already know why we were there. They left and discussed for an hour. In the end, they handed him over to Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. They then escorted him here and executed him according to your plan. Princess Xianxia explained the whole process briefly. There are actually conditions to capture Prince of Zijin. Within 10 years, we cannot invade Zijin Kingdom under any pretext. Of course, they cannot send troops to attack us. For the previous invasion, they will compensate us according to our losses. Shui Wuxia's jade-like face was as cold as ice. She snorted and said, they're just trying to stall for time. That's right. If you didn't tell us to keep the big one alive, we would have killed the small one as well. Princess Sisai nodded, ? Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were very curious. They wanted to know who the other doppelganger was. Was it the junior, sect leader, Bai Yunfei who had a good relationship with the Prince of Zijin, or was it someone else, for example, the war maniac of Zijin Kingdom, Chu Tianshao, who kept a low profile and loved battles as if they were his life? Or could it be the Marquis of Zijin who was the strongest in the kingdom of Zijin and had a close relationship with the Demon Abyss? Even Yu Yang's uncle, Yu Shan, was suspected by Yi Kong and the others. This was because Yu Shan's usual actions were too suspicious. The problem was, if Yu Shan was really one of the Thousand Goblin King's clones, how could Yu Yang not know? Prince of Zijin was definitely not the Thousand Goblin King's clone in the past. It was only because of Yu Yang's rise to power that Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others improved, that he felt hopeless. In the end, he fell under the temptation of Thousand Goblin King's power. It was a pity that the Prince of Zijin who could create the divine deer-chasing arrow, And the desert sandstorm, 8 scimitar skills had lost his original heart because he was too eager for success and pursued greater power. The most tragic thing was that the Prince of Zijin had become Zijin Kingdom's sacrificial pawn. Yi Kong sighed in his heart. Sometimes, life was like standing at a crossroad. On one side was the peak of one's life, and on the other was the cliff of death. If he went in the wrong direction, then it was very likely that he would make a huge mistake and lose all his reputation and be consigned to eternal damnation. Don't worry. That guy should be looking for Thousand Goblin King's demon heart. We'll wait for him to find the demon heart, then we'll finish him off once and for all. Thousand Goblin King's original body is already dead. What's a doppelganger? Actually, the reason why we could kill Thousand Goblin King was because Ancient Demon King secretly added fuel to the fire. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill Thousand Goblin King. Yu Yang waved his hands, signaling the two girls not to care about Thousand Goblin King's doppelganger anymore. Because the real scary thing was the Ancient Demon King, whose identity they still didn't know. Ancient Demon King secretly helped us. Maybe he was carrying out some plan, like a resurrection plan. Shui Wuxia immediately thought of the reason. Yes, Thousand Goblin King's existence might be a hindrance to Ancient Demon King's resurrection plan. That's why he borrowed our hands to kill Thousand Goblin King. Maybe that's the case. Ancient Demon King didn't believe that we could kill Thousand Goblin King at the start, so he purposely set up a few obvious clues. This was because he was afraid that we weren't strong enough and couldn't defeat Thousand Goblin King. He had exposed a lot of things. With Ancient Demon King's intelligence, he shouldn't have done that. He must have thought that we and Thousand Goblin King would both suffer heavy losses. He miscalculated this time. Princess Sisai was also a smart girl. Even if she didn't guess everything, it should be close to the truth. We have Ancient Demon King's perfect body in our hands. How could Ancient Demon King not take action? Fatty Hai laughed loudly. Do you really think that I really obtained Ancient Demon King's perfect body? Yu Yang denied it. Ancient Demon King's crystal coffin is still inside? Yi Kong was also stunned. Actually, there's nothing inside the Vault of Stars seal. Yu Yang looked at Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and Shui Tanlang. He shook his head and said, at that time I admitted that I obtained Ancient Demon King's crystal coffin. That was purposely deceiving Thousand Goblin King. If I didn't say that, he would have run away long ago. Why would he fight me to the death? It's empty inside? Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai couldn't believe it. Because Yu Yang didn't tell them the truth. It's empty. There's not even a fake crystal coffin. Yu Yang nodded. What? The ones who couldn't believe it the most were Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua, who had guarded it for 6,000 years. They almost fainted. 6,000 years of guarding was actually wasted. No one could take such a blow. That year, Prison Emperor should have realized that Ancient Demon King's soul had escaped. He left Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua to guard it. This was also to deceive Ancient Demon King. Because Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua were the two people that Prison Emperor trusted the most. Since they were guarding it, it must be the most important thing. I didn't expect that they were guarding a trap. Hai Yinggu had her mother's intelligence. She understood immediately, the real sealed area should be in another place. A place that Ancient Demon King would never think of. We have been deceived. Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua wanted to hug each other and cry bitterly. After 6,000 years of guarding, it would be fine if there was Ancient Demon King's crystal coffin inside. At least they would have some credit. But now, there was nothing inside. They had wasted 6,000 years of their time. It really made them sigh endlessly. Yu Yang looked at Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua and suddenly shouted, Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua, listen to my order. When Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua heard this, they looked at each other. What was this brat trying to say? With the Prison Emperor's order, stand up. Yu Yang shouted again. Ah? When Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua heard the Prison Emperor's order, they immediately stood up and looked at Yu Yang. They still didn't understand what Yu Yang was trying to do. Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua, in view of your loyalty and dedication for 6,000 years, I, Yu Yang, in the name of the new Prison Emperor, hereby bestow the two of you the title of Heavenly Guardian General of Tongtian Tower. Fengzhu will be the left Heavenly General and Bei Fengjia Sua will be the right Heavenly General. The warriors of Tongtian Tower will be worshipped and worshipped for generations. Those who disobey will be punished with the prison emperor's order. Yu Yang's serious expression suddenly relaxed under everyone's silent gaze. He nodded towards Fengzhu and Bei Fengjia Sua who were still in a daze. This is your last prison emperor's order. Your guarding mission is over. You have worked hard. Is it really over? Fengzhu and Bei Fengjia Sua suppressed the excitement and surprise in their hearts and asked again to confirm. Yes, your mission is over. Yu Yang bowed deeply to them to show his respect. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai also stood behind Yu Yang and bowed. Then it was Elder Nangong. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tianluo, Li Brothers, Haiying Wu, Bloody Queen Red, Hornless Dragon Jiangying. Everyone bowed deeply to show their respect. These two rankers who had guarded the Sky Dome Star Seal for 6,000 years were the most respectable seniors. Elder Xingpan from the Sea Clan had already brought the Ocean Knights and the Clown Fishmen to kneel down. They prostrated themselves in worship. Even the Abyss Manatees that were captured by Yu Yang as slave beasts also bowed to Fengzhu and Bei Fengjia Sua. Because compared to them, their previous loyalty and perseverance were not even worth mentioning. Only rankers like Fengzhu and Bei Fengjia Sua were truly trustworthy people. The two Abyss Manatees originally had some resentment in their hearts. They felt that if it wasn't for Yu Yang's threat, they wouldn't have become slave beasts. Now, they suddenly understood one thing. To be respected, it wasn't just about status, it was about faith. Anyone who had Fengzhu and Bei Fengjia Sua's unwavering faith for 6,000 years would be worshipped by everyone. After Yi Kong and Fatty Hai bowed, they looked at each other tacitly. They saw a kind of determination in each other's eyes. A kind of determination to learn from Fengzhu and Bei Fengjia Sua. The previous prison emperor had trustworthy friends like Fengzhu and Bei Fengjia Sua. Who would the new prison emperor have? Yi Kong and Fatty Hai stepped forward without hesitation. They also knew that they would never be prison emperor material, but they could be like Fengzhu and Bei Fengjia Sua. That was their goal. Thank you. Fengzhu and Bei Fengjia Sua revealed a relieved smile and respectfully bowed to Yu Yang. No, thank you. Yu Yang bowed to them for the second time. This time, he did it as a junior and not as the new prison emperor. Time passes so quickly. In a flash, 6,000 years have passed. Fengzhu sighed. Now we can rest, but we don't know where to go. We have been separated from the outside world for too long, we are a little afraid of meeting strangers. Zhu Zi, do you want to come to Heaven Realm to play? Seeing that we have been friends for thousands of years, I will be your tour guide for free. Bei Fengjia Sua suddenly wanted to go back to Heaven Realm to have a look. Introduce a girl to me, your big brother. Otherwise, I will not accompany you to Heaven Realm. Fengzhu hugged Bei Fengjia Sua's shoulder. Damn, who is the big brother? You have to call me big brother, I am older than you. Bei Fengjia Sua was angry. You are the big brother just because you are older? To be a big brother, you have to talk about strength. I am stronger than you. Fengzhu expressed that he was slightly stronger. Then let's compete. Bei Fengjia Sua was not convinced at all. Let's compete, who's afraid of who? The two old fellows who had lived for thousands of years but still looked like young boys, walked out noisily with their arms around each other's shoulders. Their figures gradually became further and further away. Shui Tanlang looked at Yi Kong and Fatty Hai and nodded silently. He felt that these two were really similar to the two old fellows just now, just that their strength was a little lacking. Seeing that everyone was still there, Yu Yang waved his hand and said, Go, go, go. The battle is over. Those of you who have girls, go after them. Those who don't, go train. I want to rest, don't stay here and hinder my happy life. When Fatty Hai heard this, he immediately cried out. Hey, you can't be, how can you be so disloyal? We fought so hard to win, why don't you introduce us to a Sea Clan beauty? Chasing us away just like that, you want to monopolize all the beauties? No way, you must give us a Sea Clan beauty today, otherwise, we will not leave. Yu Yang did not even look at him. Then you stay, I will give you an octopus girl with 8 arms. In the future, you can give birth to a baby octopus. 8 arms? Then forget it. Fatty Hai felt that human beauties were better. An 8-armed beauty was a little sweaty. Furthermore, with so many arms, would it suffocate people if they hugged each other? This was also a problem. Tisk. Yi Kung already knew that Fatty Hai was lecherous but had no guts. He gave him a protruding hand gesture in disdain. Everyone paid their respects to Yu Yang and left quietly. Including Elder Nan Gong. He nodded towards Yu Yang and smiled. Then he walked away with a peace of mind. It was the first time in his life that he felt so comfortable. Seeing Yu Yang gradually grow into the new prison emperor, he, compared to Feng Zhu and Bei Feng Jia Sua, belonged to another type of Tong Tian Tower guardian who never rests. Seeing Yu Yang stand out and achieve great things, he naturally felt very comforted. It's still early. I will tell him all the secrets when he becomes stronger. Elder Nan Gong turned around and looked at Yu Yang, who was hugging Princess Sisai and Xue Wuxia. He nodded secretly. Elder Xing Pan, Countess Jiawei, Countess Yan, and the Ocean Knights all knelt on the ground. They first paid their respects to Yu Yang, then to Hai Yingguo. Then, they walked away step by step. They had already accepted the fact that Hai Yingguo was the new Ocean Empress. Of course, before that, they knew that behind this new Ocean Empress, there was still a new prison emperor. With him and her, the Sea clan would rise again, just like what Empress Jellyfish had envisioned. As subordinates, they only needed to do their part, there was no need to do more. Yu Yang felt tired and couldn't wait to return to the grimoire world to rest. Before Princess Sisai returned, she said to Hai Yingguo, who was looking forward to it, "Come, I don't care if you're here." Hai Yingguo was overjoyed when she heard this. She looked at Xue Wuxia nervously. She knew that among Yu Yang's wives, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sisai, and Xue Wuxia were the main wives who had the right to speak. Sickly Beauty was gentle and had a good temper. Inan was still young. As for Sky Law, the new Supreme Elder, she didn't care about anyone else. If Xue Wuxia did not agree, Hai Yingguo would not dare to enter the grimoire world. She knew that Xue Wuxia was the most important person in his heart. Even Princess Sisai and Castellan Fallen Flowers were slightly inferior to her. Xue Wuxia looked at Hai Yingguo and did not say anything. "Thank you, madams." Hai Yingguo was a smart girl. She knew that silence meant silent consent, so she was so excited that she almost jumped up. She hurriedly expressed her stance to Princess Sisai and Xue Wuxia that she did not dare to ask for the title of wife. Instead, she lowered her stance and admitted that she was a slave like the half-elf girl. Moreover, in Hai Yingguo's heart, being the Ocean Empress was not as good as being Yu Yang's maid. Look at how happy the half-elf girl's life was. Every day, she would either draw for him, design clothes for him, or cook for him. They had also met in the Tong Tian Tower, but the half-elf girl with a childish face and big breasts had already successfully integrated into his life. As for herself, she still needed to be acknowledged. This was the difference in status. Entering the grimoire world. This was Hai Yingguo's first time entering Yu Yang's grimoire world. She was amazed at the beauty of this grimoire world, and at the same time, surprised at the buildings here. With her eyesight, she could tell that these were all built by people bit by bit. It was extremely thoughtful. Every building or area was designed by different people. Some were simple, some were gorgeous, some were exquisite, some were unadorned. Not only his wife, but also his spiritual beasts had built comfortable residences here. Hai Yingguo naturally wanted to join this place and become a member. Not only today, she had been longing for this for a long time. "Sister Hai Yingguo is here, I'm so happy." The first one to rush out to welcome Hai Yingguo was the half-elf girl. Although she did not have any fighting power, Yu Yang often needed to borrow some of the half-elf girl's special abilities, such as scent recognition, inherent skill, and mind's eye. The half-elf girl's usefulness to Yu Yang was no less than Lu Ye's, perforate deer, and, cleansing, inherent skill. It was just that the half-elf girl was not good at fighting, she could only assist Yu Yang during normal times. Hai Yingguo was so touched that she hugged the cute half-elf girl. "Call me Aquamarine. My mother gave me a name. Although no one knows, my real name is Aquamarine. Hai Yingguo is just a code name for the Sea clan." Here, you can call me Aquamarine. The half-elf girl nodded seriously, indicating that she remembered it. Suddenly, she thought of something. Flustered, she pulled up the front of her maid's skirt and tried to run faster. At the same time, she shouted cutely, "Oh no, I forgot to prepare some mouthwash for Master. Master can't drink the washing water as mouthwash." Just as she ran up the stairs, her footsteps were too fast and she almost tripped over the doorsill. Luckily, Yu Yang reached out his hand to support her and comforted her with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't drink it. You better prepare a cup of water for me, I'm really thirsty." The half-elf girl's face turned red with embarrassment and she quickly ran to the kitchen. That was her little world. Other than Yu and Sickly Beauty who would occasionally go there, no one else would visit. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sisai and Impatience were all waiting for food. Hai Ingwu quickly chased after the half-elf girl and prepared some food and drinks for Yu Yang. In the Thunder Fortress, Hai Ingwu had never displayed her culinary skills before. But in fact, she was very good at it. When she was a few years old, her mother who disguised herself as a female slave, Empress Jellyfish who never heard her daughter call her mother even on her deathbed, had taught her, as a woman, if you want to win a man's heart, you must satisfy his appetite. Inside the room, Yu Yang stripped Princess Sisai naked and used his innate chi to heal her wounds. Shui Wuxia acted as if she did not see anything as she skillfully cleaned Yu Yang's body and bandaged his wounds. Other than cooperating with Yu Yang's healing, Princess Sisai also helped Shui Wuxia a little. For example, after bandaging his wounds, she would help tie a cute bow. The three of them cooperated like one person. In the beginning, they might be a little shy, but after so many battles, the three of them threw away all distracting thoughts and only wanted to use the best method to heal each other's wounds as fast as possible. Moreover, there were no outsiders in the grimoire world. They could do whatever they wanted without any worries. Hai Ingwu held the piping hot food in her hands and stood in front of the door in a daze. She was not 100% integrated yet and did not know what to do. She also did not know if it was right for her to intervene. The half-elf girl was different. She did not hesitate and quickly went forward. While Yu Yang was healing Shui Wuxia's internal injuries, she immediately took over the task of cleaning and bandaging Shui Wuxia's wounds, allowing the exhausted Princess Sisai to sit down and rest. Hai Ingwu saw this and a soft light appeared in her eyes. She seemed to have understood something. Rest for 3 days. 10th floor of Tongtian Tower, Boundless Ocean, Meteor Shower Islands. Today, the Sea Clan's turmoil had ended and a new female ocean empress had arrived. With the support of the 2 abyss manatees, Elder Nangong of the Innate Alliance and Emperor of the Underworld as witnesses, Hai Ingwu, formerly known as Aquamarine, was officially crowned as the Ocean Empress. Yu Yang did not participate in the entire crowning process. He only stood at a distance and quietly watched her become the Ocean Empress. Actually, everyone understood that the reason why the new female Ocean Empress could be born so smoothly was mostly because of Yu Clan's third young master. The other half was because of the new Ocean Empress mother, Empress Jellyfish. For her daughter and the Sea Clan's revival, she had planned for 1,000 years and did not hesitate to pay with her life. After the blessings of the foreign envoys and the worship of the subjects, the entire Sea Clan was in a state of celebration. The female Ocean Empress had ascended the throne and the revival was in sight. Shark King, Elder Xingpan, Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan brought their subordinates and retreated like a tide. In the entire Meteor Shower Palace, only Yu Yang and Hai Ingwu were left. Hai Ingwu, who was sitting on the throne solemnly, stood up and let go of the Ocean Emperor's halberd in her hands. She ran towards Yu Yang. She threw herself into his embrace with tears streaming down her face. Compared to the throne of the Ocean Emperor, she would rather stay in his embrace. However, it was her mother's last wish and the Sea Clan's hope. She had no choice but to stand up and become the new female Ocean Empress, leading the entire clan to prosperity. Of course, this was also beneficial to Yu Yang. Since he was the new prison emperor, he needed more people to help him defend Tongtian Tower. Sit here. Hai Ingwu brought Yu Yang to the Ocean Emperor's throne and let him sit down. She then respectfully knelt in front of him, pulled his big hands and kissed his fingers. That day, you said that you would make me the new female Ocean Empress. You did it. It was you who gave me everything I have today. You heard my cries, pitied my desire and fulfilled my wish. You gave me these things that I yearned for even in my dreams. Do you still remember? That day, I also promised you that I would use everything to repay you. With my love, with my people, with my abilities, with my wisdom, with my loyalty, with my everything. Are you sure? It's impossible for me to stay here and accompany you every day. Yu Yang stretched out his hand and gently held her little chin, gently wiping the hot tears that flowed down her cheeks. I would rather stay in the grimoire world and serve you every day. The Ocean Empress is not what I desire. If not because I can help you as the Ocean Empress, I would not even be interested in this position. Hai Yinggu choked and shook her head. This is not what I want the most. What I want the most is to stay in that warm grimoire world and quietly wait for you to come back. And the matter before. Yu Yang remembered that he had pretended to be a wretched butler to tease her. Now that she saw the hornless dragon Jiangying, she would definitely understand what was going on. I was indeed very angry at that time, but when I knew it was you, I felt that it was very funny. Thinking about it, it was really strange. Maybe, that was fate. Because of that experience, our lives became one, and we walked together. Although it was a little strange, we had a unique experience. That memory is worth remembering for the rest of my life. As Hai Yinggu spoke, she took off the Ocean Emperor armor on her body, followed by her silk undergarments. One by one, she took them off, revealing her breathtaking perfect figure. This is your Ocean Emperor throne. Yu Yang's heartbeat quickened. He felt the excitement of having an affair. His impulse was burning, but he was a little afraid that others would come in and see. In the grimoire world, everyone is here. Aquamarine is a little embarrassed. This meteor shower palace, this Ocean Emperor palace, this throne belongs to us. Let Aquamarine dedicate everything to you here. Although this is the first time, Aquamarine had peeked at the mistress's techniques many times before. If I am not satisfied, please correct me at any time, okay? Aquamarine will definitely work hard. My lover, I want to give you the best things, because I like you so much. Hai Yingwu's eyes gradually became misty. Like wine, intoxicating. She resisted the shyness in her heart, bravely reached out and gently untied her lover's clothes. Since she loved him so much, she would dedicate everything to him. As a woman, this was the first step. She had to learn it and master it in the future, so that her man would be satisfied, so that he would feel happy and happy. Happiness could not only be bestowed by the heavens, it also required one's own hard work. Yu Clan Castle. Yu came back to visit her father as usual. Although there were servants taking good care of him, Yu still insisted on using her own beast to treat her father's injuries. Cough cough. Yu Shan's illness was recurring, sometimes good, sometimes bad. There was a period of time when he could wake up and take a walk by himself, as if he could immediately recover. Who knew that in just a few days, Yu Shan's injuries worsened again? He was bedridden and his consciousness was hazy. He couldn't even recognize the servants beside him. He could only barely recognize his daughter and father, looking as if his life was in danger. Yu really couldn't understand. Why was it like this? With her current healing ability, she could heal any injury no matter how serious it was. Why did her father's injuries become so serious? What exactly caused it? Yu wanted to wait for Yu Yang to come back and ask him to take a look. He would definitely be able to find out the real cause. You're here? Sit. Yu Shan rarely chatted with Yu. He would only nod his head when he saw his daughter and almost never speak. Today, he seemed to be in good spirits and wanted to chat with his daughter. Sit, it's nothing, there's no need for treatment. I know my body well, I won't die for now, and I won't be able to recover either. How's brother Xiao-san? Did he win? Yes. Yu nodded. Usually, her father rarely cared about Yu Yang's matters. What happened today? She sat in front of the bed in astonishment. She gestured for the servants to open the window and pour water for her father. Xiao-san is still in the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower. Hai Yingwu will be crowned the new female Ocean Empress. He has to stay and watch the ceremony. That little girl seems to be very weak. Will she be able to become the new female Ocean Empress? Yu Shan had heard Yu mention Hai Yingwu before, but he didn't have a deep impression of her. It's like this, her biological mother is actually Empress Jellyfish. Yu told him about Empress Jellyfish's 1,000-year plan. After Yushan heard it, he thought for a long time before nodding his head and praising, "What a good Empress Jellyfish. It's a pity that she's a girl, otherwise she would be better than Ocean Emperor Guanlan." Although there were many capable people in Tongtian Tower, there were very few people like Empress Jellyfish. The 1,000 Goblin King was dead, the Black Hell King was heavily injured and the Scarlet Emperor had escaped to the Heaven Realm. Tongtian Tower should welcome a period of slow development. I have a question that I've wanted to ask you for a long time. Have you ever thought about your future? What future? Yu felt strange. Did she still need to worry? Now that the Yu clan had risen to power and was famous in the whole Tongtian Tower, he would not be bullied by others anymore. Moreover, he did not have any thoughts of fighting to win. He only wanted to live a peaceful life. Yushan was silent for a while, then suddenly opened his mouth and said, "You should think about it. You can't do without someone to take care of you in the future." Yu was startled. Could it be that her father saw through her thoughts? Was it really that obvious? She was a little hesitant and a little negative. "So you're talking about this. Ever since the Shui family broke off the engagement, your daughter's heart has calmed down." "I don't want to think about those things for now. There are many single female warriors in this world, like Zhizun, Night Empress, Sky Law, Sky Disaster, and many more. They all cultivate alone in order to pursue the highest level of martial arts." Yushan shook his head lightly. Your character is weak, kind, and gentle. You are not the kind of person who can completely pursue the highest level of martial arts. That kind of loneliness is not something a normal person can bear. If I'm not here in the future, your grandfather and uncles will all be gone, and your brothers and sisters of the same generation will all have their own families, you will be the only one left. That would be very miserable. If there is someone to take care of you, then even if I'm gone, you will be at ease. Yu hurriedly waved her hands. "Why are you talking about this? With Xiaosan around, everyone can at least live for 1,000 years. Don't worry about life and death. Even if everyone has their own families, I am still a member of the Yu clan. Even if it's inconvenient to stay in other houses, I can still stay with Xiaosan. Xianxia and fallen flowers are very good to me. Don't worry about things like my old age, it's all too far away. Rest well and don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. After 2 days, when Xiaosan comes back, he and I will come over to take a look at you. Maybe you will get better immediately." A bitter smile appeared in Yushan's eyes. It seemed like he wanted to say no. But he was unwilling to brush off his daughter's thoughts, so he kept his mouth shut. When Yu stood up and was about to leave, he called her softly. Wait. ? Yu immediately turned around. What else did her father want to say? "Do you still have the golden rune lock plate that your mother left for you?" Yushan asked. "Yes, do you want to see it?" Yu had worn a small and exquisite golden rune lock plate ever since she was young. Originally, this was something she used to pray for blessings when she was young. Because her mother had passed away early, she had always worn it as a memento. When Yushan asked today, Yu thought that her father was thinking of her mother and wanted to see it to remember her. "No, you keep it and keep it well." Yushan waved his hand. He paused for a while and said, "Actually, this golden rune lock plate comes in a pair. The other one." Yu saw that Yushan seemed to be hiding something and couldn't help but be astonished. Could it be that this golden rune lock plate had some secret? "This is a pair. There is another one. It should be with your twin sister." Yushan's words shocked Yu. "Didn't my mother only give birth to me as a daughter?" Yu cried out involuntarily. "Actually, it's like this. That year on the battlefield, your mother and I, along with 2 other comrades, were surrounded and trapped in a cave when we fought against the invasion of the demon abyss. Your mother's pregnancy was affected and she was forced to give birth to you and your sister in the cave. The miracle was that when you guys appeared, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a kind of pure brilliance. All the demon soldiers were greatly weakened and even the demon commanders and demon generals who were surrounding you quickly retreated from the battlefield. It was also because of this that your mother and I were able to carry you and escape. Yushan explained. What about my sister? Yu asked impatiently. She remembered that since she was young, no one had ever mentioned to her that she had a sister. Sister. Because we were in danger at that time, 2 of our comrades carried your sister and escaped in another direction. After that, the war gradually calmed down after a few months. Your mother and I wanted to go back to look for her, but we couldn't find your sister anymore. The 2 comrades at that time should not be around anymore, but your sister should still be around. This is because the golden rune lock plate that you have worn since you were young has never been broken. This proves that your sister is still alive. It's just that in the vast sea of people, we couldn't find her anymore. Yushan sighed slightly. I will definitely find my sister. Other than the same golden rune lock plate, what other characteristics does my sister have? Yu asked anxiously. Separated. Since young, I don't know either. Yushan paused and suddenly warned Yu, I have told you about your sister. Remember not to look for her in public, so that the enemy doesn't know about it in advance. If your sister is lucky, she will definitely return to the Yu clan. You don't have to worry too much about her. Understood, father. I will definitely look for her in secret. What are the names of your 2 comrades? Yu asked. I met them on the battlefield, but I didn't know their names at that time. Yushan lowered his head after he finished speaking. Yu was afraid that her father would be sad, so she did not ask further. However, she had some doubts in her heart. If they were comrades that he did not know on the battlefield, how could he trust them? Not only did they fight side by side, he even entrusted his sister to them. Could it be that the situation at that time was really that dangerous? Another doubt was that Yu knew that her father had been captured by the enemy before. He was even brought back to the demon abyss by the enemy. He was only able to return alive when a demon abyss countess rescued him. Could the 2 comrades that her father mentioned be the demon abyss countess? Because it was inconvenient to mention the name of the demon abyss countess, he used the excuse that he did not know her? Could it be that he really had a sister that he entrusted to the demon abyss countess? Could it be that her own sister was actually in the demon abyss? That was still not right. It would be fine if it was before, but now that Yusan had risen to power, even the great demon King Baruth had to give him some face. If he really had a sister in the demon abyss, as long as Yusan asked, why wouldn't the demon abyss return her sister? Could it be that there was some hidden story? The more Yu thought about it, the more confused she became. She was not careful and almost tripped on the doorstep. Fortunately, her reaction was fast and she immediately adjusted herself. The 5th elder who happened to pass by was overjoyed. He said with a smile, Girl, what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed? Your brother Yusan will return tomorrow, don't worry about him. Yu quickly bowed and expressed that she was not worried about Yang. Just as the 5th elder was about to leave, she immediately remembered about her sister and asked, 5th elder, when the demon abyss invaded, I was born in a bloody battlefield. Wasn't I born in the Yu clan castle? The white-haired 5th elder's beard trembled and he completely denied, no, the one who was born in the battlefield was not you. When Yu heard this, she was immediately dumbfounded. The 5th elder seemed to know that he had made a slip of the tongue and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Girl, actually at that time, you were born in our Yu clan castle. But at that time, the Yu clan castle was a battlefield. The demon abyss invaded and the battle was very intense. Did you hear some gossip from someone? That is not true. You were born in the Yu clan castle, so you are the Yu clan's 2nd Mississippi. You are my obedient granddaughter. Who would dare to say that you are not? Girl, don't think too much. Don't listen to the rumors outside and don't believe them. Remember, you will always be our Yu clan's granddaughter. When he said this, Yu was dumbfounded again. Her own background should have been very normal and ordinary. Why was it so mysterious? What exactly had happened that year that he had to hide it from her? Between her father and the 5th elder, who was the truth and who was the lie? Thank you 5th elder, I will go back now. Yu did not dare to ask again. Moreover, the 5th elder had already raised his vigilance, so it seemed that he would not say anything. Girl, don't think too much. Live a good life with Xiao San. We are old and the Yu clan can only rely on you. Xiaosan's temper is very stubborn, he only listens to Ah Xian and you. You have to take good care of him and not let him take the wrong path. His father is gone, us old fellows are heartbroken. Fortunately, Xiaosan is so capable. Otherwise, after we die, we would not have the face to meet our ancestors. The fifth elder was especially afraid that you would take things too hard. He warned her again and again, girl, don't think too much. Don't pay attention to what outsiders say. You are you, no one can replace you. If anyone dares to bully you, come and find me. The fifth elder will stand up for you. If anyone dares to make irresponsible remarks, I will fight them with my old life. Oh, right, your Xiaosan brother has a bad temper. Don't tell him what outsiders say, it's all nonsense. I know. Don't worry, fifth elder. I won't tell Xiaosan. The more you heard, the more frightened she became. She hurriedly said goodbye and left. Sigh. This child, her life is really bitter. The fifth elder looked at Yu's receding figure and suddenly let out a long sigh. Although Hai Yingwu could not bear to part with Yu Yang, she had to stay and rebuild the Xi clan. She would be very busy for a period of time in the future. With her father's power and holy ranked equipment, her mother's family and plans, as well as Yu Yang's support, Hai Yingwu's position as the Ocean Empress was much easier than expected. It turned out that she had already mentally prepared herself to face all the difficulties. However, the majority of the Xi clan had accepted her as the new Ocean Empress. Not only her, even the two abyss manatees that originally belonged to Yu Yang were worshipped by the Xi clan as the new Xi clan guardian gods. I will work hard. I will first be a competent Ocean Empress. When the matters in the clan settle down, I will then be a competent wife and serve you every day. Hai Yingwu cried as she kissed Yu Yang emotionally. Even if her subordinates were watching, she did not care about anything else. Cough cough. Actually, Countess Jiawei, Countess Yan, Elder Xingpan, Shark King and other Xi clan rankers already knew about her close relationship with Yu Yang. Even a blind person could see it, let alone those with good eyesight. They turned their heads away and pretended not to see Hai Yingwu kissing Yu Yang in public. Hai Yingwu and Yu Yang's union was actually the best outcome for the Xi clan. The Yu clan's third young master was definitely the best husband. Maybe it was not convenient for the Xi clan to announce this marriage to the public, but the union of the two of them, no matter if it was the soaring dragon continent in the first floor of Tongtian Tower, or the boundless ocean in the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower, it would be a good thing. Two completely different camps, because of the marriage of the two most important people, would be firmly linked together and become the most trustworthy allies. The soaring dragon continent had the most talented people in the world and the most outstanding youth in the world, Yu clan's third young master. The Xi clan had the richest sea region, the widest territory and the most suitable female ocean empress to marry Yu clan's third young master. A strong union was definitely the best development direction for Tongtian Tower. After leaving the boundless ocean, Yu Yang returned to the Thunder Fortress in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. What welcomed him was a wave of congratulations. All the slaves, servants and guards were proud of their master's miraculous performance. They had long known that Little Titan was the Yu clan's third young master. For example, the president of the Titan Chamber of Commerce, the fat toad Jiade, had become the most popular person in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Even innates would nod their heads in respect when they saw him. Those who had looked down on him in the past all came forward and apologized solemnly, afraid that this fat toad would hold a grudge. Of course, all his glory was because of Yu Yang's impressive performance. First, he came back from the death arena, killed his way to the heaven realm, defeated a heaven ranker, and captured the abyss manatee that returned to the heaven realm. Following that, he was invited to the endless ocean to quell the rebellion of the Xi clan and helped Guanlan's daughter, Hai Yingwu, ascend to the position of Ocean Empress. According to some rumors, the Yu clan's third young master had even killed the 1,000 Goblin King from 3,000 years ago. With such a strong performance, there was no one in Tongtian Tower who wouldn't bow down to him. Hence, although the fat toad Jiade was only a servant of the Yu clan's third young master, he was still respected by everyone. Where's Xiaoyi? Yu Yang realized that everything in the Thunder Fortress was normal except for Xiaoyi, the girl who always wanted to fight with him. He immediately felt a little disappointed. Miss Xiaoyi is still in the Gufeng continent. She sent a messenger a while ago, but the letter is still with the Xiao brothers. The Xiao brothers don't know that Master has returned, so they went to Silver Leaf City to sign the contract. They should be back soon. I'll go take a look. Jiada wished he could grow wings and fly to Silver Leaf City to capture the Xiao brothers. The Xiao brothers didn't need to go on a business trip today, but Jiada had something to do at the last minute. Hence, butler Yanjing sent the Xiao brothers instead. Forget it, that should be a normal letter. Yu Yang waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to make such a big fuss. If Xiaoyi was in danger, the Xiao brothers would definitely be worried. They still had the time to go to Silver Leaf City for a business trip, which meant that Xiaoyi was still very safe. The Octopus Man boss and the Swordfish Man blast had returned long ago. To them, the boundless ocean was not as fun as the soaring dragon continent. After all, they were originally human innates. It was just that they had turned into fishmen. Deep down, they still liked to live on land. They didn't have a sense of belonging in the Sea Clan, but they had a good life in the Thunder Fortress. This was because the servants here respected them a lot, and they had protected this place before. After living here for a long time, they had developed feelings for this place. It could be considered as their second home. Another reason was that they were enemies with the Sea Clan. Although they had forgiven each other and turned enemies into friends, it was still a little awkward. You can go and do what you need to do. We old fellows have our own hands and feet, we can eat and drink. You don't have to care about us. In the future, when you establish a territory in the Heaven Realm, just invite us to stay there for a while. The Octopus Man boss laughed. The most talkative mudskipper man Sui Zue wanted to say something, but the Swordfish Man blast covered his mouth to prevent him from saying anything. This time, I'll treat you guys to the ancient demon's blood. Yu Yang threw a ruined silver bottle filled with ancient demon's blood to them. Mudskipper Sui Zue quickly got close and opened the bottle to take a look. The ancient demon's blood was as hot as magma, almost scalding his skin. He was so scared that he quickly sealed the bottle cap and shouted loudly. He hurriedly threw it to Swordfish Man Blast Wind. Go and prepare some chilled strong wine. Without the strong wine to melt, you won't be able to drink it with your current strength. The Swordfish Man Blast kicked the Mudskipper Man's butt. Good stuff. Whalezhang gave Yu Yang a thumbs up happily. With their current strength, they would never be able to drink the ancient demon's blood in their lifetime. Now, even the fat toad Jiada was holding a cup of chilled blood wine in his hands. These servants who were below the innate realm did not dare to drink the blood wine of the hybrid fishmen. After pouring 10 barrels of wine into a pool, adding a large amount of ice cubes and a drop of ancient demon's blood, they felt like their bodies were about to explode when they drank it. It was as if they were swallowing fire. The fat toad Jiada drank a small mouthful and immediately spat out a ball of fire from his throat. The expression on his face was one of satisfaction and fear at the same time. I spat out fire. Oh my god, I almost thought I was going to die. This is too scary, too scary. This is good stuff. How much are we going to sell it for? 50 gold coins for a cup? No, I won't sell it for less than 500 gold coins. The old-fashioned butler Yanjing couldn't help but smile. Yu Yan did not stay in the Thunder Fortress. Under the guidance of the Xiao brothers, he went to the Gufeng continent. Gufeng continent. This was a world similar to the Soaring Dragon continent. Humans were the main intelligent life forms, but there were a few goblins and half-beastmen. These were the descendants of the slaves brought by the Demon Abyss during the invasion. The intelligent life forms in the Demon Abyss were the rulers of this place. Usually, they were the kings of small countries or the lords of certain regions. Very few of them were human lords. The Demon Abyss priests were in charge of the Great Hall and teleportation circle at the exit. They didn't have a good attitude towards normal warriors. However, they didn't dare to neglect the 3 rankers who were at least level 7. Especially Yu Yang, who was standing in the middle of the Xiao brothers. The Demon Abyss priests couldn't even peek at his level. In their eyes, Yu Yang was undoubtedly an innate ranker. Master, welcome to the Gufeng continent. The few Demon Abyss priests bowed to Yu Yang respectfully. Luckily Yu Yang was wearing a mask. Otherwise, if they recognized him as the Yu clan's 3rd young master, they they would probably be scared out of their wits. The Xiao brothers went back to their hometown to bring their mother and relatives to live in the Thunder Fortress. On the other hand, Yu Yang went to look for Xiaoyi, who was still secretly gathering information about the Black Hell Army. According to the contents of the letter, this girl had already found out all kinds of information about the Black Hell Army. For example, the location of the secret base of the Black Hell Army and the opening time of the ancient teleportation circle. She had already found out everything and completed her mission. However, she might have found out something very important. That was why she didn't return to the Thunder Fortress and continued to observe. Because he was worried that Miss Xiaoyi, who liked to quarrel with him, would be in danger, Yu Yang decided to come and fetch her personally. Information was important, but her life was more important. The Black Hell King was hiding in the dark. He must not be caught by him. Of course, the possibility of this happening was very small. The Black Hell King couldn't be bothered to make a move on Xiaoyi. If he wanted to catch someone, the Black Hell King should catch someone in the Yu clan castle. However, even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, Yu Yang wouldn't let it happen. Teleportation circle? Yu Yang followed the route that Xiaoyi left behind and rushed for half a day before he arrived at a teleportation circle that looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. This was one of the important marks in Xiaoyi's letter. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to find such a remote place. Even if they found this teleportation circle, they wouldn't care because it looked abandoned. However, with Yu Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision, there was something wrong with this teleportation circle. Using Heaven Eye's divine vision, he could see through many situations. This teleportation circle had been used recently, and not just once. Where did it lead to? In the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower, there was also a similar broken teleportation circle. That teleportation circle led to a mysterious world. In that place, there was a golden barrier that even Yu Yang couldn't enter. Inside the barrier, there was an ownerless divine grimoire. Could the teleportation circle in the Gufeng continent also lead to that mysterious world? Could there be a second divine grimoire? Or could this be one of the Black Hell King's secret bases? Or was it his last nest? There was another possibility, which was that it led to the outskirts of the god's ruins. Although Xiaoyi liked to be at odds with him, she received his orders and wouldn't act rashly. There must be a special reason for her to stay. Most importantly, he had a feeling that the ancient teleportation circles in the Gufeng continent, Aojia continent and other continents, especially this kind of long-abandoned teleportation circle, had some problems. Maybe it was something that the Black Hell King used. It was because of his suspicions that he sent Xiaoyi back to investigate. Now, it seemed that his guess was right. That damned thief, if I catch that cunning fellow, I will definitely skin him alive. He's really too despicable, he's like a ghost, constantly pestering me. If this goes on, I won't be able to find the treasure. I'm going to fucking go crazy. In the canyon outside the teleportation circle, there was a group of warriors who were all level 4 heroes and above. They walked past the place where Yu Yang was hiding. In the group, there was a big guy with a fleshy face who was nagging nonstop along the way. Who doesn't like treasures? That fellow's level is high and his skills are fast. If we don't use some tricks, we might not be able to catch him. A black skinny man spat. After we catch him, that thief will belong to me. I can get a smaller share of the treasures, but that thief must belong to me, and it must be alive. What do you know, that's a girl. Although she's dressed like a thief, I can tell with one look that she's a beauty. That waist is so slender, those legs are so long, I can tell with one look that she's not a guy. A perverted fatty said while drooling. That doesn't mean she's a beauty. We can't be sure without seeing her face. Another person retorted. Alright, we're here. Lord Mo Long will be here soon, all of you shut up. Don't ever mention the thief in front of Lord Mo Long. Forget about that thief, no matter if he's a man or a woman, forget about him. You guys are here to search for treasures, not to pick up girls. Furthermore, that thief doesn't have the golden key to open the door, so he won't be able to follow us into the teleportation circle. Just ignore him. The leader was a tall and sturdy man. He carefully placed the gems in his bag into the corresponding area of the teleportation circle. The teleportation circle instantly flashed with a dazzling brilliance. What made Yu Yang even more surprised was that the brilliance actually formed a house of light. It was like a small fortress. In front of the house of light, there was a door of light formed by interweaving runes. Meow. Where does this door lead to? Not to mention Xiaoyi, even Yu Yang's heart was itching. He couldn't wait to go in and take a look. Since he had seen a mountain of treasures, how could he return empty-handed? Yu Yang waited for another 10 minutes before a level 1 innate demon abyss lord came. There were more than 30 of them, but the strongest was only a normal level 7. Now, Yu Yang understood why Xiaoyi dared to follow this group of people. It was because she was confident that even if she could not defeat such an enemy, she could still escape. It's a little weird. Originally, Yu Yang wanted to kill everyone and snatch the golden key. Then, he would go in and search for the treasure himself. However, when he saw that the enemies were too weak, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. It didn't make sense. How could a person like Lord Mo Long hold such a crucial golden key? Even if he had it, without the support of an innate ranker, how could Lord Mo Long search for treasures, with those followers who were only level 7 and below? Isn't that too funny? Filled with doubt, Yu Yang waited quietly. Lord Mo Long was very cautious. Before he took out the golden key to open the secret door, he first sent people to investigate. If it was someone else, they would have been discovered long ago. But Yu Yang had secretly learned the invisibility secret technique from the super assassin Enshi. Enshi's invisibility was something that even the Ocean Emperor Guanlan couldn't see. Even if Yu Yang couldn't learn it completely, it was easy for him to hide from a group of non-innates. Not to mention these people, if Yu Yang wanted to hide, with the amplification effect of his counterfeit, inherent skill, even a level 10 innate ranker might not be able to discover him. Yu Yang was actually hiding right under these people's eyes. They were less than 20 meters away, but they couldn't discover him. After searching for a while, Lord Mo Long finally took out the shining golden key. When the golden key came close to the secret door that was intertwined with runes, it immediately shot a golden arrow towards the sky. In the sky, there seemed to be some kind of energy faintly responding. And on the ground, the light formed into a miniature fortress. The mysterious rune light door in front of it silently opened. It revealed a simple and unadorned stone passage. It was extremely long, deep and dark. At this moment, at the faraway entrance of the canyon, a shadow flashed extremely quickly. In just a few seconds, it arrived behind a rock 50 meters away from the entrance. Lord Mo Long seemed to sense it. He snorted heavily and waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to enter quickly. After everyone entered, Lord Mo Long took out the gold key. Before the secret door of radiance disappeared, it flew in like a bolt of lightning. When he stood on the stone passageway, he immediately stopped and turned around to look at the outside of the secret door, as if he wanted to give the enemy following him a fatal blow. The shadow hiding behind the rock did not move, as if it had never been there. When Lord Mo Long saw that no one was following him, he let out a sigh of relief. The secret door slowly closed and disappeared, leaving behind only the ancient teleportation array as if it had never been used before. The shadow stood up and stamped his foot unwillingly. A large black hand came from behind and grabbed the shadow's chest with the ferocity of a wolf. Eh? The shadow's body trembled slightly, as if it hadn't expected that someone would launch a sneak attack on it. However, its reaction was extremely fast. Within 0.1 seconds, it had already pulled out the silver dagger from its waist and stabbed the attacker behind it. You want to murder your husband? Yu Yang's figure appeared from behind. His whole body stuck to the shadow's back, one hand hugging the shadow's chest, the other hand grabbing the small hand that was stabbing back with the dagger. The shadow's body trembled again. She turned her head in astonishment. It was Xiaoyi, who was still in shock. When she saw that it was Yu Yang, she was immediately surprised, happy, angry, shy and anxious. She struggled and said, "It's you? Let go of me." Ah. Yu Yang pretended to be an obedient child and let go of the small hand below, ignoring the dagger in her hand. I'm talking about the top. Xiaoyi was furious. What kind of person was this? Cough cough, actually, this is the custom of my hometown. I will only use it when I give my best friend a surprise. Little girl Xiaoyi, this young master has come from afar to see you. Aren't you surprised? Yu Yang reluctantly let go of her hand. Under Xiaoyi's angry glare, he even secretly sniffed his palm. This almost made Xiaoyi explode in anger. It's my hometown's custom. When I see someone I haven't seen for a long time, I will beat him up to express my surprise. Xiaoyi really wanted to bite this brat to death. Is that so? Your hometown's custom is not as good as mine. Actually, my hometown has a custom of hugging when you meet someone. If you don't mind, I can demonstrate it. This is all knowledge, you should learn it. Yu Yang prepared to give Xiaoyi a hug. Scram, stay away from me. Xiaoyi used the dagger to threaten him, not letting him come closer. She was really afraid that he would give her a hug, and she was even more afraid that her heart would soften. Little girl, you've lost weight. Yu Yang pretended to be concerned about her as he reached out to touch Xiaoyi's face. Don't worry about it. Xiaoyi originally felt warm in her heart. She felt that after suffering so much, it was worth it to hear his words. However, when she saw that this brat was only using this as an excuse to touch her, she immediately became angry. He was really too much. He even wanted to lie to someone he cared about. Could it be that other than perverted thoughts, there was nothing else in his mind? Then forget it. I originally wanted to give you a set of clothes. Yu Yang muttered with a wronged expression. Give it to me. Xiaoyi's heart immediately softened. It was already good that he remembered to give her a present. She was most afraid that he would completely forget about her. I specially designed it. Take a look, do you like it? Yu Yang took out a set of underwear. It was lace, transparent, as thin as a cicada's wings. It felt extremely smooth to the touch. It was probably the same as wearing nothing. Xiaoyi held the set of clothes. She was fuming. She wanted to chase after him, but she couldn't. She wanted to hit him, but she couldn't. She was even more furious. This brat was definitely trying to anger her on purpose. He probably wanted to come here to see her cry. So, she definitely couldn't cry. Xiaoyi bit her lips and sniffled. She held back the tears that were about to fall. She decided that no matter what, she wouldn't let him see her weakness. She kept the transparent underwear and pretended that nothing had happened. Young master, why didn't you tease the big-breasted maid at home? Why did you come here? Oh right, you idiot, why didn't you rush in just now? You just watched them go in. Why didn't you rush in? There might be treasures inside. You are so stupid. Yu Yang hurriedly explained. Wasn't I waiting for you? You didn't rush in, so of course I had to stay behind to accompany you. Xiaoyi immediately knew that it was an excuse. She went crazy. You stayed behind just to attack my breasts, right? Cough cough, I am an upright gentleman, a role model for the youths in the soaring dragon continent. I am also the pioneer of the new generation of social change. How could I do such a shameless thing? You have wronged me. Yu Yang clenched his fist and said seriously. Xiaoyi almost fainted. Heavens, was there anyone more shameless than this brat in this world? How does it feel? Xiaoyi suddenly asked Yu Yang. It's not good. Yu Yang shook his head. It's not good? Xiaoyi exploded on the spot. She was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. I let you touch it, and you still say it's not good? I didn't feel it clearly. Yu Yang hurriedly explained. You touched it for so long, you still didn't feel it clearly? Xiaoyi looked at him with disdain. It's too small, I searched for a long time, but I still couldn't find it. Before Yu Yang could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by the furious Xiaoyi with a punch. Xiaoyi, who was seething with anger, completely went berserk. She took out a giant axe and chased after Yu Yang. Go to hell, I will immediately send you to hell, you shameless bastard. Half an hour later. When Yu Yang opened the secret light door and entered the stone passage, Xiaoyi gave him a heavy punch on his back, her hatred still lingering in her heart. Yu Yang hurriedly reminded her, Hey, you said to stop fighting, didn't you say to search for treasures first, then flirt, no, split the spoils later. Xiaoyi, you can't be too petty, you must be broad-minded. Xiaoyi wanted to forgive him, but when she heard him being broad-minded, she couldn't help but burst out in anger, I'm petty, I'm not broad-minded. Find a broad-minded cow to accompany you to search for treasures. I'm not going to serve a young master like you. Let go of me, let go. Her arm was pulled by Yu Yang. She tried to struggle, but when she saw that she couldn't break free, she stopped struggling. Actually, she didn't want to leave, she was just angry. She felt that this brat didn't take care of her heart at all. He knew that her chest wasn't big enough, but he kept mentioning it. How could she not be angry? Yu Yang chuckled, there are all kinds of flavors, you can't just eat coconuts every day. You should eat eggs occasionally, you can't be too picky. Xiaoyi rolled her eyes when she heard this. She reckoned that among all the men in the world, only the Shu clan's third young master could say such things. She had seen too many shameless people, but no matter how shameless they were, compared to this young master, they were simply modest gentlemen. They couldn't be compared at all. Xiaoyi firmly refuted Yu Yang's shameless words just now. She coldly snorted, what eggs? Who's an egg? I'm at least an apple, and a big apple at that. Go against your conscience, I'll agree with you. Before Yu Yang could finish, Xiaoyi took out her giant axe again. Say it again. Xiaoyi raised her giant axe high, hovering above Yu Yang's nose. Alright, you're an apple, apple computer, apple daily newspaper. Yu Yang replied with a trembling voice. Although Xiaoyi couldn't tell what apple computer and apple daily newspaper were, she was sure that they weren't good terms. He was definitely referring to her flat chest. Originally, Xiaoyi wanted to chop this despicable fellow to death with her axe. However, she suddenly changed her mind. She threw the axe away. Yu Yang was startled. Not good, this girl was going to cry. Just as he was thinking of how to comfort her, he suddenly saw Xiaoyi take off her black clothes and her leather vest, revealing her jade-white body that was only wearing underwear. In an instant, the delicate fragrance of a virgin assailed his nostrils. Seeing her flawless naked body, Yu Yang's jaw dropped to the ground. He stared at her dumbfoundedly, wondering if this girl had gone mad with anger. Did she want to push him down? Xiaoyi gently pulled up Yu Yang's right hand and pressed it on her breasts. Meow? Yu Yang was completely shocked. Was this a dream or reality? Did she get the wrong person? Currently, only Sky Law could do this kind of action. Is it an apple or an egg? Xiaoyi asked calmly. Apple. Yu Yang replied subconsciously. Thank you. You can go and die now. Xiaoyi sent the stunned Yu Yang flying with a kick. Then, she calmly put on her leather vest and black thief clothes. This is not a dream. Yu Yang, who was lying on the ground, sniffed his palm and suddenly jumped up. Under Xiaoyi's astonished gaze, he held her hand tightly. Hello beautiful, I am Yu Yang, known as the Yu clan's third young master. I live in the Yu clan castle in the Soaring Dragon continent. I am young and rich, handsome and talented, loyal to one person. I have a good personality and a good temper. I'm really a good friend. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoyi sent him flying with a punch. Stone passage. The stone passage behind the secret door was definitely not Gufeng continent. Even Yu Yang, who was here for the first time, could tell. Although the gravity was similar to Gufeng continent, the entire stone passage had a formless power of the ancient law, as if it was sealing something. Yu Yang felt this power when he was in the dragon cave where the Scarlet Emperor was sealed. What comforted Yu Yang was that the ancient law sealing power here was not as strong as the ancient seal that sealed the Scarlet Emperor. Otherwise, if there was another enemy like the Scarlet Emperor, Yu Yang would feel dizzy. It was not easy to kill 1,000 Goblin King. Yu Yang wanted to rest for a while. Training hard, converting the accumulated experience from battles. Breaking through to a new realm. Yu Yang would definitely not be satisfied with his innate level 8 power. Although he could fight against heaven-ranked warriors, there were still stronger enemies like the Scarlet Emperor. Yu Yang did not dare to slack off in his training. How did you open the secret door? Xiaoyi suddenly thought of this. Didn't I use the golden key to open it? Yu Yang smiled as he replied. His smile made Xiaoyi stunned. She immediately blushed and lowered her head to avoid looking at him. She said softly, you smile like a pervert, it's not nice at all. She didn't want to admit that she was attracted by Yu Yang's smile, so she tried to defend herself against what she really meant, purposely saying that Yu Yang's smile was ugly. Actually, Yu Yang's smile had already become a kind of skill, bewitching. It had a kind of charm effect on the opposite sex. For a girl like Xiaoyi who was at odds with him on the surface, but secretly longed for love, she would definitely be more affected by the enchantment. When Yu Yang smiled, her heart was pounding. Even if she said that it was not nice, her heart was beating like a drum. She could not help but lower her eyes and peek a few times. She also could not explain why she was at odds with him. Actually, everything that happened previously was just a small misunderstanding. Moreover, she knew that he treated her very well and only liked to tease her. Yet, for the sake of her daughter, she always hoped that he would treat her better. "Don't bully me like this. I thought you didn't have a golden key?" Xiaoyi recalled that only Lord Mo Long had the gold key, and he was still holding it in his hand when he entered. No matter how fast his hands were, it was impossible for him to steal it. Just now, he made her turn around and opened the secret door. What method did he use? Duplicate a golden key? That was the only possibility. But, how to replicate it? Could the golden key be duplicated? I made a fake one. The secret door isn't human. It can't tell the difference between real and fake. I fooled it. Yu Yang laughed proudly. I knew you were a big liar. Xiaoyi purposely snorted, but in her heart, she was a little happy. Although this guy was lecherous, his abilities were admirable. Is that a compliment? Thank you. Yu Yang didn't care at all. Seeing his proud expression, Xiaoyi really wanted to pounce on him and bite him ruthlessly. Otherwise, the hatred in her heart wouldn't be appeased. At the end of the stone tunnel, they arrived at a huge cavern. There were countless passageways inside, and he didn't know which one to take at all. If Xiaoyi was the only one who came in, she would be at a loss when she saw this maze-like cave. But it was different now. She looked at Yu Yang confidently. She couldn't do it, but she knew he could. Such a small maze would definitely not be a problem for him. He had even passed through the Five Elements Palace and the Death Arena. Such a small maze was child's play. As expected, Yu Yang easily found the correct tunnel that Lord Mo Long had taken. He summoned the quintet golden puppet mice. Once the 5 mechanical mice came out, they immediately searched for Lord Mo Long's remaining scent. Even if Lord Mo Long had used a special method to conceal it and released a few small animals to confuse the enemies, all these methods were ineffective against the quintet golden puppet mice. Their main ability to detect enemies was to sense energy. As long as Lord Mo Long left a trace of abnormal energy, he would not be able to escape the quintet golden puppet mice's search. After successfully exiting the labyrinth cave, they passed through a huge mountain wall in a zigzag manner. He felt like he was traversing through several mountains, and the battle was unpredictable. Finally, when the tunnel gradually flattened and became huge, Yu Yang and Xiaoyi saw light. In front of them, there was an extremely small dot of light. That was the exit. Yu Yang and Xiaoyi were delighted. Although they could sense darkness, they preferred light. After walking in the cave for a long time, they felt depressed. After all, humans were more used to living on the surface. After carefully walking for a while, Yu Yang and Xiaoyi realized that near the exit in front, there was a man-made beehive-like cave. Countless densely packed exits lined up on both sides of the main exit. Yu Yang and Xiaoyi snuck into one of the small exits. When they looked out, they were immediately amazed by the outside world. The small exit that they were standing on was actually a place for flying beasts to rest. Below them was a bottomless cliff. In front of them, there were tens of thousands of wyverns dancing in the sky. They would let out cries from time to time, interweaving into a continuous wyvern song. When some wyverns got tired of flying, they would enter the beehive-like exits to rest. There were also some wyverns that would come in with bloody food. In the distance, there was an extremely tall mountain peak. It towered into the clouds. There were also countless wyverns circling around, except that their color, size, level, and strength were all higher than the ones here. This is the legendary Wyvern Valley. Xiaoyi's expression changed. She grabbed Yu Yang's arm tightly and said with a trembling voice, I heard that there is a very scary Wyvern King here, even scarier than the Demon King in the Demon Abyss. If the Wyvern King leaves the Wyvern Valley, the whole Gufeng continent will be destroyed. I remember when I was young, my mother told me that the Wyvern King was a very scary existence. Did your mother scare you? Yu Yang did not think that the Wyvern King was scary at all. If the Wyvern King was in Tong Tian Tower, it would be a beast below an 8. The ones that were truly powerful were not the wyverns, but the giant dragons. Furthermore, it might be because Xiaoyi was mischievous when she was young. Her mother might have used this legend to scare her, causing her to be traumatized. Furthermore, ordinary people did not have a very accurate concept of power. In the eyes of ordinary people, an innate level 1 innate was very powerful, and innate level 5 and above heavenly imperial guardians were also very powerful, and at least an innate level 9 and above demon king was also very powerful. To ordinary people, there was not much difference between the three, because they were all existences that ordinary people could not even imagine. From Yu Yang's perspective, it was completely different. To Yu Yang, an innate level 1 was a weakling that could be killed in an instant. Innate level 5 and above heavenly imperial guardians could also be easily defeated. Innate level 9 and above demon king could barely be considered a match. Xiaoyi's mother was almost an ordinary person, and her strength was not high. In other words, she could not differentiate the difference in strength between the Wyvern King and Demon King. She only knew that these two types of people were very scary. If not for the existence of the ancient sealing law, Yu Yang would not have cared at all. What Wyvern King? Wasn't that a tragedy that could be killed in an instant? Wyvern King, not to mention Yu Yang, even the Reaper Mantis had killed quite a number of them. If Yu Yang released the Reaper Mantis, the tens of thousands of wyverns in the canyon would probably be scared out of their wits and flee. No, the Wyvern King is a very scary existence. It was said that it had killed countless people in the Gufeng continent, and almost all the rankers in the Gufeng continent were massacred by the Wyvern King. It was because the Gufeng continent's rankers were almost wiped out that we could not defend against the Demon Abyss Evil Spirit Legion's attack. That was why we were ruled by the Demon Abyss and enslaved by the evil demons. Xiaoyi's small hands trembled slightly. Because of the fear in her heart, her small hands seemed a little cold. Don't be afraid, let's take a look first. Don't worry, I am here. Yu Yang saw that Xiaoyi was so scared that her lips were a little pale, and hurriedly comforted her with a gentle voice. Xiaoyi felt much better after being comforted by him, but her small hand still grabbed onto his arm, unwilling to let go. Yu Yang discovered that there were a few black dots in a faraway place. In the sky full of wyverns, they were very unusual. He used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to take a look and was stunned. This was because he saw a strange creature, a creature that did not belong to the Tong Tian Tower, appearing here. After the battle in the Heaven Realm, Elder Nan Gong had given Yu Yang a book. That book was said to have been written by the great sage Dan Qing during the Prison Emperor's era. In it, there were 3,600 types of commonly seen Heaven Realm creatures and 108 types of special creatures. The few unusual black dots in front of him were one of the 108 types of special creatures. Heaven Realm Draconians. These Heaven Realm Draconians were very similar to humans, but they were much taller. Regardless of gender, they were generally more than 2 meters tall and had retractable dragon wings on their backs. Among them, the males were especially handsome, while the females were generally average-looking, or even ugly. They were the complete opposite of the other Heaven Realm creatures, the Heaven Realm Demon Dwellers. The males of the Heaven Realm Demon Dwellers were ugly, while the females were extremely beautiful and enchanting. In battle, the Heaven Realm Draconians were mainly formed by females to surround and kill their enemies. The male Heaven Realm Draconians were all in a dominant position. Every Heaven Realm Draconian had more than 10 females. Other than giving birth and protecting their territory, the male Heaven Realm Draconians did not participate in any battles. In other words, other than fighting for a woman's affections, they did not fight at all. These male Heaven Realm Draconians were regarded as the laziest parasitic males in the entire Heaven Realm and were despised by all the other races. What was strange was that these lazy male Heaven Realm Draconians were actually regarded as the most annoying Heaven Realm lifeforms together with the male Heaven Realm Demon Dwellers who loved to go on expeditions and plunder other races. There was a saying in the Heaven Realm, there is no scumbag, only scumbag Heaven Realm Draconians. Yu Yang did not understand. Why would the Heaven Realm Draconians who were like parasites be here? And who was it that sealed these parasites in this Wyvern Valley? However, Yu Yang could immediately understand one thing. and that was that the Black Hell King wanted to borrow the power of the Heaven Realm Draconians. To put it more bluntly, the Black Hell King was preparing to release the Heaven Realm Draconians. Although Lord Mo Long was the lord of the demon abyss, even a blind person could see that the person he was truly working for was the Black Hell King. Moreover, he should be the subordinate of the Black Hell King's subordinate Thunder of the Center, the Thunder Lizard Commander. Lord Mo Long was not here to search for treasures, but to discuss cooperation with the Heaven Realm Draconians. Yu Yang secretly rejoiced that he had discovered it in time. Otherwise, if these Heaven Realm Draconians escaped from the Wyvern Valley, it would be a huge headache. These were the most terrifying parasites. They were hated by all in the Heaven Realm. They had a terrible reputation and were notorious existences. Demonic Mirror has been sucking blood from the blood pool for a whole month, isn't that enough? Although we don't care about the lives of those female slaves, we have only produced 700 female slaves over the past few thousand years. Now that we have sacrificed 300, the demonic mirror's inner world is no longer responding, our female slaves are going to die. A Heaven Realm Draconian wearing a golden crown complained to Lord Mo Long in front of him with dissatisfaction. Master said that it is very difficult to open the inner world of the demonic mirror, maybe it will take 49 days. Although Lord Mo Long's strength was far from the other parties, his attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. I asked you to send more people in as sacrifices, but you only send a dozen each time. They can't even compare to a single female slave, there is no sincerity at all. You should bring hundreds or thousands of people in and let them become sacrifices. Another Heaven Realm Draconian wearing a silver crown snorted. No, even if we do this, we will attract the enemy's attention. If we bring too many people in at once the news gets out, the consequences will be unimaginable. You will never be able to imagine how powerful Yu Clan's third young master is. He can defeat a heaven-ranked ranker and capture a heaven-ranked level 2 abyss manatee. That kind of elite warrior is said to be born only once every few hundred or even thousands of years in the Abyss Manatee clan. They are the guardians of the Sea clan. Now, they are merely slaves of Yu Clan's third young master. It's not that my master looks down on you Heaven Realm Draconians. Even if your entire clan were to join forces, you would not be able to fight against the Yu Clan's third young master. Your only advantage is your numbers. As long as he leaves Tong Tian Tower and goes to Heaven Realm, with your numbers, as long as you cooperate with my master's strategy, you can easily flatten the soaring dragon continent and occupy the entire Tong Tian Tower. These Heaven Realm Draconians were the cannon fodder that Black Hell King found. Black Hell King wanted to use these Heaven Realm Draconians to divert his attention. That cunning Black Hell King was definitely still trying to open the Golden Barrier, enter the Divine Grimoire and obtain the treasures inside to fight a war of attrition. Black Hell King would never know that the treasure of the Divine Grimoire had already been taken away by the Phoenix Sisters and Qilin girl Bing Yin. Moreover, Black Hell King wanted to contract the Divine Grimoire. It seemed that these parasite-like Heaven Realm Draconians were the cannon fodder that Black Hell King found to distract him. With the strength of the Heaven Realm Draconians, this move was not bad. If he didn't send Xiaoyi back to the Gu Feng continent to look for loopholes, then once these Heaven Realm Draconians escaped and wreaked havoc in Tong Tian Tower, he wouldn't have the time to take care of the Black Hell King. He could have hidden away to recuperate and plan. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Xiaoyi had already discovered this secret. The Black Hell King wanted to release the Heaven Realm Draconians to deal with her? He could only rejoice for no reason. What Yu Clan's third young master? An inferior race's male is not worth fearing. Only us Heaven Realm Draconians are the most outstanding beings in the world. Our ancestors were at most at Heaven Rank Level 8, and there were countless elders above Heaven Rank Level 5. What does a mere Yu Clan third young master count for? In the past, under our ancestors, there were ancient dragon pythons, 9-headed demon dragons and golden crown wyverns that were even stronger than the Abyss Manatee warriors. Any one of them was stronger than the Abyss Manatee warriors. The Heaven Realm Draconian wearing the golden crown sneered in disdain. Lord Mo Long didn't say anything. He really wanted to say, although your ancestors were glorious, that was in the past, not now. With this sacrificial speed, we won't be able to leave even after a month. Another Heaven Realm Draconian wearing a silver crown roared with strong dissatisfaction, we can't stand it for even a day. Freedom, what we need is freedom. Our wings need to fly in the wider sky, not in this damned wyvern valley. Every blade of grass and tree in this place is making me extremely vexed. We need to leave this place immediately. I can't stay here for even a day. If it really doesn't work, then use more people to sacrifice. I don't care how many female slaves die. Those lowly female slaves, dying for our noble men is their lifetime's glory. That's right, we need to speed up the sacrificial ceremony. Another Heaven Realm Draconian wearing a silver crown also nodded in agreement. Then everyone should contribute 5 female slaves. The Heaven Realm Draconian wearing the golden crown made a decision. Prince Boluan, you guys should endure for a while more. Every female Heaven Realm Draconian has at least the strength of an innate level 5. It would be a pity to sacrifice them in order to increase the speed. At most we can wait for another 19 days. Why not wait? Lord Mo Long advised. Don't compare those lowly and ugly female slaves to us noble and handsome men. They are all lowly female slaves. Dying for us is their fate since they were born. We have already killed 10,000 wyverns and 300 female slaves. Killing another 300 doesn't matter. 19 days isn't a long time, but no one can guarantee that the demonic mirror's inner world will open after 19 days. We need to see the results immediately, understand? We can't keep waiting. Wyvern Valley is a place of shame for us. We can't even stay here for a day. Only the vast and boundless Heaven Realm truly belongs to us noble Heaven Realm Draconians. Once we conquer the soaring dragon continent and Tong Tian Tower, we will return to Heaven Realm. A small place like Tong Tian Tower simply can't accommodate us. Our wings need to soar in the wider sky. You lower realm creatures will never understand this. The arrogant Heaven Realm Draconian leader used a condescending posture and attitude to mock and ridicule Lord Mo Long, who was trying to dissuade him. Alright, as you wish. Lord Mo Long didn't oppose anymore. Yu Yang felt that the Black Hell King sending this weak Lord Mo Long here had a deep meaning. Normal people definitely couldn't stand the arrogance of the Heaven Realm Draconians, but this good-tempered Lord Mo Long was able to complete this task well. Lord Mo Long's attitude was simply to encourage the arrogance of the Heaven Realm Draconians. The more humble he was, the more arrogant the Heaven Realm Draconians would be. Because of this, they wouldn't scare off these Heaven Realm Draconians who were only innate level 8. The more arrogant the Heaven Realm Draconians were, the more they looked down on their enemies, the happier the Black Hell King would be. When the Heaven Realm Draconians make a mess of Tong Tian Tower, who would remember him, the Black Hell King? This was the reason why the Black Hell King released the Heaven Realm Draconians. Fortunately, when Yu Yang came to find Xianxia, he accidentally found this Wyvern Valley. Otherwise, it would really be a headache. Come to think of it, if there weren't any stronger Heaven Realm Draconians in the Wyvern Valley, then Yu Yang could be sure of one thing, and that was that these Heaven Realm Draconians had already fallen and were no longer a threat. According to the records, the lowest-ranked Heaven Realm Draconians had the strength of Heaven rank. They were extremely strong. After being sealed in this Wyvern Valley for thousands of years, the surviving Heaven Realm Draconians had actually become dregs. The strongest was only an innate level 8 and the weakest was actually an innate level 6. This made Yu Yang very surprised. The only thing that didn't change was the arrogant nature of the Heaven Realm Draconians. Just like the historical records, they were extremely annoying. At this moment, a few Heaven Realm Draconians and Lord Mo Long had already flown to the opposite sky. Yu Yang reckoned that they were speeding up their sacrifice. He carefully avoided the sight of the wyverns and brought Xianxia through a dozen teleportation before finally reaching the bottom of the valley. At the bottom of the valley, it was extremely dirty and filled with the smell of blood. Snakes, insects, rats and ants were crawling all over the place. Among the weeds, thousands of wyverns' corpses were randomly thrown at the bottom of the valley. Some of them were already highly decomposed, some of them had blood stains that had yet to dry, as if they had just been killed. Xianxia could not stop vomiting, because she saw an extremely disgusting and infuriating scene. Beside the wyverns' corpses, there were also naked female corpses. Among these female corpses, there were white-haired old women, little girls that were only a few years old, but most of them were middle-aged women. Their deaths all showed the same sign, which was a large amount of blood loss. Their throats were slit, their hearts were dug out, and they died after losing every last drop of blood in their bodies. What made Xiaoyi unable to control her anger the most was that on these female corpses, including the little girls that were only a few years old, they had all been humiliated inhumanely before they died. Their breasts were cut off, their lower bodies were also viciously humiliated, there were even some that were pierced through by wooden stakes. The way these females died was too horrible to look at. Kill them, those fellows are all trash. They do not deserve to live in this world. Xiaoyi tightly held onto Yu Yang's arm as hot tears dripped onto Yu Yang's angry fist. At the peak of the Wyvern Valley, there was a huge altar. On top of it, there was a newly built blood pool. In the blood pool, there was a magic mirror that was slowly absorbing the energy of the blood. This magic mirror was a holy ranked treasure, and it emitted an extremely evil aura. Nearly 100 wyverns that had been killed let out mournful cries. As they struggled, they spat out large amounts of blood from their throats, splashing onto the blood-sucking magic mirror. One by one, wyverns were killed and their corpses were thrown into the valley. The wyverns that were lucky enough to survive fled in fear, but none of them could fly out of the Wyvern Valley sky. They could only circle around for a while before returning to their nests and waiting for the next wave of sacrifices to arrive. Because there were tens of thousands of wyverns, half of them should have survived. Half survived. This was the wyvern's fate. The fate of the female Heaven Realm Draconians was 10 times more tragic than the domesticated wyverns. Especially when Prince Bo Luan decided to speed up the start of the sacrifices. All the female Heaven Realm Draconians looked at Queen Chiga in panic. She gave birth to Prince Bo Luan and was the only surviving queen among the previous generation of concubines. Although her position was not high, she was the only female in the tribe who had the qualifications to speak to Prince Bo Luan. Your Majesty, we have already sacrificed more than 300 sisters. Almost all of the old and middle-aged have become sacrifices. Speeding up the sacrifices is a good thing, but if we lose more of our sisters, we might not be able to hunt successfully. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Fellow kings, please also reconsider. If the number of female slaves serving you decreases, you will not be able to be as perfect as before. Queen Chigu was the mother of Prince Bo Luan and more than 10 Heaven Realm Draconian princes. She was the only woman who had given birth to more than 10 male Heaven Realm Draconians. If it was not like this, then she, who was already old and had no man to satisfy, would have already become a sacrifice. Queen Chiga knelt on the ground and expressed her allegiance to her sons. She used the most respectful voice to speak, hoping to change the minds of her sons and slow down the speed of the sacrifices. She wanted to use the lives of outsiders to replace her own people. All the female Heaven Realm Draconians knelt on the ground and used all 4 limbs to pray. Although their numbers were far above the male Heaven Realm Draconians and the individual female Heaven Realm Draconians were not inferior to the males, in this place, females were even worse than female slaves. Everything was for the males. Males could decide the life and death of females at will. Even if they were their sisters or even their mother. In response to her begging, Prince Bo Luan, who was wearing a golden crown, kicked Queen Chigu, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Before Queen Chigu could even get up, he stepped on her chest again. Then, with a disdainful attitude, he said, "Slut, are you talking to me? Do you know who is the strongest person in Wyvern Valley? It's me, the one who defeated my powerful father to become the new king. It has already been a year and you still haven't gotten used to your new role, you slut. Do you still think that you are my mother? Without my father's protection, you are just a female slave that I play with, a slut that I loathed for many years. My father always saw you as his exclusive property and would let me touch him even if he didn't want to. Now that he is dead, what have you, the slut that rejected me before, become? You have become a slut that I play with and humiliate every day. Do you think that your father can protect you forever? You're really too naive. You think you have the right to speak in front of me? What a joke, you lowly whore. I'm keeping you alive because I want to humiliate you for a longer time, not because you're my mother, not because you're the queen. Letting you continue to be the queen is an insult to my father. I want everyone to see my power. The once strongest Wyvern King has already died in my hands. His concubines and queen have already become my spoils of war. Do you understand? I am the new Wyvern King who decides everything. Well said. I also loathe this slut. Before my father died, this slut also refused to sleep with me many times. Slut, looks like we have not humiliated her enough. A few men wearing silver crowns went up to Queen Chi-go, who was vomiting blood, and kicked her violently. All of them were her sons. After joining hands to overthrow the previous Wyvern King's rule, they became the new rulers. When the female Heaven Realm Draconians saw this, they started sobbing. There was a commotion in the tribe. Some of them wanted to plead for the queen, but they were beaten up by the other 30 to 40 Heaven Realm Draconians. Lord Mo Long seemed to be born blind. It was as if he could not see anything. His eyes indifferently looked at everything that was happening in front of him. As for the mercenaries who had accompanied him to search for treasures, they had already become blood sacrifices. Only the 2 assistants of Lord Mo Long were still alive. They looked at this scene with great difficulty, not even daring to breathe loudly. Quietly, Yu Yang and Xiaoyi had finally snuck 100 meters away. Although Yu Yang used his aura to cleverly conceal Xiaoyi's energy undulations, the main reason why he wanted to hide from the enemy was because of the crying on the altar and the chaos among the Heaven Realm Draconians. Otherwise, Yu Yang and Xiaoyi would not have been able to sneak so close. Xiaoyi secretly pulled on Yu Yang's arm a few times, indicating that he should not care about her and kill all the Heaven Realm Draconians. However, Yu Yang did not do that. Because, only now did he discover the true secret of Xiaoyi's bloodline. Yu Yang understood Xiaoyi's anger and wanted to kill her, but he stopped her temporarily. Because he needed to understand more. Whether it was the demonic mirror's inner world, the Heaven Realm Draconian's sacrificial secrets, or Xiaoyi's bloodline. Yu Yang needed some time to think. If this was the Black Hell King's plot, once he acted rashly, things would only backfire. Yu Yang felt the same way as Xiaoyi towards those scummy male Heaven Realm Draconians. They were extremely disgusted and even looked down on them. These men were practically parasites in the world. If these Heaven Realm Draconians, who were even more disgusting than maggots, escaped, it would definitely be a disaster for Tong Tian Tower and Soaring Dragon Continent. Shoo! Yu Yang held Xiaoyi's hand lightly, indicating for her to calm down. Xiaoyi's anger eased a lot when he held her hand. She struggled slightly. Seeing that she could not struggle anymore, she let Yu Yang hold her hand. She rolled her eyes at Yu Yang and turned her face away, not letting Yu Yang see the blush on her cheeks. Maybe it was the Heaven Realm Draconians abusing women and Yu Yang's gentle and comforting care that formed a strong contrast, making her heart feel warm. Although he often quarreled with her, he would never be like those Heaven Realm Draconians who were worse than beasts. Xiaoyi knew that Yu Yang just liked to tease her. Those selfish and heartless Heaven Realm Draconians could not even compare to the mud under his feet. Come out, you and all of you, come out and sacrifice yourselves. Prince Bo Luan, who was wearing a golden crown, pointed at the women kneeling on the ground. The women he picked were all older or less beautiful than the women around him, leaving the younger and better-looking ones behind. The female Heaven Realm Draconians who were pointed at turned pale. They had already gone through this death screening many times. All the older and less beautiful women had already become sacrifices. They were already mentally prepared for death. There were also some women who thought that they would be able to escape this calamity, but they didn't expect that because they were in a hurry to speed up the sacrifice, the number of people needed was too great, and they couldn't escape in the end. The women who were called out stood up with pale faces and trembling bodies. They hugged their sisters who were not called out and said goodbye. Before this, they had used the same method to send off their mother's generation. Now, it was finally their turn. The young woman who hadn't been picked yet burst into tears. He hugged his loved ones who were about to become sacrifices tightly, unwilling to let go for a long time. What made Xiaoyi furious was that a few pregnant women with big bellies were pointed out. A few young women volunteered to step forward, but before they could even open their mouths, Prince Bo Luan sent them flying with a few slaps. Spare their lives. They can contribute more people to the race. If they are allowed to live, there will be more female slaves. Queen Chigu was covered in blood as she crawled in front of Prince Bo Luan. She tightly hugged his thigh and repeatedly begged, "The clan has left Wyvern Valley and suffered heavy losses. The children in their wombs are the best replenishment. Let us replace them." Dozens of young women rushed out and lined up beside Queen Shigu, kneeling and begging. Scram, we don't need burdens. If they are pregnant with female slaves, we don't need them. We also don't have the patience to wait for them to slowly mature for more than 10 years. Outside, we have plenty of women. We can plunder as many beauties as we want. The Lord of the Demon Dragon will also send large amounts of the best beauties of the various clans in Tongtian Tower for us to play with. I don't care about ugly female slaves like you who can't eat with just a glance. Prince Boluan grabbed Queen Shiji's hair and slapped her dozens of times, causing her teeth to bleed. It could be a man, Your Majesty. It can't be all women. Queen Shigu endured the pain and begged Prince Boluan to spare those pregnant women. If it's a man, then he should die even more. I definitely won't let my descendants steal my throne. The Wyvern King will forever belong to me. Do you understand? You sinister slut, what are you trying to hide? You think I don't know? I know your true intentions. You definitely want to do what you did to us in the past. You want to raise the children in those horse stomachs and let them grow up to kill their father and seize the throne. Lowly slut, I'm telling you, keep dreaming. I will never be fooled. The Wyvern King will forever belong to me. It can only belong to me, the great Boluan. Prince Boluan angrily knocked Queen Shigu to the ground and kicked her. That's right, we definitely can't repeat the same mistakes. A few Heaven Realm Draconians wearing silver crowns suddenly had an expression of realization. Think about how my father and uncle died with their eyes wide open. Think about it. One day in the future, you will also die tragically in the hands of your sons. Let them enjoy everything you have now. Brothers, think about it carefully. Do you still want the children in their wombs? Prince Boluan's words caused the other Heaven Realm Draconians who originally had some sympathy for the pregnant women to all support Prince Boluan and curse Queen Shiji's sinister intentions. Lord Mo Long closed his eyes and pretended to be blind. The two assistants were trembling in fear. Their faces were ashen. At this moment, Xiaoyi no longer tried to persuade Yu Yang to kill his way out. This was because she knew that he would definitely make a move. Moreover, he would make a move at the most crucial moment. Xiaoyi sneaked a glance at Yu Yang and discovered that his eyes were slightly closed. One of his hands was stretched forward and slowly moving towards the demonic mirror that was 100 meters away. It was as if he was drawing heaven runes. Telekinesis was an ability that many innate rankers could do. However, not many people could do it from 100 meters away. Moreover, the most difficult thing was that Yu Yang was able to telekinesis without anyone noticing. That was even harder to achieve. One must know that there were more than 300 Heaven Realm Draconians who were at least innate level 5 and above. To hide from more than 300 innates and telekinesis from 100 meters away, the difficulty was unimaginable. Xiaoyi did not even dare to breathe loudly. She was afraid that she would disturb Yu Yang. She knew that he was definitely making a move against the demonic mirror. As for why he was doing this, she still couldn't understand it. Was he sealing the demonic mirror so that these Heaven Realm Draconians would never be able to leave? Strip naked. You lowly female slaves, before you die, I will bestow upon you the honor of serving the king. Prince Boluan looked at the 100 or so female slaves that were chosen to be sacrificed. He felt that it would be a waste for them to die like this. Thus, he decided to play with them one last time and make the best use of them. Let's play with this old bitch again. I remember that she always refused to sleep with us. Before she dies, if we don't take this chance to fuck her, we won't have another chance in the future. Two men wearing silver crowns came over and tore apart Queen Shiji's clothes, mercilessly exposing her old and frail body. Queen Shiga knew that resistance was futile. She painfully closed her eyes and 2 streams of tears rolled down, mixing with the blood on her face, forming tears of blood. You can't even look at it. Her breasts are already shriveled and drooping. One of the silver-crowned men wantonly played with Queen Shiji's body. I remember that when she was young, she was very big. Father, that old fellow, enjoyed all of it. Damn it, we should have killed father earlier. That fellow was already useless. We still kept waiting, truly foolish. The other silver-crowned man also began to strip and took out his ugly things, preparing to defile Queen Shiji's mouth. Slut, open your stinky mouth. If you can't satisfy us, then we don't mind turning all of your daughters into sacrifices. On the other side, Prince Bo Luan ordered the women to come up and serve him while passionately receiving Lord Mo Long. You can choose whichever one you like, they are all lowly female slaves anyways. Lord Mo Long respectfully lowered his head. Thank you very much, Prince Bo Luan. I am willing to accept your gift, but my body structure is different, so I can't enjoy it. When Prince Bo Luan heard that Lord Mo Long was actually unable to enjoy the female slaves he gifted, he laughed loudly. Failure, I have to say, you really are a failure. If you can't even enjoy women, what kind of man are you? Too pitiful. No wonder your master urgently needs us noble heaven realm draconians to go out. It turns out that the women of Tong Tian Tower are waiting for us to bring them happiness. Lord Mo Long's expression slightly changed, but he still endured it in the end. A male heaven realm draconian grabbed a little girl that was only a few years old and tore apart her clothes. A woman on the side, who seemed to be her mother, knelt down and begged, Lord, she is still a child and not a sacrifice. Please let me take her place. I will definitely do my best to serve you. Her pleas were answered with a slap on the face. Xiaoyi wanted to rush out and kill those damned heaven realm draconians, but she couldn't do that. She was worried that if she acted rashly, it would affect Yu Yang's plan. Yu Yang's tightly closed eyes opened at this moment. He nodded towards Xiaoyi tiredly. Success. Success. Xiaoyi, who had yet to react, suddenly discovered that the demonic mirror that was sucking blood suddenly flashed with a dazzling blood-red splendor. The inner world of the demonic mirror had actually opened. A strange light shot out from the demonic mirror in the blood pool on the altar, forming a mysterious blood-colored light door. A stone passageway seemed to have appeared in the demonic mirror. Inside, there was a small space. That should be the inner world of the demonic mirror. The various runes on the surface of the demonic mirror flickered continuously like starlight. However, it was slightly different from the starlight in the sky. It presented a strange and evil blood-colored splendor. Seeing that the inner world of the demonic mirror had opened, Prince Bo Luan and the other male heaven realm draconians were immediately overjoyed. They no longer cared about raping the women and excitedly rushed into the blood-colored light door. Those heaven realm draconian women who were about to die miserably and were about to be defiled had all escaped this calamity. The lucky little girl was hurriedly hugged by her mother. Both mother and daughter burst into tears. Queen Chigu was also casually thrown onto the ground by her two sons. Xiaoyi excitedly held on to Yu Yang's hand. She knew that this was done by him. If it wasn't for him, even if the heaven realm draconians sacrificed 100 women, they might not have succeeded. However, she didn't understand why Yu Yang wanted to help those heaven realm draconians. Saving those pitiful women was fine, but why did he want to open the inner world of the demonic mirror? Take a guess. Yu Yang smiled slightly. Xiaoyi was happy and angry at the same time. She wanted to grab his arm and bite him. On the altar, the female heaven realm draconians that had survived the calamity hugged each other. They rejoiced that they were able to escape from death. More than 100 of their sisters had almost become sacrifices. Fortunately, the demonic mirror's inner world had opened. Lord Mo Long's expression was a little flabbergasted. He vigilantly looked around, searching for any suspicious places. With Lord Mo Long's strength, it was impossible for him to discover Yu Yang and Xiaoyi, who was holding her breath. Moreover, beside Lord Mo Long, there were still 300 to 400 female heaven realm draconians crying, cheering, and venting their emotions from surviving the calamity. The entire place was in chaos and everyone was crying. However, this was definitely a feeling of excitement, agitation, and despair that had recovered from the ashes of death. Although they had almost become sacrifices, the opening of the demonic mirror's inner world had completely affected all the women. They thought that their suffering had ended. One by one, they hugged each other and reluctantly sized up the Wyvern Valley. One by one, they orderly walked towards the inner world of the demonic mirror. However, reality was incomparably cruel. After walking in for more than 40 women, the inner world of the demonic mirror had reached its limit and could no longer be entered. If one were to calculate the total number of people, they would discover that the inner world of the demonic mirror was only able to accommodate 100 people. Those women that had already entered the inner world discovered that their sisters behind them could no longer enter. Immediately, they all cried and many of them ran out. They held back their tears as they were assigned by the older women. They arranged for the youngest to enter. For example, a few young children were the first to be sent in. Pa pa pa. The few little girls that were sent in were ruthlessly thrown out by Prince Bo Luan, who was wearing a golden crown. Clearly, little girls were not to his liking. What he wanted was a stronger, younger woman, not a child. At this moment, Queen Chi-ge had already been helped up from the ground. Her face that had just recovered from the despair suddenly changed. She used her fastest speed to push away the pregnant women that were refused to enter the inner world, hinting for them to leave immediately, far away from the altar. However, it was already too late. Prince Bo Luan, who had already entered the inner world of the demonic mirror, walked out again. He coldly stared at Queen Chi-ge and the pregnant women. His intention was very clear, and almost all the women understood it. Prince Bo Luan wanted to leave, but he didn't want to leave behind any future troubles. If the pregnant women's bellies were filled with female slaves, then it would be fine. If there was a male inside, then the Wyvern Valley would continue to reproduce. In the future, there would be more and more males. Moreover, they would definitely grow and seize the throne, just like how Prince Bo Luan killed his father to seize the throne. Your Majesty, once you leave, you will return to the Heaven Realm. We are trapped in this Wyvern Valley and will never be able to get out. Please leave us a bit of your bloodline. We are willing to send our best female slaves to serve you. Queen Chi-ge gritted her teeth and led all the women to kneel down, begging again. They must die. Prince Bo Luan sneered mercilessly. In his eyes, the pregnant woman must be killed. As for Queen Chi-ge, she must also be executed. She and the pregnant woman must not be left alive. A Wyvern Valley without males would quickly become extinct. Prince Bo Luan would definitely not leave behind any male, even if he was a fetus. The demonic mirror could bring them away now, but in the future, it might bring more women in. Prince Bo Luan would definitely not give them this opportunity. Even if he no longer lived in the Wyvern Valley, he could not let it fall into the hands of others. No, Your Majesty, please leave us a bit of your bloodline. Queen Chi-ge rolled around in pain as Prince Bo Luan mercilessly trampled on her body. Don't be like this. A young woman rushed out and laid on Queen Chi-ge's body, using her body to block Prince Bo Luan's crazy trampling. Wretched slut, you dare offend this king? Prince Bo Luan jumped in fright, thinking that this little sister wanted to attack him. Seeing that it was not the case, his heart calmed down. Immediately, anger rose in his heart. He grabbed his little sister's hair and pressed her forehead against the ground. Women are born to be slaves. A lowly slave like you actually dares to offend me, the Supreme Wyvern King? You are simply courting death. Prince Bo Luan pulled out the sword from his waist and heavily slashed down. Queen Chi-ge screamed and hastily clasped her palms together, catching the sword. Even so, the young woman's back was already injured by the sword chi, blood splashing everywhere. Prince Bo Luan was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. He angrily roared at Queen Chi-ge, who was blocking him. How dare you, you whore! You actually dare to block me? At this moment, all the female Heaven Realm Draconians were stunned. Although it was Queen Chi-ge, this was the first time they could remember someone rebelling against a man. Sisters, kill him and seal the demonic mirror. We will live well in the Wyvern Valley. We can have a new king and slowly think of a way to escape. There are other ways. 1,000 years ago, there were sisters who successfully escaped. We must kill Bo Luan, otherwise, we will all die. He is not a good king. The king we need is not him. Queen Chi-ge was only a level 7 and 8 and could not fight against the level 8 and 8 Prince Bo Luan. However, she hoped that more sisters would stand up and join hands to kill Bo Luan and seal the demonic mirror. What? All the women were stunned. They had never had the thought of rebelling before in their lives. They could not react in time. All of you, die. Prince Bo Luan exploded with his strongest strength. With a claw, he grabbed Queen Chi-ge in his hand. Behind him, all the Heaven Realm Draconians rushed out and sent the stunned women flying. With a strong support, Prince Bo Luan became even more complacent. He grabbed Queen Chi-ge, who was the first to resist, by her neck and raised her up high. Haha, I have finally seen it clearly. You lowly bitch, you actually had the intention to kill me from the start. I knew that you would not easily submit to me. Queen Chiga painfully coughed out blood. Her voice was intermittent as a trace of helplessness appeared in the depths of her eyes. In the past, I never thought of killing you. It is, you have changed. It is you who wanted to kill all of our clansmen. Power made you change. Kill me, I don't care. Under your rule, death is better than living. You are not fit to be a king. You are just a madman who wants to usurp the throne. You do not know, Cherish. You are destined to lose everything in the future. Prince Boluan was so angry that his face distorted and his eyes turned blood red. He used his sword to draw a bloody wound on Queen Chi-Ji's chest and laughed crazily. You want to die? Not so easy. I want to peel off your skin, dry it and make it into underwear. I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood every meal. I want to turn you into a slave. You whore, you actually dare to rebel? Who gave you this kind of authority? You want to lead the women to declare war against the men? Do you think these damned female slaves would have the guts to be like you, a bitch? Do you think they would dare to challenge my authority? They are all born to be sluts, born to be slaves. Men, kill all of the female slaves that are related to this whore. As for the remaining female slaves, if anyone dares to object, kill them all. All of you must remember one thing. I am the king of Wyvern Valley. I have the authority to deal with you at any time. And all of you are my female slaves. Only the most obedient female slaves can obtain life from me and let me bring them out of Wyvern Valley. Whoever dares to challenge my authority, that whore Chi-Gu will be your example. A few women born to Queen Chi-Gu were dragged out by a few men wearing silver crowns. There were also a few middle-aged women. They were Queen Chi-Ji's younger sisters. Even if these people were the closest sisters, those silver-crowned men did not care about this. In their eyes, these were only female slaves that could be executed at any time. Wah wah. A little girl, who was only about 8 or 9 years old, saw that her mother and sister were about to be executed, and she burst into tears. Even if the surrounding women wanted to hide it, they would not be able to do it. She squeezed through the crowd and recklessly rushed out. She hugged Queen Chi-Gu, who was covered in blood, and repeatedly called out "Am, am, am." Prince Boluan raised his foot high, preparing to trample this little thing into meat paste. Lord Mo Long covered his face with his hands. He was unable to continue watching. Even if he was known as the cruelest, most ruthless, and most ferocious demon abyss lord, he realized that compared to these heaven realm draconians, he was still far from being a demon. Queen Chi-Ji's eyes were calm as she silently hugged her daughter and waited for death to descend. To her, death was only a kind of release. It was no longer a source of fear. Rather than living under this kind of rule, it was better to die. Queen Chi-Ji's daughters and sisters cried as they threw themselves at her and hugged her tightly, waiting for Prince Boluan's execution. All of the female Heaven Realm Draconians knelt down and bid farewell to Queen Chi-Gu. Among them, there were many who were extremely regretful. If only they had listened to Queen Chi-Ji's command. Of course, there were no ifs in this world. They could only cry and mourn for their hopeless fate. Stop. Xiaoyi jumped out. She was not being hot-headed, but had obtained Yu Yang's tacit approval. She was like a heroine who saw injustice. She was extremely indignant. Because of her anger, her tone changed as she angrily shouted, "You scum, stop. I thought that the trash I had seen before were the world's most despicable, shameless, and lowly scum. But I never thought that scum like you don't even deserve to be called scum. You are the world's most disgusting maggots." Prince Boluan was startled. He never thought that a stranger would actually appear. Lord Mo Long's eyes widened even more than lanterns. Although he had never seen Xiaoyi before, he could immediately guess her identity. The female Heaven Realm Draconians stared blankly at Xiaoyi. All of them were baffled. They simply could not understand why a young lady would come to the isolated Wyvern Valley. Moreover, she even dared to jump out to defend against injustice. They had never dared to imagine that she would angrily scold a man like that. A few silver-crowned men laughed lewdly. Haha, a beauty. Heavens, she really is a legendary human beauty. She is really too beautiful. Xiaoyi flew into a rage. What are you looking at? This lady will dig out your dog eyes. Other than Yu Yang, she would definitely not allow any man to look at her body with an abnormal gaze, let alone these scum who deserved to be killed. Prince Bo Luan laughed loudly, she really is a beauty. Moreover, her temper seems to be quite fiery. I have heard that human women have very fiery tempers. But this is even better. It will feel better to conquer her. Little beauty, with your little strength, coming to our Wyvern Valley is simply delivering yourself to us. Haha, what a fresh and lively little cabbage. Brothers, move aside. This king will first have a taste, then I will bestow it to you guys to play with later. Before that, I will have to trouble you to ask if the sword in my hand agrees. Yu Yang sat on the demonic mirror and yawned. He had been sitting there for a long time. It was only because everyone was shocked by Xia Yi's appearance that they neglected his existence. Ah. Lord Mo Long looked at Yu Yang and almost fainted on the spot. Who are you? Prince Bo Luan was also a little stunned. Why did strangers keep appearing in the Wyvern Valley? I am her fiancé. Yu Yang answered shamelessly. Xia Yi pouted coquettishly and stamped her feet, but did not deny it. Hearing him stand up for her, not only was she not angry, she was instead secretly happy. On the surface, she naturally pretended to be angry. Pick 100 female slaves and I will exchange with you. Prince Bo Luan could not sense the depth of Yu Yang's strength, so he did not dare to act rashly. My woman is my precious treasure. Even if you use everything in the world, I will not exchange with you. Yu Yang used the first level of his divine art of picking up girls. Xia Yi's heart was as sweet as honey when she heard it. She shyly lowered her head and did not dare to look at him. She did not refute that she was not his woman. At this moment, her heart had long since been melted by the words precious treasure. All the female Heaven Realm Draconians stared dumbfoundedly at Yu Yang. Never in their dreams would they have thought that there would actually be a man who cherished his woman so much. If you don't want to exchange, then we will snatch her. Prince Bo Luan became angry and waved his hand. Brothers, let's go together and snatch her. Don't be impulsive, he is the Yu clan's third young master. Lord Mo Long finally could not help but speak. He knelt down in front of Yu Yang and kowtowed. Third young master, my master has a message. If he sees you, please pass on his goodwill. My master is willing to hide in the Heaven Realm forever and never set foot on the soaring dragon continent again. I hope third young master can fulfill his wish. It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. My master is willing to support all compensation and turn enemies into friends with third young master. I'm sorry, I don't have time to negotiate right now. Yu Yang took out his Huijin magic blade and crescent moon blade. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he first stabbed the Huijin magic blade deep into the demonic mirror. Then, he raised the crescent moon blade in his left hand and casually swung it. First slash, earth-splitting, the silver-crowned man who had just pounced in front of Xia Yi and was about to take her hostage was irresistibly cut into two halves by the sword chi. Yu Yang's perfect control of his strength allowed the sword chi to disappear just as it reached the tip of Xia Yi's nose. Killing an enemy. But it did not harm Xia Yi in the slightest. Even if the Black Hell King came personally and saw Yu Yang's skill and Yu Yang's improvement, he would probably feel a chill in his heart. Countless sky fire burst out from Yu Yang's body. The entire Wyvern Valley became a valley of sky fire. Yu Yang stamped his feet and a pillar of raging flames spewed out from the ground like a fountain. It directly sent the silver-crowned man who was slightly slower flying into the sky. He screamed in extreme pain as he was burnt to a crisp. Prince Bo Luan's lips trembled. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a flaming whip coming down on his face. Even the sword he used to parry was broken by the whip. The whip of agony could cause the most damage in the world. It burned Prince Bo Luan's internal organs, directly burning them out. Yu Yang floated down from the demonic mirror and stepped on Prince Bo Luan's head. In the name of the Heaven Realm Draconian Ancestor, Heavenly Dragon Emperor, I hereby decree, all males in Wyvern Valley shall be sentenced to death, absolutely unforgivable. Xia Yi looked at his mighty godlike appearance and became extremely excited. She raised her small fist and shouted, all of you can die, you scum. Lord Mo Long knew that everything was over and immediately fainted. The Heaven Realm Draconians knew that they were no match for them and fled. If Yu Yang wanted to kill these Heaven Realm Draconians, it would only take him a few seconds or even less than a minute. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he summoned Hui Tai Lang from the grimoire world and kicked its butt. Chase after them, but don't bite them to death. Drag them back here to bleed, understand? That blood cannot be wasted. Meow. Hui Tai Lang nodded quickly and raised its front paw, mimicking a soldier, and gave a military salute. It spread its wings and chased after a Heaven Realm Draconian at lightning speed. Of course, the Heaven Realm Draconian was unwilling to be captured. With his innate level 7 strength, he immediately turned around to attack. Hui Tai Lang's tail was like a steel whip. With a swing, it broke the man's spine. With a sweep of its claws, it tore the dragon wings on the man's back into pieces. When that person held miserably, Grey Wolf nonchalantly bit that person's leg and swung it, directly throwing that person into the pool of blood from midair. The man struggled to get up, but the barbarian Cow Shadow Aman stepped him into the blood pool. His head was crushed into a rotten watermelon under her trampling. Bloody Queen Red yawned in boredom. She thought that there was a strong enemy and ran out excitedly. Who knew that Hui Tai Lang alone could wipe them all out? The Reaper Mantis was different. Seeing the sky full of wyverns and Heaven Realm Draconians, an instinctive desire for dragon blood and dragon crystals aroused her killing intent. She spread her wings and followed closely behind Hui Tai Lang. She specifically attacked the injured Heaven Realm Draconians or the wyverns that could not escape in time. With great teamwork, once Hui Tai Lang injured them, she would capture them back. If it was a weaker wyvern, she would tear the wyvern's magic crystal in midair. Seeing the Reaper Mantis, a terrifying natural enemy, appear in the Wyvern Valley, the whole Wyvern Valley was in panic. Spirit of Heaven Fire did not participate in the attack. She looked at the demonic mirror that was sucking blood. Many times, she had devoured the demonic mirror. Stay away from me, there's nothing for you. Yu Yang immediately chased her away. Forget about the other treasures, this demonic mirror was something that Yu Yang had painstakingly used to upgrade his Hui Jin magic blade. Spirit of Heaven Fire was a little reluctant, but she did not dare to go against Yu Yang's wishes. She floated a little further away, watching the Hui Jin magic blade slowly devouring the demonic mirror that was still absorbing blood to evolve. Yu Yang had wanted to level up his Hui Jin magic blade for a long time, but merely leveling it up to a holy ranked item was no longer Yu Yang's ultimate goal. Yu Yang's idea was to upgrade the Hui Jin magic blade to a divine weapon, or at least an earth divine weapon. Earth divine weapons were usually in the shape of beasts. If the Hui Jin magic blade wanted to level up and transform into an earth divine weapon, it must possess a certain life form. Even if it was a metallic life form, it must possess life. Otherwise, it would be impossible to succeed. Yu Yang killed the 1,000 Goblin King in the Snow World and obtained the Red Demon Pearl. Together with the 2 pearls that the Phoenix Sisters obtained from killing the Dark Golden Spectre and the Golden Golem, they were known as the 3 Great Demon Pearls. Yu Yang was prepared to refine them and fuse them into the Hui Jin magic blade, making it come alive and become an earth divine weapon. Of course, there were still many things needed in the process, such as a large amount of blood and a battle puppet with a life form. Only in this way could the Hui Jin magic blade truly become an earth divine weapon. The problem was, where would the battle puppet with a life form come from? He did not even have the materials to create another battle angel. Where would he find enough things to upgrade the Hui Jin magic blade? This matter had been put aside until Yu Yang saw the demonic mirror. The demonic mirror was not a life form, but it was similar to a life form. It could absorb blood to evolve, and what was even more terrifying was that this demonic mirror had a certain level of consciousness. After absorbing the resentment of countless sacrifices, it actually formed a special kind of resentment spirit, endlessly demanding for evolution. From a human's point of view, this demonic mirror could also be counted as a living creature, an extremely evil demon. The other condition to refine it was a large amount of blood. There were hundreds of Heaven Realm Draconians and 10,000 wyverns' blood in the blood pool. Although the demonic mirror had already absorbed more than half of it, Yu Yang reckoned that the amount of blood energy needed to kill another 10 Heaven Realm Draconians would be about the same. The Hui Jin magic blade gradually fused with the demonic mirror. Yu Yang immediately added the 3 demon orbs into it. The original blazing flame core and demon dragon crystal had grown after absorbing for so long. Although they could not be compared to the 3 demon orbs, they still had a certain amount of power. At this time, the demonic mirror, the 3 demon orbs, the blazing flame core and the demon dragon crystal had no choice but to fuse into one under the refinement of Nirvana's flame. They all had their own consciousness and were not willing to fuse with others. However, there was no other way. If they did not comply with Yu Yang's will, they were destined to die forever. On one hand, it was Yu Yang's innate chi guiding them. On the other hand, it was the refinement of Nirvana's flame. The Hui Jin magic blade, the demonic mirror, the 3 demon orbs and the 2 cores began to slowly fuse together. Even Yu Yang himself did not expect this. One day, an earth divine weapon would actually be born in his hands. Even if it was only a holy ranked earth divine weapon, even if it was just a temporary fusion that had not reached its limit, it was enough to make Yu Yang proud. Once the earth divine weapon appeared, the entire Wyvern Valley was illuminated by the blood-red light it emitted. It was as shocking as the birth of a legendary divine weapon. The sky changed color, lightning danced wildly. The blood-red demonic chi and demonic sense soared to the sky. It was as terrifying as a heaven-devouring demon. Those female heaven-realm draconians trembled in fear. They did not dare to raise their heads to look at the earth divine weapon that was still slowly transforming in Yu Yang's hands. At this moment, they no longer had any doubts. The legendary Heaven Realm Draconian's First Lord, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, was a godlike existence. Otherwise, why would the Heaven Realm Draconian's First Lord worship him as their lord? The young man in front of them had unfathomable strength. He knew the history of the Heaven Realm Draconians and had a divine weapon in his hands. Even if he was not the reincarnation of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, he could be a descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Most importantly, when this young man raised the divine weapon, the Tong Tian beast on his wrist emitted a draconic aura. Although everyone had only heard of it in legends, when they saw the Tong Tian beast that could transform into anything, they knew that he was the descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. This was because only the Heavenly Dragon Emperor could command the Tong Tian dragon. And the Tong Tian beast was the infant of the Tong Tian dragon. When the Tong Tian beast appeared, all the Heaven Realm Draconians felt an unparalleled draconic aura pressing down on them, causing their souls to tremble. Resonating with it. The young man who used dragon blood to create a divine weapon, if they still couldn't confirm that he was the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, then the owner of the Tong Tian dragon was definitely the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. This point, no Heaven Realm Draconians had any doubts. First Lord Saint Emperor. All the female Heaven Realm Draconians knelt down. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed. I'm not free right now, move aside. The golden beast on Yu Yang's wrist turned into a divine dragon and circled around his arm. It raised its head to show off to the Hui Jin magic blade that was still evolving. It seemed to be saying that even if the Hui Jin magic blade became an earth divine weapon, it still couldn't compare to itself. Of course, for it to show off like this, it also proved that it regarded this competitor seriously. The newly evolved Earth Divine weapon Hui Jin Magic Blade was indeed very powerful. This was a brand new magic blade. In other words, this was a new metal beast. It was both a weapon and a magic beast. A monster with a sinister appearance that had never appeared in Tong Tian Tower before. This was the dragon beast that Yu Yang had seen before he was transported to this world. Its horns were tall and pointed towards the sky. Its fangs were so sharp that they seemed to be ready to devour people. It was the size of a lion and its hair was shaped like needles. At the same time, it had a tail full of barbs. The blood-sucking gems embedded in the demonic mirror became its eyes. And the 3 demon orbs became its brain's magic crystal. It kept spinning, never stopping. The flame heart and the demon dragon's heart fused into one, becoming its heart. Although the 2 sides of its body looked like a lion, it was obvious that it was formed by the demonic mirror's fragments. It shone with an evil red light and its tail was forever burning with demon flame and demon flame. The original inner world became its stomach. If it attacked and devoured, it could devour at least 100 people. As it evolved, the inner world space would expand and become an insatiable Taoya's stomach. Actually, what Yu Yang was interested in was this inner world. The saint-ranked demonic mirror was secondary. With this inner world that sucked blood and energy, once Yu Yang used it, it would become the enemy's ultimate nightmare. Not only would they die, even their souls would be trapped in it forever. Yu Yang wanted to wait until he was stronger and fuse the demon subduing pagoda with him. Then, not to mention normal heaven rankers, even Song Yen, Yen Zong, and Yen Zun would be trapped in it forever. Of course, Yu Yang's target was the higher Scarlet Emperor, the higher Void and Jiao Shao of the three great leaders. If he wanted to trap those people, Yu Yang felt that he had to go to the black hole space. There was no need to think about it now, it would only be possible in the future. It has not reached perfection yet. However, I will give you a name. From now on, you will be called Tao Tai Blade. Yu Yang stretched out his hand. The demon beast on the ground that evolved from Hui Jin magic blade instantly transformed and tightly wrapped around Yu Yang's arm. Even the gaps between his fingers were tightly connected. It was as natural as skin. It could be said that it had completely become an extension of Yu Yang's arm. It was as if its life had merged with Yu Yang. The head of the Tao Tai blade was the edge, while the mouth, tongue and teeth were transformed into blades. Yu Yang's grip was on its waist. His 4 legs and tail quickly elongated and transformed, fusing with his head, tongue, and teeth, forming an extremely long and heavy Zamedeo that was half serrated and half curved. On the other side, the golden beast impatiently transformed into a heaven-reaching blade. It took the initiative to clash with the Tao Tai blade. A ding sound was heard. Although the sound was not loud, it was enough to shake the soul. Lord Mo Long's 2 assistants were shaken to the point where they bled from their 7 orifices. Their legs straightened and they fainted. Even Lord Mo Long himself was shaken to the point where his eardrums were broken and he coughed out blood. It was as if he had been hit by bloody Queen Red's banshee scream. Yu Yang casually waved his hand. The Tao Tai blade slashed forward. A deep cut appeared on the mountain wall that was 1,000 meters away. It was 100 meters long and 10 meters deep. The wyverns that were trying to escape were all cut in half. Their heads were separated from their bodies and they died on the spot. Even Hui Tai Lang, who was chasing after the male Heaven Realm Draconians, was shocked. On the other side, the heaven-reaching blade did not show any weakness. It automatically spat out a bit of sword chi that penetrated 100 meters deep into the mountain wall. Compared to the shocking cut on the surface, it was actually more lethal. Speaking of which, this was the first time the golden beast was so violent. If it was not for the fact that the Tao Tai blade was refined, it would not have displayed its full strength. This is for you. Of course, Yu Yang knew the golden beast's thoughts. He rewarded it with an ancient Demon Brothers demon crystal on the spot. It was so happy that it circled around Yu Yang's arm, twisting its little butt. The Tao Tai blade changed back into the shape of a Tao Tai. Yu Yang inserted it into the blood pool. He let it continue to absorb blood energy. It continued to evolve. Xiaoyi waited for him to finish and secretly pulled his sleeves. It's fine if you saved them, but why are you pretending to be their master? It's not good to pretend to be that heavenly dragon emperor, right? Yu Yang laughed when he heard this. Nonsense. If I don't pretend to be the heavenly dragon emperor, why would they listen to me? Look at how obedient they are now. Whatever I say, they will do. If I don't pretend to be their ancestor lord, how am I going to dig up their ancestral graves? Xiaoyi fainted. It's fine if you kill them, but you still want to dig up their ancestral graves. That's very immoral, why don't you just forget about it? Yu Yang used his index finger to gently lift her chin. If I don't dig up their ancestral graves, how am I going to verify that you have the ancestor dragon race's bloodline? Furthermore, there must be treasures inside. I sensed it the moment I came in. If I don't take the chance to take it away, it would be a waste of time. I have the ancestor dragon race's bloodline? Xiaoyi was dumbfounded. Ah? Not only her, even Queen Qi Ge and the others who were eavesdropping looked at Xiaoyi, flabbergasted. It was only now that they realized that this little girl looked a little familiar. All of the Heaven Realm Draconians were captured and brought back. All of them were heavily injured as they knelt beside the blood pool, awaiting their execution. Hui Tai Lang's tail swung the true essence fire scythe, cutting off one of the struggling fellow's arms. Those who did not follow Yu Yang's wishes only had one result, and that was to be trampled to death. Including Prince Bo Luan, who was still alive, all of the men were extremely frightened. They realized that their final fate was to become the Tao Tai blade's blood sacrifice. Previously, they had killed a large number of women as a blood sacrifice to the demonic mirror without any guilt. They only felt that it was a bestial release and carefree. Now that it was their turn to become the sacrifice, they finally understood what pain was. Many of the men were so frightened that they started to cry. Some even urinated on the spot. Bloody Queen Red, who was holding the crescent moon blade, disdainfully spat, "All of you should have this kind of awareness. Since you can kill so many of your companions, what's so strange about becoming a sacrifice? All of you cowards, kneel properly. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will all die a more painful death." Barbarian Cow Shadow Man did not even look at these trash. She only waved her hand and ordered the trembling women behind her to carry out the execution. This was Yu Yang's order. Before he brought Xia to the primogenitor's tomb in the valley, he ordered all the women to personally execute the men led by Prince Bo Luan. Furthermore, everyone had to participate, including the children. He did not do it himself, but ordered the Heaven Realm Draconians to execute them. His goal was to reject their deep-rooted slave mentality. It could be said that other than Queen Chi Gu, who had a little bit of resistance, the other Heaven Realm Draconians were completely female slaves. Even if they were killed, they did not have the slightest bit of resistance. It must be said that this was a tragedy. Yu Yang wanted to change them. First, he needed to borrow the name of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Second, he needed to change their mentality. Without the name of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, these women would not listen to him. Once he had the name of the Primogenitor Lord and compared it with the previous events, these women would not have their own opinions. This was the best time to change them. The first to be executed is the main culprit, Bo Luan. As a son, Bo Luan actually killed his father to usurp the throne, tortured and killed his clansmen, committed adultery, committed heresy, deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors, and despised the sage emperor. Master has decreed that his crimes are punishable by death by 1,000 cuts. Bloody Queen Red waved her whip of agony and whipped Bo Luan's battered body out of the crowd, landing in front of Queen Chi Gu. Bloody Queen Red's expression was extremely serious. "Queen Chi Gu, lead the execution. Your servant will obey the Saint Emperor's decree." Queen Chi Gu hurriedly led her men to kneel and replied loudly. She did not dare to slight Yu Yang's order. She didn't know that Yu Yang, that Heavenly Dragon Emperor, was actually a fake. Even if Yu Yang said that he wasn't, she wouldn't dare to deny it. After all, only the legendary primogenitor Heavenly Dragon Emperor possessed the Heavenly Dragon. Everything could be fake, but the one and only divine dragon of Tong Tian couldn't be fake. Moreover, if Heavenly Dragon Emperor did not come to Wyvern Valley, who would come to save these pitiful women, other than Heavenly Dragon Emperor, who would dare to execute a man of noble status? Only he, the only Lord of the Heaven Realm Draconians, had the right and authority to do so. If Yu Yang did not receive the book that Elder Nan Gong gave him, if he did not know the history of the Heaven Realm Draconians, he would definitely not impersonate Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Now, not only did he impersonate Heavenly Dragon Emperor, he even planned to open the Heaven Realm Draconians' primogenitor's tomb from thousands of years ago to understand more secrets, and then take over this slave group formed by the Heaven Realm Draconians. With such obedient women as his hired thugs, the Soaring Dragon continent would be much safer. Even if the Black Hell King wanted to cause trouble in the dark, it would not be that easy. Moreover, taking them as his subordinates was only the first step of his plan. Later on, he would go to Heaven Realm and take in more female Heaven Realm Draconians. Anyways, with the Heavenly Dragon Emperor's name, there would be an endless supply of free hired thugs. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this. Of course, Yu Yang would not be courteous with these free hired thugs. Moreover, this could be considered as saving them, preventing them from being enslaved by the male Heaven Realm Draconians. Mother, you are my mother. Back then, you were the one who gave birth to me. You were the one who secretly hid us brothers and did not let father see us. You were the one who raised us. Mother, could it be that you have forgotten? Prince Bo Luan did not want to die. He endured the pain and crawled up. He knelt towards Queen Chi Gu and cried loudly, expressing his repentance. "I was wrong. Mother, please forgive me. I was just muddle-headed for a moment. I was trapped in this Wyvern Valley for too long and was anxious to get out. That's why I made such a mistake. Now, I know I was wrong. Mother, you have always been the kindest. Could it be that you can't forgive me once? I remember when we were young, no matter how many mistakes I made, you would always forgive me. You doted on us so much. Am I your son? Mother, could it be that you are really so heartless to kill me? Sigh, if you knew it would be like this, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Queen Chiga put down the dagger in her hand and used her trembling hands to caress Prince Boluan's face. Back then, I doted on you too much and harmed you instead. I was wrong, I was wrong. Mother, please let me go. Plead to them and beg them to let me go. I can also serve them no matter what. I have a handsome face, a healthy body and powerful strength. If they can let me live, I am willing to do anything for them. When Prince Boluan saw Yu Yang leave with Xia Yi, he still wanted to seduce Bloody Queen Red and Amand Meow Meow. When Hui Tai Lang heard this, he thought that this fellow was too shameless. He actually dared to seduce his master's girls? Killing him would be letting him off too easily. He had to slowly gnaw on him. Ha ha ha, what a joke. I really can't do anything about it. You're about to die and you're still feeling good about yourself. Compared to Master, you're just like an ugly monster. Besides, what's the point of having a face? Queen Chigo, I order you to peel off that shameless face of yours. Peel it off slowly and personally castrate him. This is the punishment for challenging Master's dignity. In this world, anyone who tries to challenge Master's dignity will receive the greatest punishment. Bloody Queen Red first laughed out loud, then coldly ordered Queen Chigo to carry out the punishment. Bah! Amand's attitude was the most disdainful one. Hui Tai Lang decided to personally do it. When Queen Chiga castrated and skinned him, he would also skin him. Otherwise, he would feel unhappy. How could this kind of trash challenge Master's dignity? If he didn't properly deal with this trash, he wouldn't be able to warn the world. Hui Tai Lang had never seen such a shameless scum. Master had so many enemies. There was the Black Hell King, the Scarlet Emperor, Void, and Jiao Shao. No one would dare to have any ideas on a woman. This disgusting fellow, did he really think he had any charm? Prince Boluan cried loudly and hugged Queen Chi-Ji's legs again, crying for help. Not to mention Hui Tai Lang's disdain, even his sisters and clansmen who originally respected him as the ruler, the Wyvern King, felt disgusted. Wasn't it just death? Was there a need to cry to this extent? Everyone felt as if they had seen through Prince Boluan's true colors. He was simply a trash. How was he a king? A truly supreme and tyrannical king should be like him. With a divine weapon in his hand, he could reverse the situation with a single order and behead an army with a single word. He was the true king, the true master. All of you scram, or else I will kill her. Prince Boluan suddenly flew up and grabbed Queen Chi-Ji's arm. He snatched the dagger from her hand and frantically placed the dagger on Queen Chi-Ji's neck. Isn't she your mother? Bloody Queen Red acted as if she didn't see it. All of you back off. It's useless to say anything now. Back off. You must. Know that she is now one of your people and has nothing to do with me. If anyone dares to take a step forward, I will immediately take her down with me. Prince Boluan threatened his sisters and clansmen who were prepared to rush forward to save her. He also energetically incited his comrades who were kneeling beside the blood pool. Brothers, we are going to die soon. Don't tell me you are just going to wait for death and let people become blood sacrifices? We still have our youth, why should we die? No matter how strong they are only a few people. If we join hands and take them as hostages, they won't be able to do anything to us. Quickly come over and help me capture those sluts. With hostages, we will definitely be able to survive. Is that so? Yu Yang had unknowingly appeared behind Prince Boluan. Prince Boluan turned his head and saw Yu Yang, who was smiling brightly like the sun, slowly raising his palm and slapping him. He wanted to dodge, but his body seemed to be bound by an irresistible force, unable to move at all. Yu Yang's slap directly sent his teeth flying. Blood and broken teeth splattered all over the ground. That dagger also fell to the ground. When Prince Boluan wanted to muster the last of his strength to pick up the dagger, a foot stepped on his arm. His hand was directly stepped into broken bones and rotten flesh. This was Yu Yang. Yu Yang laughed. Prince Boluan, do you know why someone as stupid as you could successfully take hostages? The reason was because of my orders, understand? I ordered Sieg to cooperate with you. Otherwise, with your intelligence, your strength, your handsome face and your imposing body, how could you take hostages under my beast's control? I think that after seeing your performance, everyone will understand what is unforgivable, and what is releasing the tiger back to the mountain. In short, I don't think I need to say more, everyone should know what to do. Standing behind Yu Yang, Xia, who was excitedly holding a golden box, also spat angrily at Prince Bo Luan. Letting such a trashy scum live for one more minute and one more breath was a waste of air. Queen Chiga knelt on the ground. She led her clansmen to kowtow to Yu Yang again and again, then picked up the silver dagger on the ground. She expressionlessly looked at Prince Bo Luan and castrated him while speaking in a calm tone. If you still treated me as your mother, then I would only kill you and not torture you with 1,000 cuts. Unfortunately, you gave up the last chance that the Heavenly Emperor gave you. Letting a scum like you live in this world is indeed a disaster. No, spare me, I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, spare me. Prince Bo Luan cried out in pain and repeatedly begged for mercy, but this time, no one paid attention to him. You raped me 15 times, I will cut you back 15 times. A woman walked forward and took Queen Chi-Ji's dagger. She cut off 15 small pieces of flesh from Prince Bo Luan's body. Then, she handed the dagger to another companion and began the torture. All the Heaven Realm Draconians trembled in fear. A few of them could not withstand the shock and fainted on the ground. There were also a few who were more strong-willed and crazily smashed their heads on the ground, forcibly committing suicide. There were even a few who knelt in front of Queen Chigu, hoping that she would personally behead them to atone for their past crimes. Queen Chigu wiped away her tears and raised her sword high. I hope that you will become good people in your next life and never be this kind of disgusting scum again. Even if you become a cow or a horse, a pig or a dog, you will still be better than all of you. Following that, she beheaded them one by one. Grey Wolf was a little dissatisfied, and barked a little mockingly. He expressed that everyone should not use him as a dog as a negative example. At the very least, being a watchdog was quite honorable. It's fine if the skin is peeled off, just throw it away. Don't show it to me. Yu Yang did not have that kind of hobby of looking at Prince Bo Luan's peeled skin. After he saw that the Heaven Realm Draconian women were participating in the execution, he waved his hand and pretended to be serious as he issued the second Heavenly Dragon Emperor decree. From today onwards, Heaven Realm Draconian women must obey 3 rules. First, Heaven Realm Draconian women must protect their own race from threats. Second, Heaven Realm Draconian women must protect their own lives under the precondition that their race's survival is not threatened. Third, other than this emperor, Heaven Realm Draconian women will never be anyone's slave. Anyone who enslaves a Heaven Realm Draconian woman will be considered to have violated this rule and will be killed without mercy. Yu Yang's 3 great laws could only be said to be a kind of will at the moment. Unless he had the power of a demigod or the legendary god, his words would not contain the power of the law. As for the power of the law, Yu Yang could only control a small amount. Moreover, it was the power of the law that was unsealed by the card of fate and not his own thoughts. He was still far from reaching that level. Of course, if he continued to train. In the future, Yu Yang would definitely be able to use his thoughts to create the power of the law. It was only a matter of time. Your Highness. After Queen Chiga paid her respects to Yu Yang, she suddenly led the crowd to pay their respects to Xia. The way she addressed Xia made her jump in shock. No, I am not your highness. Xia waved her hands in panic and looked at Yu Yang with a pleading gaze, hoping that he would explain clearly. She did not want to see a group of innates kneeling on the ground and respectfully calling her your highness. You are your highness. In your body flows the blood of the ancestors. In the Heaven Realm Draconians, those who inherited the blood of the ancestors are the noblest kings. Although it has always been males who inherited it, the blood that flows in your highness' body is definitely the blood of the ancestors. Moreover, in your body, the blood of the ancestors is much thicker and purer than that of a man. It is even more orthodox than the Wyvern King from thousands of years ago. Queen Chigu expressed that she would respect Xia as the Saint Princess. When Xia becomes an adult, she would then be the new ruler, the Saint Blood Queen. Xia was about to faint. She was clearly a human girl, how could she be related to the Saint Princess and Saint Blood Queen of the Heaven Realm Draconians? That's right. Yu Yang nodded, confirming Queen Qiji's words. When the Heaven Realm destroyed the passage to the Heaven Realm and closed the Heaven Realm gate, we, the Heaven Realm Draconians, had no hope of returning home. The Heaven Realm Draconians split into two groups. One group wanted to unite the humans and create a new home. They were led by the Saintess, who had the blood of the ancestors, to marry the human innates. The other group was our ancestors, who decided to open the Heaven Stairway and return to the Heaven Realm. At that time, we had the largest number of people, an entire legion with more than 10,000 people, while the Holy Maiden only brought along 100 personal guards. Queen Qigu explained to Xia Yi, "Your Highness, you are the descendant of the Saintess, and your bloodline is very pure. In our clan, only the legendary Saintess has such pure ancestral blood. But my mother is just an ordinary person. She's not the Holy Virgin at all. Moreover, I don't know any saint lady." Xia Yi was very confused and looked at Yu Yang, hoping that he could explain. "This is an ancient secret." Yu Yang smiled. Actually, if Yu Yang had not excavated the Wyvern Valley's ancestor's tomb and obtained the information from Xia Yi's ancestor's box, he would not have known more secrets about the Heaven Realm Draconians. He went to dig up the tombs because he wanted to find out more about the truth behind the scenes. By impersonating the role of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, he would be more convincing. Indeed, it was as Yu Yang expected. In the tomb, the old fellows who died in the Wyvern Valley, the previous generations of Wyvern kings, had indeed faithfully recorded the truth. This way, it made Yu Yang even more convincing. Yu Yang signaled Xia Yi to come over and took the golden box that contained the Wyvern King's ashes and the rune records. "Actually, the Heaven Realm Draconians, your ancestors were not a natural race. They were a type of artificial humans or artificial creatures. When the previous Heavenly Dragon Emperor was conquering the Heaven Realm, he had many loyal subordinates. Some of them survived until the end, while others died in the process of conquering. In order to reward his subordinates' loyalty and to affirm his subordinates' contributions, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor used his subordinates' blood to create a few artificial humans as his subordinates' descendants. So it was like that." Many people did not know this truth. Only Queen Qigu had heard of it. Those first-generation Heaven Realm Draconians who did not have parents were very lonely. They did not have the comfort of family. They requested the previous Heavenly Dragon Emperor to create a few more females to be their lifelong companions. Thus, female Heaven Realm Draconians were created. Because the original method of creation was to create males, the female Heaven Realm Draconians that were created later were more similar to males. In other words, they were not beautiful enough. The first-generation Heaven Realm Draconians did not despise these companions. On the contrary, they liked these artificial humans that looked exactly like them. In other words, the first-generation Heaven Realm Draconians, regardless of gender, were very loyal to their love. They were extremely respectful to their companions and would never change until death. The past that Yu Yang was talking about was actually the information he obtained from the golden box. It was a rune record that had been passed down since ancient times. It recorded the history of each generation of Heaven Realm Draconians. How did it change after that? Xia Yi asked, puzzled. The first few generations of Heaven Realm Draconians lived rather blissfully. They were also very strong. Even the weakest of them had the strength of heaven rank. Later on, because their numbers gradually increased, a social system was formed. A ruling king was born and there was a comparison of outstanding bloodlines. Especially the males that were born with the blood bestowed by the previous Heavenly Dragon Emperor. They were the strongest, smarter, and more outstanding. As for the females, their bloodlines gradually thinned out, they became more respectful and deferential towards the males. Gradually, the tradition of men being superior to women was formed. That was how the qualitative change occurred. Actually, the first generation of Heaven Realm Draconians, regardless of gender, were all equal. They loved each other and definitely did not have any thoughts of men being superior to women. The reason why Yu Yang said this was because he wanted to change these women's deep-rooted thoughts of being inferior to women. That's great. We should tell this truth to more female Heaven Realm Draconians. Xia Yi clapped her hands happily. Yes, we will obey the Heavenly Emperor and Her Highness orders. Queen Qigu led everyone to kneel down. Quickly get up. Xiaoyi was anxious. Why did these women have to kneel down for no reason? The previous Heavenly Dragon Emperor created the male Heaven Realm Draconians to commemorate his loyal and brave subordinates. He created the female Heaven Realm Draconians to allow their lives to continue. He definitely did not create female slaves for the male Heaven Realm Draconians. Thus, you all need to contribute your strength and correct this mistake. Xiaoyi will lead you all and liberate even more female slaves. You all are also lives created by the Heavenly Dragon Emperor and cannot be blasphemed against. Yu Yang used the previous Heavenly Dragon Emperor as a shield to legitimately order these women to do things for him. You want me to lead? Xiaoyi almost fainted after hearing this. How would she know how to lead troops to war? Listen to me. You can't go wrong. I'm here. Yu Yang patted her shoulder lightly. All right. Xiaoyi also needed a reason to stay by his side. Otherwise, how could a girl stay with him every day? Now that she was working for him, it seemed to be reasonable. She suddenly thought of something. It was related to her own bloodline. What holy maiden bloodline? She didn't even have it. Why did Queen Chiga think that she was? Xiaoyi originally wanted to ask when she returned. Yu Yang seemed to have seen through her thoughts and smiled. Actually, you are the daughter of a normal human mother. However, the Holy Maiden of the Heaven Realm Draconians had infused all of her blood energy into your body as a unique inheritance. Only you have it. Your two brothers don't have it. However, they also have a little bit of bloodline inheritance. This is because your parents should be innate descendants who were married to a Heaven Realm Draconian female. Otherwise, the Holy Maiden would not have given you the bloodline inheritance. After thinking for a long time, Xiaoyi started to accept this fact. At the same time, she felt a little inferior. Could it be that she didn't look good? So she had the bloodline of the Heaven Realm Draconians? Looking over, although Xiaoyi was a girl, she couldn't see any beautiful female Heaven Realm Draconians. It wasn't that these women were ugly. In fact, some of their facial features were not bad. However, when they were put together, it was extremely unsightly. No matter how she looked at them, they didn't look good. Their bodies were a little too big. Even young women were around 2 meters tall. Their muscles were more developed, but they didn't have the curves of a woman. Their skin was not as white and smooth as a human's. It was rough and slightly dark, as if they had been exposed to the sun for a long time. Xiaoyi looked at these female Heaven Realm Draconians and sighed. No wonder they felt inferior. Even though her chest was a little small, she still felt inferior. If she really looked like the Heaven Realm Draconians, she probably wouldn't even dare to go out. Can beauties be eaten as food? Strength is the most important. Yu Yang saw that Xiaoyi was as inferior as a quail and comforted her. Actually, I quite like eating apples. Xiaoyi's face turned red. She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to raise her head. Beauties aren't important? Why are there so many beauties around you? Furthermore, each one was hotter and more enchanting than the other. Each one was more voluptuous than the other. Of course, she didn't dare to refute. She was afraid that Yu Yang would tease her again. If it was only the two of them, she wouldn't mind. However, Bloody Queen Red and Ah Man were both here. Xiaoyi really couldn't lose face. She knew that Red and Ah Man were his guardian beasts, but in her eyes, these two were simply women and not beasts. Yu Yang waited for the Tao Tai blade to finish absorbing the blood and ordered Queen Chi Ge to bring her tribesmen to clean up. Then, he tried to contract with the wyverns in the valley. Queen Chi Ge understood that this new Heavenly Dragon Emperor wanted to bring her tribesmen away. Longing for freedom was the dream of her tribesmen for thousands of years. You can't bring them away with a grimoire. They have a seal on their bodies. Although you have the Tao Tai blade, it can't bring 300 people away. Lord Mo Long suddenly stood up from the ground and bowed towards Yu Yang. If third young master is willing, I am willing to request master to use the holy item Space Cradle to bring all the Heaven Realm Draconians and wyverns out. As long as third young master and master can reconcile, it will be done. There's no need for that at all. Yu Yang raised the Tao Tai blade that was flickering with a demonic red light and smiled. I am the Heaven Stairway Master. The seal of the Heaven Stairway rankers in the past is nothing to me. Pfft. Lord Mo Long almost vomited blood. Didn't this brat have too many fake identities? That heavenly dragon emperor hadn't even finished speaking, and he already created another heaven stairway master? You are the master of the heaven stairway? Xiaoyi used her finger to poke Yu Yang's back cutely, expressing her doubt. Nonsense, if I'm not the master, then who is? Yu Yang boasted shamelessly. Cough cough, third young master, you are already the new prison emperor, the strongest prison emperor in the soaring dragon continent. It seems that you can't be the master of the heaven stairway anymore, right? Furthermore, it is said that the master of the heaven stairway is a female successor. Lord Mo Long was almost defeated by Yu Yang's shamelessness. My fiancée, Anan, is the first successor of the heaven stairway. She listens to everything I say, so why am I not the master of the heaven stairway? Furthermore, I have received the inheritance of the previous master of the heaven stairway. If I am not the master of the heaven stairway, then could it be that the Black Hell King is? Yu Yang said confidently. According to his robber theory, he would become the master of the heaven realm sooner or later. Pretend I didn't say anything, third young master. It's easy to kill Mo Long, but it's hard to make Mo Long surrender. Lord Mo Long expressed that he would rather die than surrender. I don't expect you to surrender either. Don't worry, you can become a captive in the battlefield. Since the abyss manatees are all captives, I don't care if I capture you. Yu Yang waved his hand, and Hui Tai Lang pounced on Lord Mo Long and beat him up. Since he was a captive, he wouldn't be polite anymore. Elder Ning Hai could even beat him up if he surrendered, let alone a captive. It was inevitable to give him a beating with the killing mace. Soaring Dragon Continent, Dexia Palace. Queen Qige of the Heaven Realm Draconians brought over 308 rankers to visit Dexia Emperor Jun Wuyu. This shocking news shook the entire Tongtian Tower. That was more than 308s. No power in Tongtian Tower could compare to them. Even the winged clan of the Guanming continent, the underworld clan of the Dark Continent and the so-called strongest eastern goblin tribe could not compare to these Heaven Realm Draconians. As the name suggested, the Heaven Realm Draconians definitely came from the Heaven Realm. Almost everyone guessed that they were allies that Yu Clan's third young master found in the Heaven Realm. Some even thought that Yu Clan's third young master had used his charm to trick them back. Furthermore, the evidence was sufficient. These Heaven Realm Draconians were all women and they were not very good-looking. Yu Clan's third young master's lethality towards women was acknowledged by the entire Tongtian Tower. Although different races had different standards of beauty, but in Tongtian Tower, which man was the most attractive, the women's answer would definitely be Yu Clan's third young master. There was no other way, because being strong was also a kind of charm. Queen Qige, you don't have to be so courteous. Your Highness Xiaoyi, please take a seat. Seeing that Queen Qige did not dare to sit in front of Yu Yang, Jun Wuyu hurriedly gave Elder Yu Hai a look, hinting for him to bring this brat out. Otherwise, if these innates did not sit, the group of old men would have to stand and talk. Queen Qiji's clansmen were indeed Yu Yang's female slaves, but they were still innates. Tongtian Tower respected strength, even if the women's status was slightly lower, they could not compare to over 308s. Over 308s were all level 5 and above. In Tongtian Tower's innate alliance, they would be heavenly imperial guardians. Now, they did not dare to sit in front of Yu Yang. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely misunderstand that these old men were disrespectful towards innates. Elder Yu Hai coughed slightly and waved his single arm behind him, hinting for the juniors behind him to bring Yu Yang away. Yu understood the ways of the world the most. She hurriedly went forward. Xiao San, Shuang'er missed you so much. Also, Fourth Mother made a new set of clothes for you. Let's go and try it on. Let's see if it fits. When Xiaoyi saw that Yu Yang was brought away by Yu, she was instantly at a loss. She panicked and wanted to leave with him. He was also afraid that others would laugh at him, so he really did not know what to do. How could Jun Wuyu and the old fox not understand? It was just that it was not convenient for them to speak up. The Empress walked out and bowed to Queen Qige. She then affectionately held Xiaoyi's small hand. Your Highness, do not panic. Third young master will only be leaving for a while. Your Highness, why don't we go to the rear hall to have some tea? I'm not Your Highness, call me Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi waved her hand shyly, but seeing that everyone insisted on calling her Your Highness, she could only acquiesce. Thank you, Dexia Emperor. After Queen Chiga sent off Yu Yang and Xiaoyi, she bowed to everyone and sat down. Seeing her sit down, the old men secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Good fellow, Yu Yang really knew how to swindle people. Last time, he had swindled 2 abyss manatees. Now, he was even more awesome. He had swindled a few hundred Heaven Realm Draconians, causing everyone to have a headache trying to help him. Of course, no matter if it was Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai, or the various clan masters, they all welcomed this kind of harvest. With these few hundred female Heaven Realm Draconians, the Soaring Dragon continent could be considered safe. Naturally, Jun Wu Yu could not be like Yu Yang, treating these women as slaves. It was already not bad for him to be able to sit on the same level as Queen Chigo. Furthermore, Queen Chigo, an innate level 7 ranker, had taken the initiative to bow to him, expressing her respect for him as Yu Yang's elder. Yu Yang did not care about what Queen Chiga and Jun Wu Yu were talking about. He was not interested in politics at all. Furthermore, it was not his place to care. No matter what trouble it was, as long as Yu Yang decided to do it, Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and the old cunning fox would do their best to help him. This was not the first time. After Yu Yang saw Fourth Mother, he carried the little girl who refused to let go and returned to the little flower garden. Other than Inan and Sickly Beauty, the rest went to train with Jizun and Night Empress. Inan stayed behind mainly because her training method was different from the others. In addition, Yu Yang decided to bring this girl to Heaven Realm to play, to make up for the sweet love that had been delayed due to the continuous battles. Actually, Yu Yang initially wanted to bring Princess Sisai, Xue Wuxia and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, but Night Empress did not allow it. She felt that the most important thing for these girls was to train and not love. Without Yu Yang by their side, they improved very quickly. Therefore, Night Empress personally picked Princess Sisai and the others up. Not to mention the few of them, even Impatience was brought away by Jizun. Impatience was about to break through to Heaven rank level 3, so Jizun decided to personally guide her sister. After the Death Arena and the Heaven Realm battle, Impatience realized the gap between her and her sister and reflected on her willfulness in the past. Although she could not say the words of apology to Jizun, accepting her sister's training was also a way of admitting her mistakes. Sickly Beauty decided to stay behind. She seemed to be learning some knowledge from Fourth Mother, but she was not willing to tell Yu Yang. Perhaps, it was because Fourth Mother did not want Yu Yang to know her secret. When Yu Yang was not studying war dolls, Yu would not be alone with him. Especially recently, she had been avoiding him from afar. Even if she saw him, she would act like she was his sister. Yu was not willing to follow Yu Yang to the Heaven Realm. Yu Bing was the opposite. She was most looking forward to training with her brother. Towards Yu's several hints, she asked in puzzlement, "Why can't I go with Sister Anan?" Yu was unable to answer this question. If you go too, you will become the third wheel that your brother mentioned." Before Fatty Hai could finish his sentence, Yi Kong had already sent him flying with a kick. "Pig head, don't lead Binger astray. Go and die. You can go, but your brother has to protect 2 people. If you don't go, it will be much easier for him to protect only Anan. Next time, let him bring you. Anyway, he has the 3-realm compass, he can go whenever he wants. When your brother becomes stronger, not only can he bring you, he can also bring us." Lu Yi explained, finally dispelling the idea of going with Yu Bing. "So that's how it is. I thought that my level was not high enough to go to the Heaven Realm." Yu Bing was a pure girl. She did not think too much. She only realized that her brother was the closest to her. How would she know that her existence would hinder her brother from being intimate with Anan? She clenched her small fist and nodded energetically, "I will definitely work hard to become stronger. I will not be brother's burden. Train, train." Looking at Yu Bing's diligent back view as she ran off to train, Fatty Hai really wanted to cry. "She has already surpassed me." Yi Kong gave Fatty Hai a bump. "Damn Fatty, if she did not give us some face, she would have already entered the innate realm. Why are you still here? Hurry up and train. You have been stuck at the lesser innate realm for so long. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. Are you that stupid? Your progress in this period is practically 0. Fatty Hai was furious. "Monkey, you are also a lesser innate. If you have the ability, why don't you break through to the innate realm today? Silence is golden. Shui Tanlang suddenly said, "You guys are indeed trash. I am starting to consider if I should break off my friendship with you guys because it is really embarrassing to have such trash as friends." You. Fatty Hai was so angry that he almost choked to death. However, Shui Tanlang had already become an innate, so he had the right to laugh at them. "Damn Fatty, hurry up and train." Yi Kong was also seething with anger. He knew that Shui Tanlang was trying to provoke him, but he could not take it anymore. Actually, he and Fatty Hai all had strength that surpassed innate level 1. It was just that the more anxious they were, the more they were stuck at the innate realm. Yu Yang did not have time to guide them, so their training stopped. Moreover, they were also competitive and hoped to break through their own enlightenment, rather than relying entirely on Yu Yang's guidance. When Yu came to pick up the little girl, Anan was so excited that she jumped up and down. Two People's World, her and Yu Yang's Two People's World was finally here. Actually, it did not matter to her whether she went to Heaven Realm or not. As long as Yu Yang accompanied her on a romantic date, she could go anywhere. Originally, her date with Yu Yang was to go to the Heaven Stairway to look for the ancestors' footprints. However, Yu Yang was not in a hurry to find the Heaven Stairway or the God's ruins. With the three-realm compass, Yu Yang wanted to go to Heaven Realm to explore it. Thousand Goblin King was dead, and the other clone was in hiding, not moving for a while. Black Hell King was also in hiding, not giving Yu Yang a chance. The Scarlet Emperor escaped to Heaven Realm, and Yu Yang could go to Heaven Realm to scout for information. What was scarier than the Scarlet Emperor was Boyd and Jiao Shao, who were gradually recovering their strength. Those two fellows were the Heaven Realm great leaders who fought against the Prison Emperor. No matter what, Yu Yang wanted to go to Heaven Realm to have a look. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy was the most important thing. Exploring, gaining knowledge, and at the same time picking up girls, was there anything better in this world? Yu Yang wanted to coax Sister Anan for a long time, but he never had the chance. Now, the chance to be alone with Sister Anan had finally arrived. Without Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia, without Sickly Beauty and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, in a romantic trip to Heaven Realm, he would secretly push Sister Anan down. This was Yu Yang's great wish, and also the logical result of love. Previously, when he went to find Xia Yi, he wasted some time. Fortunately, he had the great reward of saving the Heaven Realm Draconians. "I'm so nervous, what clothes should I bring?" "Oh right, prepare a few bags, I have to bring some gifts for everyone, some specialties from Heaven Realm." Anan was so excited that she was running around in circles. "You don't have to bring a lot of things, forget it, do whatever you want." Yu Yang caressed her little face dotingly. The first female confidant he met was Anan, and she was also his first engagement, but the time he spent with her was the least. This time, no matter what, he had to make it up to her and give her the most romantic trip to Heaven Realm, the most romantic journey of love. Yu Yang bent down and kissed Anan lightly. This time, she did not reject him, but lowered her head and ran away shyly. She continued to pack her luggage. Even though Fourth Mother and Yu had already prepared everything for her, she was still worried and checked everything again, afraid that she would miss anything. After everything was prepared, Yu Yang bid farewell to everyone and used the three-realm compass again. Returning to Heaven Realm. The destination of the teleportation was the mechanical puppet that he had buried under the statues of the gods in Heaven Realm. What had changed in Heaven Realm compared to the Heaven Realm 6,000 years ago? What was the true face of the mysterious Heaven Realm? On this point, Yu Yang believed that he would be able to get the most comprehensive understanding after he stepped into Heaven Realm. When Yu Yang stepped into Heaven Realm, thinking about the fierce battle that day, he could not help but sigh, "Heaven Realm, here I come." Heaven Realm was much bigger than Yu Yang imagined. Even though Yu Yang had long known that the Heaven Realm was vast and boundless, he had never imagined that the Heaven Realm was actually this big. To ordinary people, the soaring dragon continent was very big. Excluding the oceans and uninhabited areas, it could accommodate 3 big countries and dozens of small countries. If a person wanted to walk from the east to the west of the soaring dragon continent, it would take at least 100 years. Even if it was a bird flying long distance, it would take several months. But to Tongtian Tower, the soaring dragon continent was just a very small place. For example, it was estimated to be the difference between a grain of rice placed in Baishur city and the two were compared. The first floor of Tongtian Tower was not big. It only included the Soaring Dragon Continent, Demon Abyss, and Heaven Stairway. But with every level up, the space would expand by more than 10 times. Adding the teleportation circle to other continents like the Soaring Dragon Continent and Demon Abyss, as well as the different dimensions in each floor, the whole Tongtian Tower was so big that ordinary people could not imagine it. The entire Soaring Dragon Continent could not be found on the map of Tongtian Tower. On the map of Tongtian Tower and below, the Soaring Dragon Continent was not much bigger than a sesame seed. If it was on the map of Tongtian Tower, even the first floor of Tongtian Tower including Soaring Dragon, Demon Abyss, and Heaven Stairway was only the size of a sesame seed. Such a huge Tongtian Tower, compared to Heaven Realm. It could not be compared at all. Ah, what the hell? Yu Yang bought a map that was thicker than sea-high. According to the shop owner, this was the simplest map of Heaven Realm. The real map of Heaven Realm was said to be as big as 1 square kilometer, more than 100 meters tall and had 1,000,000 pages. Until he bought this map, Yu Yang found out that Heaven Realm was actually divided into Heaven Realm and Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm, one must have the strength of Heaven rank to enter. There was no information in the map, but the shop owner with a mouth bigger than a toad's kindly introduced that Heaven Realm was the core area of the 4 great divine realms and the central divine realm. The conditions to enter were very strict. First, one must have a grimoire. Second, one must be Heaven rank. If these 2 conditions were not met, one would never be able to become the Lord of Heaven Realm and live in Heaven Realm. Of course, if they were recruited as mercenaries or special talents to work there, and if the feudal lord was willing to fully guarantee that they would stay there for less than 3 months, they would barely be able to get a visa. I want to ask, how far is it from here to the Western Heaven Realm? Yu Yang flew around the ancient battlefield ruins for 3 days and 3 nights, but he still couldn't reach the edge. Fortunately, he found an abandoned teleportation formation and entered it. He didn't know where he was teleported to. After searching for a long time in the forest, he finally found this small town. Now, even if he bought a map, Yu Yang couldn't find the location of the Western Heaven Realm in a short time with a simple atlas the size of sea-high. Western Heaven Realm? The big-mouthed shop owner suddenly became distressed. He used his hands to grab the few strands of hair he had. Just as he was about to become bald, he suddenly remembered, we are in the Southern Heaven Realm, how far is it from the Western Heaven Realm? What a headache, I can't calculate it. However, I remember a very old legend. It is said that there used to be a group of very persistent lunatics. They swore that they would fly from the easternmost part of the Eastern Heaven Realm to the westernmost part of the Western Heaven Realm to complete this unprecedented feat in the end. They failed? Yu Yang estimated that flying would be difficult, so teleportation would be more likely. No, they succeeded. To be precise, their great-great-great-grandchildren successfully completed their last wishes. They spent 100,000 years flying from the easternmost part of the Eastern Heaven Realm to the westernmost part of the Western Heaven Realm. The big-mouthed shop owner replied. Pfft. Yu Yang was drinking water, but he spat it out. Actually, they are still the Lightning Swallow clan who are the best at flying. If it were any other clan, 100,000 years would definitely not be enough. The big-mouthed shop owner was very sure. What about using the teleportation formation? Yu Yang felt that using the method of flying was simply stupid. If you don't rest in between, and go from teleportation formation to teleportation formation, following the best teleportation route, it will probably take a month to teleport between more than 10,000 teleportation formations. If you take a little rest in between or queue up, it will probably take at least 3 months. Half a year is the safest time to teleport. Many cross-border merchants travel back and forth for a year. The big-mouthed shop owner also said that he used to travel like this in the past, but because the teleportation fee was too expensive, there was almost no profit, so he gave up. Yu Yang was speechless after hearing this. Actually, there are also interdomain ultra-long distance teleportation formations, but only Heaven stage rankers can use them. I estimate that it will take a week to reach the Western Heaven Realm. There are also interdomain teleportation formations that can reach in a day. That can only be used by Heaven stage level 5 rankers and above, and they are all in the upper realm, there is no such thing in the lower realm. The big-mouthed shop owner added enthusiastically as he looked at Yu Yang's confident movements of scattering magic crystals. Heaven Realm also used gold coins, but it was different from Tong Tian Towers. This kind of Heaven Realm gold coin had a unique heaven rune, and its energy was comparable to a level 6 magic crystal. Although Yu Yang could forge it, he couldn't bear to waste so many magic crystals. When he came to this small town, he would rather use magic crystals instead of gold coins than to exchange them for Heaven Realm gold coins. In his opinion, although these Heaven Realm gold coins had enough energy, they couldn't be absorbed by beasts. To him, they were simply trash, far less useful than level 6 magic crystals. What made people even more frustrated was that the exchange rate between Heaven Realm gold coins and level 6 magic crystals was actually 100. Not only was the exchange rate extremely low, there was also a 10% exchange tax. What made people speechless the most was that they couldn't use gold coins to exchange for magic crystals. Just this point alone made Yu Yang despise them from the bottom of his heart. Yu Yang was someone who would never suffer a loss. He would never waste magic crystals to exchange for those beautiful but useless Heaven Realm gold coins. Furthermore, after killing He Hu, Yu Yang found a sparkling diamond card in He Hu's storage bracelet. This was a very advanced service in Heaven Realm. One card could travel all over Heaven Realm. Tong Tian Tower didn't have this kind of service. As a water elder of the central shrine, He Hu should have a lot of savings in his diamond card. It was just that Yu Yang was worried that the people in the central shrine would find out if he used it, so he didn't dare to take it out. This was definitely a wise move. After bidding farewell to the big-mouthed shop owner, he came to a very small mercenary guild. When he raised his head, he saw that there was a huge bounty for him and Jizun at the most eye-catching place. The Central Shrine and another unknown organization had put a bounty on Yu Yang and Jizun. Yu Yang's bounty was 100 million. This number didn't surprise Yu Yang, but Jizun's bounty was as high as 10 billion. This made Yu Yang completely shocked. 10 billion, although Jizun's bounty was scary enough, she was only ranked 999th in the bounty list of Heaven Realm rankers, just barely squeezing into the top 1,000. Yu Yang didn't dare to guess what kind of abnormal bounty was in front of her. Luckily, Queen Vivian Li's bounty had given Yu Yang some foundation, otherwise he would have been scared stiff. Actually, Jizun's bounty was still very impressive. Her bounty was the highest in the Heaven Realm in the past 1,000 years, and her ranking rose the fastest. Because of this, all the mercenary guilds in the Heaven Realm publicized her bounty. As for Yu Yang, who went public with them, he was just a small addition. This was because Yu Yang's 100 million bounty was ranked outside of the 1 million bounty. In the Heaven Realm's top 10,000 bounty, it was impossible for him to enter. Yu Yang really wanted to see who was in the top 1,000. Unfortunately, the old man in the mercenary guild said that he needed to pay 100 gold to investigate anyone. If he wanted the entire list, he needed 100,000 gold and proof of being a heaven-ranked level 5 ranker. Aren't you cheating me? Yu Yang thought that if a normal person had 100,000 gold, they would have already washed up and gone to sleep. Why would they still be a mercenary? Register as a mercenary? 1 gold coin per person, replaced with magic crystals? We only accept good quality magic crystals, we don't want those that are too inferior. What is this? Wyvern's magic crystal? That's too bad. Forget it, looking at the two of you, I'll barely count it as 2 gold coins. In fact, it's only worth 1.5. The old man saw Yu Yang and Anan standing together hand in hand, like a painting, like a celestial couple. Thus, he was merciful and accepted the Wyvern's magic crystal that Yu Yang handed over. Wyvern's magic crystal could be exchanged for at least a few hundred gold coins in Tong Tian Tower, but it couldn't even be exchanged for 2 here. Yu Yang was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. This was too cheating. If it wasn't for the fact that one needed to have an identity to use the teleportation circle, such as being a disciple of a sect or a freelance mercenary, he wouldn't be bothered to waste his magic crystal if he didn't register as a mercenary. Thank you, old man. Inan had stayed in the grimoire world for a few days and had just come out. She was in a good mood and beamed with joy as she thanked the old man. What? I just became an adult today, this long beard is a symbol of my maturity. The old man said that he had just become an adult, making Yu Yang and Anan speechless. I'm really sorry. I didn't know, please forgive me. In order to smoothly register as a mercenary, Inan hurriedly apologized. For the sake of your sincere apology, I'll forgive you. The prematurely aged old man waved his hand carelessly. Yu Yang almost pulled out his Tao Tai blade and killed him instantly. Fortunately, Inan held his hand. This was a journey of love, not a journey of murder. She didn't want to see blood paving the way. Seeing that the little girl was in a good mood, Yu Yang didn't want to spoil her mood. The old man that made Yu Yang very unhappy took out a pen and paper. At the same time, he ordered the card master to prepare and asked, "What's your name?" "EC? Only 2 words? Looks like you're not a noble." "Alright, your race, human?" "So you're a human, you look really weird." "Gender, female?" "You're a female? Do all human females look like you?" "To be honest, you don't look that good." "You meow." Yu Yang was furious. It was fine if he registered, but he even made a comment. Did he think he was an expert who needed a beating? It's okay, it's okay. His temper isn't that good. Inan hurriedly snatched the brick from Yu Yang's hand. This specially made brick was almost smashed by Yu Yang on the head of the old man. You guys have never registered before. You're all level 1 mercenaries. Your strength is very low. I think you guys definitely don't have one, but I still want to ask. The old man that needed a beating casually asked, "You guys have that, summoning grimoire? Do you guys have summoning grimoires?" "Forget it, pretend I didn't ask. You guys definitely don't have one." "I won't ask, lest you guys feel inferior." "Who said I don't have one?" "I do." Inan was also angered by this old man's arrogant attitude. Originally, she wanted to say that she didn't have a grimoire so that she wouldn't be in the limelight. But this old man was too infuriating. She blurted out, "I do." "What?" That old man looked like he was struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, as if he had turned into a puppet. His jaw almost dropped to his feet. "You really have a grimoire? You really have a summoning grimoire?" The old man reacted and hurriedly asked. His words were like a bomb that had been dropped in the mercenary guild. Everyone was in an uproar. First, it was the mercenaries who were sitting in a corner and whispering to each other. They were so shocked that they fell from their chairs. It was a complete mess. It was a complete mess. There were also bartenders who blankly poured their drinks over the heads of the mercenaries who were about to receive their drinks. But the mercenaries who received their drinks did not seem to notice at all. They only stared blankly at Inan. That surprised gaze was as if they had seen a monster. Following that, the whole mercenary guild was in a mess. Countless people scrambled over and surrounded Yu Yang and Inan. There was a mercenary uncle with a stubble beard, a white and fat bartender, a drunkard with a head full of alcohol, a card maker with a pointy head like a grasshopper, a prematurely aged receptionist. There were many layers of people inside and outside the crowd, making it impossible for even a drop of water to pass through. If not for Yu Yang's protection in front, Inan would probably be scared out of her wits. She might even summon her grimoire and order the hallucination butterfly demon to attack. "Get lost, what do you want?" Yu Yang knew that he was in trouble. He knew that it was difficult for Heaven Realm rankers to contract grimoires, but he did not expect such an intense reaction. If he had asked the big-mouthed shop owner a few more questions, he would not have made such a mistake. In the Heaven Realm, there was no need to talk about unintelligent life forms or special life forms. Even intelligent life forms only had a 1 in a billion chance of contracting a grimoire. If it was before Yu Yang transmigrated, there would only be 1 or 2 grimoires in the entire Xianxia dynasty. There were only 6 or 7 grimoires in the entire earth. How could people not go crazy? So when these mercenaries heard that this little human girl had a grimoire, they were all so excited that they could not control themselves. In the Heaven Realm, those who had a grimoire could be called God's beloved. They were all nurtured by various sections. Towards Yu Yang's question, the prematurely aged old man kept smiling. "Cough, we have eyes but could not see, cough cough, we did not mean to offend you. We just wanted to see a grimoire. It's a pity that I have lived for more than 200 years, half of my life, yet I have never seen a grimoire. Little girl, can you summon it and let us all see?" yes, yes. A large group of people echoed. They all squeezed out a smile to show their friendliness, but that kind of fanatical expression and ugly appearance made people look more like robbers. Anan was so scared that her face turned pale. She tightly grabbed onto Yu Yang's arm. Yu Yang shouted, "Scram! Who cares if you've seen it or not? If you continue to surround us, don't blame me for killing you." Those people looked at each other in dismay. Firstly, they felt apologetic for scaring Anan. Secondly, they suspected that Anan might not have a summoning grimoire, so they might have heard wrongly, or the other party might have just faked it. One must know that in order to show off, many people would pretend to have a grimoire to show that they were different from others. On top of that, Yu Yang had a bad temper. Many people really took a few steps back and slightly opened up the encirclement. They hoped to figure out the truth of the matter first, and they hoped that someone would stand up and say something. In fact, these people were all above the innate realm. They were stronger than Yu Yang and Anan's current strength. However, they were used to being at the bottom, so they didn't think that they were stronger than Yu Yang and Anan. They were more like timid commoners, not robbers. This kind of thing, if it were in Skysplit Tower, it would absolutely not be like this. In Skysplit Tower, people with innate strength were always very arrogant. However, in Heaven Realm, it was a completely different concept. Among the intelligent beings, many races were born very strong. Ordinary adults would at least have the strength of innate level 1. Only a small number of slaves would be weaker than innate. However, Heaven Realm and Skysplit Tower's strength were different. The innates here did not have summoning grimoires, so they were not called innates. They were called Earth Rank Warriors, which corresponded to Heaven Rank Warriors. These Earth Rank Warriors, whose strength was equivalent to innates, were born with very strong strength. However, their potential was surprisingly low. Some races, after reaching adulthood, could not improve for the rest of their lives. It was completely fixed. As for wanting to contract a summoning grimoire, that was even more of a dream. Generally, they could not be compared, but in a one-on-one fight, or comparing growth potential, innates in Skysplit Tower could completely defeat Heaven Realm warriors of the same level. Plop! The prematurely aged old man suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down his face as he begged, "I really have never seen a summoning grimoire in my life, I still don't know what it looks like. If I don't see it this time, maybe I will be like my grandfather and my father, unable to see a summoning grimoire until they die. That would be such a pity. Can you satisfy my wish before I die? Let me see it." "Are you going to die?" Anan's sympathy was aroused. She felt that this old man was quite pitiful. "Not yet, in a few hundred years." The old man's face reddened. He himself felt that what he said just now was a little exaggerated, so he quickly added, "Although I won't die for a while, I really have never seen a summoning grimoire before. Everyone here can testify." Yes, 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 we have never seen a summoning grimoire before." "That's right, that guy used to boast that he had seen a summoning grimoire before, but I exposed him later. Other than Big Mouth who sells groceries, no one else has seen that kind of rare thing before. Just let us take a look. If we see a summoning grimoire, we will have the confidence to brag and drink with others in the future. Little girl, how about I introduce you to our Nujiang sect, Forget about your trashy Nujiang sect. Even your sect leader doesn't have a grimoire, and you still want to recruit her? Isn't this a waste of time? In my opinion, little girl should enter the Waterfall City's Heavenly Waterfall sect. The Heavenly Waterfall sect leader is a heaven-ranked ranker, he has a silver grimoire. Most importantly, the Heavenly Waterfall sect leader is thirsty for talents. If little girl is willing to enter the Heavenly Waterfall sect, she will inherit his legacy, take over the Heavenly Waterfall sect, and rule over the Waterfall City. This is all a matter of time." A large group of people talked at once, talking non-stop. When they were talking excitedly, they almost started fighting, because everyone had their own recommendations. Some people rushed outside and directly ran to the teleportation circle at the other side of the town, reporting to their sect's elders. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yu Yang hurriedly brought Anan back to the grimoire world. The two of them looked at each other for a long time, feeling that this kind of thing was really strange, and laughed out loud. Luckily this was a small town, otherwise there would be more people watching. Yu Yan decided to ignore those guys and rest for a few hours, waiting for them to disperse before going out. He did not immediately use teleportation to escape. Firstly, he was not familiar with the terrain, and secondly, escaping would make him look weak, which could easily attract people to commit crimes. Yu Yan did not care about killing those guys with fanatical eyes, but Anan definitely did not want the first romantic stop in the Heaven Realm to be filled with bloodshed. Forget it, let's give this little girl a good mood in love. Seeing that Yu Yang was so considerate, Anan happily gave him a kiss, and then went back to proudly record this matter in her Heaven Realm travel notes. On a certain day, in a certain small town in the Heaven Realm, such a fun thing happened. Yu Yang flipped through the 500 pages of Heaven Realm map for a long time. He discovered that the Heaven Realm was divided into the North, South, East, and West realms. Each realm was divided into 100 domains, each domain was divided into 100 districts, each district was divided into 100 continents, each continent was divided into 100 countries, each country was divided into 100 territories, each territory was divided into 100 cities, and each city was divided into 100 towns. In the Heaven Realm, forget about cities, even a town's jurisdiction was much bigger than the largest city in the Soaring Dragon continent, Shangjing. In short, the Heaven Realm was so big that it was unimaginable. This simple map made Yu Yang's eyes dazzled, and he felt dizzy. After spending a few hours, he finally found the Heaven Realm gate to the Western Heaven Realm. On that page of the map, there was a small black dot, marked Tong Tian Tower. If he wanted more detailed information, it seemed that he had to buy a detailed map of the Heaven Realm gate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to obtain more information. After sleeping in and eating supper, Yu Yang felt that it was about time. Even the most patient people would have already dispersed, because Yu Yang had returned to the grimoire world and stayed there for a full 10 hours. Let's go. Inan changed her clothes and gently pulled Yu Yang's big hand with a sweet smile on her face. Let's go to another place to register, but you must not say that you have a grimoire. Yu Yang didn't want to be surrounded by people again. That feeling was very unpleasant. When he and Anan appeared, they were completely stunned. This was because there were thousands of people waiting for the two of them. When they saw the two of them appear, the entire audience cheered and applauded like a storm. Many experts with the strength of Earth rank level 7 and level 8 stood in a line like soldiers. In front of them, there were 2 heaven rank rankers. As for those people at the beginning, like the prematurely aging old man and the pointy grasshopper-like card master, they all knelt respectfully to welcome them. Even though the 2 heaven rank rankers had already raised their hands, indicating for everyone to calm down. However, there were still some people who couldn't help but scream, "It really is a gold grimoire. Oh my god, she has the legendary gold grimoire, I'm going to faint." Actually, Inan's summoning grimoire had already been upgraded to platinum rank. However, those people knew that in order to return to the grimoire world, it had to be at least a gold grimoire, so they all guessed that Inan's grimoire was a gold grimoire. Of the 2 heaven rank rankers, one was a middle-aged uncle with a mustache. His appearance and temperament were not bad, and he was the same type of person as Jun Wuyu. They both had the aura of being in a high position for a long time. The other was a monster with 4 arms and 3 eyes. But it wasn't a tiger man. It was a race that Yu Yang didn't recognize. "Welcome, welcome." The middle-aged uncle with a mustache stepped forward and saluted. "I am Flying Waterfall City's master, Bai Ho. I heard from my disciple that you only have a bronze grimoire and wanted to take you in as my disciple. I didn't expect that your summoning grimoire has already reached gold rank and above. I am ashamed. Esteemed guests coming from afar, we should welcome you with open arms. But can we take a look at your grimoire?" The heaven rank monster was also quite polite. He first summoned his silver grimoire. When the silver grimoire was summoned, everyone cheered. The applause was like thunder. That Flying Waterfall City's master Bai Ho also smiled and summoned his grimoire. His grimoire was also silver, but it was high rank. It was a level higher than the heaven rank monster's silver rank intermediate rank. Their intention was very simple. They saw that both of them were grimoire holders, so they wanted to compare. In the heaven realm, grimoire holders really had this kind of habit. Inan looked at Yu Yang. After getting his tacit approval, she returned the greeting. "Everyone wants to see the summoning grimoire, that's not a problem. But you must agree to let us leave freely after you have seen it. You cannot use any reason to stop us. She saw that these people didn't have any evil intentions. They just wanted to compare their strength and make friends with a grimoire. Naturally, she wasn't afraid. Moreover, if these people were to make trouble, she would attack together with Yu Yang. She wouldn't care about the romance anymore. Although the middle-aged uncle and the monster were heaven rank, it wasn't a problem for Yu Yang, who could even kill Thousand Goblin King. After getting everyone's affirmation, Inan smiled mischievously at Yu Yang. She beautifully stretched out her jade-like wrist and lightly tapped with her fingers. She elegantly summoned her grimoire. Suddenly, a strange light flashed. After everyone saw Inan's platinum grimoire, they all fell into a suffocating petrified state, including the two heaven rank rankers who were trying their best to maintain their poise. 3 hours later, Inan, who had walked out of the teleportation circle, was still laughing non-stop. Her laughter was like a silver bell, resounding in the night sky, drifting far away with the wind, her beautiful voice lingering in the air. Even Yu Yang's face was full of smiles. Because even he didn't expect that the other party would have such an unusual reaction after seeing the platinum grimoire. Originally, he thought that there would be a bloody battle, but it wasn't. When he thought of the two heaven rank rankers wanting to acknowledge Inan as their master on the spot and learn the secret method to upgrade their grimoire, Yu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Heaven Realm is really too fun, hee hee. However, when we register as mercenaries in the future, we really can't report that we have a grimoire anymore. Otherwise, someone will give us a bunch of gifts that we don't even need. Inan held onto Yu Yang's arm and walked far away. She looked back at the teleportation circle and saw that no one was chasing after them. She heaved a sigh of relief. They finally went back. I thought they would send us to the Western Heaven Realm. Oh right, City Master Baiho said that in this territory, Rainbow City is the most beautiful. Why don't we go to Rainbow City to play? As you wish, my beautiful bride. Yu Yang cupped her little face and kissed her on her jade lips. The distance between Flying Waterfall City and Rainbow City was more than 2,000 kilometers. Because the two cities were not friends, there was no teleportation circle between the two cities. They could only go to Xianxia City, which was the transfer station, and change to an airship. Actually, Yu Yang and Inan could teleport even closer, but Inan wanted to sit on the luxurious Starry Sky cruise that the master of Waterfall City had recommended. This kind of super luxurious Starry Sky cruise was a kind of super large airship that could accommodate tens of thousands of passengers. The interior was magnificently decorated. On the deck, there were even artificial lakes and beaches, as well as water amusement parks and theme parks. Those who were active could participate in rock climbing competitions and surf passionately. Those who liked peace could also quietly watch elegant stage plays. This kind of luxurious Starry Sky cruise was the most representative means of transportation in Rainbow City. Almost every tourist that came to Rainbow City would take a ride on it. You're cheating me. Yu Yang did not realize that he was actually very poor until he reached Heaven Realm. The magic crystals that he had obtained from Wyvern Valley were almost all used up, but it was still not enough. The lowest ticket to sit on the luxurious Starry Sky cruise cost 100 gold. 2 people would cost 200 gold. For the penniless Yu Yang, seeing the magic crystals being given away like water, he had the urge to pull out his sword and rob them. 100 gold to sit on a broken ship? Moreover, on the ship, the cost of food and drinks had to be calculated separately. In order to coax the little girl, in order to pick up girls, Yu Yang threw caution to the wind. Anyway, the magic crystals were all robbed. If it was not enough, he would think of a way to rob more. After buying the ticket, they waited for another half an hour. Finally, the luxurious Starry Sky cruise appeared in the sky. At first, it was a black dot in the distance. It gradually became clearer and closer, becoming an unimaginably huge monster. When it reached the sky above Xianxia City, it actually cast a large area of the city under its shadow. Yu Yang estimated that the ship's width was at least 1,000 meters, and its length was more than 3 times that of its width. Yu Yang couldn't imagine how this huge building with more than 100 floors and a height of nearly 500 meters could float in the sky. Furthermore, it was flying at a very fast speed, comparable to a plane. The most amazing thing was that this huge ship was surrounded by a domain-type wind array. When it moved forward, it could transform the air into a gentle breeze. countless passengers stood on the deck, facing the wind. Surprisingly, the wind only ruffled the tips of their hair and clothes. They were not affected by the high-speed wind at all. When the luxurious Starry Sky cruise ship stopped, the people on the ship and below the city all waved their hands and cheered. They also whistled to each other. A small airship was sent down from the giant ship to receive the guests boarding at Juma City. According to the convention, the nobles who spent 3,000 gold coins to buy a first-class cabin were the first to do so. Among them were the wealthy merchants who spent 1,000 gold on a mid-level luxury cabin. Those like Yu Yang and Anan, who had ordinary tickets, could only line up at the back and board the ship with a group of mercenaries in tattered clothes. "Are you guys traveling to get married? On a honeymoon?" A one-eyed dragon who was traveling with them asked teasingly when he saw Yu Yang and Anan holding each other's hands sweetly. "Ah, not married yet, but soon," Anan answered shyly. "Congratulations, you two are a match made in heaven." One-eyed dragon took out a wine gourd and passed it to Yu Yang. Seeing that Yu Yang refused, he laughed and opened it. He took a big gulp and laughed. "Actually, when I was young, I was also handsome. Moreover, I was almost as handsome as you. Also, my wife was almost as beautiful as this young lady. Looking at the two of you, it's as if I'm looking at her and I back then." "Is that so?" Anan secretly laughed. Yu Yang was speechless. "Uncle, even if you want to put gold on your face, you shouldn't be like this, right? Forget about the one-eyed man, look at that old tree bark face, look at that half-beastman body, look at those big hands, you were also a handsome guy in the past. Seeing you in the middle of the night, I'm already secretly happy. Moreover, who would marry a half-beastman? Unless she was a barbarian, or a Tauren. According to Fan Luan Tai's aesthetic standards, this one-eyed man might be a handsome guy, but according to humans' aesthetic standards, it was absolutely impossible. Yu Yang reckoned that unless the girl was blind, there was no way she would marry this one-eyed man. The surrounding mercenaries, seeing the one-eyed man strike up a conversation, all enthusiastically waved at Yu Yang, expressing their blessings. Someone even whistled. Their noisy attitude made the nobles in front of them frown. Towards Yu Yang and Anan, who had no family insignia or sect emblems, those arrogant nobles simply disdained everything. In their eyes, Yu Yang and Anan were just countryside farmers and village girls. Looking at them too much would lower their status. Bullshit. A skinny mercenary beside the one-eyed man sneered. He's a big boss, don't talk nonsense. The one-eyed man saw the noble's bodyguard looking over, and quickly gave his companion a slap, then nodded and bowed, paying respect to the noble. Anan hated this kind of person the most, so she turned her face away and ignored him. On the other hand, Yu Yang slightly frowned, feeling that something was wrong. "Hurry up and board the ship, we can't wait for you peasant mercenaries. Do you know how much energy you're wasting by staying here for a second? It's basically heaven rank, you can't even afford it even if you sell your bodies. Hurry up, stop dilly-dallying." A crew member waved his hand, ordering Yu Yang and the others who had ordinary tickets to hurry up, then stood at attention, bowed, and used an especially grand etiquette to invite the nobles in front of them to board the ship. Another crew member had already laid out a red carpet, respectfully welcoming the arrogant nobles. As for Yu Yang and Anan, they pointed to another entrance. There was nothing there, and there was a guy holding a flashing halo, seemingly wanting to check his body to see if there were any illegal items. When inspecting the one-eyed man, this guy was very generous, even his trousers automatically took off, and he let out a loud fart, causing the inspector to hurriedly order him to scram. More than a dozen mercenaries all passed without incident. Finally, it was Yu Yang and Anan's turn. "Come over here immediately, stand properly for me. You have to raise your hands high, put them on top of your head, face the side of the ship, and face me with your buttocks. I want to check if you have any contraband on your body." Many women use their bras and underwear to hide contraband, as cunning as foxes. "Come here, you have to be careful, don't let my detector ring, otherwise you'll suffer." When the inspector saw how beautiful Anan was, his saliva almost flowed out. Looking at the two's strength, they didn't seem to be strong, both of them were only Earth Stage Level 1, and he had the strength of Earth Stage Level 3, so he could definitely deal with the two of them. This inspector with a lewd smile on his face, in front of Yu Yang, stretched out his hairy big hand towards Anan. The thin mercenary seemed to be a little angry, but the one-eyed man pulled him back. The surrounding crew members seemed to be used to it, whistling, pretending not to see anything, and the nobles ignored it and left. The inspector's wretched and bullying hand unscrupulously stretched out. When it was still half a foot away from Anan, Yu Yang smiled, raised his hand, and the crescent moon flashed, chopping off the hand. Moreover, without waiting for the inspector to cry out in pain, he kicked the guy's pants. Almost everyone heard a shattering sound. Hearing this sound, the men couldn't help but be scared to the point that their bodies went soft, and they felt a chill between their legs. Even though the crew members immediately rushed over, Yu Yang still didn't stop attacking. He used his foot to step on the guy's crotch, and used the tip of his foot to grind and rub, as if he wouldn't stop until he trampled something into meat paste. Inan looked on quietly. She did not stop them, instead, she felt that her hatred had been vented, because she was also angry in her heart. Towards scum who dared to be rude to her, towards trash who dared to challenge her dignity, she would never have the slightest bit of sympathy. Instead, she felt that the most severe punishment was the best way. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Oh my God, this kid is really ruthless. The one-eyed man looked at him and sucked in a breath of cold air. Stop, quickly stop. A few crew members didn't dare to step forward, afraid that they would also be hit by Yu Yang's knife, and shouted from afar. Yu Yang turned a deaf ear to them. He picked up the examination instrument, and fiercely beat the inspector who had already vomited blood and fainted, until there wasn't an inch of unscathed skin on the guy's body. The examination instrument was deformed, shattered, and could no longer be used. Yu Yang casually threw away the distorted examination instrument in his hand, and heavily spat on the inspector who didn't look like a human. Then, he slowly looked at the crew members, and revealed a bright smile. Who else wants to come up for inspection? His smile scared the crew members a few steps back. Even the one-eyed man shivered, and repeatedly cried out, "Strange, this kid is very dangerous, everyone stay away from him, this kid can't be provoked." The few nobles looked at him as if they were looking at trash, and continued to walk away as if nothing had happened. If it wasn't for the slightly trembling thighs hidden under their robes, which made their pace slightly abnormal, they would really be fooled by their calmness and arrogance. In fact, they were also scared, but they pretended to look down on everything. In the distance, a few Earth-rank level 5 cruise guards flew out. Leading them was an Earth-rank level 7 leader. This guy was bald, and his whole body was darker than ink, but his 2 eyes were silver, without pupils. When he looked at people, he didn't have a point of view, as if he was a black stone statue. Without waiting for him to speak, a few crew members rushed to report the matter. Of course, they also added oil to the fire and said a lot of bad things about Yu Yang, making Yu Yang look like a bloodthirsty lunatic. If he didn't beat someone up for a day, he would feel uncomfortable all over. Is that so? The black stone-like leader looked at Yu Yang. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders, not saying a word, indicating that his mouth belonged to others, and he didn't care what others wanted to say. The accumulated anger from before made Yu Yang a little unhappy. For example, spending 200 gold to buy a normal ship ticket wasted hundreds of his level 6 and level 7 wyvern magic crystals. For the stingy Yu Yang, who always only paid and never paid, it already made him very angry. Now, why did they want to do a physical examination? Check your sister, it's not like they were going to blow up the Twin Towers. Therefore, Yu Yang decided that he couldn't bear it anymore, so he didn't need to bear it anymore. Wasn't he a pauper? He might as well rob this luxurious starry sky cruise. Anyway, he came to Heaven Realm to cause destruction, so it was better to do it sooner than later. Anan also felt that these people were too much. They originally wanted to have a good vacation, but they actually made a mess. She was also a little unhappy. Therefore, when Yu Yang wanted to go crazy, not only did she not stop him, she even wanted to help him. Don't think that you can be bullied just because your level is low. If they want to make a move, let them have a taste of the hallucinatory butterfly demon and spirit mirror, let them directly die in a terrifying nightmare. The black stone-like leader looked at the mercenaries around him. The one-eyed dragon said with an apologetic smile, "That's more or less the case. But it's fine if you want to do a physical examination, but you also want to take the opportunity to touch other people's women. That's not very good." "Ah, pretend I didn't say anything." The skinny man's sense of justice was slightly stronger. His reply was a forceful pay, and his face was full of contempt. Boss, they are actually all in the same group. The few crew members hurriedly defended themselves. Pa. Unexpectedly, the stone-like guy actually waved his hand and gave each of the crew members a resounding slap. Apologize and then throw this trash away. Our ship has quality service personnel, there's no need for trash to exist. Wait a minute, boss, he is the chief officer's. A crew member whose front teeth were loose from the slap hurriedly said that the scum that was beaten up by Yu Yang had a backer. No matter who brought this trash is trash, the way to deal with it is the same. The black stone-like leader casually grabbed the inspector who was still unconscious. Under everyone's flabbergasted gaze, he casually threw him out of the ship like he was throwing trash. He slightly bowed towards Yu Yang and Anan, and expressionlessly gave a welcoming salute. Welcome to Starry Sky, I hope you have a pleasant journey. Many busybodies thought that a fight would break out. Who would have thought that such an outcome would make them very disappointed? When the stone statue-like leader left, the mercenaries dispersed. The one-eyed man looked at Yu Yang and Anan thoughtfully. The skinny mercenary showed respect. Originally, he didn't think much of Yu Yang, who was much lower in rank than him. But when he found out that Yu Yang was so powerful, he admired him. It was already very courageous to protect one's lover and fight against a powerful enemy of a higher level. After crippling the inspector in front of everyone, he was able to face the enemy's powerful leader without fear. This was something that the skinny mercenary couldn't imagine. What kind of person, what kind of mentality, could do this? It wasn't that he hadn't seen arrogant experts, but he had never seen a commoner who could look down on the world. This young man. How do I put it, he looks a bit like Big Sister. The skinny mercenary came to this conclusion. He was shocked and immediately denied it in his heart. How could it be? Big Sister was a heaven ranker, and this kid was just an earth ranker level 1 commoner. The main reason why he could chop off the inspector's hand was because of that platinum-ranked blade. If it wasn't for its deterrence, the crew would have rushed up and surrounded him. The skinny mercenary left with the team and looked at Yu Yang and Anan from afar. He felt that this young man was very ordinary. Other than being handsome and having a sharp weapon, his strength was nothing. Maybe it was just an illusion that scared him just now, the skinny mercenary comforted himself. On the other hand, the one-eyed man looked back at Yu Yang and revealed a meaningful smile. He seemed to have discovered some secrets. Where are we going to play? Why don't we go eat something first? Anan realized that the ship had already started moving. She wanted to suggest that Yu Yang go to the bow of the ship to enjoy the wind and view the beautiful scenery. But looking around, there were still many people secretly looking over, pointing and discussing. She didn't want to be the center of attention, so she quickly pulled Yu Yang away from the deck. Please. When the crewman saw Yu Yang and Anan walking over, his legs went soft. He quickly bowed and used the etiquette of welcoming nobles. Hey handsome, wanna have a drink? Unlike the nobles' cabins, the ordinary cabins had a different scenery. There were many sexily dressed women with heavy makeup, making all sorts of provocative poses to attract the guests' attention. These women were of all races, tall, short, fat, thin, and each with their own characteristics. They were all distributed on both sides of the stairs. When the mercenaries walked by, they would greet them coquettishly, hoping that someone would take a fancy to them. Of course we have to drink, but we can do something more important. The one-eyed man at the front stuffed a gold coin into the cleavage of a big-breasted woman, and then skillfully held her waist that was tightly bound by a belt. He quickly slid down and pinched her plump buttocks. When the other party moaned, he laughed triumphantly and took the woman he had chosen away from the team. The rest of the mercenaries also did the same and took away a large number of women. Even the skinny mercenary with a straight face chose a strong woman from the Oceanic horse tribe who was 2 heads taller than him. It was a stark contrast to his figure. Geez, are you serious? Can you even ride such a Oceanic horse? Be careful, she'll suck you dry. The mercenaries roared with laughter. Get lost, don't worry about me. The skinny mercenary replied angrily. These women with heavy makeup were actually very sensible. As for Yu Yang and Anan, who were obviously a young couple, no one tried to hit on them. They were not like the single mercenaries who blew smoke rings to tease them when they passed by. They knew very well who the real customers were. However, in the spacious ballroom below, there were some men who were already hugging women. They did not know what was good for them. When they saw Anan, their eyes lit up like wolves. A little fatty came over with a flirtatious female companion. He expressed that he was willing to play with them or trade. In short, it was up to Yu Yang to choose. Yu Yang's answer was to kick the guy 10 meters away. Boom, the deafening sound startled everyone in the ballroom. Everyone stopped dancing and turned their heads to look. The little fatty's nose was bleeding, and he was lying on the ground like a pig, unable to get up for a long time. On his belly that was full of fat, everyone could clearly see a footprint. The mercenaries who knew Yu Yang thought it was normal. A kick was considered a light punishment. The perverted inspector just now was beaten into a cripple by this kid. Especially the kick in the crotch. At that time everyone felt sorry for the inspector. The little fatty's balls did not explode. It was a blessing from the ancestors. Give it to me. The skinny mercenary made a bet with his companion. They bet 1 gold coin and he won. It's fine if you don't want to trade, but why did you hit him? The little fatty's female companion was very angry. She cursed loudly, but she did not dare to hit Yu Yang. Instead, she ran over to help the little fatty up and complained, "It's all because of you, trash. You said you were one of the top 5 special students in the academy, but you were beaten by a country boy. Don't expect me to play with you again. How embarrassing. Damn it, I'll beat that kid up for you." The little fatty's face turned red. He rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight Yu Yang. What happened? Stop. A few guards rushed over. When they saw Yu Yang and Anan, they were dumbfounded. It's you again? At this time, someone quickly whispered in the little fatty's ear. This person had just seen Yu Yang beat up the inspector outside, and hurriedly said that this country bumpkin might have purposely disguised himself as a noble, and should have some backing. Because he had just beaten up the inspector outside, even the guard leader did not dare to stop him. The little fatty's face changed when he heard this. He took a few deep breaths and forcefully suppressed his anger. The guards on the cruise were also having a headache with Yu Yang. This kid was not strong, but his ability to cause trouble was the best in the world. In just a few minutes, he had another fight. He probably did not even need to go to Rainbow City to beat up everyone on the ship. The guards looked at each other. No one could say for sure. Such an arrogant person was a country boy without backing? That's impossible. He must be a noble who liked to pretend to be a commoner and tease people. Otherwise, how could he have such a beautiful female companion? Where did his temper come from? If this kid had just appeared in the countryside, he would probably be like a quail, curled up into a ball. Which commoner from the countryside would dare to beat someone up on a luxurious starry sky cruise? He must be a noble's son. At the very least, he was the illegitimate son of some big sex patriarch. He belonged to the type that was not public but had a strong backing. If you don't like to dance, go to the treasure cabin and play. It's bigger there, and the service is better. A few of the cruise ship's guards felt that if they kept this noble young master here, he would definitely get into a fight. They might as well advise Yu Yang to go to the gambling cabin to gamble. One must know that nobles with a lot of money love to gamble. Enter the treasure cabin? Yu Yang just wanted to earn some money to spend. As a man without money, this kind of life was too difficult. The fatty stared at Yu Yang's back. Anger flashed in his eyes. Are we just going to let it go like this? The female companion was still angry. Come, let's go to the treasure cabin and play with that pretty boy. The little fatty felt that he was a little weak in fighting, but he had more money. When he gambled, he played with that country boy who seemed to have a backer. Fighting was not as good as fighting. The little fatty, who thought that he was smart and rich, pulled his female companion and chased after Yu Yang and Anan. The one-eyed man and the skinny mercenary suddenly looked at each other and nodded secretly. They also laughed and walked to the treasure cabin. Let's go and gamble too. It feels especially good today. The one-eyed man said as he used his big hand to caress the woman's round buttocks. At this moment, the skinny mercenary seemed to be impatient. He hurriedly pulled the tall woman to get a room. When he and the woman entered the room, they did not roll on the bed. Instead, they immediately took out countless magic crystals from the Caucasian woman's skirt and placed them together to form a strange crystal circle. The crystal circle instantly flashed and emitted an extremely strange signal. It seemed to be a signal to someone. Even the ship's messenger, who was in charge of monitoring and receiving all the signals, knew nothing about it. Only Yu Yang, who was holding Anan's small hand, frowned slightly. He looked at the one-eyed man and realized that the skinny mercenary was no longer among the mercenaries. What's wrong? Anan saw that Yu Yang was standing still and thought that he was looking at the little fatty who followed them. She softly persuaded him, how about I go back and hide for a while? After you settle some things, I'll come out and accompany you? It's okay. How could Yu Yang put that little fatty in his eyes? What he paid attention to were those mercenaries who looked like perverts. Yu Yang was a pauper. He had a lot of gold in Tong Tian Tower, but in Heaven Realm, he did not even have a single gold coin. He used a few magic crystals to exchange for one gold coin. Holding the smallest chip, it simply made Yu Yang's heart bleed. The exchange rate in Heaven Realm was really too damn black. That was a level 7 magic crystal. If it was in Tong Tian Tower, it could be exchanged for enough gold coins to bury people alive. Here, it could only be exchanged for one gold coin, and he had to pay an additional level 3 magic crystal as the exchange rate's tax. Inan knew that Yu Yang was a miser who would only earn money but not lose money. She giggled, we'll use it as our capital. At the very least, we'll win 200 to 300 gold from it and win back all our losses. Yu Yang denied, no, at least 20 to 30,000 gold coins. 200 to 300 gold coins? It's not even enough to compensate for my mental damage. The little fatty who had exchanged 10,000 gold coins laughed loudly, haha, so it's two whimsical paupers. If you don't have money, just say it. If you kneel down and call me young master, I will immediately reward you with a few gold coins. Exchanging for such a small chip, and you still want to show your face? Do you know what is called shameful? Of course I know. Acting like you is shameful. When Yu Yang said this, the mercenaries behind him almost fell down laughing. Nonsense. The little fatty's face immediately became uglier than death. Regarding gambling, Yu Yang was actually not good at it. Furthermore, this was the first time he saw gambling in Heaven Realm, so he was completely unfamiliar with it. For example, there was a kind of gambling in Heaven Realm that was similar to dice, but it was not as simple as shaking a few ivory dice. It was a kind of war doll shaped like a die. As long as it started to spin, no one would be able to guess when it would stop, and no one would be able to hear any sound. On the contrary, this kind of war doll shaped like a die would create some illusions and use a fake voice to deceive the gambler. In other words, ordinary people, other than trying their luck, had no other way to win. Of course, people with special abilities were an exception, that poor bastard from the countryside. Do you know what is called war doll dice? The little fatty was afraid that Yu Yang would get angry and attack him, so he first hired 2 cruise guards to protect his life. Then, he followed behind Yu Yang, mocking and ridiculing him. So boring. Anan originally had a good temper, but when she saw this fellow's despicable behavior, she wanted to beat him up. The war doll dice that the little fatty mentioned was a way of gambling in the treasure cabin. In each cup, there were 10 war doll dice. If the total number of points was guessed correctly, then the odds would be extremely high, 110. Of course, very few people would be able to guess correctly. Other than guessing the total number of points, there was also individual guessing. You could choose a specific die, and if you guessed correctly, then you would receive a 1-1 payout. If you guessed consecutively, then the payout would be 1-6, and if you guessed correctly, then the payout would be 1-8. There was also the most difficult type of guessing. That was to guess all 10 dice correctly, and if the total number of points and the order were all correct, then the highest payout would be 1-100. Yu Yang decided to buy this type, challenging the highest difficulty and advancing towards the highest payout. With this kind of payout, as long as he won a few rounds in a row, he would become a millionaire. Which one should I buy? Inan had never gambled before. She grabbed Yu Yang's arm and excitedly waved the only chip in her hand. She felt that she would win no matter what she bought, but she also felt that she would lose no matter what she bought. She couldn't make up her mind at all. Honored guest, please bet your chips, it's time to leave. A beautiful demon dealer with a super hot and turbulent body reminds Anan to make a decision quickly. Just buy whatever you want. Yu Yang casually tossed the chip to the 55th position. Then, he took the betting book from the beautiful dealer of the demon race. He ticked off the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. Anan stared blankly for a long time before she asked blankly, we only have one chip. What if we lose if we buy this number? Even Anan, who trusted Yu Yang the most, didn't believe that the battle doll dice would produce a sequence of numbers from 1 to 10. Although there was a chance of such a sequence appearing, it was almost impossible. Indeed, since the start of the luxurious Starry Sky cruise ship, the battle doll dice that entered the treasure cabin had never produced this sequence. 1 to 10 was simply an impossible number. The little fatty laughed so hard that tears flowed from his eyes. His entire body almost collapsed on the gambling table. At first, he thought that Yu Yang was an expert who could use a single chip to win a lot of money. He didn't expect that he was trash. Fool, this country bumpkin is simply a natural-born fool. If I can win with this sequence, this young master will eat the dice cup on the spot. Using a chip to win 20 to 30,000? Pfft, it's too early to dream. Ignorant country bumpkin, where do you think this is? This is the luxurious Starry Sky cruise ship. A poor ghost like you, a natural-born fool, can win money? You might be better off in your next life. You don't even need a mirror to look at yourself. Do you think you're worthy of winning a lottery? You look like a pretty boy, I didn't expect you to be mentally ill. That female companion was still brooding over Yu Yang's rejection. Of course, if Yu Yang said that he was going to bed with her now, he believed that she would immediately take off her clothes. The fire of jealousy that she yearned for was burning in her heart. That one-eyed dragon squeezed into the crowd to watch the show. He had a smile on his face, as if he was a mercenary who loved to watch the fun. After everyone had placed their chips, the beautiful demon race dealer clapped her hands and pressed the bell behind her, indicating that the cup was open. The little fatty jumped up and down, making funny faces. Other than Yu Yang's, he used all his money to buy a chip. He was prepared to use all his money to mock Yu Yang after he won. This kind of investment, he was bound to lose. But in order to suppress and attack Yu Yang, he didn't care at all. The little fatty twisted his butt, Lala, you fool. Once the cup is opened, you'll be dumbfounded. Eternal loser, idiot, that's you. He was singing and talking, beside himself with joy. But when the dice cup was opened, that laughter was like being cut by a knife, stopping abruptly. That pair of eyes were as big as a bull's eyes. But no matter how he stared, he couldn't change the truth. In front of the crowd that was filled with shock and disbelief, the battle doll dice in the cup were exactly 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, not a single one was wrong. Not to mention the little fatty, even the one-eyed dragon and the beautiful demon race dealer had expressions of shock. She didn't dare to believe that the battle doll dice would have this kind of sequence. Ah? Yay! Anan excitedly jumped up. Ignoring the crowd, she was so excited that she directly gave Yu Yang a kiss. She didn't understand why it was like this. But she knew that Yu Yang definitely used some kind of special ability to change the battle doll dice's sequence. Winning money was a small matter. What made her the happiest was to fiercely retaliate against the enemy's provocation. Seeing the embarrassed look of the little fatty being slapped by Yu Yang, Anan felt that it was very satisfying. This is impossible. You cheated. You must have cheated. Otherwise, it's impossible to have this kind of sequence. The little fatty looked as if his whole family had died. He angrily pulled his hair and angrily pointed at Yu Yang, accusing him of cheating. Actually, everyone was a little suspicious. If it wasn't cheating, then it was too much of a coincidence. But could the battle doll dice be cheated? They had never heard of it before. The battle doll dice were made by a battle doll master who swore to the gods to never gamble. Other than their master, they would never listen to anyone. Even a heaven ranker would not be able to change their independent personality. Furthermore, if he cheated, why didn't anyone see it with so many people present? The most important thing was that the demon race female dealer immediately clarified, "This esteemed guest, please take note. The battle doll dice can never be cheated. They have their own independent personality. The number of turns is their own will. No one can change it. I dare to say that no one can cheat." These two esteemed guests were able to win this bet purely because of luck. "Congratulations, these are your gold coins." The assistant of the demon race female dealer immediately returned 100 chips to Yu Yang. Although the odds were very high, Yu Yang had bet very little. The loss of 100 gold coins on the gambling table was simply a drop in the ocean. It was not even comparable to the little fatty's bet just now. Impossible. He must have used some unknown method. If this is some kind of luck, then let him win another round for me to see. The little fatty was unable to step down from the stage. Seeing the crowd laughing at him as if he was a clown, he felt even more ashamed. His face was flushed red as he gritted his teeth and pointed at Yu Yang. He wanted Yu Yang to bet another round. Seeing his frantic look, everyone shook their heads. Did this child's brain get squeezed by a door? Some busybodies started to talk about the grudge between Yu Yang and the little fatty. Thus, everyone was enlightened. They all looked at the little fatty with ridicule, as if they were looking at a brainless second-generation young master making a ruckus. One-Eyed Dragon was first shocked at Yu Yang's victory. He then laughed and muttered to himself, "Interesting. Looks like I have underestimated him. Heh, big sister is right. There is really a surprise in this transaction." Yu Yang threw a random number and let Anan draw the sequence. Anan calculated happily for a long time. She found a sequence that she thought was most likely to succeed and then happily passed it to Yu Yang. Actually, she did not have any opinion on winning or losing. She just wanted to win and slap the enemy's face. She was happy to see her lover's prestige. She knew that only Heaven Realm people who did not know Yu Yang would look down on him. If it was in Tong Tian Tower, even a fool would know that fighting with Yu Clan's third young master was the biggest mistake. In Heaven Realm, Void and Jiao Shao, who knew Yu Yang, treated him as a strong opponent. A little fatty with terrible strength might challenge Yu Yang. Anan felt that if she did not teach him a lesson, she would not be able to feel at ease. "We must win." Anan clenched her small fists and looked at Yu Yang fervently. "Of course, wait for the money." Yu Yang was extremely confident and smiled brightly. Anan knew that Yu Yang doted on her. In order to make her happy, he would definitely let her win this time. Although he was cheating, he was doing it for her. Immediately, she felt a sweetness in her heart. "Dream on, you guys are dreaming. You guys are definitely going to lose this time." The little fatty's female companion cursed. "If you have the guts, come up and fight with me. We will play Lord Duel. 100 gold, no, 1,000 gold per round." The little fatty was furious. This made Yu Yang, who looked down on him, so angry that his lungs almost burst. He roared ferociously. He actually wanted to beat up Yu Yang, but his strength was too weak. Moreover, fighting was not allowed in the treasure cabin. Whoever started the fight would have to compensate for all the losses. The little fatty did not want to offend the owner of the cruise because of Yu Yang. That was not someone he could afford to offend. "Why are there flies? They're buzzing, so noisy." Yu Yang made a gesture to chase away flies. The surrounding gamblers and mercenaries roared with laughter. "Dear guests, please place your chips. It's time to leave." The demon race's beautiful dealer was happy to see the customers' fighting spirit. Because the more they acted like this, the more they would win. Usually, the scene was too cold and cheerless. Once they entered the treasure cabin, they would send people to pretend to be gamblers and provoke others to increase the atmosphere. Yu Yang bet the 100 chips again. It was still the lottery with the highest odds. The gamblers were in an uproar. Was this brat crazy? Although 100 gold wasn't a lot, it was rare to see all of them bet on one. Just now, he was lucky and guessed the sequence that was almost impossible. Did he want to do it again? Even if he was the favored child of the god of luck, it was impossible to win the lottery twice in a row. It was more difficult than a meat pie falling from the sky and hitting your head. The demon race's beautiful dealer also felt a little pressured. If he won again, he would have to pay 10,000 gold, convert the chips I won into gold coins and get a bronze card that anyone can take. Send it to room 0068. Remember to be fast. I hope to receive the bronze card within 5 minutes. Yu Yang instructed. He held Anan's little hand and left the table. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard his words. What did this brat mean? Did he think he would win for sure? The dice cup hadn't been opened yet. Out of the 10 battle doll dice in the dice cup, at least 3 of them would stop the moment the cup was opened. This brat didn't even open the cup and he thought he would win for sure? Anan was also very curious. How did Yu Yang know that he would win for sure? However, she didn't ask. The reason was that Yu Yang had lightly scratched her palm. This was a secret signal between the two of them. It indicated that danger was approaching and that they needed to immediately retreat. The one-eyed dragon kept looking at Yu Yang. The more he looked, the more confused he became. Was this brat really so mysterious that he couldn't see through him even though he had the peeping eye? The demon race's beautiful dealer's fingers slightly trembled. She held her breath and reached out, gently opening the dice cup. As a result, the entire audience was in an uproar. Esteemed guest, your card has been prepared. There are 9,090 gold inside, tax is 10%. As for this original chip that allowed esteemed guest to win 2 consecutive rounds of the lottery, I intend to give it to esteemed guest for safekeeping. I hope that this small gift will bless your luck forever. An extremely sexy foreign race beauty knocked on Yu Yang's door almost as soon as he returned to his cabin. Other than giving Yu Yang a thin bronze card with heaven runes all over it, she also gave the beautifully wrapped original chip to Anan. Wow, thank you. Anan also felt that this chip could bring her luck, so she happily accepted it. Yu Yang did not bat an eyelid as he accepted the bronze card and quickly closed the door. Why are you not happy that you suddenly became a household of 10,000 gold? Anan hugged Yu Yang's neck, stood on her tiptoes and gave him a kiss as she asked with a smile. We might be in trouble. This ship might be destroyed. I'm considering whether to return to the grimoire world. If I go back, I won't be able to watch the show. But if I don't go back, there might be danger. Seeing that Anan still did not understand, Yu Yang whispered, someone wants to blow up the ship. I felt a strong energy wave just now. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a deafening explosion. Along with the explosion, there was a violent tremor. With Yu Yang's hands protecting her, Anan was not injured at all. She used her white fingers to cover her ears and looked at the room full of things that had collapsed and shattered. She cutely stuck out her little pink tongue. The surrounding environment first stopped for 10 seconds, then it became noisy. Before anyone could react to what had happened, there was a loud alarm. Another crew member's voice sounded, esteemed guests on this ship, we have encountered a group of bandits. Esteemed guests, please remain calm. Our guards will repel the enemy and protect everyone's lives and property. Before this fellow could finish speaking, he seemed to have been killed by someone. Suddenly, the screams were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, or like a stick hitting a beehive, causing a great commotion. Screams and curses rose and fell in the ship's hold. There were also people crying for help. There were even people who directly destroyed the cabin door and fled in search of a safe place. The panic triggered a wave of people to flee. Many men and women in disheveled clothing escaped. Most of them were mercenaries and beautiful women on the ship. Oh my God, there's a thief on board, there's a thief robbing us. Run, run. It's a group of bandits, there are so many of them, damn it, I can't find my pants. Damn it, who can lend me a pair of pants? Humph. The skinny mercenary and the Caucasian woman also ran in the crowd. From time to time, he would deliberately trip the escaping mercenaries, causing even more panic. Yu Yang closed his eyes and waited quietly until all the commotion outside quieted down. Then he gently nodded at Anan, who was in his arms, and said with absolute certainty, there are indeed people robbing this ship, and there are a lot of them. There are thousands of people surrounding the ship, and there are also many explosive points on the ship. There are even people transmitting signals to the outside. The attack just now has destroyed the ship's communication device. I guess it's to prevent the crew from asking for help from the outside. As for the guidance here, it should be some kind of launch signal, so that the people lying in ambush will attack at the same time. The leader of these thieves is not simple. He actually dared to attack such a big cruise ship, and his plan went smoothly. He's really a capable person. Then you stay and watch the show. I'll go back first. Inan obediently kissed Yu Yang's cheek and giggled. Actually, you can stay too. Don't forget who we are. We're just commoners with very little strength and no status. Those thieves won't rob us. I think their targets are the rich nobles. Haha, we can fish in troubled waters. Come, I'll bring you to play something exciting. Yu Yang originally wanted to send Inan back, but when he saw that the robbers were not ordinary people, they would definitely not be interested in small fries like him. It was just the right time to take Inan on an adventure. Steal? Inan was a little eager to try. Inan used to dress as a thief, but she had never stolen anything. She, who had an excellent family upbringing, would never do something like stealing. But she did not object to Yu Yang taking action, because the things that were stolen were from the nobles. Those people were not good people. Even if Yu Yang stole, he could be considered a hero thief. So, she was also interested and decided to take the risk with Yu Yang, watching him fish in troubled waters. Yu Yang pulled her along as they rummaged through the cabins one by one, collecting a lot of scattered gold coins. Of course, mercenaries did not have much money, so the harvest was not much. The nobles' cabins on the upper floors were completely different. There were more than a dozen kinds of necklaces and rings, and a small number of gems and famous wine. It was estimated that the nobles were enjoying themselves. They did not expect the cruise to have an accident, so they rushed out, giving benefits to Yu Yang and Inan, the two thieves who took advantage of the burning house. Inan laughed all the way, because Yu Yang was a wicked person. He threw all the useless things, such as some expensive clothes, leather shoes, and hats out of the ship. This was a typical behavior of harming others without benefiting himself. Later, there were more thieves in the cabin. Yu Yang took Inan to avoid them and returned to his cabin. The two looked at each other and laughed. In fact, the stolen things were not very useful. Some could be exchanged for some money, and some were purely ornaments, because the most useful and the most precious things were definitely carried by the nobles, and they could not be left behind. However, it was fun to fish in troubled waters like this. Whenever Inan thought of those thieves breaking into the VIP cabin and realizing that there wasn't even a single piece of clothing inside, she would feel that it was funny when she saw that the cabin had been ransacked. She was not interested in the big bag of accessories at all. What she liked was the atmosphere when Yu Yang brought her to steal things. No matter if they were doing good things or bad things, he would always hold her little hand. In this life, she would follow him like this. He was her other half. Inan saw Yu Yang solemnly pack up the stolen things, and then with a whoosh, he opened the cabin and threw everything out of the ship. She was so happy that she could hardly stand, and needed to hold his arm to barely stand. Too bad, with Yu Yang messing around like this, no matter if it was the thieves or the nobles, they would suffer heavy losses. The worst thing about this guy was that he waited until the cruise ship slowed down and sailed above a lake before he threw away the big bag of things. Even if someone saw the things he threw away, it would probably be difficult to get them. Too bad, we didn't have enough time, and we only searched a few dozen cabins. You should know that there are more than 20,000 cabins here, and the real VIP cabins are not here. Yu Yang deliberately sighed with infinite regret. Inan covered her small mouth and secretly laughed for a long time, and with great difficulty, she stopped laughing. There are guards in the first-class cabins, we can't go in. Besides, we can't be greedy, we'll be finished if we get caught. Yu Yang frowned, he noticed that there were thieves coming this way. All of you, come out and go to the deck. This is a robbery, not a joke. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll give you a knife. A few men dressed in black fiercely walked into this floor, kicked the cabin doors one by one, and entered to search. In fact, they were just doing a rough search, casually bluffing. Originally, they thought that there was no one in these ordinary cabins, and they were about to leave, but a guy with a keen sense sensed the life breath of Yu Yang and Inan. After walking through the cabin door, he walked back with uncertainty. When he saw Yu Yang and Inan, he immediately shouted, "Doggy, doggy, guess what I found?" A beautiful girl that's so beautiful that she's bubbling in the air. Oh my god, this is a human beauty. That human beauty we saw in Flying Swallow City last time can't even be compared to her. Compared to this chick, that beauty is like a piece of shit. Their companions ran over in a mess and crowded at the door, each of them like a male wolf in heat. They almost drooled. A guy with thorns all over his head stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips. Unfortunately, Big Sister doesn't allow us to rape her, otherwise. Big Sister wouldn't know if we secretly touched her, right? Ermao, you go and keep watch. Brothers, let's break the rule today and flirt with this little beauty. Such a beautiful girl, if we don't flirt with her, we'll feel sorry for ourselves. Pa. A slap landed on the back of his head. One-Eyed Dragon appeared behind those people and shouted, all of you, get out of here. If you dare to do anything, Big Sister doesn't need to do anything, I'll kill you myself. I can pretend that I didn't see anything, but if you dare to violate the first rule, I'll kill you without mercy. When the few thieves saw One-Eyed Dragon, they immediately shriveled. They hurriedly smiled and said, Third brother, we're just saying it to take advantage of you. How would we dare to really flirt with this little girl? One-Eyed Dragon gave each of them a kick and shouted, Get out of here, I get annoyed when I see you scum. When they were far away, he showed an especially kind smile to Yu Yang and Anan, Little brother, little sister-in-law, I was looking for you. Don't be afraid. Although I am a robber, I am a true robber. Our Raging Flame Bandit group is famous far and wide. We never rape or pillage, and we never do evil things. We are the best of the best. Speaking of our Raging Flame Bandits, who doesn't give us a thumbs up? If a fat sheep meets us, they definitely won't have to worry about their lives. At most, we'll extort a little ransom, and we'll negotiate in a friendly and warm atmosphere. We promise, we won't use violence first. Yu Yang's face darkened. So this One-Eyed Dragon had already noticed him. Anan didn't have much experience in society, she thought that this One-Eyed Dragon was really taking care of her and Yu Yang. She bowed slightly and thanked him, Thank you uncle, we're not particularly afraid. You guys are indeed different from ordinary bandits. But, we don't have much money, other than the 9,000 gold we just won. Uncle, we still have to go to Rainbow City later. Can you ask your leader if he can leave us some money? If he can, then we'll cooperate with you. If not, then I'm sorry, we'll have to fight. One-Eyed Dragon laughed, No, little sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to ask for money, I'm here to invite you to join our Raging Flame Bandits. If you work in our bandit group, you'll get a monthly salary, a year-end bonus, a bonus for completing tasks, and work clothes. Unless there's a sudden task, you'll get at least 2 days off every week. In general, our bandit group's treatment is very good. Yu Yang and Anan were stunned. Was this guy here to rob or to recruit? Luxurious starry sky cruise ship, on the bow deck. The originally incomparably spacious deck had long since been filled with a dense crowd. Many of them were not dressed properly. It was obvious that they were in a hurry to escape and did not even have time to wear their clothes properly. However, all those who escaped were captured by the Raging Flame pirate group. Other than a few guards who were still resisting, most of the crew members and nobles' bodyguards stopped resisting and threw down their weapons. Against the Raging Flame pirate group, all resistance was useless. This was because the Raging Flame pirate group could be ranked in the top 10 among the millions of pirate groups in the Southern Heaven Realm. Unless they did not attack, once they did, there was no power that could defend against their fierce attack. The Raging Flame pirate group would not provoke those big powers with strong backing. They would also not harass those large cities with sufficient military strength and strong defenses. They would take a detour. The Raging Flame pirate group rarely attacked. They would usually find a target and plan before taking action. They would plunder a large sum of money and then hide for a long time. Originally, with their destructive power and influence, they could not be ranked in the top 10 of the pirate groups. One must know that the top 10 bandit groups in the Southern Heaven Realm were all extremely vicious and bloodthirsty homicidal maniacs that killed people like flies. They wandered around the Southern Heaven Realm, and everywhere they went, they were like locusts, not leaving a single blade of grass behind. In comparison, the Raging Flame pirate group only had a bounty of 1 billion. Compared to the first-ranked skeleton pirate group with a bounty of 9 billion. And the second-ranked Bloodthorn pirate group with a bounty of 8.5 billion, it was nothing. There were two reasons why the Raging Flame pirate group could be ranked in the top 10 of the Southern Heaven realm. Firstly, it was because of the extremely powerful leader Raging Flame. Just this leader alone had a bounty of 530 million gold. This leader's strength was as high as Heaven-ranked level 5. This kind of Heaven-ranked ranker, not to mention City Lord, he could even be a lord or even a small kingdom's ruler. Secondly, below Raging Flame, there were actually 4 Heaven-ranked rankers. Compared to the 7th, 8th and 9th ranked pirate groups, there were even more Heaven-ranked rankers. One must know that Heaven-ranked rankers were equivalent to hard power. The Raging Flame pirate group had 5 Heaven-ranked rankers. Furthermore, their leader was as high as Heaven-ranked level 5. Thus, they easily squeezed out many notorious large pirate groups and became one of the top 10. Compared to large bandit groups that had tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of members, the Raging Flames bandit group was actually considered small. This was because it had no more than 3,000 members at its peak. The one with a head full of red hair is our big sister. She is also the Captain Raging Flame that you guys are talking about. Don't be fooled by her ferocious appearance. In fact, she's kind-hearted, sunny, good-tempered, brave, fearless, and righteous. She's a first-class friend. One-Eyed Dragon introduced her as such. Yu Yang almost thought that this guy worked in a matchmaking agency. Lao San, how dare you speak ill of me behind my back? Be careful that I don't dig out your single eye. How do I look ferocious? This is called having character, and I'm walking the path of character. You don't know what's good for you, so don't spout nonsense. A 3-meter-tall female giant with bulging muscles, strong like a tiger, and full of scars walked over. When she walked, it was like an earthquake. With every step she took, the entire cruise ship seemed to tremble. She was not very ugly. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a well-defined face showed her strong characteristics. Coupled with the faintly discernible scars, she was simply too cool. If she looked like this on a man, then Arnold Governor would feel so inferior that he would hit his head against the wall. She was only wearing a black leather vest. Her strong muscles and super plump breasts seemed as if they would burst the small leather vest at any time. If there was anything about this female giant that was particularly eye-catching, it would be her hair that was like raging flames. That messy, curly, and casually scattered blood-red hair was like a raging flame burning wildly. Anyone who saw it would be amazed. Because it was impossible for such breathtakingly beautiful hair to appear on the head of a woman who was even more ferocious than a man. This should appear on the hair of a goddess. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. On the head of this muscular woman with a stocky waist and a tiger back, there was a head of raging flame hair that made even the sun lose its color. This hair was not a real flame. But it was even more dazzling and beautiful than a real flame. It was simply magical. It gave people a feeling that they would rather become a moth and throw themselves into the flame without any regrets even if they were burned to death. Because of this raging flame hair, this ugly female giant's beauty added a lot of points. It gave people a feeling that she was not ugly at all. Yu Yang realized that although this female giant was heaven-ranked level 5, if she wanted to fight with He who was at the same level, Yu Yang was willing to bet everything he had on her winning. This female giant was a completely different person from He Hu. Although He Hu was an outer hall elder of the central palace, he was obviously a person who lived like a prince and rarely fought. Otherwise, how could he have been killed? The female giant was the complete opposite. Yu Yang believed that the number of battles this female giant had fought in her life was more than a normal person's meals. Even if she was only heaven-ranked level 5, the power she could unleash would be far beyond her level. In other words, this female giant was just like him, able to fight above her level. Yu Yang did not have the confidence to win against this super female warrior who had rich battle experience and often struggled to return from the brink of death. Heaven-ranked level 6 Yen Zun, and the others were very strong. Yu Yang could not win against them yet, but he had the confidence to not lose in 1,000 moves. Against this female giant, Yu Yang could not estimate. Maybe he could tie, maybe not. Of course, the power of the ancient code was something else. It was not something that Yu Yang could truly grasp. Ever since Yu Yang ascended to the heaven realm, this female giant was the first opponent he could not see through. If it was not necessary, Yu Yang was not willing to start a fight with this female giant. No matter who started a fight with this female giant, it would be a headache. Among the people that Yu Yang knew, there was no need to talk about Void, Jiao Shao, and Mingyu Guang, the three Heaven Realm great leaders. Scarlet Emperor also did not see through all of his trump cards. Other than the four of them, there was only one person who could suppress this female giant, and that was Ji Zun. Other than Ji Zun, even Night Empress might not be able to win against her. Of course, this female giant might not be able to do anything to Night Empress who had the Starry Sky domain. She was just the leader of a bandit group, and she was already so strong, Yu Yang sighed. Heaven Realm, there were indeed countless strong warriors. Are these the two newbies you were talking about? The little girl's potential is incredible, very good. As long as she is nurtured a little, I believe that she will be heaven ranked in the future. As for this little boy, oh, he is very strange, I can't see through him. Strange, he seems very weak, but also very strong. I am a heaven ranked, how can I not sense a brat who is still wet behind the ears? This is too strange, how could such a human be born in the South Heaven Realm? The female giant bent down, bringing out a huge shadow from her body, covering Yu Yang and Anan. She first looked at Anan, and gave her a very high evaluation. When she looked at Yu Yang again, she frowned. One-eyed dragon heard and quickly flattered, "Big sis, with your discerning eyes, how could you not see through him? This brat definitely has a certain inherent skill of concealment. In other words, he definitely has a grimoire, and his inherent skill is concealment. That's why outsiders can't see through him." Yu Yang was slightly shocked, this was the first time he heard someone guess his inherent skill. It seemed that this one-eyed dragon was not a simple person. Although he was not very strong, he was definitely a strategist in the bandit group. You guys can call me Big Sis from now on. The female giant gave up on researching, because there were many things waiting for her to do. She waved her hand and made a decision. We have not agreed to join yet. Yu Yang expressed that he needed to consider. What? That female giant immediately became angry. She lifted Yu Yang up with one hand and placed him in front of her. She glared at him fiercely, what I say is an order. No one is allowed to go against it, understand? I have taken a liking to you guys, so you guys are my people. In the future, you will be my subordinates. If you don't agree, I will crush your balls, and then throw you to your death on the stone floor. Your brains will splatter everywhere. Let's see if you still dare to go against my orders then. Yu Yang was dumbfounded. So this was really not a girl, but a fierce bandit. Big sis, quickly put him down. You have a bad temper, but his temper isn't that good either. You guys can discuss this. Inan was really afraid that Yu Yang and this female giant would fight. Take note, I am not a big sis, I am a big sis. The female giant first corrected Inan's words. She turned her head and stared at Yu Yang. That imposing manner was as terrifying as an axe fiercely chopping down. She roared at Yu Yang, what? You are so small, and you still dare to have a temper? Even if you have a temper, you can't vent it on me. I am the group leader, I am the big sis. You guys, as my subordinates, all have to listen to my orders. If I say go to the east, you guys have to go to the east. If I say go to the west, you guys have to go to the west. You can't be even a little slower, understand? If you dare to say that you don't want to join, I will directly strangle you to death, and then twist all your bones into fried dough twists. Yu Yang's temper flared up, other than rape, I am not afraid of anything else. No matter how much I say, it is all nonsense. A lousy bandit group, if I say I won't join, then I won't join. The female giant was completely enraged. She stomped her feet heavily. The entire cruise ship started to tremble. She first put Yu Yang down, and crazily smashed the huge ship's bow into a pile of scrap metal. When her anger subsided, she waved her hand again and ordered, You want to anger me? Not so easy. Lao San, capture this brat, lock him up and starve him for a few days. Let's see how stubborn he can be. Yu Yang did not say anything, he only raised his pinky, indicating that this move of hers was child's play, it was trash. That female giant laughed out loud, You may not be afraid of hunger, but your little lover is. You can't bear for her to go hungry. Haha, you brat, you still want to fight with me? You are still too inexperienced. Wait, since you are a couple, then it will be easy. Today, I will host your wedding, and then recognize the little girl as my sister. This way, you will be a member of the Raging Flames bandit group, and in the future, it will be impossible to wash your name clean. Men, prepare their wedding. I want to give them a wedding that will shake the entire South Heaven realm. Yes, big sis. Thousands of bandits who wished for the world to be in chaos, responded loudly. Thank you, big sis. However, I will first ask if he agrees. Inan was happy and shy at the same time. She was happy that she could hold a wedding with him in the Heaven realm, but she was shy because this matter was too sudden, and she was not mentally prepared at all. Joining the Raging Flames bandit group was simply a joke. She and Yu Yang were not from the Heaven realm, and would return to Tong Tian Tower in a few days. Who would know at that time? You can't even protect yourself, what's the point of holding a wedding? Yu Yang laughed. What? The female giant was stunned. Then, she turned her head and looked around. Finally, her expression changed as she looked towards the far east. In the clouds in the far east, a black dot first appeared. It gradually became clearer and became a golden armored marshal riding a giant dragon. Behind this golden armored marshal, who stood arrogantly on the giant dragon's head with his hands crossed in front of his chest, countless black dots flew out from the clouds, forming an army of sky knights dressed in silver armor. This army of sky knights had a total of 10,000 people. Their mounts were all thunder griffins with eagle heads, lion bodies, steel claws, iron tails, and silver feathers. Their banners were clear and their silver armor clanged. With the sound of a bugle horn, the entire griffin legion swiftly moved to the two flanks. They spread out into a semicircle as if they had arms and fingers, surrounding the cruise ship from afar. They seemed to have rehearsed this thousands of times. Everyone's positions, mounts, weapons, flags, and cloaks were all exactly the same. Among the 10,000 riders, be it humans or beasts, they were all silent and full of killing intent. With this kind of tacit understanding, one could tell that these sky knights were well-trained soldiers. Ha! 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 The golden armored marshal raised his right hand, and the entire army roared at the same time, their momentum shaking the heavens and earth. Then, the entire army stood solemnly. Like a steel formation, they waited for further orders. Only a dozen silver-armored generals stood out from the crowd. They followed behind the golden armored marshal and flew towards the cruise. Yu Yang could see with his heaven eyes divine vision that the strength of the 10,000 Griffin Legion was all at Earth stage level 6. The dozen or so silver-armored generals were even stronger. The weakest generals had already reached Earth stage level 8, and most of them were Earth stage level 9. There were even 3 Earth rank level 10. Although they did not have grimoires, their strength was comparable to the Emperor of the Underworld, Sky Emperor, and Ocean Emperor. Thunder Griffins? The female giant frowned and shouted, self-righteous subordinate of the Lionheart King, do you want to interfere with the business of the Raging Flame Bandit Group? Long Xiang, although you're the leader of the 3 great marshals under the Lionheart King, that's just a bunch of bootlickers. Don't think that you can interfere with my business with your meager abilities. Scram right now, otherwise, even if you're the Lionheart King, I won't give you any face. Although Captain Raging Flame is famous in the Southern Heaven Realm and can make children stop crying, it's easy to scare children. If you want to scare my flying dragon, it doesn't seem to be enough. Standing on the head of the dragon, the golden armored marshal arrogantly responded. Big sister, it doesn't look good. We can't fight them head-on. The one-eyed man's eyes flashed and he hurriedly said. Don't worry, it's just one person from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. I can take him down with one hand. The female giant waved her hand, go and prepare for that little sister's wedding. I will settle whatever Thunder Knight group. Remember, what I said must be fulfilled. So today is a good day for Raging Flames. Ha ha ha, I have also come to ask for a cup of wedding wine. A bald man descended from the sky like a meteor. His fall was extremely rapid. Everyone thought that the bald man would hit the deck. Even if he didn't become a meat paste, he would still smash through the deck and into the cabin. Who would have thought that with a flip of his body, the meteor-like fall instantly disappeared? He floated down as light as a feather, and the tip of his toes touched the deck, not stirring up any dust. The person's head was as clean as a cow mountain, and not even a blade of grass grew on it. In Yu Yang's eyes, that bright and round skull was like a comical big light bulb. Other than the obvious sign of a bald head, the person also had a unique outfit. He wore a super luxurious silver fur coat on the outside, like a gentleman, but inside, he was bare-chested, revealing his thick chest hair, as rough as a barbarian. He wore a pair of bright red pants and pointed black leather shoes. His outfit was really awkward. The most unbearable thing was that this guy wore all kinds of gemstone rings on his 10 fingers. He looked like a country nouveau riche. Of course, just by looking at the surface, this country nouveau riche at most deserved a beating, and was not a big deal at all. In reality, this bald nouveau riche was a notorious villain in the Southern Heaven Realm. His ranking was even higher than the female giant, and the Southern Heaven Realm's bounty on him was as high as 650 million. It's you, bald monster? You go your own way, and I go my own way. Why did you come to my territory? The female giant's face darkened. If it was only the commander of the Thunder Griffins, Long Xiang, it would be fine. But now, there was also the wise demon marshal with a bounty of 650 million. The sudden change of events made her start to doubt. If there were no special circumstances, the self-proclaimed righteous Long Xiang would not work together with a demon like wise demon marshal. Could it be that they were really here for her? Or was there a royal family that was hiding on the cruise, and summoned Long Xiang to protect them? Wise demon marshal had always been a loner. He might be trying to fish in troubled waters. It's just a cup of wedding wine. Why is Raging Flames so stingy? The bald wise demon marshal laughed. Big sis, there's a ghost down there. 2 heaven rank rankers dressed as mercenaries flew out from the rocky shore below the lake and hurriedly reported to the female giant. Actually, there was no need for them to report, the female giant had also seen it. In the forest by the lake, the force field that was disguised by the heaven rank rankers using a special treasure was removed. Countless bandits with black headscarves on their heads and waving black skull flags flew out from the distant forest like a tide. They were so densely packed that it looked like there were at least tens of thousands of them. The leader, a skeleton man with a scimitar on his back and a stalk of grass in his mouth, flew out. After a few somersaults, he easily landed in front of the female giant. The skeleton man, who looked like he could fall apart at any time, was dressed in tattered clothes, as if he had just climbed out of a grave. This skeleton man looked extremely ugly, but he still pretended to be a refined and courteous gentleman. He first bowed to the female giant in a noble manner, then spoke with the tone of a superior. Duke Sa Wu say Hammondale Edwards Murafable Rachel greets leader Raging Flames. We haven't seen each other for a few years, but this duke has always been thinking about leader Raging Flames. Not seeing you for a day feels like 3 years. Leader Raging Flames is still as graceful as ever, beautiful and moving. Under this gentle night breeze, your gentleness in the twilight makes this duke fall in love with you. Pfft! Yu Yang spurted out when he heard this. The female giant's expression was extremely ugly, as if she saw a maggot twisting its butt and crawling around on the ground disgustingly. In reality, there really was a maggot crawling out of this duke's nostril. When it crawled to his teeth, the skeleton man opened his mouth and chewed on those maggots with relish, as if he had eaten a delicacy. In the process of chewing, a loose tooth accidentally fell out. The skeleton man screamed and quickly picked up the tooth. Then, he turned around and used his robe to block other people's view. Then, he carefully put the tooth back in his mouth. Finally, he bowed to everyone and apologized. This duke is old, my body is old and my teeth are loose. I hope everyone can forgive me for my loss of composure just now. After saying that, he took out a silk handkerchief from somewhere and wiped the impossible cold sweat on his forehead. Yu Yang was speechless. He had a hypothesis in his heart, which was to use his fist to smash the 2 rows of teeth, sending all of this guy's teeth flying, and then let him pick them up one by one. This feeling should be very satisfying. Although the skeleton man looked like a fool, his strength should not be underestimated. The skeleton man's ranking was also above the female giant. He was the leader of the Black Skeleton Bandit Group, which was ranked 9th in South Heaven Realm, Rachel. The scimitar on his back was the famous holy treasure blade Heartrending. In the illustrated handbook of thousands of godly weapons in South Heaven Realm, it was a sharp weapon that could be ranked on the list. The only pity was that the skeleton man, Duke Rachel, who had a bounty of 550 million, although his bounty was slightly higher than the female giant's, his strength was actually slightly lower. This was also the reason why he purposely pretended to be so humble. Marshal Long Xiang is here, Sir Demon Lord is here, even the Duke is here, how can I not be here? You must know, this is also the hunting ground that I occasionally set foot in. A tall man dressed like a clown, dressed in colorful clothes, appeared behind the female giant. Compared to the skeleton man, his posture was even lower. This silver clown with a half-crying and half-smiling face bowed respectfully to the female giant. Big sister, long time no see. Sorry for not going out to meet you, big sister, I didn't know that big sister was hunting here, if not, I would definitely welcome you. Get lost, I am not your big sister, go to the side, you have your clown bandit group, what you do has nothing to do with me. The female giant sneered, it was the first time she rejected someone calling her big sister. So sad, I fought together with big sister in the past, although big sister is not willing to admit it, I will always treat big sister as my boss. That clown laughed evilly, using one hand to spin the magic wand with the other hand to toss the tricolored ball. He suddenly looked at Yu Yang and Anan, and laughed evilly, so you forgot the old when you have new people, no wonder big sister doesn't recognize me. Not bad new people, they have unlimited potential, if these two new people can grow up, they will at least be heaven rank, right? Yu Yang felt a strong killing intent from this clown's words. Although other people had it too, but all of them added up could not even compare to half of this clown. He had a premonition. It was highly likely that the clown, who seemed so respectful on the surface, had plotted all of this. As for the arrogant golden-armored marshal, the sly bald man, and the disgusting skeleton man, they were all just helpers that the clown had hired to help him. Where's the wedding gown? The female giant stretched out her hand, and the one-eyed dragon hurriedly handed over the snow-white wedding gown that his subordinates found in the cabin. Big sister, someone is getting married on this ship, but the wedding gown might not be suitable for that young lady. The female giant acted as if she did not hear it, took it, ignored everyone, and walked in front of Anan. Little sister, I really want to give you a grand wedding, but it seems that it is impossible now. Although I am a chivalrous bandit, I have a lot of enemies, and there are often some blind people who come looking for trouble. Today, I am unable to fulfill my promise, I apologize to you. Little sister, you are not my man. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. After you and this boy get married, you must live a happy life. If he bullies you, you can come and find me. I will help you beat him up. Thank you, sister. Actually, this kind intention is enough. Anan was so touched that she accepted the wedding gown. Although she snatched it, to her, it was the best gift. Lao San, you two personally send the two of them off. Our raging flame bandit group will definitely not implicate the innocent. The female giant waved her hand, and ordered the one-eyed dragon and two heaven-ranked subordinates to send Yu Yang and Anan off the luxurious starry sky cruise. As for herself, she turned around and left, facing the enemies, and shouted heroically, since you are here for me, then come on up. I will not let you down, which one of you wants to die first? No rush, no rush. The skeleton man waved his hand and smiled, the two newlyweds don't be in a hurry to leave, because there are still many people here to drink the wedding wine. As more and more people appeared from the forest, it could be seen clearly. A portion of the people were escorted here. Among them, most of them were women and children. End of chapter 612. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.